Chapter 401. Watching Nightmare and Xiaowu go up the stairs to the second floor, Lin Ming smiled with narrowed eyes, and punched Lin Wu, who stretched out his fist, and asked, "Am I a good actor?" She didn't take Xiao Jing, who was watching on the side, seriously at all. Xiao Jing couldn't understand the relationship between these people for a while. "Okay," Lin Wu asked, "Xue Ming needs to sign in. How can you sign in if you don't have a residence? Sign in is just a task. You can't leave early regardless of whether you sign in or not." After Lin Ming explained, she said, "Nightmare didn't do it. Lin Wu, by the way, what's the situation between Nightmare and Xue Ming?" Lin Ming looked gossipy. "I'm also curious." Lin Wu, "Just pretend I didn't ask." Lin Ming let out a breath of dissatisfaction, and asked, "What is our route?" Lin Wu took out his mobile phone, turned on the screen to open the map, and handed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming marked his location on the electronic map, and the system navigation recommended taking Metro Line 4. Lin Wu explained, "We will go underground. You should remember the route. You can leave your phone with you. After entering the subway tunnel, if there is no eye-catching sign, it is difficult to know your location. And it is impossible to mark your location on the map." Lin Ming zoomed in and out of the map, and asked, "Am I responsible for this?" There were several gunshots from the second floor, but the sound was very low, and the direction could not be determined. Lin Wu put away the bullets, looked at the door with caution, and asked, "Am I responsible for this?" Lin Ming silently protested to Lin Wu's back, and turned his head to see Xiao Jing standing on the side, and explained, "We were colleagues before." Lin Wu said, "It's hard to explain. There are zombies." 2 zombies mixed up near the door, and Lin Wu moved forward and stood against the wall. Lin Ming, as Lin Wu's eyes, gestured to Lin Wu, and Lin Wu successfully killed the zombie with a dagger. But this action alarmed Zombie B. If it were before, he would never waste this bullet. But in the real hardcore, he had to waste it, because Lin Wu did not have a suitable melee weapon to face the zombies head-on. Cold weapons are no match for zombies. No matter how good a weapon expert is, he can only fight 1 against 3 with a cold weapon. If he kills 3 zombies, he will be exhausted. Hot weapons are different. A heavy machine gun can block a bridge. As long as the bullet supply can keep up, there are no problems with the guns. No matter how many zombies come, they will be killed. Some people think that the zombies in front can block the bullets. As long as the zombies keep coming, they will definitely break through the fire blockade. In fact, heavy machine gun bullets can easily tear the human body apart, and the range is up to thousands of meters. In the home, the reason why humans are no match for zombies is not because they can't stop the zombie army, but because they can't stop the virus. It's the same in the real hardcore. Shubian only developed fever symptoms a few hours after drinking water, and even if he didn't turn into a zombie, his bite could also spread the virus. Theoretically, the 2,000 soldiers in the Dongcheng suburban base can stop the zombies and protect the shelter, but in actual operation, I'm afraid it's not so optimistic. Lin Wu and Lin Ming were chatting at the reception desk, while dealing with the blind zombies. After about 8 minutes, Nightmare returned to the first floor, and Xiaowu stayed at the stairs. Nightmare walked toward Xuanlin and said, "The second floor was cleared, and traces of survivors were found." "Traces?" "Yes, there are survivors hiding in the X-ray examination room. From the excrement, at least 1 person stayed in the examination room for more than 24 hours. This is good news." Nightmare said, "Today is the 4th. The survivors have not eaten for at least 48 hours. Xiao Jing rarely interrupted and said, "It's okay not to eat for 48 hours. Will they be infected by the water source? If there is no radio, if there is no warning from the dot channel, it is possible to drink tap water directly." Nightmare replied, "No. Of course ordinary survivors will, but she doesn't care, and Xuemeng will definitely not drink it." Subconsciously, I have already regarded the survivors as Xuemeng. Lin Wu, not necessarily. Xuemeng will not drink, but what if the medical staff take care of her and give her water? Anyway, no one is found on the second floor. Nightmare said, "We are going to the 3rd and 4th floors now. Wait for your good news." But there was no good news. After nearly an hour of work, no survivors were found on the 3rd and 4th floors. We did get a lot of medical supplies, mainly disposable syringes and infusion sets, alcohol gauze, etc. Others are mostly liquid medicines, which require a more stringent storage environment. Finally, only the morgue was left. Lin Wu took a sip of the glucose that Xiaowu brought back, and then he encouraged the morale. I think the probability is the highest in the morgue. Oh, Yiming asked, why? Lin Wu held up the glucose. There are drinks. He then pointed to the ground. There are food. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Lin Ming, who reacted first, suppressed his laughter and beat Lin Wu, and kind people like Xiao Wu and Xiao Jing did not understand the cruelty in Lin Wu's words at all. Nightmare looked at the two people fighting with disdain, questioning, when did you become so close? Lin Wu snorted, my charm is not something she can resist. Lin Ming, bah. Lin Wu asked, then will you go with me or with her? Lin Ming, you. Lin Wu gave Nightmare a provocative look. Nightmare's jaw dropped. What's going on? Was he too harsh on Lin Ming? It made sense. He had treated Lin Ming as a tool these days. Except for telling her to work. He didn't even bother to talk to her. No wonder she turned over a new leaf when she saw a little warmth. After loading the bullets, Nightmare looked at Lin Wu and said, let's run. Xiao Wu, you stay here. Don't learn from some people who talk recklessly. Try to keep silent. Xiao Wu understood. Lin Wu didn't object to Nightmare's arrangement, took the magazine and bullets, and set off with his gun, bag, and backpack. The two did not take the elevator, and walked along the outer wall of the emergency room to the back door. Nightmare looked back at the gun bag on Lin Wu's back twice. You have great physical strength. You often do weight training. Huh? How did you convince Lin Ming to go with you? Lin Wu said, charm? TSK. What else can it be? Lin Wu stopped. There was a cart outside the back door, and there were 3 zombies near the cart. Zombies bumped into the cart from time to time, making a small noise. After Nightmare and Lin Wu whispered to each other, Lin Wu stepped forward, and Nightmare circled. Lin Wu waited for a moment, and Nightmare on the side threw out a dagger, and shot a zombie in the head. After the zombie fell to the ground, the 2 zombies around him bent down to check, and Lin Wu took the opportunity to quickly step forward and took down one with the dagger. The last one found Lin Wu, but Nightmare took the initiative to execute it from behind. The two of them had a very good time difference. Nightmare pulled out the dagger. Except for your character, I admit that you are a qualified partner. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, walked down the slope with guns in both hands. Lin Wu said, if I add my good character, I will become the most dazzling person on Blue Star. Nightmare ignored Lin Wu's boasting and asked, what about Maya? What are your plans after you reunite? Lin Wu said, with insufficient firepower. We can't do anything we want to do. Nightmare asked, do you plan to stay in the city? Or leave the city? Lin Wu said, you need a car to leave the city. And a flatbed truck will do, if you don't have a car. It's not about finding a car in the city. But you must have a car after leaving the city. The ride is secondary. And the supplies are the most important. Nightmare, I suggest you get a train. According to the information I received, after the zombie alarm sounded, in order to avoid major accidents and ensure that the main transportation line served the soldiers, all trains and subways were suspended. Trains on the main track must also stop at the yield lane, transfer lane or locomotive depot as soon as possible. Anyway, the main track must be given up. Nightmare said, but I didn't expect that the zombie virus broke out in the surrounding big cities, such as the day before yesterday, which led to the cancellation of the original plan to build a southern shelter through the railway line. All the transported materials and support personnel were transferred to the eastern shelter. Although I can't be sure, I think the railway from the east line to the south line should be unobstructed. As long as there is no power outage and no major accidents, the train can still run. If there are zombies, you can take off the muffler. Lin Wu took off the muffler and started shooting zombies with Nightmare on the left and right. Zombies that came after hearing the sound did not form a scale, and the two used the relatively narrow downward slope to effectively deal with the zombies on the underground floor. Lin Wu changed the magazine and said while being alert, you still care about Maya. People who don't even want to check Shitu's information are willing to find a route to the south of the city. There is no difference without comparison. Nightmare, we are friends. Lin Wu did not comment. Your suggestion is good, but I think the train can only serve as a shelter at most, and cannot be a mobile base. We are now in the northeast of the city center. Shitu and his friends are in the city center. It is not easy to reach the southeast railway line. Nightmare, I haven't thought of a better way. I hope the soldiers can drive tanks into the city to kill a wave of zombies. Otherwise people in the city will really be unable to move. Lin Wu, didn't we walk to the hospital? Nightmare said, because this road can still pass cars. You can look at other roads. They are basically blocked. and even two-wheeled vehicles can hardly pass. Let's go! The two waited for a while, and didn't see any new zombies. So they walked to the end of the slope and entered the underground floor. When they reached the underground floor, they immediately felt a cold wind attack. However, no matter whether it was evil spirit or cold air, they could not stop the two from moving forward. Could there be anything scarier than finding zombies in a cabinet late at night? A long corridor, with a fork in the road. The left side was related to criminal cases, waiting for autopsies, or a morgue for other situations. The right side was the morgue for ordinary deceased people. In the middle was the anonymous morgue, where the bodies were kept for a certain period of time, because their identities were unknown and their families could not be contacted. According to the law, Nightmare pointed to the left. Linwu nodded and led the way. The corridor here was relatively narrow. Linwu crouched against the left wall, and Nightmare stood up against the right wall. The two passed through a corridor of about 10 meters and arrived at an open office. The office was about 10 square meters, with 2 workstations, and inside was the morgue, with only one door. There was no one in the office. The door of the morgue was open. 2 zombie bodies were lying on the ground. Due to the sufficient air conditioning, the bodies had not yet rotted. At this time, both of them heard the sound of a cabinet closing. The sound was not loud, but it was very harsh in this quiet environment. Linwu and Nightmare searched the office first, looking for every corner, and then entered the morgue. This is a standard morgue, with drawer cabinets placed against the wall. Each large cabinet has 25 drawers, and there are 4 large cabinets in total. In the middle of the morgue is a wheeled table that can be raised and lowered. Nightmare pointed at his nose, and Linwu nodded. He also smelled the smell of feces, and it was obvious that a living person had stayed here. Linwu said, "Xueming? Is Xueming here? Is there anyone else here? We are soldiers from the East City base, and we have been ordered to find survivors." As soon as the words fell, there was a slapping sound from a cabinet, and the drawer was moved. A person held the top of the drawer with both hands, and the whole drawer slid out. It was a female nurse. Nightmare stepped forward to help the female nurse get down from the drawer, and there was a lot of noise during the process. The female nurse was obviously a survivor, because she was too timid and performed poorly during the night shift. The head nurse assigned her to the morgue to do disinfection work. Why are there 2 zombie corpses outside? The female nurse is obviously no match for the zombies. The female nurse took the clean hot water and explained while drinking that after the zombie virus broke out, many people fled to the morgue. After starving for a day, people decided to give it a try. The female nurse finally decided to stay. They killed the 2 zombies. As the only surviving staff member in the morgue at that time, she knew that a refrigerator drawer in the morgue was used as a freezer by the night shift staff. It was mainly used for self-heating meals and other foods. There is a discount for buying this thing once, so the night shift staff will buy a large amount of it in case of emergency. From a certain perspective, she is a very selfish person. She did not tell everyone the secret, but encouraged everyone to take a risk. But no one can blame her behavior in the Doomsday era. What about the water? It's very simple. There is a refrigeration equipment here. Water droplets can be made by alternating hot and cold. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, she has not consumed tap water. She is a smart girl. Linwu glanced at the nurse's collection, which he estimated could sustain her life for more than a month. Linwu apologized to the girl, saying that he was not a soldier, nor was he here to steal her food, but was here to find a patient. After Linwu's description, the nurse asked, "Is it the bandit who killed 9 patients and the lady who forced the doctor to rescue her?" At that time, the zombie virus had not yet broken out, and there was a certain buffer period, so the nurse naturally knew about such a big thing. Nightmare answered first, "Yes." "Is she still there?" The nurse replied. "She underwent surgery in the emergency room to remove the bullet, and then was sent to the ICU ward on the 4th floor of the outpatient building." According to the information provided by the people who entered the morgue, the nurse learned that Xueming's condition was relatively simple, but the bleeding was severe, and it was easy to deal with. After a 40-minute operation, she was accompanied by 2 plainclothes policemen to the ICU. The hospital was already in chaos at the time, but because Linwu committed a crime in the emergency department, the nearby police station deployed all armed police forces to the hospital, which eased the situation in the hospital. After the zombies began to dominate, the police also discovered the problem and began to evacuate medical staff and patients to the nearest police station. All this bought enough time for Xueming to complete the operation and be sent to the ICU. Thank you. Nightmare hesitated and asked, will you go with us? The female nurse shook her head. It's the safest here. Isn't it? Nightmare nodded. Yes. The whole city has fallen. I think it won't be long before the military will take action to rescue the survivors. But it's best to find a way to save yourself. We have temporarily cleared all the zombies in the emergency areas except the other 2 morgues. If you need it, now is the best time to collect supplies. The female nurse seemed to trust Nightmare very much. And nodded. I want to go to the 4th floor to get some medicine. She glanced at the collection freezer with some concern. Nightmare said to Lin Wu, let's go and discuss a countermeasure upstairs. Chapter 402, Love and Resentment. The ICU is on the 4th floor of the outpatient department. Since the windows and corridors above the 3rd floor are completely closed, to go to the 4th floor, you must pass through the lobby on the 1st floor of the outpatient department. One way is to take the elevator in the middle of the lobby to the 4th floor. One way is to enter the outpatient department through the front door, turn left and take the escalator to the 3rd floor, and then take the left stairs to the 4th floor. One way is to go through the back door, past the bathroom, corridor, etc., turn right, and go directly to the stairs. While the Nightmare was looking at the picture and thinking hard, the scout Lin Wu came back. Although he did not have stealth and agility bonuses, his tactical awareness was still very good. Can't do it. Lin Wu took a pen and drew. There is a large group at the front door, slightly scattered. Visually, there are more than 1 zombie per square meter in the lobby on the 1st floor. I guess there are not enough bullets to shoot one by one. The outpatient building covers a large area. There are pharmacies, registration offices, medicine pickup offices, entry physical examination departments, etc. on the 1st floor. It is the place with the largest flow of people in a hospital. Lin Wu said, turn left to the escalator. The upper and lower ends of the escalator are full of zombies. The 2nd floor is semi-open, shaped like a regular sports track, hollowed out in the middle, overlooking the 1st floor. And the circular edges are various outpatient departments. The number of zombies in the corridor is amazing. I can say responsibly, I can never kill them, let alone the 4th floor. Even if Lin Wu contributed a rifle and a submachine gun, it would be difficult to fight the zombies on the 1st floor. That place is open on all sides and is easy to be attacked. Among the 5 people, there are only 3 who are really good at using guns. Lin Wu, Nightmare, half Lin Ming and half Xiao Wu. Nightmare pointed to the ambulance outside the door. Go in. Are you crazy? Lin Wu asked. How to get out? Drive a hospital bed out from the 4th floor? Nightmare's idea is to drive to the elevator room. Get off quickly, enter the elevator and go to the 4th floor. Not to mention how risky this plan is. Even if it succeeds, how do we leave the outpatient building? Nightmare. Tear the sheets on the 4th floor to make a rope, go down from the left wall, and return to the emergency department. Lin Wu asked, how much money does she owe you? Do you want to do it? Nightmare asked, if you don't want to do it, I will do it myself. If you are willing to help me, I will give you 2 satellite phones and 2 batteries. Of course not. Nightmare said, add a drone. Can a drone be more useful than my small gun? Lin Wu said, we need to retreat. Nightmare grabbed Lin Wu's arm and said, I don't have anything else. Lin Wu hesitated. Why do you have to save Shui Ming? Nightmare said, because it has just begun. And secondly, it is my personal matter. Please help me. This is the first time that Nightmare has lowered her posture. No matter how dirty she was before, she was always tough. Lin Ming looked at the side and felt soft. Hey, help me. It's not about helping or not, but we all have to die in there. Lin Wu looked at Lin Ming and said, you can help. In addition to the above conditions, this girl will belong to me in the future. Nightmare, she is not my cargo. I have no right to decide. Lin Ming knew that Lin Wu wanted to help. And by the way, she wanted to get herself out. So she said, I am willing. Yi Ming was surprised. You are so eager. Lin Wu untied the gun bag, took out 2 submachine guns and 4 magazines from it, and gave them to Xiao Wu and Lin Ming. If we can't come back, you will have to escape on your own. There are 2 ambulances here. It's not like there's no chance if we fight once. Lin Ming said hurriedly, I want to go too. I finally earned this little bet from you. What does it matter if you die? Lin Ming, I'll go even if you don't go. Lin Wu was speechless, and said, tear up a sheet into strips, and tie them around your hands, feet and neck. If it were Maya or Shauna, they would not agree to take this risk. Lin Wu often doesn't consider the greatest interests. As for the matter of Blood Dream, from knowing Blood Dream to now, Lin Wu feels that he owes her something. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Nightmare's determination to save Blood Dream, or to see the zombies of Blood Dream, moved Lin Wu. Although I don't know how much money he owes. Just like Lin Ning moved Maya. His persistence for his companions is always easy to move Lin Wu. Of course, satellite phones are also good things. They are also the only long-distance communication tools in the future. Not to mention drones. Lin Wu exploited Nightmare again, and said to Nightmare, "You owe me one." Nightmare said gratefully, "Thank you." She knew that without Lin Wu's help, she would never succeed. There were 3 ambulances at the door. Several people first found the keys in the driver's rest area on the 4th floor, and then matched the ambulances. After everything was ready, Nightmare asked the car, "Are you ready?" Lin Wu checked the rifle and pistol. "Let's go." The car started. Lin Ning, "I haven't answered yet." Nightmare hurriedly stepped on the brake. Lin Ning, "Okay. The problem is not whether I am okay or not, but that I didn't say okay. I can bear it when asking someone to do something." The ambulance began to speed up, but the distance was very close. The acceleration was insufficient, and finally the ambulance hit the zombies at a speed of 50 miles per hour, and then it went up a small slope, and it hit all the way. Nightmare stepped on the floor gas, the engine roared, but the speed just couldn't go up. Nightmare turned right into the outpatient department hall. Under the illumination of the car lights, the zombies in the room made people's scalps numb. "Come to the front." Yi Ming knew it was impossible to drift at this speed. Lin Wu immediately got out of the back compartment and headed for the passenger seat. The car kept hitting the zombies, making it difficult for him to stabilize his body, and he fell backwards and knocked down Lin Ming behind him. The ambulance stumbled into the elevator room. Nightmare tried to turn the steering wheel. The right side of the ambulance was against the wall, and the rear was close to the wall. The passenger seat could barely open the door. Lin Wu turned over the seat, pushed the door and got out. If he didn't get out, he would have no chance. The zombies slapping and howling were endless. Although it was different from the destruction in the game, the ambulance could not withstand such a demolition. After getting out of the car, Lin Wu started to spray the AK in his hand, tearing the zombies, who tried to enter the angle, into pieces. The glass of the driver's seat had been smashed by the zombies' heads. Nightmare supported himself with both hands and got out of the passenger seat. Nightmare pressed the elevator button. Lin Wu said, "Change the magazine." Lin Wu bent down. Nightmare raised his pistol and fired continuously. But the effect was far worse than AK. 2 zombies pounced on Lin Wu, who was crouching. One of them grabbed Lin Wu's left arm and bit it madly. Fortunately, the cloth wrapped around him was thick. Nightmare shot it in the head immediately, so Lin Wu didn't change his name to Lin Zombie. At this time, Lin Ming also got out of the car from the passenger seat, and then the elevator arrived. The elevator in the hospital was quite spacious. The elevator door opened to one side, and 5 zombies appeared. Lin Wu shouted, "Go in." A zombie had already crawled under the car and gnawed at his feet. Lin Ming and Nightmare did not hesitate, and crashed into the 2 zombies, who tried to rush out of the elevator, and squeezed the zombies in the elevator back. Lin Wu seized the opportunity to enter the elevator and blocked the elevator entrance with the remaining rifle bullets until the elevator door closed. As soon as Lin Wu put down his rifle, he drew out his dagger and turned around to fight the zombies in the elevator. This battle was extremely brutal. The 2 Mings did not dare to shoot, fearing that they would damage the elevator or accidentally injure their companions, and their pistols would become bricks. They used the zombies in front of them as cover to avoid fighting with multiple zombies. Even so, their faces, hair, and clothes were torn by the zombies, and Nightmare's face was left with 4 bloody marks. After Lin Wu joined the battle, he did not immediately turn the tide. The 3 of them did not have many skills, just squeezed the zombies and avoided the malice of the zombies. Lin Wu failed to stab the zombies in the head several times in a row, but was slapped by the zombies instead. Although it did not hurt, it was extremely insulting. Nightmare seized the opportunity to draw out his dagger, piercing a zombie's neck from the side into its brain, killing it first. Then he pushed the corpse, letting the zombie behind it bite the corpse, killing it second. Afterwards, Lin Wu also stabbed one to death, and the remaining 2 zombies were quickly dealt with. There were constant slapping sounds outside the elevator, and the 3 of them remembered that they had not pressed the floor button. Lin Wu pressed the 4th floor button. Nightmare and the others had no time to care about the injury, picked up the pistol from the ground. Lin Wu replaced it with a rifle magazine. The elevator door opened, there was nothing outside, the lights were dim, and there was a corner on each side. Nightmare patted Lin Wu on the shoulder. Lin Wu replaced the pistol, slowly walked to the left corner, and stretched his head to look. Beyond the corner was a long corridor, and you could see the ICU waiting area more than 10 meters away. A fluorescent lamp fell down, and the light kept flashing. There are left and right forks in the middle of the corridor. Nightmare signaled Lin Ming and Lin Wu to switch positions. Lin Wu then investigated the right side. It was the same scene as the left side. Both corridors could lead to the waiting area. Nightmare, deal with the wound first. The three of them took off their clothes in the elevator area. Lin Ming was still a little embarrassed after finding out that there was no mosaic. Lin Wu turned around consciously. If it wasn't inconvenient to talk, who knows what he would say. Nightmare and Lin Ming checked each other's bodies. Confirmed that there were no bite marks on each other's bodies. Lin Ming applied alcohol to several wounds. Nightmare took the alcohol in cotton swabs, poked the cotton swabs into Lin Ming's wounds, turned over the skin and flesh, and let the alcohol cover the entire wound as much as possible. The process made Lin Ming feel so painful. After finishing, Lin Ming followed Nightmare to disinfect Nightmare, and Nightmare endured it motionlessly. During the period, Nightmare checked Lin Wu's back. Incredibly, Lin Wu, whose face was covered in blood, did not even have a single wound on his body. Using wet tissues to wipe off the blood on his body and face, put on his clothes, looked at each other, Lin Wu took the lead and pushed forward from the left corridor. After passing the fork, Lin Wu and Nightmare looked out from the left and right. And the people and the guns left. Both sides were empty. On the right was the passage, and on the left was the overpass leading to the 4th floor of the inpatient department. Lin Wu went forward to check the overpass and found that the iron gate was locked. There were 5 zombies standing on the overpass. Nightmare pointed to the iron gate. It was a lock made of cloth. The door handle was tied tightly, so that the iron gate could not be opened. All this showed that someone had carried out preventive resistance on this floor. The family waiting room was very large. In addition to many chairs in the middle, there were 6 temporary lounges. Inside was an iron bed with upper and lower bunks. There was only a mattress on the bed. Not even a sheet. Going forward was the explosion-proof iron door of the ICU. There were 2 unlocking devices at the door. One was an ID card lock, and the other was a biological lock. After searching most of the floors, there was no living person at all. Not even a zombie. Where to find the unlocking device? Lin Wu pointed to a passage on the right. There was a toilet and a safety exit there. The 3 of them stepped firmly and moved forward slowly. They first went to the fire door and found that the fire door was also tied with cloth strips. Unless the people inside used the elevator, there must be someone or a zombie in the ICU. Lin Wu smelled the smell and pointed to the women's restroom. Nightmare nodded. The 2 of them rushed into the restroom together. They saw 6 zombie corpses piled up in the small restroom hall. Lin Wu reached out to grab the ID tag on the zombie's body, but a zombie suddenly sat up and opened its mouth. Lin Wu was so scared that he reacted quickly and knocked it down with a punch. The result of the game training. You can scare me, but you can't stop me from attacking you. Nightmare shot the zombie to death. How could you be so careless? He was not talking about Lin Wu, but the person who transported the zombie's body here. Lin Wu, I suspect he just wanted to scare me. The search is complete, and you can talk. The 3 retreated to the waiting room. Nightmare failed to swipe the card, indicating insufficient authority. So he tapped the Morse code on the explosion-proof iron door. Is there anyone alive? Lin Wu said. You might as well shout directly. It makes sense. Nightmare gestured to Lin Wu to go. Lin Wu was confused. Why? I have nothing to say to her. Lin Wu was puzzled. But he also knew that Nightmare would not betray his accomplices like this. So he pounded on the door with his fist. This is Lin Shui of the Blue Star Task Force. Is there anyone alive inside? Brother? Lin Wu. Shui Ming's voice came. Lin Wu looked around. Sister, where are you? Then Lin Wu heard the sound of the pipe. Here. The baffle of the ventilation vent on one side of the corridor was pushed open, and Shui Ming crawled out from inside. Lin Wu was shocked and said, It's really cockroaches. You can't die even like this. The story of Shui Ming is roughly like this. With the help and protection of 2 plainclothes officers, the weak Shui Ming was hidden in the ventilation duct. After the 2 plainclothes officers stuffed some water and food from the vending machine, they directed the medical staff, who could move to the 20th floor through the elevator. They planned to evacuate to the rooftop, and then contact the helicopter for evacuation. Before evacuating, they dragged the zombies to the bathroom, and tore off the strips of cloth from their clothes and locked the door. Xueming couldn't explain the specific details. She was also unable to explain it clearly, because she had a high fever, which was probably caused by the lack of anti-inflammatory measures after the operation. Yiming pulled up her clothes, only to see that the wound had festered. Nightmare said, "We have to perform surgery to cut off the bad flesh. Lin Wu, retreat to the emergency department first." Blood Dream said, "Don't worry about me, otherwise you can't leave." "Shut up." Lin Wu said, "Are there enough strips of cloth?" "Can't get into the ICU. There are only a few rest rooms outside with mats. The only cloth is the zombies in the bathroom." Nightmare said, "If it's not enough, pull zombies from the overpass." "Okay." Lin Wu said, "Lin Ming, you keep an eye on her, give her some medicine, try it out." Xueming asked weakly, "Can you say something nice? I'm cold." Lin Wu, "Find something flammable." Nightmare added, "Don't make the fire too big, don't burn things with thick smoke, so as not to trigger the fire alarm. Just light the fire in the lounge." Lin Ming, "Okay." Xueming, "Wait." Lin Wu, Lin Ming, "Thank you." Lin Wu and Lin Ming said, "It has nothing to do with me." Xueming looked at Nightmare, their eyes met. Xueming asked, "Are you crazy?" Nightmare, "Let's go." Xueming, "Come back here." Lin Wu, "Sister, how much money do you owe me?" Nightmare grabbed Lin Wu's clothes and pulled her away. "Let's go." After taking off the zombie clothes, Lin Wu realized that Xu Guang was still cheating. "I must complain." Little White Rabbit explained that zombies have invincible underwear and bra protection. And the reason is that the tattered underwear makes players uncomfortable. Doesn't the NPC feel strange? Little White Rabbit guarantees that the NPC will never ask such stupid questions, and will filter out Lin Wu's intentional questions. When Lin Wu and Little White Rabbit were talking nonsense, trying to get some benefits, Nightmare silently completed the work, tearing all the clothes into strips, rolling the strips into a rope, tying them with lines, and then connecting the strips together. Lin Ming was very happy to find Lin Wu holding a hacksaw in his hand. "I found it in the cleaning room." "Why?" Lin Ming said, "We can saw through the guardrail, so we don't have to go to the rooftop on the 21st floor. We can go down directly from the 4th floor." Lin Wu said, "Little fool. What do you think will happen after we go down?" Lin Ming was puzzled. Lin Wu said, "We have to go down from one side of the wall. There are no windows on one side of the wall. Windows, exits are all on the front and back of the outpatient building. If we go down from the front or back, we will be surrounded by zombies in an instant." Nightmare looked up and said, "We can go down from the overpass. The overpass connecting the inpatient department is built on the side wall." Lin Wu agreed, "It works." Lin Ming, "You go back and look after Xueming. What if she wants to commit suicide?" Lin Ming asked, "Why?" "I don't know. If she doesn't tell me, I won't ask." Lin Wu glanced at Nightmare. "Even if she tells me, I'm too lazy to listen." "Oh." Lin Ming handed the hacksaw to Lin Wu. Chapter 403 on the road. The fully enclosed overpass is made of transparent plastic similar to acrylic board, so there is no need to use a hacksaw. However, after eliminating several zombies on the overpass, it was found that there were a large number of zombies on the 4th floor of the inpatient department at the other end of the overpass. The nearest zombie was about 17 meters away from the bridge head. It was not a big problem to pry open the window glass, and the length of the cloth strip was no problem. Transporting Xueming was the most difficult. First, Nightmare and Lin Wu needed to get off first, to ensure the safety of the downstairs. Lin Wu was used to charging ahead and retreating behind, so he should get off first. Lin Wu climbed over the windowsill and said to Lin Ming, "If you can't do it, just jump down, and don't scream while jumping." After that, Lin Wu went down along the cloth strip rope, which was not difficult for him at all. Lin Wu walked 20 meters along the road, reached the emergency department, and pushed a cart. Xiao Wu originally planned to help, but Lin Wu asked him to stay, so as not to have to collect Xiao Jing's body when he came back. During the time they were away, 3 zombies had entered the emergency area. The good news is that Xiao Jing is actually a medical student. Yes, she is a freshman who needs to study medicine for 8 years. She has been enrolled for half a year. Although Nightmare is very good, she has no surgical experience and can't even give an injection. It's not that she is not good, but that Lan Xing doesn't want to hang in for. At this time, the overpass is busy. Nightmare tied Xueming tightly with 2 cloth ropes, and he and Lin Ning each held a rope and let her down. When Lin Wu looked up at them, a few drops of rain hit his face. Obviously, the heavy rain mentioned in the broadcast was about to come early. The process of lowering the rope was not smooth. There were knots on the cloth rope, which could easily get stuck on the window frame. She could only lift the knot with one hand and hold the rope with the other hand for micromanipulation. Xue Ming's situation was not optimistic. If she hadn't been tossed, she might have been able to survive for 3 or 5 days. After such a toss, she had fallen into a semi-comatose and semi-conscious state. Lin Wu caught Xue Ming and put him on the cart, untied the rope, raised his hand above, the rope was pulled back, resecured. Lin Ning grabbed the rope, and his body left the window frame. Now comes the trouble. Lin Ning had doubts about rappelling, but seeing Lin Wu so relaxed, she felt that she was not a big problem. However, as a homeless person who only eats and waits for death, her new identity has very poor physical strength. After hanging like this, Lin Ning found that she could not walk down with both hands alternately, and could only hold the rope tightly with both hands. The hospital has high floors, especially the first and second floors. Lin Ning is now hanging at a height of 12 meters, unable to go up or down. Nightmare and Lin Wu both thought that the problem would be Xue Ming, but they did not expect Lin Ming to fail, and they were both dumbfounded for a while. Lin Wu reacted quickly and took Xue Ming aside and put her on the ground, leaving the cart in place. Nightmare also encouraged Lin Ming, "Be brave." Lin Ning knew that this was not a solution, so she tried to change hands, and it felt okay. 10 centimeters. 10 centimeters downwards. She soon felt exhausted. Her hands could no longer bear her own weight, and she fell from midair. With a bang, Lin Ning fell on the trolley with his back facing down. It must be said that the quality of this thing is really good. It didn't change much overall. It bounced off after colliding with Lin Ning. Lin Ning didn't make much noise when he fell from the trolley, but the trolley overturned with a loud noise. The rappel was on the side of the outpatient building. Several zombies followed the sound immediately. Lin Wu immediately drew his gun to meet the zombies. Lin Ning held the trolley despite not knowing where the pain was, and it seemed that there was no pain at all. Damn dawn. Nightmare quickly landed on the ground and carried Xue Ming onto the trolley. Lin Wu was the last one to leave. Nightmare and Lin Ming sent Xue Ming back to the emergency department. When they arrived at the emergency department, they first sent Xue Ming to the bed in the emergency ward. Xiao Jing was studying the instrument, while recalling what she had learned in class. She connected various tubes to Xue Ming's body with tape. Soon the pulse and blood pressure data appeared on the monitor. Xiao Jing wiped her sweat. Knowledge never goes out of date. Xiao Jing had already prepared the medicine for the 4, which was nothing more than broad-spectrum antibiotics and saline solution, but Xiao Jing failed to penetrate the blood vessel after 4 attempts. Nightmare and Blood Dream began to worry, and finally Xiao Wu took action to solve the problem. As a policeman, he had received similar training. Next is the surgery without anesthesia. The tied-up Xue Ming bit the gauze in her mouth. Xiao Jing held the scalpel but couldn't do it. She had only killed a few frogs and mice so far. The surgery without anesthesia was too difficult for her. Yi Ming took the scalpel. "Let me do it. Can you bear it?" Tenderness rarely appeared in his eyes. Xue Ming nodded, bit the gauze tightly. Yi Ming cut it with one cut. Xue Ming directly spit out the gauze and let out a ouch. "Damn movies, how can I bear it? It's good enough to be able to bear it without making a sound. But art comes from life." Yi Ming stuffed the gauze back into Xue Ming's mouth. He cut it again. Xue Ming immediately bit the gauze tightly, and said something that no one could understand. The translation is probably, "I will fight you." Yi Ming was very focused. He didn't even look at Xue Ming. He carefully and focused on cutting off the necrotic muscles. Xue Ming fainted several times during the pain. After finally finishing the job and waiting for stitches, the pale-faced assistant Lin Ming said, "We'll need to disinfect with alcohol next." "Is that what a human would say?" Xue Ming's eyes widened instantly, and he tried hard to spit out the gauze. Nightmare couldn't make up his mind. After all, it wasn't Blue Planet, and there was no such program in the game. So he looked at the professional Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing originally thought that it was not necessary, but the alien said that alcohol should be used for disinfection. It was difficult for her to refute it, mainly because she didn't have the confidence to refute it. So Xiao Jing said, "It will be fine if you use alcohol, but it may be a problem if you don't use alcohol." That's the truth. So Nightmare and Lin Ming took gauze and dipped it in alcohol to apply to the wound. Looking back at Xue Ming, who was unconscious again, Nightmare made a prompt decision. Sew it up now. Xiao Jing still knew how to sew, and took something like a big fish hook and started to sew. Nightmare breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat with his sleeve, and said, "I'll leave it to you." After that, he walked out of the emergency room, as tired as a doctor who had performed a 10-hour operation. Lin Wu raised his hand at the reception desk. Nightmare walked over. Lin Wu asked about the situation, and then asked, "What are your plans now?" Nightmare's route was to take the subway line, then go down the river, and float to the boat. In Xueming's situation, it was impossible to take the subway line, nor was it possible to drift. Unlike the game, Xueming's wound will not heal in a few hours. It will take at least a week for Xueming to get out of bed and move around. After all, it is such a big wound. Yimeng said, "I have to stay here." Lin Wu was full of rage. In his original plan, Xiao Jing would definitely go with Yimeng no matter how things changed. He had long wanted to get rid of this burden. Look at Xiao Wu. Although he lost a middle finger, his fighting ability is still very strong. Now he can only take Xiao Jing away by himself. During the operation, Lin Wu had confirmed the map again. The plan can be summed up in one word: reckless. Drive an ambulance directly to the subway station. I don't know if I can crash the entrance. Anyway, drive the car until it can't be driven anymore. Time waits for no one. It is raining outside. The pressure of the reservoir in the southern area is increasing. Once the dam breaks, it will inevitably flood the underground network of the city of Hotian. At that time, we can only walk to the streets full of zombies. Lin Wu asked, "What do you eat?" "It should be fine to drink after the rain. There is still glucose in stock on the 4th floor." Nightmare, people won't die if they don't eat for a week. Lin Wu said, "If the dam collapses, not to mention the underground line, you don't know where your boat will drift to. I can't just leave her alone. Then I can only wish you good luck." Nightmare opened his backpack, handed over 2 satellite phones and 2 batteries. The numbers are on them. Then handed the drone and the remote control to Lin Wu. "Thank you." "Haha, you become a civilized person when you get to Earth. Can't you take it yourself?" I wanted to say it was really hardcore, but considering Xiao Wu was nearby, I still said Earth. The most annoying thing is to explain where I came from, and it's the most worry-free to use Lin Wu's rhetoric. "Haha. Xiao Jing, Lin Ming, we're leaving." The two came out. Xiao Jing said, "Brother Lin Wu, I want to stay, although I'm just a freshman, but at least I know some knowledge of medicine." She has seen that, except for alcohol disinfection, several Blue Star people don't know basic medical knowledge. Lin Wu said, "You can't even give an acupuncture needle, why stay here?" Xiao Jing said, "I can practice. I can at least sew, I can read the name of the potion." Lin Wu said, "You will have a greater chance of survival if you follow me now." Lin Ming suspected, "Really?" One finger shot. Lin Ming, shut up, Xiao Jing said, "It's all very dangerous, at least I can help here, I can't help you at all." "Are you sure?" "Yeah." Xiao Jing nodded firmly. "The purpose of my medical study is to help others, not just accept help from others." Lin Wu said nothing more, opened the weapon bag and put an AK rifle on the table, and then put 2 magazines, and gave the remaining 2 AK rifles to Xiao Wu and Lin Ming. Nightmare said, "All the bullets in Lin Ming's backpack belong to you." Lin Wu asked, "How many?" Lin Ming, 5 boxes. Lin Wu, leave 1 box. Lin Ming put a box of bullets on the counter. Lin Wu took the initiative to shake hands with Nightmare. "Please convey my concern to Blood Dream." "Okay, take care. Take care. Let's go." The second ambulance was driven away by Lin Wu, and the last remaining ambulance became Nightmare's last chance of survival. Although Xiao Wu was doing odd jobs in the Secret Service, he became an ambulance driver after formal training. Xiao Wu controlled the speed between 35 to 40. It not only ensured that the zombies could be shaken off, but also provided more observation and reaction time for the team. Even so, he still hit 2 zombies when he drove out of the hospital gate. Abandoned cars could be seen everywhere at the front door of the hospital. Xiao Wu drove onto the sidewalk. He didn't know what he hit along the way. Finally, he drove to the subway entrance steps smoothly. "Drive on." Feeling Xiao Wu's hesitation, Lin Wu immediately gave the order. Xiao Wu stepped on the accelerator, held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, walked halfway up the stairs. The left front tire burst, and the chassis was constantly hit. The car continued to arch downward. Xiao Wu turned right at the right time, and the car passed in front of the electronic ticket machine. In front was the ticket exchange. Xiao Wu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The ambulance hit the gate, pushed up the 2 gate pillars, and rushed in with a crackling sound. Xiao Wu didn't care at this time. He stepped on the accelerator, whatever happened. The ambulance rushed down another staircase, but it was not so lucky this time. It was not known what was stuck or for other reasons. The ambulance lost balance and began to roll down, but fortunately it stopped after only a few turns. The miracle was that the ambulance did not stall, but they had already reached the bottom. This is the platform. There are no zombies on the platform, but there are many people, at least more than 30 people. Some of them are sitting on simple blankets, and some are warming themselves by the fire. Some of them are car owners or passengers who are stuck on the road. Seeing that the road is blocked, they walk away from the road and enter the subway station. Some people walk here from other subway stations. Why are there no zombies in this subway station, or only a small number of zombies? Why is it so orderly? There are many reasons. One reason is that this subway station is under construction and is not open to the public. The second reason is that the subway entrance is in the center of the city, and the sound on the ground is more likely to attract zombies. The third reason is that the construction is due to groundwater infiltration, which provides enough water for everyone. The fourth reason is that there are 2 patrolmen, 1 male and 1 female, in charge. In addition, there are vending machines and fried chicken shops on the platform. Food and water are not a problem at present. Seeing the ambulance overturned, the female patrolman subconsciously wanted to help, but quickly retreated because the armed personnel came out of it. Xiao Wu did not recognize the 2 uniformed policemen. In order to prevent a commotion, he took out his blood-stained ID and showed it. But it did not dispel everyone's fear. Xiao Wu walked towards the nearest female patrolman, who kept retreating. Finally, Xiao Wu called her and she stopped. There are still some medicines in the ambulance. I suggest you leave the underground line as soon as possible. I am not sure how long Namba can last. The female patrolman asked, Officer, where are you going? He temporarily believed Xiao Wu's ID. Mission. The female patrol officer asked. Can you take us with you? Sorry. Lin Wu shouted at the platform. Let's go. The brave man saw that the other party was a policeman, and approached Lin Wu. Officer, take us with you? Lin Wu raised his gun and told him not to get close to him. Xiao Wu. Come on. Xiao Wu nodded, trotted back to the team, and jumped off the platform with Lin Wu and Lin Ning onto the rails, and walked forward along the rails. After walking about 200 meters, the team met 4 young people, who were sitting at the power inspection platform. This is a platform used for daily maintenance inside the subway, equipped with a workshop, from the wrenches and fire axes in their hands. It seems that they have certain offensive intentions. Although the lights on both sides of the subway track are dim, they found Lin Wu and his team at the first time. The 2 sides were only 7 meters apart, one taller than the other. Lin Wu stopped, stood up, aimed his gun, and said, Go. A young man who was sitting stood up. Lin Wu shot him to death immediately, which frightened the other 3, and they immediately stepped back a few steps. Lin Ning passed first, then raised his gun to cover Lin Wu, and Lin Wu passed later. The 3 of them walked another 100 meters in silence. Xiao Wu said, You don't have to kill them. Yes. Lin Ming said. Xiao Wu, you have to believe me. He is much kinder than before. Xiao Jing decided to stay in the hospital, and he was moved for 3 seconds. Lin Wu disagreed. That's not touching. I was thinking about the meaning of life because of her behavior. Lin Ming, oh, Xiao Wu said. I don't know how to say it. I always feel that you don't respect the people on Earth at all. Lin Wu stopped and said, Xiao Wu, I respect you very much. I admit that I didn't respect Xiao Jing before and regarded her as a burden. But when she decided to stay, I also developed a sense of respect for her. No. Your respect is more of a charity and exploitation. You respect value, not the person itself. Xiao Wu said. What if I have no value? Lin Wu said patiently. Xiao Wu, this is the end of the world. Value is of course important, but companions are more important. We are companions now. Even if you are worthless, I will not abandon you. Just like a nightmare, she gave up a better escape route and opportunity, and stayed to accompany her companions. I dislike Xiao Jing, even if my attitude is very bad, but I never thought of leaving her to die. You can't ask me to be equally enthusiastic to everyone. I can only restrain myself with basic morality. Lin Wu, on the other hand, if the condition for saving you is to kill everyone on the platform, I will do it without hesitation. In order to save any companion, and not put a companion in danger, I will not hesitate to kill others. In this regard, it is you who did not treat us as companions, not that I did not respect you. Lin Ming looked at Lin Wu in shock. The devil was getting better at talking. After going around in circles, he accused others of being wrong. Don't mention it. Xiao Wu was really stunned by Lin Wu. It took him a long time to understand the difference. I hope to treat most people equally, but Lin Wu didn't treat people other than his companions as human beings. Of course, I am right in normal times, but at the end of the world, maybe Lin Wu is right. Chapter 404 Walking along the way. The three of them walked in silence. Xiao Wu bumped into Lin Wu's shoulder. What I said was not quite right. No need to apologize. I didn't apologize. Earthlings are just hypocritical. You aliens are not much better. Xiao Wu pointed to the fork on the left. Turn left. Above us is the Midtown Business District, which was once the most prosperous area, Searle Street. One of the top 10 financial centers in the world, which is said to be home to the smartest people in the world. Lin Wu said, in our time, we call these people criminals. Xiao Wu asked in surprise, can't we invest in the future? Of course we can invest. Lin Wu said, Lin Ming, you are familiar with finance, you tell me? Lin Ming said, in the early years, financial investment was a non-productive return. Borrowing A's money to make money, and it needs to bear the risk himself. As a financial institution, B gets the lion's share of profits, and does not delay his salary if he loses money, and can file for company bankruptcy if things don't work out. Therefore, in the future, the losses will need to be borne by institutions. Therefore, not just anyone can do finance. You must have strong ability and strength. If you can't afford the losses, you will go to jail. Xiao Wu, are there any investment institutions? Of course. They lose money if they lose, and make money if they win. Investors can invest at will. Anyway, any fund can guarantee a minimum. The difference is whether they make more or less. Lin Ming said, for example, a bought B's fund with 10 million yuan, and B made 10 million yuan from it, and gave 5 million yuan to A. A's assets are 15 million yuan, and B's assets are 5 million yuan. According to the Earth model, B will clear its assets and raise funds again. The second time A invested 15 million yuan, lost 10 million yuan, and B charged 1 million yuan in fees and other expenses. In the two transactions, the wins and losses were all 10 million yuan. A, as an investor, only had 4 million yuan left, and B as an institution made 6 million yuan. It is also profitable to do investment business in Blue Star. If you have the ability, you can do it, and if you have the strength, you can lose money. It is equivalent to raising the entry threshold. Similarly, you can't let individual consumers identify whether the beef sold in the market is real beef or not. You have to ensure that the beef sold in the market is absolutely real beef. As for the difference between Blue Star and Earth, the three of them walked and talked, to relieve the dull atmosphere. Lin Ming also introduced the basic situation of Shirtu and others. He was very careful in his wording, and used the concept of Lin Wu's 1,000-year-old Blue Star people, who strayed into the wormhole throughout the process. Can you live to 180 years old? Xiao Wu was surprised. You are still children now. Shoo! Lin Ming gestured, and the voice became louder and louder. Lin Wu also raised his fist. There is a station ahead, and it has been occupied by zombies. Lin Wu took out his cell phone. Xiao Wu pointed at the route and whispered, this station is called White Collar Station. The passengers are basically migrant workers living in the suburbs or even in the suburbs. This station is closest to the Galaxy building, but this station has the most people, so when choosing the route, I said, we have to change lines and go to another station, the fire station. White Collar Station is about 1 kilometer away from the Galaxy building, and the fire station is about 1.5 kilometers away from the Galaxy building. Lin Wu nodded and continued to move forward. There were nearly 100 zombies on the platform, and there were also a dozen zombies on the track under the platform. Lin Wu retreated to explain the situation. Can we take a detour? Very far. Xiao Wu pointed to the mobile phone map. Take line 3 and then circle back, at least 20 kilometers. Lin Wu said, you lure the enemies one by one. You can only use the dumbest method. Xiao Wu nodded and moved forward, and soon entered the illuminated area. Xiao Wu blew a whistle lightly, and the two zombies closest to him immediately reacted, turned their bodies, and ran toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu ran back, and the two zombies chased him into the darkness. Lin Wu and Lin Ming faced a zombie each. Lin Wu had no chance to backstab, and could only fight the zombies with a dagger, borrowing his own strength and the cloth strips on his arms for protection, looking for opportunities to shoot them in the head. Lin Ming used a water pipe, catching the zombies on the head and knocking them, and the two sides fought back and forth. Although Lin Ming couldn't knock the zombies on the head, the zombies were not as experienced as Lin Ming, and couldn't catch Lin Ming at all. But after a while, Lin Ming began to pant. Lin Wu asked in surprise, "How can you have such strength?" Lin Ming burst into tears. "It's not fair. I'm not that kind of person." Xiao Wu took the nail hammer and stepped forward to help Lin Ming. This thing was very fierce. It knocked the zombie's head open in just a few hits. Then he helped Lin Wu take down the zombie. Xiao Wu asked curiously, "What's unfair?" Lin Wu answered quickly, "Some changes will occur in the body after passing through the wormhole. My physical strength is greatly enhanced, and her physical strength is greatly reduced." Xiao Wu did not doubt him, and continued to pull the zombies. Lin Ming whispered in Lin Wu's ear, "What do you think would happen if he knew that he was just an NPC?" Lin Wu thought about it and answered, "Despair, more desperate than death. Unless Shi Guang does not set the despair emotion. Strictly speaking, Shi Guang can only set the despair state, cannot set the despair emotion, because it does not understand despair." Lin Ming, "I thought of a bug. If we ask about children, Xiao Wu will be surprised that there are no people under 18 on Earth." Lin Wu said, "You underestimate the shamelessness of the Shu people. If you want to say it's unfair, it's still Maya. At least, I still have a chance to fight. Maya was born in a heavy prison. But the prison is her home. There is a portal. Why didn't she reunite with the stone?" Lin Ming said, "Maybe she was born in the confinement room. Before 7 o'clock on the second day, she was released back to her own prison." Lin Wu looked at Lin Ming in shock. "You are so vicious." Lin Ming wanted to cry, but had no tears. "I just found a reason for your vicious idea." Lin Wu said, "Here they come." There were 3 of them this time. Lin Wu decisively shot one to death with a pistol. Working non-stop, drinking some water, and eating some biscuits. After an hour of hard work, finally eliminated more than 30 zombies, and opened up the track. Aren't there only a dozen zombies on the track? There is no other way. The zombies on the platform will jump down when they find Xiao Wu. Even so, the track is not safe, and the zombies on the platform are too close. The 3 of them walked forward along the wall. Lin Wu was holding a silenced pistol, responsible for dealing with zombies, who suddenly wanted to take a walk on the track. Lin Ming and Xiao Wu were equipped with assault rifles. Once the zombies were alarmed, they could only fight hard, running while fighting, and wishing for the best. Halfway through the journey, a zombie fell from the platform and landed next to Xiao Wu. Lin Wu behind Xiao Wu pounced on it like a hungry tiger and executed it with a dagger. Although he had seen Lin Wu's performance, Xiao Wu could only look up to Lin Wu for his unhesitating attack. You have to know that according to the background that Lin Wu said, they had never really come into contact with zombies before. They passed the rails under the platform without any danger. The 3 of them high-fived each other and headed to the fire station. Halfway through the walk, I saw a subway train stopped halfway. The lights in the subway were still on, and I could clearly see that the entire train was full of zombies. The density of 1 zombie per square meter was already terrifying. But in the carriages, the density of zombies was as high as 8 per square meter. Or even 10. The glass in some carriages was broken, which should have been caused by the zombies assimilating humans. Since all humans were assimilated, there were no fresh humans around, and the zombies in the 6 carriages were very quiet. You squeezed me. I squeezed you. With dull expressions and no expression. Most of the zombies were wearing suits. If you didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to tell whether they were white-collar workers on their way to work or zombies who had lost their souls. There were also several zombies outside the carriages, perhaps the same kind that were squeezed out of the window during the assimilation process. This is a monorail subway. After putting a train on the subway, there is very little space for movement on the left and right sides. The tunnel is a circle as a whole, and there are curved terrains on both sides of the train. Of course, not all tunnels are like this, but this subway train is like this. As for why it stopped here, there are many possibilities. Maybe the driver found that there were many zombies at the white-collar station, so he turned to the fire station. Or maybe the subway dispatcher asked the driver to stop temporarily. After weighing the pros and cons, the 3 people took a crawling posture to avoid making noises during the crawling process. They first dealt with the problems of firearms. Lin Wu led the team. After all, He still had to take the task of dealing with 2 zombies. Lin Ming followed behind, watching Lin Wu's twisting hips. Her mind twitched, and she stretched out her hand to flick it. And then she realized that she had done something wrong, and immediately lowered her head. Lin Wu turned back and glared at Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked innocent, and this expression made Lin Wu a little unsure. But fortunately, Lin Ming knew that it was a matter of life and death, and did not play tricks again. And the 3 successfully passed another test. 10 meters away from the front of the train, the system issued a task at this time: rescue the survivors. There is a survivor hiding in the restroom in the subway car number 3. Bring her safely 10 meters away from the train, and you will get 2,000 mission points. Task points can be used to generate tasks. Lin Ming and Lin Wu looked at each other and left. Xiao Wu was puzzled. What did they mean by looking at each other? I always felt that Lin Wu's 90% honesty concealed very important information. There were no zombies on the fire station platform. The 3 of them entered the hall. There were vending machines, shops, restrooms, etc. in the hall. There were 2 escalators in the middle of the front, and 2 stairs on the left and right. The total length of the stairs was more than 30 meters. There were only 3 zombies near the stairs in the hall. There was a buffer platform in the middle of the 2 escalators. The buffer platform continuously sounded alarms. A large number of zombies were concentrated in the middle of the stairs and escalators, completely blocking the road. Lin Wu and Xiao Wu looked at each other. There is a problem. Lin Wu pointed to KFC. Lin Ming and Xiao Wu surrounded them from both sides. When they approached the store, a woman happened to walk out of the store, and was startled to see the 2 of them. Xiao Wu held the gun in his right hand, and took out his ID from his jacket pocket with 4 fingers of his left hand. Police. Who are you? This is a small gathering place for survivors. There are 5 people in total. 3 men and 2 women, who stayed here on the morning of the 2nd. One of them was a subway station repairman, who maliciously created an alarm and gathered the zombies in the middle of the stairs. The zombies in the hall were all unlucky zombies, who were squeezed down from the stairs. Perhaps because of their quality, or perhaps because of the gun in Lin Wu's hand. The survivors were very polite, and offered Coke made by the instant mixer. The instant mixer did not receive tap water, but a large barrel of purified water. So the water quality was not a problem. Xiao Wu, as a representative, discussed with the other party. Can we go up? The woman said, you can take the vertical elevator. The elevator is specially provided for the disabled. The elevator is near the toilet. After a brief exchange, thank you, Lin Wu and the other 2 were ready to leave. The woman asked, do you have any extra guns for sale? The woman was wearing a casual suit, a typical successful woman's dress, and she was very beautiful. Lin Wu hesitated for 0.1 seconds and asked, we can sell pistols. What do you have? On the first day, Lin Wu got a pistol from the warehouse. Xiao Wu had his own gun, and Lin Ming had 2 pistols taken from the fortress. In addition, according to the agreement with Nightmare, Lin Wu also had 2 packs of pistols in his backpack. The woman said, I am in the frozen food business, importing frozen food from outside, and then processing and packaging it. For example, a chicken wing. We cut it into 2 parts, one for the root of the wing, and one for the middle of the wing. The business also involves the hamburger meat you eat every day, steak and the like. My factory is in the suburbs of the North City. Lin Wu shook his head. The suburbs are now a relatively safe area. I believe your factory is gone. I know. But there are still several frozen warehouses in the suburbs of the West City. And one of them is a small workshop frozen warehouse hidden in the basement of a building. The woman explained, we send the scraps to this workshop, and after crushing and adding, it is made into feed and sold to farms. In a sense, it is illegal. The inspection was stricter half a month ago, so I temporarily closed this workshop. But all the scraps, frozen products are stored in the workshop's freezer. Lin Wu said in embarrassment, we can't go to the western suburbs. The woman thought for a while, took out the car keys. My car is in the parking garage of Mercury Building, not the parking space, but in the parking garage, a car worth $800,000. Lin Wu said, beauty, there are cars all over the street. The woman looked at the reclining chair massage shop on the side. Or, can I exchange it for a gun? What? Lin Wu took a while to react, and hurriedly said, forget it. The person next to him also said, sisterly, forget it. Lin Wu apologized and nodded, prepared to leave. Sisterly stopped Lin Wu again. My ex-husband is a doomsday preparation enthusiast. He has a property in the woods outside Dongjiao town. I went there once. He was working on it at the time. It is said that he was digging the second underground floor. They have a doomsday preparation group. Everyone will stock up on radios, solar panels, canned food. He also bought a batch of food with a shelf life of more than 25 years. It's not important to us. My neighbors stock up on food and I stock up on guns. I believe there are tens of thousands of residents evacuated to Dongjio town. Even your ex-wife knows that he is stockpiling supplies. Those workers, town residents, and those in the preparation group must know it. Now that this has happened, as long as you think about it in your mind, you will know that the doomsday shelter is the best place to survive. Lin Ming looked at Sister Li's begging and desperate eyes, and bumped into Lin Wu. Lin Wu looked at Sister Li. A pistol will not help you much. Sister Li said, pistols are not used to eliminate zombies, but to resist robbers. We have a lot of food and water, and we have also thought about how to deal with the situation where zombies go downstairs after the alarm is damaged. But we have no ability to fight against external robbers. Lin Wu asked, can you use a gun? Sister Li, I played in the shooting club for a few months, I am familiar with it. Lin Wu reached out, took the pistol from Lin Ming, removed the magazine and placed it on the table, then disassembled the pistol into several parts and placed them on the table, said, let's go. The people next to him wanted to take the gun. Sister Li hurriedly stopped them, bowing to Lin Wu and said, thank you. You're welcome. Sister Li said, my ex-husband's shelter is 3 kilometers north of the northern desert town. Thank you. Lin Wu nodded, and walked towards the bathroom with Xiao Wu and Lin Ming. Xiao Wu and Lin Ming also nodded to everyone. Walking near the bathroom, Lin Wu and the others had already seen the vertical elevator. Lin Ming pressed the elevator button to open the elevator door. Lin Wu walked out, and said to Sister Li, who was more than 10 meters away at the corner, hi. Sister Li looked at Lin Wu. Lin Wu put a section of the spring connected to the small iron rod on the ground, then waved goodbye, and entered the elevator with Xiao Wu and Lin Ming. Chapter 405 Waterway. Xiao Wu praised, you did a good job this time. Lin Wu checked the rifle magazine, asked, which part did a good job? Xiao Wu, both feeding the gun and unloading the spring were done well. However, after 1,000 years, why are you still using pistols? If you don't use pistols, why are you so familiar with it? You have so many questions. Check the guns and ammunition quickly. Maybe there will be a bloody battle as soon as the door opens. Xiao Wu was just curious, and didn't doubt it. He checked the guns immediately after hearing what Lin Wu said. Don't find out that the safety is still on when you are about to shoot. Lin Wu squatted forward. Lin Ming and Xiao Wu leaned back and forth. The ding of the elevator door made everyone more nervous. The elevator door slowly opened, and there was an empty corridor in front of them. When you walked out of the elevator, you could hear the alarm more clearly. It was obvious that the zombies here had been attracted away by the alarm. Lin Wu waved his hand. Xiao Wu became a scout and walked forward, walking about 10 meters to the subway exit. The subway exit is 2 small slopes on the left and right, with a canopy on top. Going up the slope, we found that the subway entrance was at the edge of the commercial plaza. It's over. The density of zombies was higher than Lin Wu expected. The density of zombies in the entire plaza exceeded 1 per square meter. There were also many recreational facilities in the plaza. There were places to feed pigeons, food galleries, and small trains. These facilities also prevented people and vehicles from running rampant. Xiao Wu pointed to a building more than 1,000 meters ahead. That's the Galaxy building. The 3 of them stood on the edge of the awning. The rain outside was getting heavier. Through the rain curtain, Lin Wu could only see a large sign in the middle of the building that was still lit, Galaxy Hotel. There was a road next to the plaza. The road was full of cars. Only after seeing it did we realize that there could be so many cars in a city. The 1,500-meter road from the plaza road to the Galaxy building was full of cars. The gaps between the cars were filled with zombies. On the other side of the road is a basketball court. There are 16 half-court basketball courts within the fence. Although the density of zombies inside and outside the court is not as high as that in the square, it is not a place that the 3 of them can force their way into. Lin Wu, it's better to turn off the power. At least I have the advantage of night vision. Because of the square and the basketball court, the lights in this area are particularly bright. You can't drive forward, you can't sneak, and it's a death wish to force your way in. Xiao Wu pointed. Do you see the entrance 20 meters away? Lin Wu, the underground parking lot of the square, 2 lanes on the left and right, if I'm not mistaken. There is only this one entrance and exit. Xiao Wu said, this kind of underground parking lot must have a large capacity drainage channel, otherwise, after a heavy rain, All the cars in the parking lot will be submerged. Usually, the drainage sewers are connected together. Lin Wu said, I believe it, but I don't believe we can get out. Xiao Wu said, I have a compass. Lin Wu, the sewer is not a wilderness. Xiao Wu said, this is the only way. Lin Wu went into the sewers in the sawmill and Zhou County many times. The difference is that he is Shauna. The cheating device, and the sewer route map. In fact, most sewers don't have route maps. If it is a combination of drainage and sewage, it is a maze plus a maze. The most terrible thing is that it is raining heavily now, which is a good time for drainage. The only good news is that the sewer will not spawn zombies, and no behemoths will spawn. Xiao Wu continued, there are inspection wells in the sewers. Even if we get lost, we can find an inspection well and crawl out. Lin Wu said, don't inspection wells like to be built on the road? Look at these densely packed cars. Can you lift them? I am more worried that the sewer has become a flood discharge channel. The most interesting thing is not that the manhole covers are built on the road, but that some manhole covers are built in very sneaky locations. If you don't run over it, you will run over the line. Can't we just build along the solid line? Does the sound of bang bang sound good? Xiao Wudao. It didn't rain for long. If we want to go into the sewer, we have to hurry. We still have to find the entrance to the sewer. Lin Wu looked around. Okay. Let's do it. There is no turning back at this point. It's okay to die. As long as you understand this point, there is no risk you can't take. Lin Ming, why didn't you ask for my opinion? Lin Wu looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming grinned. I have no opinion. If I hadn't given him a bright smile in time, I would have been beaten, a violent demon. During the past half day, because there were many things to do, and they also had to consider the feelings of the NPC, Lin Ming and Lin Wu had less time to chat. She had a lot to say. For Lin Ming, she did not pursue the completion of the entire game. She would do her best, but would not force the result. She did not care about the potential danger. She cared about whether her decision would kill her companions, not whether her companions' decisions would kill her. The density of zombies in the parking lot was very low, and there were not many vehicles. Based on his experience as a scout for many years, Lin Wu used the snakeskin movement method and the assassination execution method to clear a 20 square meter safe zone. The rainwater from the slope of the parking lot entrance and exit was blocked when entering the parking lot, and it was easy to find a manhole by following the ditch beside the wall through this detail. This is a rectangular manhole. Shall we move the manhole cover aside? And Lin Wu went down first. The situation is not good. The water is not deep, but this is a circular pipe only 1 meter high, not the large sewer that Lin Wu often sees in games. Lin Ming did a similar budget during college, explained to Lin Wu, there are many manholes in the parking lot. Each manhole corresponds to a pipe, and the pipe should be connected to a sewer. Lin Wu asked, there is only one place where water can enter the parking lot. Why do we need to build manholes in other places? Lin Ming explained to the idiot Lin Wu, there are many manholes in the square, otherwise the square will be flooded. Even if the square is high, water will cause flooding if it is discharged to any low place in the city. The function of the flood discharge sewer in the parking lot belongs to the strategic municipal project, not just built for the square. For the idiot who studied finance talking about the sewer project, Lin Wu still has some distrust. However, as the water level deepened, with no other way out, Lin Wu didn't waste any time and led the charge. With Lin Ming in the middle, and Xiao Wu following behind to put the manhole cover back to its original place. The three of them crawled all the way in the circular pipe. The rain kept washing under them, and their clothes were all soaked. The feeling of being really hardcore was definitely really hardcore. Lin Wu thought of his poor sister Xue Ming, who had an operation without anesthesia, and now he sincerely admired her. He didn't know that. Even if Xue Ming had a little resistance at that time, she would never let herself be slaughtered. Lin Ming, the water is not polluted. Lin Wu said, then don't drink it. Xiao Wu, I want to pee. Lin Ming, why are you like this? He was downstream. Xiao Wu hurriedly said, I'll hold it in. Lin Wu smiled, after climbing for a while. He felt something was wrong. Xiao Wu, why is the water warm? Xiao Wu, I didn't pee. Lin Ming, don't think about these details. Let's go, it seems that the exit is in front. Lin Wu turned back and glared. Lin Ming made an expression that said, I've been holding it in all the way, I really can't find a place, I'm also helpless, please don't say it. Okay? We're here. Lin Wu said stop. But Lin Ming didn't stop. Her head hit Lin Wu's, but Lin Wu jumped forward and lost his balance. He fell 2 meters and landed in a 1 meter deep sewer. The water flow was quite fast. Lin Wu managed to keep his body steady. Obviously, this is the main flood discharge channel for receiving surrounding drainage. The flood discharge channel is 3 meters high and more than 1 meter wide. Lin Wu reached out to catch Lin Ming. Lin Ming spread her arms and jumped forward. Lin Wu moved away at the speed of light. Lin Ming fell face down on the water. Lin Wu grabbed Lin Ming's clothes on the back with one hand and lifted her up at the speed of light. "Are you okay?" Without waiting for Lin Ming to speak, Lin Wu slipped and pulled Lin Ming's clothes and pushed her into the water. In order to stabilize his body, he grabbed Lin Ming's clothes with his right hand and pulled him down hard. He swung for several seconds before he stabilized. During this time, Lin Ming's hands were flopping wildly in the water. Lin Wu pulled Lin Ming out of the water, panting and saying, "It's nothing. No need to thank me." If Lin Ming hadn't known that Lin Wu was the devil, she would have really believed his lies. There was no way. "I couldn't beat him in the game, and I got the identity of a homeless person who was just eating and waiting to die in the real hardcore game. I was completely crushed by him physically." During the fight between the two, no, it was a one-sided bullying. Xiao Wu slipped down. Lin Wu shouted, "Don't tell me that we will go directly to the river and then to the sea if we go with the flow." The situation was more complicated than Xiao Wu thought. Not to mention the water flow, it was dark inside, and we could only rely on a headlamp and 2 waterproof flashlights for lighting, and we couldn't see the overall outline of the sewer at all. Until now, Xiao Wu felt that he had come up with a bad idea, but he was more afraid of Lin Wu's bad idea. Maybe Lin Wu would make a plan to kill the survivors and occupy the fire station. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu said, "Let's go downstream first." "Okay." Lin Ming hooked Lin Wu with her foot. At the same time when Lin Wu was hooked, his right arm subconsciously grabbed Lin Ming's neck and pushed her into the water, while he used the momentum to stand firm. "Are you okay?" "Not again. Not again." Xiao Wu didn't notice the two people struggling. "Follow me." He led the way. Compared with the sewer, the flood discharge channel has a disadvantage. There is almost no inspection road, and the 3 people were soaked in water the whole time. However, this also has an advantage. The structure is not that complicated. A few minutes later, the few people entered a main channel, which was close to a square, 5 meters high, and more than 3 meters wide. This was good news, but also bad news. The good news was that they had left the square, and the bad news was that the main channel collected rainwater from multiple areas, and there was a clear downhill slope, and the water flow was faster. The worst news was that Xiao Wu had to find the branch channel from the Galaxy building in the main channel. Xiao Wu used the flashlight to shine on the compass, estimated the distance, and felt that the Galaxy building was still 400 or 500 meters away. So he continued to walk forward. Lin Wu followed, and Lin Ming grabbed Lin Wu's clothes and followed. Every step could cause a slip. The main channel turned to the right with some arcs, and after walking for 15 minutes, he found the real main channel. The main canal on the left where Lin Wu and his group were, and the main canal on the right merged together to form a small river. Seeing the stream, Xiao Wu secretly said that it was not good, which meant that they were already quite close to the river. Xiao Wu searched his memory and thought that they were about 1 kilometer away from the Galaxy building. "What's wrong?" Lin Wu asked when he saw Xiao Wu standing still by the left canal. Xiao Wu answered honestly, "I lost my way." Unexpectedly, Lin Wu did not get angry. Lin Wu commanded, "Go to the right canal." "Why?" Lin Wu replied, "If you go to the left, then go to the right. If you go downstream, then go upstream." "Ah? What kind of bullshit logic is this?" Lin Wu said, "Just go to the right and find a pipe to drill out. If you don't drill now, you will have no chance. Even if they find the Galaxy building, they have to go from the main canal to the branch canal, and then drill a pipe, before they can reach the drainage outlet. Now the water is getting bigger and bigger, which means that the water in the pipe is getting deeper and deeper." Xiao Wu asked, "Why don't you look back?" The sound of water was loud. Lin Wu shouted in reply, "A real man never looks back. There is no reason for this, but since someone has made the decision, let's go." Xiao Wu jumped into the stream, and went to the right main channel with difficulty. He climbed up the right main channel with a drop of 50 centimeters, and turned around to support Lin Wu with a flashlight. The 3 of them successfully climbed up the right main channel, and went upstream. After passing the first branch channel, Lin Wu shone his headlight over and called, "Turn." "So casual? Don't you want to observe?" Xiao Wu said. We can try to calculate the amount of water by the area of the building. Are you good at math? No. Lin Ming, I'm good. Lin Wu, then calculate it. Lin Ming, it's on the left. The key is not whether the left side is right or not, but that the three of them are of one mind. Don't waste time here. Even if you stay here for 500 million years, you can't calculate the location of the galaxy building. Xiao Wu turned left, and after 2 minutes, the impact of the water flow became more terrible. When he saw the first pipe, Xiao Wu asked, Is it this one? Yes. Getting smarter and smarter. But here comes the problem. The pipe is 3 meters above the branch canal. Lin Wu and Lin Ming lifted Xiao Wu with their shoulders. And Xiao Wu barely climbed to the exit of the pipe. Lin Wu lifted Lin Ming. And Xiao Wu held Lin Ming's hand and hoisted her up. At this time, there was no room at the exit of the pipe. Even if Lin Wu was pulled up, he would have no place to stand. Lin Wu shouted, Xiao Wu. Here. You go first. Pry open the manhole cover. Xiao Wu said firmly, I won't abandon you. If you go away, I won't die. If you don't go away, I will die. Lin Ming said, believe him. Although I don't know why. Xiao Wu nodded, I'll go. He crawled into the round pipe against the current. The water in the branch canal had already reached Lin Wu's chest. Lin Wu took out a dagger and stabbed the wall. Lin Ming was curious and asked, Are you drilling a hole in the wall to steal water? Do you think the water is not big enough? Or are you going to use the tree hole ball to float yourself up? Lin Wu almost choked out his breath and raised his head and shouted, Shut up. After the dagger poked some small holes, Lin Wu took a deep breath, digged at the hole with his fingers, then pressed hard and climbed up along the wall. Lin Ming's eyes widened instantly and complained, This is not a human. Lin Wu, what are you doing? Go away. Lin Ming said goodbye to the little white rabbit, stepped aside. Lin Wu stretched out his left hand. His right hand tightly grasped the 3 small holes. His left foot stepped on a raised stone. His right foot stepped on the slit in the water dug by the dagger. He took a deep breath. His 2 feet and 1 hand exerted force. He jumped up several dozen centimeters. His left hand firmly grasped the outlet of the pipe. His whole body was hanging in the air against the wall. Lin Ming watched Lin Wu pull himself up with 1 hand, then the second hand grasped the edge of the pipe, and then the whole body drilled up. I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. I can only think of a way after returning to Earth. Lin Wu grabbed Lin Ming by the back of the neck and pushed her in. Hurry up and leave. Why am I in front? I'm afraid you'll be washed away by the water. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ming didn't expect the water flow in the pipe to be so strong, and he slid backwards. His butt hit Lin Wu's head, and when he looked back, he couldn't see Lin Wu anymore, and hurriedly used all 4 limbs to retreat to the side of the pipe. I saw Lin Wu showing off his skills again, and the pushed-out Lin Wu hung on the pipe outlet with 1 hand, and it was the same as before. Chapter 406 Galaxy Building. Lin Ming didn't dare to say anything, and quickly drilled into the pipe. After Lin Wu came up, he didn't find anyone, so he could only drill into the pipe. At this time, the pipe was nearly half full of water, and the impact of the water flow was further strengthened. Fortunately, the pipe was narrow, and they could rely on the strength of their bodies to resist the water flow, which allowed the 3 people to move upstream. Xiao Wu was still very reliable. He pushed open the manhole cover at the fastest speed, and observed for a while, and found that the noise of the water flow covered up the noise he made. The nearest zombie was just 7 meters away, and he didn't alarm the zombie, hiding his body with the help of the pillar, and quietly waiting by the manhole cover. When he saw Lin Ming appear, Xiao Wu made a shushing sound first, and Lin Ming stood up with both hands raised, relying on the strength of her arms. She couldn't get up without making a big noise. Lin Ming instantly felt that she was targeted by the dawn. Fortunately, Lin Wu arrived later and lifted her up. But Lin Wu didn't know that she couldn't get up. He just felt that she was blocking him. Lin Wu came out very easily. He pushed his palms, curled up and fell backwards, and left the sewer easily. Xiao Wu pointed in the direction of the zombie. Lin Wu nodded, and took out a blunt dagger to execute it. Lin Wu circled around again, took down another zombie, and built a temporary safety zone with a diameter of 15 meters. At this time, Lin Wu also saw the overall picture of the terrain. Obviously, this is a basement, a common underground parking lot composed of parking spaces and pillars. The lighting is fluorescent, and the whole environment seems brighter. Lin Wu said, check the equipment. The mobile phone is fine. It is waterproof. The pistol may have problems, but I believe it can be used after it is dry. Except for the satellite phone. Drone and battery. There are basically no other problems. Eat a few chocolates and energy bars on the spot. Drink some water and rest for a while. After 10 minutes of repairs, they started to work. The first task. What is this place? Lin Ming pointed out. There is an entrance on one wall. The three of them moved over. Lin Wu stuck his head in to check. It was a staircase going up. There was also a door lock in the staircase. The door could be opened by password, fingerprint or other methods. There are more than a dozen zombies over there. It seems that the people above wanted to escape to the parking lot, but were killed on the way. When being chased by zombies in the staircase scene, you can only go upstairs, but not downstairs, because zombies can jump down. As long as their heads don't touch the ground, even if they are paralyzed below the chest, they can still crawl with their hands. Pry the car. The car has both supplies and information. But you can't choose a car without a keyhole, that is. A more advanced car, otherwise it will trigger the car alarm. But there is another situation, which is the situation that Lin Wu and his friends encountered. There is a zombie driver in a car. The car door is not locked, and after opening the door, the driver pounces on everyone, and its body is tightly buckled by the seat belt. Xiao Wu is quick to grab the zombie's head, and Lin Wu stabbed it into the soul with a dagger. Lin Wu touched the corpse, really touched the corpse, without the system spinning in circles. Xiao Wu felt sick watching this, but he couldn't show it, after all. Lin Ning on the side didn't feel any discomfort at all, and as a grown man, he absolutely couldn't show his cowardice. Lin Wu handed over the driver's license. Xiao Wu read, "This person's name is Sin Sun. The address on the driver's license is 701. Building 12. Air Community. There are a lot of banknotes in the wallet, 2 coins, and a photo of the whole family." Lin Ming leaned over and took an ID card from the co-pilot seat, and said, "Sun Sun, business manager of Wuyong Elderly Health Products Company. The company's address is 31st floor of Inha Building. There is also a 31st floor elevator card on the back. There may be one or more companies on the 31st floor. They agreed to adopt the card swipe system. In this way, only people with elevator cards can press the 31st floor in the elevator." Lin Wu looked up and looked around. "Is this Inha Building? I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't look like an underground parking lot in a residential area. If it is, I will strangle Shauna to death." "Why?" "She told me there is an intercom on the first floor below. The walls cut out many pieces of the parking lot, and each piece is not small. There are countless places to hide intercoms." Lin Wu said, "There is a Galaxy Hotel in the Galaxy Building. Look for a sign of the Galaxy Hotel. Let's get moving." Xiao Wu said, "We will catch a cold if we wear wet clothes." Xiao Wu suggested, "Let's clean up the scattered zombies around first, then start the car and turn on the heater. Try to dry the clothes as much as possible." Lin Wu said, "It will take too much time. Let's figure out the situation first. It's 4:30 in the morning. If there is no useful information before 6 o'clock, or if there is a way to reach the Galaxy Building, we can set up camp. Now while looking for information, we will find a reliable car as our temporary camp." Xiao Wu agreed. "Okay, the shoes are all wet. Be careful of being slippery. After soaking the shoes in water, the soles of the shoes feel mossy, and every step is full of water, which is very uncomfortable. But if you take them off, you are afraid of stepping on sharp objects, so you can only take one step at a time, one footprint at a time. After walking more than 30 meters, I finally saw a sign. Turning right at the exit, turning left is the Rich Man, and going forward is the movie theater. Rich Man is an advanced version of the arcade. Buy game coins to play games, and earn points to exchange for gifts." Lin Ning and Lin Wu looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu shook his head. "I've never been here. I don't know which building Rich Man is in." Xiao Wu said, "There should be a building above our heads. It should be an office building. I heard that Rich Man is an amusement park for white-collar workers. The purpose is to relieve the pressure of white-collar workers. I was disgusted by my boss. Go to the arcade and stick the boss's photo on the punching tester. After a crazy output, I feel refreshed. You can also stick the boss's photo on the dartboard." Lin Wu said, "I happened to see my boss sticking the boss's photo on the dartboard. That would be embarrassing. It smells like someone." "What smell?" "The smell of poop." Lin Wu pointed in the direction of Rich Man. The three of them separated and surrounded Rich Man. Seeing the entrance of Rich Man, 50% of the parking spaces at the door were occupied. Lin Wu lowered his hand to signal to wait, and raised his gun to observe the vehicles here. They also found 3 dead zombies thrown in the corner. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, a 7-seater commercial vehicle shook a few times. Lin Wu waved his finger. Lin Ming and Xiao Wu were on guard. Lin Wu stepped forward and opened the door of the cab. He saw 3 men and 1 woman in the back seat. According to the hair color of the 4 people, their names were Xiaolu, Xiaoheng, Xiaolan and Xiaowang. At this time, they were sitting in their respective seats and seemed to be chatting. They were all shocked by the sudden appearance of Lin Wu. There were 2 big bags in the aisle of the back seat of the car. There were boxes of purified water and several boxes of instant noodles in the aisle. Don't move. Put your hands where I can see, Lin Wu said. I'll ask a few questions and leave. 2 of them nodded repeatedly. Lin Wu asked, how many of you are there? Xiaowang, just the 4 of us. They were a band called Chisai Band. They performed at the Rich Man on the evening of the 1st and slept at the Rich Man for 1 night. When the city had an accident the next day, the 4 of them were preparing to buy some daily necessities in the supermarket upstairs. After receiving calls from other members and seeing the videos they sent, they decisively purchased a large amount of supplies. When they were checking out, they found that a riot had occurred. So they took the stairs with the help of a shopping cart and sent the supplies to their boss's car, which was this car. Through the car radio, they basically understood the situation outside. Just when Lin Wu appeared, they discussed whether to go to the supermarket on the 2nd floor to buy more. Lin Wu asked, where is this? Xiaohong, parking lot? Lin Wu asked, where is the Galaxy building? Xiaohong replied, this is the Galaxy building. When Xiao Wu heard this, he immediately patted his chest and boasted to Lin Ming, awesome. Right? After Xiaohong explained, Lin Wu realized that the Galaxy building was not a rectangular building. The Galaxy building was divided into 2 parts. The first part was from the 1st to the 5th floor, covering a very large area. It was a comprehensive commercial plaza that integrated food, shopping, entertainment, and audiovisual. The second part was rectangular, with floors 6 to 51, half of which were the Galaxy Hotel. Xiaohong was not sure about the exact number of floors, but it was about 30 floors. Above the 30th floor are office buildings. The parking lot is divided into 3 areas. The first is the large area of the commercial plaza, the second is the parking area specially set up for the hotel, and the last is the parking area of the office building. The 3 areas are theoretically connected, but in fact they are blocked by the Civil Air Defense Door. The so-called Civil Air Defense Door is more officially called a double-leaf protective sealed door. Can it be opened? This depends on the characteristics of the door. The unlocking methods of the Civil Air Defense Door are divided into local control, remote control, and intelligent control, usually the first one. The biggest problem is that the Civil Air Defense Door can only be opened from the inside, but not from the outside. Xiao Huang took out his paper and pen and drew a picture. They didn't know the location of the Civil Air Defense Door, but knew that if they didn't go through the Civil Air Defense Door, they could leave the underground parking lot first, and then go around to the underground parking lot under the office building of the Galaxy building. Basic understanding. Lin Wu nodded. Thank you, now take off your clothes. 10 minutes later, the 3 put on dry clothes and continued to set off. The body is wet, and dry clothes will also get wet. Isn't there a 4th person? His clothes can be used as towels. However, because of his hardcore characteristics, Lin Meng avoided the 2 people, changed clothes and shoes behind the pillar, and did not leave the wet clothes to Xiaohong and the others. He packed them into a blanket and carried them on Xiaowu's back, slowly advancing, avoiding or cleaning along the way. The 3 of them quickly found the entrance to the Galaxy office building according to the signs above. Sure enough, the Civil Air Defense Door was closed, and they were outside. Why didn't Shauna explain it on the radio? Lin Wu looked around for a while, pointing, Stone Farmer. For words were written on the wall next to the Civil Air Defense Door with a hard object. There was no color, and it was not visible if you didn't look carefully. This also showed the perfunctory attitude of the writer. The parking lot is about 4 meters high, and there is a tin foil exhaust duct on the top. Lin Ming asked, could it be inside? Lin Wu shook his head. The words are written so perfunctorily, how could he disassemble the exhaust pipe? I guess he just threw it directly on top of the exhaust pipe. Lin Ming, with the athletic ability of a stone, you can't throw it on top of the exhaust pipe without dropping 10 or 8 walkie-talkies. Right? That makes sense. Where's the place that is easy to hide, and not easy to be discovered? Lin Wu said, car. There are 4 cars nearby. Xiao Wu disagreed. What if someone else drove the car away? Lin Wu said, it's definitely impossible to drive away. Maybe there is no oil. Or maybe it's a stone car. If I have the conditions, I will definitely hide like this. After the survivors get here, they may break the car windows to search for supplies. So the safest place is under the car. And stick to the bottom of the car. Really? Shall we put down the clothes roll? Half believing and half doubting. And shone the flashlight at the chassis of a car. Reaching out to take something. It's really true. It's a walkie-talkie and a battery. Linwu said, as long as you put in the lazy thinking. You can see through the essence. When I saw the perfunctory words, I saw through the essence. Ha ha. As Linwu laughed. The light suddenly went out. The power went out. And the scene instantly fell into darkness. Shu brother. Linwu said, silence, 5 meters defense. Lin Ming and Xiao Wu walked 5 meters away, scanning the flashlight back and forth. Xiao Wu saw Lin Ming kneeling on one knee, looking very professional, so he also learned to kneel on one knee. Linwu installed the battery. Turned on the machine. Pressed a few times. And emitted noise. Once in darkness, the sound would become a deadly target. I hope Shirtu can adjust the frequency. And I hope everyone will not sleep so soundly. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Linwu emitted noise again, and began to curse Shirtu in his heart. Half a minute later, when Linwu was about to call directly, a female voice came from the intercom. Is anyone there? Who is this? Linwu said, the Shadow King is calling the Shadow Farmer. Please answer if you receive it. My name is Siwen. Who are you? Before Linwu answered, he squatted down immediately. A zombie pounced on Linwu from the darkness 1 meter away. Linwu bent down and flipped it over. His knees pressed against its abdomen, and his left hand pinched the zombie's chin. The zombie tried to turn its head to bite Linwu's hand. But Linwu's hand was no longer the same as before. The zombie's attack was fruitless. So he made a coughing sound in his throat. Almost at the same time, Xiao Wu also engaged in a close combat with a zombie. His flashlight rolled to the side, and in the dark, he whipped his hands back and forth, quickly determining the location of the corpse's head. The pistol in his right hand could not hit the head, and he could not reach the claw hammer in his backpack, so he could only grab the zombie's neck with both hands. Lin Ming was not idle either. She first spotted the zombies that were about to attack her. But they just passed by the flashlight, so the first shot missed their heads. Lin Ming immediately retreated, using space to buy time to pull out the knotted water pipe. Tapping was an invalid action, and it could not stop the zombies from rushing towards her. Lin Ming used poking, which could keep her safe by holding their heads against her. Lin Wu was not sure how many zombies there were, and seeing that he was attacked from both sides, he picked up the walkie-talkie and smashed it on the zombies' heads. After a few hits, the walkie-talkie was broken, and Lin Wu got the walkie-talkie dagger, which he stabbed into the zombie's head from the temple. It was not that Lin Wu wanted to waste the walkie-talkie, but that the attack just now caused his pistol on his waist to fall to the ground. Lin Wu did not pick up the pistol, but swung the backpack behind him with his right shoulder, and then turned sideways, and pulled out the dagger from the left side of the backpack with his right hand. This action is very easy in the game, but it is difficult in the real hardcore. In game mode, there is a weapon rack on the side of the backpack, and the weapons will not fall off no matter you run or roll. In the real hardcore, as long as the backpack is not in the right position, it is difficult to touch the dagger. Lin Wu joined and quickly ended the battle. Did you get bitten? Xiao Wu and Lin Ming checked the arms and other parts together. Lin Ming's neck was scratched, and the gauze of Xiao Wu's left hand was torn off. After observation, it was confirmed that there was no bite. Lin Wu packed up the dagger and pistol, blaming himself. After finding the words left on the stone, he relaxed. So when communicating with Xiao Wen, he did not stick to the wall, and was caught off guard by the zombies. Lin Ming was alert, and saw Lin Wu touching the parts of the walkie-talkie on the ground, and asked, "How is it?" Lin Wu put the parts in his hand on the ground, stood up and asked, "Who is Xiao Wen?" "I don't know him." Lin Ming and Xiao Wu answered at the same time. Lin Wu said, in view of the current situation, "We will first clear the zombies within a range of 15 meters, and use these 4 cars as a temporary camp, and rest here for the time being." Chapter 407. The skylight on the rooftop connected to the shelter on the 51st floor has been knocked down. Several water collectors collect a large amount of water. The water on the ground is also collected in a large barrel, and used to flush the toilet. Breakfast is porridge, pickles, and a few slices of greasy bacon. The issue everyone discussed during breakfast was the power outage. Shirtu was well prepared for this. The power outage and water outage were expected. There is an electric rappelling device in his temporary shelter. After putting it on, you can send people down and pull them up by pressing a button. The device comes with a fully charged battery. It doesn't matter if there is no battery, because there is also a diesel generator. But there is only 50 liters of diesel. Shauna was puzzled. You bought food. But not much. You prepared a generator. But not much fuel. Hey. This is a temporary shelter. Although I am the boss. My energy is limited. Shirtu explained. I was born in the middle of the city. And I have no idea where to evacuate to. Shirtu was very busy on the first. He not only had to arrange the shelter, but also arranged for people to transport and hide a batch of supplies in the 4 suburbs. After all, he was just a boss, not a prince. He had mostly weak white-collar workers under his command, and was not willing to do work that was not related to work. Even so, he arranged for this group of people to go on vacation to the island, hoping that they could escape. Seowin brought a few salted duck eggs cut in half, and Shirtu asked her to sit down. Today is Xiaodao's shift. She can handle it. Xiaodao came out with a big pot of porridge. Che. Forget the old love when you have a new love. Everyone ate and talked while joking. Sushir looked at the intercom. Why is there no sound at all? Seowin, there was a sound last night. Everyone looked at her together and asked in unison, what sound? Seowin was frightened by everyone's attitude and replied too. There was a rustling sound. And I asked with the intercom. The other party seemed to be a psychopath. Psychopath? He said the Shadow King was looking for peasants. Fuck. Everyone stood up together. Then what? Shaolin was frightened again. Then, there was no more. No sound. Shirtu hurriedly said map. 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 This way. Several people went to the coffee table. And Shirtu pointed to the underground parking lot. I put an intercom outside each of the 2 air defense doors. One intercom is for the door from the office building to the hotel. And the other is for the door from the square to the office building. The power outage happened again. Otherwise, you can take the freight elevator down to check the situation. Sana said, don't worry, when communicating with Xiaowen, Lin Wu was already in the Galaxy building. What time did the power outage happen? Everyone looked at Xiaowen, everyone was sleeping at the time. Xiaowen replied, it was probably around 5 in the morning. Sana said, there in the parking lot, there is no light during the day, their first choice is to wait for us there. Xiaowen, did you tell the other party about Shirtu? Xiaowen, no, I said I was Xiaowen, and asked him who he was. Sana said, Lin Wu didn't ask again, that should be a problem with the intercom. Based on my understanding of Lin Wu, he will wait for us there for a while. Shirtu said, I only arranged a retreat, I didn't arrange for weapons. There are only 2 pistols, and not many bullets. There are zombies everywhere outside. Or we can only wait until night, and use night vision goggles to find them. Sana said, he won't stay all day. He should be resting while waiting. We can go out. But the question is which door is he at? Shirtu asked, Shaowen, do you have any other information? Or did you hear any sound? Shauna said, is his voice more open? Or more narrow? Shaowen shook his head. He couldn't remember. And he didn't hear it. The best way now is to broadcast. I hope he can receive it. To show that Shaowen is our man. And let them wait until nightfall. Shauna was a little helpless. Walked to the window and opened the curtains. But saw a head hanging on the glass. Staring at her. Wow! Shauna was startled. Stepped back. Lost her balance. Tried to keep her balance and turned her body. Avoiding the chair. She tilted 45 degrees to the left. Struggled to run 2 steps. And finally landed. Slid 20 centimeters on her face. Pointed to the window. Jaligwa Law. There was a mouthful of blood from his teeth. What? The brave Xiaodao opened the curtains, and saw the angry King Kong Lin Wu. Xiaodao closed the curtains at the speed of light, turned around and looked at everyone. It's an illusion. What illusion? Lin Wu is floating on the 51st floor. After he finished speaking, there was a knock on the window outside. Shirtu went forward and opened the curtains, and saw Lin Wu. He did not observe whether Lin Wu was floating or hanging, but immediately opened the window. Lin Wu reached out, and grabbed the windowsill, and climbed into the hall. He kicked Xiaodao, Xiaodao dodged, but it was a feint. Lin Wu knocked Xiaodao on the head with his left hand. If I fall to my death, will you compensate me? Xiaodao hugged Lin Wu while laughing and crying. Then it was Su Shi, and finally it was Xiaowen. Lin Wu asked, Xiaowen? Hello. Hello. Shirtu asked. How did you get here? I climbed up. Shirtu, TSK, you might as well say I flew up. Lin Wu, don't worry about it. There's Lin Ming below, and a friend on Earth. Sana asked, where is it? Lin Wu said, Gate A. Sana asked, in the parking lot? Lin Wu, yes. Shauna, no. Not to mention coming out of the parking lot, you have to go around 300 meters from the nearest exit to get downstairs. Look outside, there are zombies everywhere. Xiaodan asked in confusion, yes, how did you get here? Lin Wu, I climbed up 5 floors first, walked to the office building, and then climbed up again. You climbed 51 floors with your bare hands? Shirtu asked, and you climbed from the west to the south? Why? Shirtu, are you going to rub my IQ on the ground? Lin Wu asked back, how did you say I got here? Shirtu looked at Shauna. Shauna was puzzled. Watch. Lin Wu took out a satellite phone, turned up the antenna, made a call to the window, with great style, and then hung up. Bad signal. Come here. Shauna had no time to laugh at Lin Wu, and called Lin Wu to the table. They're here, you came out from this exit, climbed up 5 floors to the rooftop of Galaxy Mall, and then walked to the bottom of the office building? Lin Wu nodded. There are not many zombies on the rooftop. Shauna, then you climbed to the 51st floor, turned from the west to the south? Lin Wu, thanks for the wall art design. For beauty, and to avoid light pollution, some walls have hollow exterior decorations. Each floor has a hollow belt, and the floor height is about 3 meters. Shauna said seriously, now is not the time to brag. Lin Wu, if I brag, let me marry you. Shauna covered her mouth and smiled. No marriage certificate. You too? Shirtu reminded. Shauna smiled apologetically, and said, we have a safety rope, which can be lowered to this position. Can you bring Lin Ming and her friends on Earth to this position? Lin Wu looked at the 3-dimensional model. Arriving at the rooftop of the mall, Lin Ming needs to grab the hollow decorative wall with bare hands and move horizontally for about 120 meters. Lin Wu asked, is the rope not long enough? If the rope is long enough, pull it over and buckle it on Lin Ming, and let Lin Ming swing out. Sana said, it can only reach the downstairs. If it is calculated to the 5th floor, there is about 20 meters of surplus. From the west to the south, it is about 120 meters. Lin Wu said, if that fat girl Lin Ming can walk 10 meters, I lose. Xiaodan questioned, she is not fat, just a little more flesh on her face. Shut up. Shirtu pushed Xiaodan aside. Is this the key? The key is to get this fat girl up first. Pa, who in the shadows can be fatter than me? Sana said, you can pull a rope on the 30th floor, hang Lin Ming, pull her up, pull her to the 30th floor, and then change to a descending rope. Use the same method to bring up our friends on Earth. Lin Wu, this is a bit fatal. Sister, we are discussing high-altitude operations. Sana said, another way, you enter the office building from the west, pass through the office building to the south, and use the rope to hang up. Xiaodan raised his hand. Sana gestured. Xiaodan said, we can make a safety rope with a rope, and use an electric drill and expansion screws to drill a row of hooks on the outer wall of the 5th floor. Xiaodan gestured to the wall. I'll hang the safety buckle on the hook, then walk 1 meter to the left, and then hang the safety rope on the hook. Lin Wu reminded, I'm not kidding. Lin Ming has very poor physical strength. Perhaps it was the physical condition that was affected when passing through the wormhole. Shirtu and the others certainly understood what he meant. Xiaowen asked, didn't you come here by time machine? Lin Wu said, yes. But the time machine must be started in the wormhole. We should have repaired the space-time crack. But because of the mess made by the Fortress agents, we were both sucked into the wormhole. Xiaowen, oh. Shauna asked, Fortress who? Blood Dream and Nightmare. Lin Wu said, they are now in the Central City Hospital. Shirtu, can we gossip for a while? Shauna laughed and said, Snow Egg's method doesn't work. Release the rope from the 30th floor, it is difficult to operate, and has a high risk factor. Lin Wu asked, can the rappelling rope be extended? Shauna said, after the rappelling rope is extended, Lin Ming hangs on the rappelling rope, and then what? Then she will fall directly to the 1st floor, until we tighten the rope to pull her up. He didn't pull her up, but dragged her forward. Xiao Dao, give me something to eat first. Xiao Dao immediately took out a portion of dry rice, and dug out salted duck eggs and pickles, and put them on top. That's it? Lin Wu looked at Shirtu. How did you get by? Shirtu was speechless. Let's talk about it later. Okay, we have to find a way to get the 2 people down there up. Do you also need a safe and quiet place to rest? Can you please not change the subject? Shauna said. Set up a small base on the outer wall of the 30th floor on the west side. As Shuadon said, use expansion screws, safety buckles, and other methods to send Lin Wu and Xiao Dao to the small base. Let go of the rope from the small base, drag Lin Ming directly to the small base, and then give her. Put on the safety buckle for rappelling. Look at the structure of this building. Excluding the element of wind, Lin Ming will be swung from the west to the south, and will not hit the wall of the building. Shuadon said, a swing of 120 meters? I think it's too dangerous. I think a pulley can be installed in the middle of the southwest. Xiao Dao said, who will install the pulley? Who will install the small base? Don't really believe Lin Wu. Lin Wu, I don't believe it either, but I believe the identity I drew. What identity? Spider-Man? The kind that can shoot spider silk? That's called Spider-Man. Lin Wu said, I have climbed once, I know this building well, there is no problem. Give me the spare walkie-talkie, and we can start working. Swallow the remaining food in the bowl in one gulp. Everyone had some reservations about Lin Wu's claim of climbing up the stairs. Seeing Lin Wu's tools and supplies on his back flipping out the window, Sana hurriedly persuaded Lin Wu to buckle the safety ring first. Until Lin Wu performed jumping up and down, everyone believed that this guy had obtained the identity of a cheater. The only one who believed in Lin Wu was Xiaowen. Xiaowen told everyone that there was really a person nicknamed Spider-Man on Earth, but Spider-Man's name was too loud, and few people knew his real name. Many years ago, he was arrested many times for climbing landmark buildings in various countries with his bare hands, including Mingzhu, but in the end, he was not prosecuted. Lin Wu first arrived at the southwest position of Zidanding, drilled holes in the outer wall of the 35th floor with an electric drill, and then drove a few expansion screws. Now he is no longer afraid to look down, easily installed the pulley, and arranged the rope and strolled to the west position of the 30th floor. There are more expansion screws to be driven here, and a few pedals are made. Put the rappel rope on the pedal, and then fix it to the outer wall with the nylon rope he brought with him, and slide along the nylon rope to the rooftop on the 5th floor. Tie another rope on the rooftop on the 5th floor, and slide to the exit of the parking lot on the 1st floor. All the aerial lines were built. Relying on the night vision goggles, Lin Wu successfully met up with Lin Ming and Xiao Wu in the parking lot. Lin Wu asked them to follow him, and they followed him without asking too many questions. The three of them left the parking lot along the wall and arrived at the entrance of the parking lot. Xiao Wu grabbed the rope first, and even though he was carrying a roll of clothes, climbing the rope was not difficult for him, and he reached the rooftop relatively smoothly, having had experience in making ropes before. Lin Wu made a safety noose with a rope and put it on Lin Ming, passed it through the hook, and hung the hook on the rope. At first, Lin Wu let Lin Ming climb along the rope by herself. But poor Lin Ming couldn't move forward even after he was suspended in the air with both feet. Lin Wu laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Lin Ming patted his back, and his face turned red. I didn't get a good identity, and I'm sick. Lin Wu suppressed his laughter and asked, are you catching a cold? No. I have diabetes. Oh. Stop kicking. I'll let Xiao Wu pull you up. After saying that, Lin Wu thought for a while, and pulled out the walkie-talkie on his left shoulder. Handsome guy calling the base. The base received it. Please go ahead. Lin Wu asked, does the base have medicine to treat diabetes? Sure too was stunned. I didn't see it in the pharmacy. Xiaowen, what medicine on earth can cure diabetes? After some communication, I learned that there is no medicine for diabetes on earth. According to Lin Ming's condition, it is necessary to prepare insulin for emergency use. This somewhat overturned Lin Wu and his friend's cognition. Almost all diseases on Blue Star can be cured, while on Earth, the number of diseases that can be cured by medicine is very limited. The greater role of medicine is control, or the invention of penicillin is a milestone for mankind. Lin Wu waved to Xiao Wu, indicating that he could not leave for the time being. Sana's voice came. There should be a pharmacy near you. There are at least 4 pharmacies on the street across the road. There are 2 pharmacies within 20 meters on my side. Lin Wu asked casually, why are there so many pharmacies? Either people on Earth like to take medicine, or there are huge profits in drug retail. Chapter 408 Maya's Identity. 20 meters is not a safe zone. Lin Wu began to prepare, put the tools aside, loaded the weapons, and moved to the pharmacy alone. There was no room for stealth assassination here, so he could only use a pistol. Without the help of a silencer, the noise of the pistol affected the 15-meter range. Lin Wu began to eat away from the edge, eating the zombies one by one. The more fatal thing was loading bullets. Before he filled 2 magazines, he had to retreat to the safe zone to load bullets. Fortunately, Nightmare got enough bullets from the Fortress Company. After using up a box of bullets, Lin Wu successfully entered a pharmacy. It can be seen that this pharmacy has been damaged, but not looted. The window glass and medicines are scattered all over the floor. Through Xiaowen's explanation, Lin Wu found the freezer, and there was still cold air in the freezer. Lin Wu picked up a portable medical kit, emptied the contents, and then found the neatly arranged insulin injections in the freezer, filling the entire portable medical kit with them. This box can be charged. When fully charged and at room temperature, it can maintain 2 to 8 degrees for 24 hours. Finally, take a portable medical box, fill it with disposable syringes, infusion sets, alcohol, etc. Of course, don't forget to take an electronic blood pressure and blood sugar meter. After returning, Lin Wu cursed at Lin Ming. You have so many things to do, you might as well not betray me and concentrate on being a fortress agent. Lin Ming was not angry, somewhat aggrieved, and some self-blame, which made Lin Wu feel guilty. Okay, I'm just complaining. You've held everyone back. Lin Wu said indifferently, this game is too simple. If you hadn't held me back, how could I have my highlight moment? Don't complain, smile. Reaching out his hand to shoot, Lin Ming forced a smile. Lin Wu tied a medical box to the strap of Lin Ming's backpack with a rope, made a gesture to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded, and began to pull it up. Lin Wu stuffed another medical kit into her backpack. Lin Ming didn't know how she had offended Xu Guang. Her weight didn't match her appearance. She looked just a little fat. But Xiao Wu's intestines were almost broken before he dragged her to the rooftop on the 5th floor. Lin Wu got to the rooftop and asked about the situation. The girl thought that her weight was too embarrassing, so she didn't say anything. Besides, there were reasons that she couldn't explain to Xiao Wu. As expected, Xiao Wu was very skeptical about Lin Ming's 70 kilograms. Except for a little fat on her face. He couldn't see where Lin Ming was fat. The 5th floor was okay. But Xiao Wu couldn't pull her up to the 30th floor. Lin Wu explained the situation below the office building. The biggest difficulty was to send Lin Ming to the 30th floor. As long as she reached the 30th floor, she could use the electric and pulley to pull Lin Ming up step by step. During the period, Lin Wu and Xiao Wu discussed many plans. Finally, they decided that Xiao Wu would go up first, and then put a rope down. Lin Wu used the rope and his barehanded climbing skills to push Lin Ming up step by step with his body. During the discussion, Lin Ming covered her face the whole time. The two men actually discussed how to deal with their overweight in front of him. On this day, I have completely lost my self-esteem. Damn Dawn. But I drew the envelope myself. I drew the envelope with a faint rose scent. Why is it associated with homeless people, chronic diseases, obesity? Xiao Wu unloaded all the supplies first. Even so, it was exhausting to reach the 30th floor from the 5th floor through a rope. After taking a rest on the small platform on the 30th floor, he dragged a few backpacks to the small base and hung them up. During this time, he was already seeing stars. Continue to rest, eat the last 2 energy bars, drink half a pot of water. Xiao Wu signaled that it was okay. Lin Wu took the rope and tied it around his armpits. Lin Ming hung the hook on another rope. Xiao Wu pulled the other rope. Lin Ming grabbed the protrusions with both hands as much as possible to reduce the weight for everyone. At first, Lin Wu lifted Lin Ming with one hand. Later, Lin Ming sat on Lin Wu's shoulders, like a daughter riding her father. Because he was close to the wall, Lin Ming opened his legs as much as possible, causing repeated cramps and repeated screams of pain. Each layer has diamond-shaped decorations, which is also the place where the forest fog has the greatest influence. After the 20th floor, Lin Wu will hold up Lin Ming at every floor, giving Xiao Wu enough time to rest. Lin Ming didn't know what he was thinking, but Xiao Wu admired Lin Wu sincerely. Although he was cold-blooded and merciless, he was very good to his companions. After finally reaching the 30th floor, Xiao Wu helped Lin Ming sit on the small platform to rest. Lin Wu stepped on the protrusion and held the platform with one hand to rest. Xiao Wu hung the hook on the hook of Lin Ming's safety rope. Lin Wu said, next, you have to pray for your own luck. There may be a collision. Protect yourself as much as possible. Yes. Lin Ming didn't tell Lin Wu that she was scared to death now. It's not fear of death, but simple fear of heights. But she didn't say it, because she knew that even if she said it, Lin Wu would not be able to solve the problem. Lin Wu took the intercom, start. The motor started to turn, and the rope began to be tightened, and the rope was straightened. Lin Ming bravely left the platform, and moved to the right by grabbing the protrusion with both hands. But before he could hold on for 10 meters, Lin Ming was hanging in the air, and she fell down with a scream. The rope was tightened through the pulley fulcrum, and Lin Ming swung to the right along the wall, then swung back, and then swung over. Lin Wu clearly saw that her coat was worn by the protrusion. Lin Wu said, "Xiao Wu, put on your wet clothes later." "Okay. I'll go first." Lin Wu took the 2 backpacks, took off the protective rope, and moved horizontally to the right. When he reached the southwest position, Lin Ming had passed the pulley point. She unbuttoned the pulley, let the rope detach from the pulley, continued to fall, and continued to swing. Finally, Lin Ming stopped under the shelter, and the motor rolled up the rope, pulling her up. Watching Lin Ming go into the window, Lin Wu breathed a sigh of relief, and received the rope that was lowered again at the bottom of the 30th floor, and sent the 2 backpacks up first. Then he went back to transport other supplies. After finishing, Lin Wu pulled a rope to the pulley, hung the rope on the pulley, and fastened the buckle. Then he pulled the rope to the small platform on the 30th floor. With Lin Ming's experience, after Lin Wu's communication with the base, and Xiao Wu's excellent physical fitness, Xiao Wu entered the base without any danger, and Lin Wu followed Xiao Wu into the base. On January 6, the second wave of gatherings at the Shadow Base ended. 1 person fell behind at the base, and 2 new NPCs were added. Perhaps because of Xiao Wu's good performance, everyone was quite enthusiastic about Xiao Wu's arrival. The more important reason was naturally that Xiao Wu helped Lin Ming. If there was no Xiao Wu, Shadow would lack someone to assist Lin Wu. The strongest person in the Shadow shelter is Xiao Dao. She is a fitness coach. The unlucky one is Xue Dan, an ordinary person, plus severe myopia. Sure too is the richest, but he is a little weak, and the doctor's prescription is for him to exercise more restraint. Su Shi is a taxi driver, so he has acquired a special skill, urban visual navigation. But Su Shi's driving skills are very bad. How bad is it? He can't drive 500 meters continuously on an ordinary road without crossing the line. So it's hard to say whether this skill can be used or not. Sana is an ordinary office worker. Since she has not been employed for a long time, she has not suffered from occupational diseases for the time being. The 7 people held a separate meeting in the conference room with the excuse of wormholes, blue star, etc. Xiaowen and Xiao Wu had no opinion on this, and they chatted while drinking tea. During the meeting, Lin Wu came out to get boiled water to make tea because he lost the rock-paper-scissors game, but found that Xiao Wu was kindly helping Xiaowen lick the saliva from his lips. What the hell? Lin Wu was puzzled. I didn't see anything outstanding about Xiao Wu. In fact, it's not that Xiao Wu has no charm, but that Nightmare or Lin Ming didn't treat him as a human being. Xiaowen is different. As an earthling that he rarely meets, Xiaowen feels very friendly when he sees Xiao Wu. Facing the end of the world, Xiaowen always feels helpless, while Shirtu and others show a sense of distance. As for Xiao Jing, she is a young student girl and is not Xiaowu's type at all. The two also found Lin Wu and stood up together. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. Lin Wu hummed for a long time and explained, "We may have to fight a protracted war, so contraceptive measures must be taken." "Where is the boiled water?" "Over there." Xiaowen pointed hurriedly. Lin Wu nodded, picked up the boiled water, and walked back to the meeting room. Lin Ming's report was coming to an end. The information says that Maya is a mother because her son died of bullying. She killed 5 families and 18 people in a week. 2 of the dead were police officers who were chasing her. Shirtu was shocked and asked, "Is it so fierce? What's her background?" Lin Ming replied, "There is no background description in the information. Just a record of this case that shocked the whole city. She has been sentenced to death and is waiting for the death penalty to be approved. However, her lawyer submitted a psychiatric evaluation report. Some psychologists believe that she became mentally ill because of her son's murder." Nightmare said that there was no background introduction of the murderer in such a sensational case, which means that Maya has a background. One of the cases was particularly suspicious. She killed 5 people with a cutlery fork, 3 of whom were adult men. Lin Ming said, "We watched some of the video footage of her interrogation after her arrest. I think Maya is really crazy. Her eyes are so scary that even the interrogators are terrified. She is definitely a top-notch bloodthirsty murderer." Shirtu nodded. "These are all trivial matters. The key is what to do next. Why bother about Maya's past? Let's make a phone call. Lin Wu took out a satellite phone to connect. Nightmare answered the phone. Go. Lin Wu endured and asked. The East Suburb Shelter sent people to communicate with the prisoners who control the prison. They need a phone to keep communicating. Right? Can you find the prison's phone number? Nightmare, you idiot. It's only the wireless signal that is broken. The wired phone can still be used. The military has a special communication optical cable. And the prison must have a landline. Lin Wu asked, can the landline still be used after a power outage? Can it be used even if no one is at the post? Nightmare said, I don't know if it can still be used after a power outage. According to my guess, the Telecommunications Bureau should activate the backup power supply. What do you mean? Is there a power outage? Lin Wu asked back, you didn't have a power outage? No. Nightmare said, but the power outage is expected. You better be fully prepared. In addition, it's best to contact Maya as soon as possible. Lin Wu said, Nightmare, can you find the prison phone number? I can try. I'll contact you if I find it. Nightmare asked, where is Lin Ming? Is she alive? Lin Wu glanced at Lin Ming, alive. Jumping around. Nightmare, I'll contact you later. After Lin Wu hung up the phone, Lin Ming asked curiously, Nightmare is still not leaving. What does she eat? Lin Wu thought about it and replied, eat people. Lin Ming, it's not funny. Lin Wu said, this is eating people. Not that kind of eating people. It's not eating people. It's worse than eating people. There is food at the emergency department, in the freezer of the morgue. The original owner of the food was a timid female nurse, who was guarding the morgue. After deciding to stay, Nightmare would not let her waste food. If Blood Dream's situation could improve in the short term, and Nightmare had a retreat route, then Xiao Jing could still survive. Otherwise, Xiao Jing should not waste food. Thinking of this, Lin Wu felt a little disgusted for no reason. He had always regarded Xiao Jing and the nurse as 1 and 0. And he felt a little sorry for their possible endings. Xiao Jing could still explain that she had been with him for about a day. But what about the nurse? He could not think about it anymore. Otherwise he would not live long and might also affect the team. Nightmare then called, write down the numbers. 1 is the number of the External Affairs Department. 1 is the number of the Warden's office. And 1 is the switchboard of the exercise area. There are multiple phones in the exercise area, and prisoners can contact their registered direct relatives through the switchboard. The length of the call is determined by their performance in prison. The so-called External Affairs Department is responsible for building a bridge of communication between the inside and the outside. Matters such as appointments for family visits, and notifying relatives of prisoners who are sick or have passed away. Nightmare said, I can only find these 3 numbers. Lin Wu asked hypocritically, how is Xue Ming? Are you all okay? Yeah, it's okay. This tone made Lin Wu angry. Nightmare added, Xiao Jing is good, she helped me a lot, the situation is better than expected. Lin Wu, okay, then keep going. Hang up the phone. Lin Wu called the Foreign Affairs Department. Can satellite phones call landline phones? Everyone looked at each other. No one could answer this question, but the sound of the connection came from the microphone indicating that it was possible. The phone was picked up. A female voice came. Speak. It was very domineering. Sana said, I'm looking for Maya. I don't know her. Hang up the phone. After looking at each other, Sana dialed the second number. A man answered the phone. Who? The language was polite, but the tone was extremely arrogant. Sana said, I'm looking for Maya. This is our territory. After saying that, she also hung up the phone. Lin Wu took out his phone and opened the map. Only then did he know that there was not only a women's prison in the southern suburbs, but also a men's prison. The 2 prisons were separated by 2 walls, and in the middle of the walls was the main office area of the prison. The warden's office, the prison guard's canteen, and the dormitories were all here. Sana said, it seems that the women's prison and the men's prison each control some areas, and the possibility of fighting cannot be ruled out. Can we ask Xiao Wu about the information about the prison? Xiao Wu is a criminal policeman, and he should know something about the prison situation. Chapter 409 Southern Prison. Xiao Wu entered the meeting room, listened to Lin Wu's explanation, and expressed his own opinion. It is basically impossible for men's prisons and women's prisons to coexist peacefully. The serious criminals in men's prisons have not seen women for several years, or even decades. You know? Even if women's prisons want to coexist peacefully with men's prisons, or cooperate with each other, They can't cross this hurdle, because many of them are not only criminals, but also victims. Unless the men's prison has a very strong leader who can suppress their own criminals, or the women's prison is willing to bear what you know. Both sides may cooperate, but you have to know. Many women commit crimes because of sexual violence. They have strong hostility towards some things, and would rather die than sacrifice themselves. Xiao Wudao. The number of criminals in male prisons is 3 times that of criminals in female prisons. They have strong destructive and possessive desires. If you say that they are evenly matched and each occupies a part of the territory, then there is only one possibility. The women's prison is very united, and they occupy this place, the emergency department. Xiao Wu explained, this is a special place to deal with prison riots. An armed special police is stationed 24 hours a day. The main weapon is a shotgun, and non-lethal weapons are used daily. This is also the gun storage area, commonly known as the gun cabinet. The guns carried by the prison guards on the high walls and sentries during their work must be collected here. Xiao Wu, I don't know what happened, but if the women's prison had not occupied the emergency department, it would not have been possible to compete with the men's prison. I can say responsibly that the result of the two getting along must be that one side conquers the other, and there is basically no compromise. Even if there is a threat from zombies, the people imprisoned in these 2 heavy prisons are not normal people. Don't think like normal people. Xiao Wu thought of one thing. You can try to contact the prison switchboard. The switchboard and the broadcasting department are together. If someone answers the phone, they may be willing to help you call someone. Many prisoners hope to contact their families as soon as possible after they are freed. So there should be someone at the switchboard. Sanaa dialed the switchboard, and a woman's voice came. Who are you looking for? It seemed that many people were calling the switchboard to find someone. It made sense. After the riot in the southern prison, there were always relatives who wanted to contact their relatives in prison. At present, Hotian City is the first city in the world to fall, and the criminals are not necessarily from Hotian City. We are looking for Maya. Maya? The other party was silent for a moment, and asked, Who are you? Shauna glanced at Lin Wu, and said, I am the deputy commander of the shelter. My name is Shauna. I want to discuss the southern dam with Maya. Why discuss with her? This shows that Maya does not control the women's prison. But this person knows Maya. Shauna said patiently, she used to be an agent. The best agent. Believe me, if she comes to negotiate with us, you can get a lot. The other party was silent for a moment. Call me again in an hour. 4 women in prison uniforms, holding shotguns, stood outside the iron gate. The iron gate was open. Inside was a special prison. Maya sat on a stool with her feet shackled. The shackles were fixed to the ground, restricting her movements. Maya looked at the 4 people outside the door. What's the matter? A sturdy woman was Xiaoyu, the leader of the women's prison. Xiaoyu stepped forward and asked, Maya, do you know someone named Shauna? Hearing this, Maya immediately stood up. Where is she? She said, she wants to negotiate with you about the southern dam. We need guns and bullets. Maya did not answer immediately. Xiaoyu said, as long as you promise not to attack us, I will let you go. You don't need to obey my orders. Maya nodded, okay. Xiaoyu nodded. 2 female prisoners stepped forward to open the shackles. Xiaoyu said, she will call again in 50 minutes. Hi. Shauna, is everyone okay? Maya asked calmly. All good. Sanaa said, what's going on with you? Maya glanced at Xiaoyu beside her. I'm in prison. Wait for me for a while. Maya said to Xiaoyu, if you trust me, stay alone. I have something to say to you. Xiaoyu, don't play that. Providing you with food is to respect you, and letting you out is to let you communicate with the shelter. Xiaoyu heard the voice coming from the microphone, and asked in surprise, Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu was furious. You're not dead yet? Lin Wu looked at Xiaoyu with admiration. Xiaoyu waved his hands. That's not the case. Xiaoyu said, I need to talk to you alone. You can let Maya leave first. Believe me, it's definitely not a bad thing. Sanaa gave a thumbs up. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, and said to the 2 companions beside him, you go out first. These 2 companions were her subordinates in her early years, and they were very obedient, and immediately left the switch room. Wormhole, Lan Xing repeated it again. Shauna made a promise. If you can help our friends, we can help you transfer to the quarantine area. Xiaoyu listened patiently and said, I didn't restrict Maya. She is our sister. If Maya hadn't led us to occupy the emergency department, I'm afraid the situation wouldn't be like this now. She wants to leave. and she can leave at any time. I'm only interested in guns, bullets and food. Linwoo wondered. Maya, why didn't you leave? Maya said, I just didn't want to see them die before. After occupying the emergency department, Xiaoyu got the weapons and prepared to attack, but was stopped by Maya. Maya believed that the number of male prisoners was 3 times that of female prisoners, and they had physical and strength advantages. If they attacked now, they would rely on buildings and homemade weapons to resist, which would be extremely disadvantageous to women. She advocated using the advantage of weapons to negotiate with the other side. Due to Maya's horrific performance in the battle to occupy the emergency department, several leading female prisoners temporarily agreed to Maya's proposal. When Maya and Xiaonan, the leader of the men's prison, were conducting limited cooperation, Xiaonan's subordinates were horny and took advantage of the cooperation to attack several female prisoners, resulting in the 2 sides re-entering a hostile state. Maya made a condition, asking Xiaonan to hand over the offender, and Xiaonan agreed. Maya did not know that one of the victims was Xiaoyu's sister. Xiaoyu, who was unwilling to reconcile, instigated other leaders. On the one hand, they controlled Maya, and on the other hand, they took advantage of Xiaonan's handing over the offender to attack the middle building, catching Xiaonan off guard, and killing 11 male prison backbones in the building. At this point, the 2 sides entered a state of confrontation. Maya tried to persuade several female backbones not to take the initiative to attack, and actively arrange defense. Xiaoyu planned to drive the male prisoners back to the prison, since some female prisoner backbones trusted Maya more. Xiaoyu did not act immediately. Shauna said, Dian broadcasted the news that the special forces protected the engineers by airdropping into the dam machine room. When they encountered danger during the process, a special forces member was forced to shoot, which caused a machine to be damaged and unable to release the flood at full capacity. They need some time to repair the machine. The information I can read from Dian's broadcast is that it is not as simple as a machine being damaged. We also know that, without using firearms, it is difficult to fight against high-density zombies in a sealed space. Shauna, according to the weather forecast, it will rain for a week. I guess the dam collapse is inevitable. If you can move, get a boat, or escape to a higher place. If your friends are willing to cooperate with you, then escape to a higher place as soon as possible. The shelter will not send anyone to negotiate with you, because even if you occupy the dam machine room, you will be powerless to save the situation. Shauna, we are on the 51st floor of the Galaxy building in Midtown. Our phone number is XXXX. Shauna looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu said, Xiaoyu, you should go together. Xiaoyu refused. I have to stay for my sisters. Xiaoyu, then take them with you. Xiaoyu asked back, how to go? There are zombies outside the high walls. Do you think we can't see them? Now only the prison is clean, so I have to drive them back to their own prison. Maya said, in some way she is right. Shauna, have you found out the impact of the dam breach? It cannot be simulated or calculated. Shauna said, my first suggestion is to go back to the city via the South Bridge. There are many tall buildings in the southern suburbs. The second suggestion is to take the west route, away from the city, and enter the Hotian Mountains. From the current point of view, it will be difficult for us to reunite in a short time. Our food can only last for 1 to 2 weeks at most, and we have no evacuation plan yet. Maya, if the dam breach will flood the central city, I suggest you start making boats, and use the water to escape after the dam breaches. Linwoo said, what you said is irrelevant, or will we all die together? Let's set a place, and we will reunite at this place. Xiaoyu smiled. I like this person. What's your name? Linwoo said, Rija. Rizhao, okay, I remember it. Xiaoyu said, Xiaoyu, how many people are there? Xiaoyu replied, there are still about 160 people now. Xiaoyu tapped the map on his phone. Shauna nodded, and said, Xiaoyu, I have a way out here. Go north across the South Bridge, enter the city, and arrive at the Triumph Building, the 36th floor of the Triumph Building. The 8th, 9th, and 10th floors are the Zierma supermarket, which has a very rich supply reserve. You can then use the fire corridor or the elevator that may still be used to move the supplies to the 36th floor, where more than 100 of you can live very well. Sana said, there are either a small number of survivors in the supermarket, or a large number of zombies. I believe that under Maya's leadership, you can complete this task at a very low cost. Xiaoyu, don't just think about yourself, but also think about your companions. Maya said, we have 2 buses. 2 prison vans, and several small cars. You can give it a try. Shauna said, the key is to seize the time. I think you have at most 48 hours. Once the South Reservoir collapses, the prison will inevitably be destroyed. Zierma has satellite phones, generators, and fuel. I'm waiting for your news. Maya said, okay, let's contact by phone. After the call, Maya looked at Xiaoyu. You make the decision. If you are willing to go, then we go. If you are not willing to go, I will do my best to assist you and not leave any sister behind. On the other side, after ending the call with Maya, Linwu asked, Boss, do you have a boat? Shirtu simply answered, no. Where are the life jackets? No. You have nothing. How can you be a boss? Shirtu said, I have everything. Why do I need you? This sentence stunned Linwu, and it made sense. Isn't it the duty of a wage earner to create wealth for the boss? Sana said, Xiao Wu, Lin Ming and Lin Wu, you 3 can take a shower first, and then have a good rest. Lin Wu asked, is there any hot water? Sure too. Go to the rooftop, rainwater, you can take a shower if you want. Lin Ming, there should be some hot water in the water heater in the bathroom. Don't stare, go quickly. Xiao Wen, help them get a set of toiletries and bedding. Lin Wu stood up and cursed, and said, there are bullets, guns, and drones that I don't know if they can still be used in the backpack. You can count them yourself. He took the towel and pajamas and thanked him, and took off his clothes outside the rooftop. Lin Wu and Xiao Wu took shampoo and soap and walked into the heavy rain, and the blood stains on their bodies that had been left on them for who knows how many days were clean for the first time. Xiao Wu patted Lin Wu's shoulder and leaned over. Lin Wu was puzzled. Xiao Wu asked Lin Wu to lean over, put his hands on the wall, and rubbed Lin Wu's back with a towel. This was Lin Wu's first time to have his back rubbed. He didn't feel comfortable at all, but only felt pain. So he gave Xiao Wu an enhanced back rub. He didn't expect that Xiao Wu enjoyed it so much. And he lay directly in the water, letting Lin Wu step on his back a few times. After entering the small dressing room, drying his body, and changing into warm home clothes, Lin Wu fell asleep immediately after a year and a half of refreshing feeling. It was like returning to his own little piece of land on Blue Star. He was happy and relaxed. Shauna leaned against the door, looking at Lin Wu, who was sleeping like a dead pig, walked to the living room, and said, I am really happy that he can come back. Shirtu poured tea for everyone, and asked, are you happier than Maya's return? Shauna nodded without hesitation, and Shirtu smiled, looking at Xuedong and Sushir, who were busy on the side. Come and have tea, and wait until they wake up before tossing and turning. They planned to make a wooden boat with the existing materials, plastic, wood, drawers, and cloth, and then wrap the prototype of the boat with waterproof cloth and transparent tape. Such a boat is certainly not big, but the function of the boat is not to transport people, but to transport goods. The temporary base lacks life jackets. There are cloths, but foam is scarce. Xuedong proposed to use the method of melting plastic. For example, melting the 2 ends of a soft plastic water pipe can create buoyancy. If the internal space of the water pipe can be enlarged, or even turned into a small balloon, it will undoubtedly gain more buoyancy. No one knows when the dam will burst, and no one knows the consequences. It is better to be prepared. It is better to be idle. As the only deputy commander, Shauna must make several retreat plans, and then choose one according to local conditions. North Desert, East Shelter, West Peninsula, South Mountain Range. The right choice means a glimmer of hope. The wrong choice means a catastrophe. Shauna needs Lin Wu's opinion now. From past experience, Lin Wu's opinions are mostly unprofessional, but he can make decisions when everyone has no idea. To put it the other way around, Shauna doesn't know which route is good, and no one can tell her which route is the best route for survival. She will inevitably worry about gains and losses when making decisions. So she needs someone to make the final decision. Shirtu can also make the final decision, but he prefers to support the decision maker. Others don't want to decide the fate of the team by themselves. Only Lin Wu can quickly give an answer to any multiple choice question. Right or wrong is sometimes not important, and determining the direction and goal is the most important. Chapter 410 Boat. When Lin Wu woke up, it was already dusk. The rain had not stopped. According to the radio weather forecast, this weather would continue for at least 2 more days. However, the radio only reported the rain, but did not mention the South Reservoir at all, which meant that he knew everything. Xuedong made 3 diesel lamps, which were upgraded versions of kerosene lamps. They were not bright, but they were better than nothing. Dinner was self-heating rice, which could be heated up in a pot. The energy source was cloth strips, and the kitchen was set up in the bathroom of the office. The original owner of this office was a smoker, so it was not only equipped with a high-power exhaust fan, but also a special structure of counter-convection between the bathroom and the window, which facilitated the rapid removal of smoke. Everyone sat down and discussed the direction of retreat while eating. As the boss, Sure too made a self-examination. Although there were objective reasons, he should have established a city-centered strategy from the beginning and specialized in running a shelter. Lin Wu accepted Shitu's apology on behalf of everyone. Sure too blew his beard and glared, and almost threw a bowl of rice on Lin Wu's face. Shauna said, "There are shelters in the northern desert, the eastern plains, the western peninsula, and the southern mountains." Sure too said, "I arranged people to hide some supplies in various directions. But you should not have hope. The refugee scale is too large. What is our retreat direction?" Lin Wu saw that everyone was looking at him, and with a mouthful of rice in his mouth, he pointed at himself. "Me? You are really courageous. Sure too, stop talking nonsense. And say it." Lin Wu didn't dare to say anything, and said first, "Eliminate the shelter. The survivors know that there is such a place. A large number of people are moving towards the shelter, and something will happen sooner or later. The West Peninsula is the choice of smart people. Compared to the mountains, the food in the ocean is inexhaustible, but there are too many smart people. I don't think it is a good direction. The mountains are difficult to survive, and it is difficult to obtain food, and wild beasts, poisonous snakes, and insects also pose a great safety hazard." Lin Wu said, "I think there are the least people in the north, which is the desert." Xiao Dao, "That's because 10 kilometers after leaving the North City, you will reach Sha Town, which is the last town in the desert. Let alone food. Even water is a problem." Lin Wu said, "We got a piece of information before. A few kilometers north of Shazhen, someone spent many years building a permanent shelter. I guess an important reason for choosing this location is that there is groundwater." Xiao Wu interrupted, "But we can't guarantee that the woman is telling the truth. This is a dead end. If we don't find the shelter, we can't survive in the desert for a long time. Secondly, even if the shelter really exists, the owner, as a doomsday survivalist, must have means to deal with human invasion." Lin Wu asked, "What do you think? Since someone has taken up the question, I will just throw out a brick to attract jade. If no one takes up the question, it's over." Xiao Wu said, "Southwest." Lin Wu said, "The southern dam is about to burst. The terrain of Hotian City is high in the southwest and low in the northeast." Xiao Wu said, "After the dam bursts, the southwest will definitely suffer first. In terms of topography, the flood will move from southwest to northeast, submerging most of the city. The first area to recede is the southwest. This flood can also eliminate or wash away the zombies and some survivors in this area. I think after the flood, the southwest is the safest." Xiao Wu Dao, in addition, "The southwest is an industrial area with complex railway lines. The biggest damage to the railway caused by the flood is the remaining stones, wood, etc. My idea is this: if we can operate the train, we can make ourselves move. Even if it is only a few kilometers, it will be very convenient in collecting resources. Even if the train cannot move, the train carriage is also a natural shelter." Xiao Wu, "To put it another way, there are no suitable carriages, and no usable tracks. We can still follow the railway tracks, or go into the mountains, or move west or south. In addition, more than 40% of Hotian City's materials are transported by railway lines, followed by water transportation, land transportation, and airplanes. There is a freight distribution center in the northeast seaport, with a large area of material warehouses. The Southwest Distribution Center is the largest train distribution center in Hotian City, and its tracks lead to the greater Hotian City. 500,000 tons of materials are loaded and unloaded here every day." Xiao Wu said, "The first thing that residents of Hotian City who live in the southwest will think of is the Southwest Freight Distribution Center and the nearby Southwest Warehouse. Under normal circumstances, there will be a lot of people here, but the flood caused by the South Dam breach will greatly reduce the number of survivors and zombies. There are no high-rise buildings in this area, and the flood may cause the death of all the survivors in the Southwest Distribution Center." Xiao Wu finally added, "There is no escape. The topographic structure shown on the map is similar to what Xiao Wu said. Once the dam breaches, the first to be affected is the South Prison, And then the flood will pour in from the southwest, easily submerging the entire southwest suburbs, including the distribution center, the railroad tracks, and many factories. Then the flood will flow through the city to the northeast, and finally merge into the sea. As for how much damage it will cause, it is currently impossible to estimate. Shauna agreed with Xiao Wu's opinion, and after her planning, she came up with a plan. After the dam breaches, wait until the flood peak passes before taking action. Assuming the city is flooded for 48 hours. We only have 48 hours to get to the Southwest Distribution Center by boat. This is the best route, I think. With a straight line distance of 40 kilometers. Susher said, our boat can only store supplies. And can only take 2 people on board at most. And the others can only hold the boat. Going to the southwest is upstream. Even if the current is not fast. It is estimated that it can only move forward about 1 kilometer per hour. People will definitely not be able to bear it. Shertu said, we still have a lot of waterproof cloth and tape. Can we redesign the hull? Shiwadon said, our boat has no keel. It can't withstand wind and waves at all. And even a little sharp object may pierce the hull. It is very difficult to go upstream to the southwest. Lin Wu suddenly had an idea and asked, what about downstream? It's easier to go downstream. But you will be carried into the sea by the current. Lin Wu said, maybe we can get a real ship in the process of entering the sea. You really dare to think. Shauna said, without a proper ship, we can't get to the southwest. When the city is flooded, it is the best time for us to leave the city. As everyone pondered, Lin Wu asked, Xiao Wu, why is the station called the fire station? Xiao Wu replied, because the fire station is nearby. Lin Wu said, should the fire station have assault boats? Yes. And inflatable rubber lifeboats. Etc. However, we can't go to the fire station by the original route. Xiao Wu raised his hand and said, the Galaxy Hotel has rubber lifeboats. And there are quite a few of them. Lin Wu was puzzled. Why does the hotel have lifeboats? Xiao Wu replied, there are many freshwater fishing spots around Hotian City. In addition to the reservoirs mentioned above, the fish resources in Hotian River are also very rich. All this is due to the low water temperature in Hotian River in winter, and the enforcement of laws and regulations. The low water temperature can effectively prevent the proliferation of tropical fish such as scavengers and tilapia. The law only allows single-person single-hook fishing, and does not allow nesting and net fishing. Therefore, not only are there many local people who are keen on fishing, but there are also many anglers who come from other places. The hotel provides small lifeboats for customers. This type of lifeboat can usually accommodate 2 people and is equipped with a detachable diesel engine propeller. The lifeboat is not large in size. After being inflated, it can be placed on the top of the station wagon and pulled away, or it can be placed in the trunk of the car and inflated at the destination. Tourists rent a lifeboat and drive to any section of the river, put on a life jacket, and after a simple learning, they can control the lifeboat to enter the river. Tourists choose their own fishing spots, can fish on the boat, or dock the lifeboat next to the stranded and abandoned dredging ship to board the boat and fish. Due to the excessive sand panning in the early years, the river water is wide and deep, and the water flow is very calm, and large cargo that is rare in ordinary freshwater rivers can often be seen. Which floor is it on? Not sure, I just know the hotel's warehouse is on the 30th floor. Xiaowen added, but the lifeboat is not big, about the same size as a common drifting boat. I don't know if it can withstand the test of the flood. Shertu made a decision, we'll try our best, and start work tomorrow morning. The difficulty of searching for a lifeboat is lower than everyone thinks. Lin Wu hung up the rope, borrowed the electric rappelling rope, and pulled a rope bridge to the 30th floor on the east side of the Galaxy building. Observing from the window along the 30th floor, he soon found the warehouse where the lifeboats were placed. He opened the window and entered, dealt with the 2 zombies, and then tied the warehouse door with cloth ropes. Finally, he slowly moved the supplies. It is called a lifeboat, but it is more like a rubber boat for drifting. This thing has an advantage, which is that it has strong resistance to sharp objects. It weighs about 15 kilograms. There is a seat at the stern of the rubber boat, which can be installed with a propeller engine. After Lin Wu called through the intercom, the shadow shelter turned the rappelling rope. The improved rappelling rope pulled the rubber boat tied to the rope through the directional wheel. After sending the 7 rubber boats over, Lin Wu used the materials on site to pack the engine and hang it on the rappelling rope. This thing cannot withstand the friction and collision of the wall. The biggest problem is the air pump. There is an atmospheric pump with a capacity of over 100 kilograms in the warehouse. After connecting to the power supply, it is estimated that it will take less than a minute to fully charge a rubber boat. In addition, there are 4 manual air pumps. Some are pedal-operated, some are hand-operated, and the weight of the air pumps does not exceed 2 kilograms. Given the objective situation, only the latter can be chosen. In addition to rubber boats and air pumps, the warehouse also has a lot of fishing gear. On one side of the wall, there are a row of lure fishing rods. On the cabinets on the wall, there are boxes of various sizes, which contain large and small line groups, various bionic baits, etc. Of course, life jackets are indispensable. In addition, there are hundreds of books on water patterns and geography in Hotian City. You don't know until you read it. You will know that the waterway in Hotian City is not as simple as 1 or 2 rivers. But there are 3 rivers. The first river is River Number 1, that comes down from the South Mountain Range, which is the river of the South Reservoir Dam. This river has brought countless disasters to Hotian City in hundreds of years of history until the dam was built. The second river is in the northwest of Hotian City. It is the number 2 river formed by the confluence of a group of mountains. There is a dam in the northwest, called the number 2 reservoir. This reservoir is the drinking water reservoir of Hotian City. The third river is a canal, connecting the greater Hotian City to Hotian City, going down from the northeast to the northeast seaport, without entering the city. River number 1 goes from the southwest of Hotian City around the city to the northeast of Hotian City. River number 3 goes from the northeast of Hotian City. The 2 rivers meet in the northeast of Hotian City, and then flow for more than 10 kilometers into the sea. Shauna improved the city map with the hydrological map brought back by Lin Wu, and revised the water route she had previously planned. On the other side, after spending half an hour, the first rubber boat was inflated. The rubber boat was placed in a conference room. Xiudan explained the situation, under the condition of not overweight. As long as the inner liner of the rubber boat is not broken, even if the hull is filled with water, the rubber boat will not sink. The rubber boat is made of PVC material on the outside, with a wire mesh interlayer inside, similar to the technology used inside tires. It is difficult to pierce it even with a dagger. There is a circle of net rope on the hull, which is very tough. After inflation, it is equivalent to being fixed to the hull, which can provide a certain stability for the people on the boat. Xiudan concluded, this is a rubber boat that can only capsize, not sink. The biggest problem is capsizing. The draft is very shallow, and a wave can overturn the boat. Once the boat capsizes, the people on the boat must flip the boat back as soon as possible, and then use the net rope to climb back into the boat. Shirtu asked, is the whole process difficult? Assuming that the feet cannot touch the ground, it is still quite difficult. Xiudan said, first of all, it takes a lot of strength to turn the boat over, and it takes 2 people to work together to complete it. Then the process of getting back on the boat also requires 2 people to assist each other at the same time. Otherwise it is easy to capsize again. Sushir said, when the feet are not on the ground, people have nowhere to gain leverage. Yes. Only flipping one side will easily cause the hull to capsize again. So 2 people are needed to flip the boat at the same time and get on board at the same time. Xiudan said, the key is that we still have supplies. Put the supplies on the boat, and if it capsizes, the supplies will basically be gone. Carrying the supplies on your back will greatly increase the difficulty of returning to the boat. Su Sherdao, there are 4 people on a boat, and the waterline is deep. As long as they work together properly, they should be able to handle emergencies. Xiudan shook her head. No, this is not a 4-person boat, it is a 2-person boat, or a family boat. From the perspective of space, it is more suitable for 2 adults. It would be uncomfortable for 1 more person. You will understand once you sit on it. Su Shur and Shirtu boarded the boat, and sat down on the left side facing each other. After the 2 stretched their legs, there was only 30 centimeters of space between them, and the opposite wall of the boat. The 2 leaned against the wall of the boat, with their legs closed to the left side, and there was only 30 centimeters of space between them. Some items could be put in, but 1 person could not be put in. For people were not impossible, and they could sit on their knees facing each other, but after a long time, the legs could not stand the lack of space for movement. After everyone tried, they all agreed with Xiudan's point of view. 2 people in 1 boat was the most suitable. Finally, a plan was drawn up, iron chain. In simple terms, it was to use 4 boats to tow the homemade boat, 2 boats as a unit, pierce holes in the wooden board, and fix it with cloth ropes and the net ropes of the rubber boat, which greatly reduced the risk of capsizing and also avoided collisions between boats. However, how much wind and waves it can withstand can only be known through practice. The boats of the two units connected the homemade boat with ropes and towed the homemade boat. The route is in place. The plan is in place. And the ship's transformation is also in full swing. However, except for Lin Wu and Lin Ming, no one is optimistic, because they know that both the route and the plan are just paper talks. And they are the result of discussions among a group of people who are not familiar with ships at all. Not to mention the ships. Sure Tu and his friends have only seen floods in movies and TV shows, and have no practical concept at all. Lin Wu punched shit his chest to cheer everyone up. Who is afraid of whom? Just do it. After all, there is no other way to do it. Will they leave two people to eat supplies? Without Lin Wu, the team lacks momentum. Without Shauna, there is no plan. Without Maya, there is no practical operation. The Lisha combination has a direction and a strategy, and the process is tortuous. The Lima combination has strong action capabilities, but lacks long-term planning and takes one step at a time. The Shama combination is just procrastinating. Everyone looked at the rubber boat, and after listening to Shauna and Xuedan's explanation, no one spoke for a long time. They always felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't say it, since everyone had no objection. They started to dismantle the windows to build a rappelling platform, inflate the rubber boat, pack and organize the materials, and send them to the homemade boat. Everyone worked together for a whole day and basically completed the work. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the South Dam collapsed, and the flood rushed down, filling the river and pouring into the city from the west. Chapter 411 Sailing Against the Current. At breakfast in the morning, the flood had entered the city. The rains in the past few days had saturated the flood discharge capacity of the city. The sudden flood caused the water level in the already flooded city to rise sharply. The radio reported the situation. It is expected that most of the city will be submerged in water within 30 hours. The average water depth will reach 5 meters. All survivors are requested to stay away from low buildings and do not go out as much as possible. The shadow shelter began to lower the first group of rubber boats. They made a bracket and pulley outside the window. The electric rope system slowly lowered the rubber boats in groups of 2. The rubber boats landed on the water. Snow Egg on the boat called a stop through the intercom, untied the rope, and ate the waterline. The seemingly calm yellow and muddy river water was stirred. The Dao Su hit the wall, and the 2 rubber boats circled. Xuedan looked to the side and saw that the 2 boats were being sucked into the drainage system of the underground parking lot. So he shouted, "Hold on to the wall." Susher held a drilling gun in his hand and made a hole in the wall. Xiao Dao rubbed the wall with his fingers and shoulders to slow down the drifting speed of the boat. Susher took the expansion screw from his mouth and drove it into the wall, and then hung the net rope. The 2 rubber boats stopped against the wall. But the matter was not over yet. When Su Shi and Xuedan were installing the engine propeller, Xiao Dao warned that a cabinet 20 meters away was sucked towards the underground parking lot. Although the suction force was not strong, the cabinet was large and heavy, and it would definitely not be a good thing to be hit. Xiao Dao and Shauna each took out a homemade hook gun to hold the cabinet and pushed it to one side. Just after this wave of crisis ended, 2 zombies fell from the 6th floor and fell into the water in front of the rubber boat. The zombies floated on the water like rotten wood. They could not paddle the water, nor would they be drowned. They bared their teeth in the direction of the 2 boats and grabbed the humans with their claws in midair. When the hook gun pierced their bodies, they grabbed the hook gun and started to fight with the humans. During the fight, the zombies were closer to the rubber boat. Xuedan took a homemade paddle and lay beside the boat to hit the zombies on the head. The zombie grabbed the oar and gnawed it raw. A piece of the fake oar was torn off in an instant. Shauna stabbed the zombie's calf with a hook gun, pushing it outwards, and Xuedan pushed it along, and the zombie floated past their boat half a meter away. The 2 immediately went to help Daosu. After finishing, the homemade boat fell into the water from above. Xuedan pulled the homemade boat with a hook gun, and Xiaowen on the boat helped to tie the rope. The homemade boat floated to the back of the rubber boat of the group. After the bottom stabilized, Shi and Xiaowu Shiwu, and Lin Wu and Lin Ming Shuanglin began to lower. Lin Wu was not in the boat, he stayed to control the motor. When he heard Shida's voice coming from the intercom, Lin Wu decisively stopped releasing the rope, and slid down the rope from the 51st floor to Shuanglin. Everyone worked in the rain, and connected the second rubber boat to the homemade boat with a rope. The 4 boats started the propellers together, and each raised his arm to indicate that they had completed the preparations. Shauna gave the order, Lin Wu cut the rope, Lin Ming controlled the propeller to the right, Shi Wu followed. The first group of Dao Su and Xue Sha took off the net rope hanging on the wall, and went to the left front of the homemade boat, and the 2 rubber boats towed the homemade boat, and went west in the direction indicated by Shauna's hook gun. The correct name for a propeller engine is an outboard engine. The 4 rubber boats use a 2-stroke 18-horsepower machine. It can reach up to 5,500 revolutions per minute, and is equipped with a 15-liter diesel cylinder. Control the speed at about 1,000 revolutions per minute. And the fuel consumption is 1.2 liters per hour. If the horsepower is fully opened, the fuel consumption will reach 7 liters per hour. In the center of the city, the water is calm, most of the cars have sunk into the water, and the navigator Shauna measures the water depth based on the road conditions. The main trouble for the fleet is the zombies. Although the zombies have lost the ability to move forward, there are too many zombies, and it is necessary to use hook guns to fight with them from time to time. The second threat comes from the city drainage system, the suction generated by it, and the continuous influx of floods, creating some waves. The third threat comes from underwater. The 2 groups of boats sailed forward, unaware that there was a signal light pole underwater between the 2 groups of boats. Fortunately, Xiaowen on the homemade boat gave a timely warning, and after a series of operations, the homemade boat was saved from being cut. The main threat is zombies, but the biggest hidden danger is the homemade boat. To put it simply, the homemade boat is a boat wrapped in waterproof cloth. It has no puncture resistance, and will basically break if scratched. Even if a few layers of cloth are added to the outer layer, the effect is very limited. The team's food and other main supplies are all on the homemade boat. Once the homemade boat has an accident, they are basically no different from running without clothes. This is also an important reason why the speed of the outboard motor should be controlled. The routes chosen by Shauna are basically avenues. But even so, there are constant troubles. The large amount of scattered garbage on the water surface is easy to deal with, and the most feared is to encounter a big guy. In the flood, high-rise buildings with heavy weight are relatively stable, while buildings such as villas are basically destroyed by the flood at the first sight. The water comes from Xiqing, which is an industrial area and a slum. A large number of private self-built houses here have become garbage. Some garbage sinks into the water, and some garbage flows with the waves. Stop the boat, Shauna ordered with a walkie-talkie. The fleet stopped. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao jumped into the water, swam more than 10 meters away, and pushed a large wooden pillar connected to the door to the side. Then they returned to their respective boats. Just this one job consumed a lot of energy. After 2 hours of sailing, they advanced 10 kilometers, and were about to leave the central city. They were still 35 kilometers away from the destination, the Southwest Railway Station Distribution Center in Xiqing. The ship stopped to use drones for reconnaissance. The drone operator Shauna picked up the intercom and said, "Everyone, it's a big trouble." Irregular turbulence was clearly visible on the water surface, causing whirlpools to be seen everywhere. Although the whirlpools were not large, the generation of whirlpools indicated that 2 or more relative water flows interfered with each other. This is the overpass part of the city viaduct. Half of the overpass is exposed on the water surface, and half of the overpass is hidden in the water. The deepest water depth here is expected to reach 7 meters. The fleet needs to pass through a 2-kilometer open area to enter the urban area of Xiqing. The open area lacks the protection and buffer of buildings, and has become a gathering place for water flows. It is unknown how many streams of water converge here. Hotian City is high in the southwest, and low in the northeast. The closer to the southwest, the shallower the water is, and the faster the current is. This viaduct is like a low-lying area. There are not only floods from the southwest, but also undercurrents from the bottom of the water. From the scattered garbage, it can be seen that their floating directions are irregular, and there are even 2 wooden boards floating in opposite directions within 10 meters. Because of this, waves 1 meter high are generated from time to time due to the impact of the water flow. Lin Wu took the walkie-talkie. "Do it." Shauna had no other choice, and stretched out the hook gun to point to a building 2 kilometers away. "Start. Sail." As soon as the 2 groups of boats entered the area, they clearly felt that the boats were affected by the water flow. Shauna shouted, "Maximum horsepower. Rush over." Shauna is not Mai after all, and her practical ability is weak, and this order brought a serious consequence. The 2 groups of boats had different loads. which did not have much impact originally. But due to the current and other factors, the two groups of rubber boats pulled the homemade boat to the ground, and the homemade boat immediately deviated to the right. The homemade boat itself had no power. While being towed forward by the two groups of boats, it kept drifting to the right. In this way, the homemade boat passively pulled the first group of boats tight, and the first group of boats was pulled in the opposite direction and began to circle. At this time, the two helmsmen of the first group of boats made two different actions. The Daosu immediately stopped the engine to follow the trend and avoid confrontation. The Shueisha hoped to stabilize the hull and turn the rudder with all its strength. The back and forth caused too much pulling force, and one of the four wooden strips connecting the two boats broke. And then the second, the third. After the wooden strips were torn and broken, the two boats in the first group collided and separated to the left and right. The Shueisha was the main ship, connected to the homemade boat, and was immediately towed away by the homemade boat, leaving the side of the Daosu. Shauna tried to extend the hook gun, but it was too late. The Daosu was more than 30 meters away from the Shueisha. The key was that the Shueisha and the two groups of boats could not stop, and there was no chance to reconnect the boats here. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. A huge wave less than 2 meters high rolled in. Because the two groups of boats were connected together, they successfully passed after shaking. But both boats in the first group were overturned by the waves. This really confused everyone. Keep going? Shueisha could only hold the net rope of the boat and move with it. Daosu was completely abandoned. Stop the boat? I won't go. The homemade boat will drift away, and it will pull the two groups of boats back and drift with the current. Lin Wu picked up the walkie-talkie and said decisively, swim in reverse. Sure too. What is reverse swimming? You follow. The so-called reverse swimming is to circle around the accident site, reduce the speed to the minimum, control the homemade boat, and give the first group of boats time to save themselves. The first to be rescued was Shueisha. Shauna cut the rope connecting Shueisha and the homemade boat, and cooperated with Shuedan to turn the rubber boat over, and then climbed onto the rubber boat. Shuedan controlled the outboard motor and cooperated with Lin Wu's speed to get close to Sherwu. Xiao Wu hooked the Shueisha, Shuedan and Shauna used spare materials to connect the Shueisha to the Sherwu. After the three ships merged into one, Daosu also returned to normal. The next step was to merge four ships into one. There are two disadvantages to merging four ships into one. One disadvantage is that they will pull each other during the journey. Even if the four helmsmen can maintain the same direction, the water flow will not allow them to do so. In addition, there are reasons such as different output pulling force. The second disadvantage is that it requires a relatively open water surface, which restricts the helmsman's operation and greatly reduces the flexibility of the fleet. The advantage is of course stability. The 4-in-1 is Plan B. The second step of Plan B is to connect all ships to the homemade ship. Should we connect after passing through this area? Or stop the ship on the spot to connect? This problem is not a problem. While Shauna was thinking, Lin Wu had already made a decision. He called out, jumped off the boat with Shuedan, who was the best swimmer, and took the rope to swim to the homemade boat more than 10 meters away. With the help of Xiaowen, each of the four rubber boats had a rope connected to the homemade boat. During this process, Shauna finally took on all the command tasks. She used the intercom to loudly give orders in detail in the heavy rain. Under Shauna's leadership, the fleet safely passed the overpass area and arrived at a 5-story building that was almost completely submerged. Su Shi and Shuedan used an electric drill to drill a hole in the wall, inserted expansion screws, and then fixed the 5 boats on the expansion screws. Everyone got off the boat and went to the rooftop to rest temporarily. The stone could be opened to fit a simple tent for 4 adults. Xiaowen took the waterproof box out of the waterproof bag. There were 9 large rice balls inside, wrapped with some bacon and pickles. Everyone was soaked, but no one complained. Many people lay on the ground, stretched their upper bodies into the tent, picked up the rice balls, and started eating. Shauna wore a sun hat, which could ensure that the rain flowing down from the top of her head would not soak her eyes. She and Lin Wu sat on the ground beside the tent. Lin Wu opened an umbrella, and Shauna controlled the drone to explore the way forward. The water flow starts to get faster here, and the water level becomes shallower. But it's not a big problem. Shauna said, Lin Wu, I decided to reach Point G today. The so-called Point G is a church 5 kilometers away from the Southwest Distribution Warehouse, and it is also the tallest building in the surrounding area. They will wait at Point G until the flood recedes, and then walk to the Southwest Distribution Warehouse. Lin Wu said, there are still 35 kilometers to go, which is difficult in all aspects. First of all, there is no guarantee that the fuel can support the boat to reach Point G. Secondly, whether everyone's physical strength can withstand the load is also a problem. After all, they have been soaking in the water, and their core temperature remains low. They have to keep fighting zombies and keep their heads clear and calm. The last problem is that with the complex terrain and shallow and fast water in the southwest, it is impossible to effectively protect the homemade boat. Shauna made a bold suggestion: break it into pieces. Keep 3 boats, and 3 people on each boat. The extra people lie sideways in the middle. Their heads and feet stick out of the boat. The boat adjusts the position of the personnel by itself. The 3 boats no longer move forward in unison. The first boat is the vanguard, connected to boat number 2 with a rope, and boat number 2 is connected to boat number 3, with a length of 15 meters between the 2 boats. Shauna said, this solves all problems. Some people are resting. Some are working. And they can rotate. 4 ships become 3 ships. And there is enough diesel for us to reach Point G. After ship number 1 scouts the front, it can notify the rear through the intercom at the first time, and even not take the main road, but go through the streets and alleys instead. 1 ship plus 1 person is not a big problem. For example, the helmsman can sit directly on the air cushion at the stern instead of sitting in the boat. And 1 foot can also be placed on the air cushion. The person at the bow can lie on his side, hug the outer wall air cushion, and push away obstacles with a hook gun. In this way, the space left in the middle will be large. Not only can a person lie flat, but also can turn over freely. Lin Wu said, but a lot of supplies have to be abandoned. There are a lot of survival supplies on the homemade ship. Shauna said, I have thought about it. It will definitely rain tomorrow. We can abandon all the fresh water. Carry basic survival supplies, such as a small diesel generator, solar panels, a small amount of food, all weapons and ammunition. Lin Wu said, go for broke, reach Point G before tonight, rest and wait for the flood to recede, and reach the Southwest warehouse as soon as possible to build a shelter. But we don't know how much supplies are left in the warehouse. Or even if there is a warehouse. Sana said, there is no turning back. If the warehouse does not have enough supplies for us to survive, we will die. Even if there are other ways, we will just die slower. Lin Wu said, this is not your style. Sana said, there is a plague after the disaster. In addition to zombies, we also saw many animals and human bodies that have begun to rot. After the flood recedes, this city will not be suitable for human habitation in the short term. This wave of floods is equivalent to washing the southwest area clean and washing the dirt to all parts of the city. Sana said, I believe that no survivors will be able to return to the southwest area in a short time. This is an opportunity for us. If we don't abandon the supplies, we will have to rest in wet clothes tonight. And we may even go hungry. We will continue to set off tomorrow morning. The huge fleet may encounter more problems along the way. Sana said, it's not that I want to gamble, but I have to gamble. Sana's words convinced Lin Wu. Lin Wu nodded, I support your plan. Chapter 412. If it was Maya, such things could be notified directly. When it was Shauna, it seemed that she was trying to persuade Lin Wu, but in fact, she still lacked some confidence in her heart and needed Lin Wu's approval. After dinner, everyone gathered in a circle to explain the situation. Except for Xiao Wu, who asked a few questions, everyone else basically supported Shauna. They said it was basically because the risk was too great. 2 rubber boats were overturned in the calm water area. The southwest current is faster and more complex, and turbulence is common. Shauna explained her opinion. The doubled load of the ship is conducive to the stability of the ship. The faster the current, the shallower the water. Even if the boat capsizes, some supplies may be recovered. Everyone had no better way, so they all agreed to Shauna's plan. According to Shauna's list, the necessary items were moved to the 3 rubber boats. Hang 6 large buckets on the rubber boats, and remove the tarpaulin of the boat. Supplies such as ropes were placed at the stern and towed. The list of necessities is a small generator, solar panels, a bag of 10 kilograms of rice, a jar of pickled vegetables, 20 kilograms of cloth, a small tent, a set of lighters, and a bundle of magnesium rods, 3 pots and spoons, 2 sealed medical kits and medicines, a fire axe, 2 kilograms of seeds, a drilling machine, a small toolbox, wire ropes, expansion screws, a set of spare clothes and shoes for each person, and all weapons and ammunition, etc. Captain Shauna of ship number 1, equipped with a knife and snow eggs, is the team with the strongest overall ability. Captain Shirtu of ship number 2, equipped with Su Shur and Xiao Wu, is the team with the strongest individual and the weakest overall ability. Captain Lin Wu of ship number 3, equipped with Xiao Wen and Lin Ming, is the team with the strongest individual and the weakest overall ability. Shauna's idea is to have the strong ship lead the way and be responsible for detecting and dealing with most zombies. If an accident happens to the front ship, Lin Wu can provide rescue. If Lin Wu is assigned to ship number 1, the rear ship will lack a core person to handle the accident. At 12 noon, the 3 ships started a new journey. After changing the strategy, there is no need to worry about the self-made ship. If the front ship can pass, the rear ship can pass, so the 3 ships maintained a medium speed and moved forward steadily. There are few high-rise buildings in Xiqing, but many apartments. On the way, many survivors in the apartment buildings sent distress signals to the fleet, but Shadow was too busy to take care of himself and ignored them. On the way, we met a survivor who built a small boat with foam boxes and other items. However, it lacked a propeller and was not able to withstand the wind and waves. We could only take this opportunity to search nearby. Some survivors were in a very good mood and started fishing in the apartment building. Some survivor teams took advantage of the zombies being dispersed and unable to gather their fighting power to move to the shelter and collect various resources. Xiaowen and Lin Ming lay on the bow of the boat, their heads close together to chat. Xiaowen liked Lin Ming's optimistic attitude very much and kept reflecting on her fear of things. After a while, the 2 women talked about Xiaowu. It is impolite not to return the favor. Xiaowen asked Lin Ming about Lin Wu. She thought Lin Wu was Lin Ming's lover. Lin Ming laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. She told Xiaowen that it was not the case at all. Lin Wu was very good to all his companions. It was just because he was stupid that he took extra care of them. Lin Wu was not her type either. She liked domineering CEOs. Although Lin Wu was a demon in domineering, he was easygoing and humble in his bones. And he was also a little sentimental. The previous ship basically dealt with the dangerous drifting objects and zombies. The 2 girls didn't have much work to do. Xiaowen is now quite brave. He dared to use the hook gun to push the zombies and corpses aside. Lin Wu put his legs in the middle, leaning against the back of the boat, controlling the outboard motor with one hand, looking at the sky with some boredom. And the raindrops hitting his face hurt. Everyone felt uncomfortable after being soaked in water for a long time, including Lin Wu. However, he, like everyone else, did not want to spread his pain to the entire team. Shauna's voice came. It is still 20 kilometers away from Point G. The water depth on the street ahead is about 1.5 meters, and the water flow is not fast. Please note that there are a lot of vehicles below, and some zombies can stand on the roof of the vehicle. Lin Wu changed his hand to control the outboard motor, and took out the pistol with his right hand and put it on his thigh. After the fleet entered the street for a while, gunshots were heard from the number 2 ship. Xiao Wu explained, "There is a zombie hiding behind the bus stop," and suddenly appeared and reached out to grab the net rope. After Xiao Wu finished speaking, a female corpse slowly floated from the sidewalk, floating between the number 2 and number 3 ships. Lin Wu looked at the corpse, but saw a foam next to the corpse, passing by the corpse in the opposite direction. Lin Wu didn't know the specific situation. He took the pistol and aimed, and shot the corpse in the head. The corpse shook suddenly when it was shot. Because of the shaking, Lin Wu saw the dagger in the corpse's left hand. Suddenly, several survivors appeared on the second floor of the street. They picked up stones and threw them at Lin Wu. The distance between the 2 sides was only 12 meters. Lin Wu fired continuously without hesitation. 2 survivors were shot, and the other 2 survivors dragged their companions away from the window. Lin Wu took the AKA guard from his back. Xiaowen turned around and took the walkie-talkie to call. Ship number 3 was attacked. Lin Ming was bleeding from the head and unconscious. Shauna, received. Ship number 2 provides fire cover. Keep alert and continue to move forward. She wanted to ask whether to stop the ship to sweep the survivors, but she thought that she was the highest decision maker of the fleet and had the obligation to be responsible for the interests of the fleet. So she issued an order to continue moving forward. The place where the survivors appeared was a restaurant on the second floor of the street. The width of the restaurant along the street was over 100 meters. All of them were floor-to-ceiling windows, and now all of them were broken. A masked woman ran to the window, with a homemade Molotov cocktail in her hand and threw it out. She was instantly beaten into a sieve by Xiao Wu and Lin Wu. The Molotov cocktail fell on ship number 3 and exploded. Xiao Wen hurriedly carried Lin Ming into the hull filled with water, and extinguished Lin Ming's burning hair. Lin Wu let go of the outboard motor with his left hand, poured some fire and water on himself, and the fire went out naturally after a while. Overall, this was a team of survivors. They launched an attack plan temporarily after discovering the fleet. The woman disguised as a corpse aimed to cut the rope of ship number 3, separate ship number 3 from the fleet. And then when ship number 3 dealt with her, her companions attacked ship number 3 with stones and Molotov cocktails. But they never expected that Lin Wu's team had guns and were equipped with assault rifles. After a few encounters, 4 of their own people died, and only 1 of the other side was injured. After passing the dangerous area, Shauna ordered the ship to stop temporarily at the street corner. Xiao Wen from boat number 3 was preparing to bandage Lin Ming. Lin Wu took a look and thought the wound was not deep, so he took out a bottle of iodine from his pocket and gave it to Xiao Wen. Xiao Wen hugged Lin Ming to block the rain, and disinfected Lin Ming with iodine. Under Lin Wu's command, Xiao Wen pressed the wound with gauze, and finally tied Lin Ming's head twice with waterproof transparent tape. As for how to remove the tape afterwards, Lin Wu didn't care. After the bandage was done, Lin Ming still couldn't wake up. Lin Wu reached out and pinched the tender flesh on the inside of Lin Ming's left arm and turned it. Lin Ming sat up with a wow. Lin Wu reported on the intercom, awake. Shauna asked, do we need to change people? Lin Wu, no. It won't affect the combat effectiveness. Continue to set off. Su Shi reminded, it's best to stay away from buildings. Shauna, understood. We are now in the dormitory area outside the industrial park. A considerable number of staff in the industrial park live in such high-rise apartment buildings. Lin Wu asked, how many people are there? Shauna, not sure, according to the information. The number of employees in an electronics factory alone exceeds 200,000. The rope was straightened, Lin Wu increased the thrust, kept up the pace, and the 3 ships continued to set off. Lin Ming is indeed a good person. After glaring at Lin Wu for a while without any result, she turned to chat with her best friend Xiao Wen. She had forgotten everything that happened just now. Sometimes she would reach out and get a bag of cheap snacks. The 2 of them would share the food with a smile. At the same time, Lin Ming did not forget to kick Lin Wu, showing off that she had something to eat, and she would not give it to you. 10 kilometers away from the G-spot, Su Shi's voice came from the intercom. There is something wrong with Shi too. What's the situation? Su Shi, he has a fever, curled up in a ball, shivering all the time, and he doesn't respond to any talk. Shauna panicked when she heard it, and asked, should we find a place to rest? Lin Wu said, water can cool him down, and it won't burn him to death. Resting now will take several days for him to recover. Not only will it waste time, but there will be no extra food. We must rest after reaching the G-spot. Lin Wu knew that Shi too needed a fire and hot food, but he would rest for a day now, and still have to soak in water tomorrow. Su Shi said, he'd brought this upon himself. He drained his body. Everyone was quite calm when talking about this matter, except Xiao Wen, who was quite nervous. Lin Wu patiently explained it to her. The 2 women lay on the bow and began to talk about stones. This conversation aroused Lin Ming's interest. She found that there was a very subtle love between Xiao Wen and Shi too. Of course, Xiao Wen was talking about another Shi too, but Lin Ming didn't care. She wanted to listen. She wanted to talk. And she wanted gossip. The former Shi too was a sea king, who had seen countless women. In his words, he made money to sleep with more women. However, the former Shi's feelings for Xiao Wen were relatively pure. But he couldn't resist his possessiveness in his bones, and began to have ideas about Xiao Wen. The former Shi too didn't know that Xiao Wen loved him deeply, and the reason for rejecting him was that he didn't want the former Shi too to treat himself the same as other women. Then what about Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu eating saliva? Xiao Wen explained that it was just a simple physical attraction. Lin Ming then analyzed Xiao Wen's inner state. She completely recognized Xiao Wen's mentality and helped Xiao Wen find an explanation. Xiao Wen thinks that Shi too has become a different person now. He has become more stable and indifferent. He also doesn't keep his eyes on women's body parts, which makes her feel alienated. Shi too treated her like a junior, which made her very sad. She would rather Shi too secretly molested her with his eyes than to politely keep a distance from her. Lin Ming sympathized with Xiao Wen. She could not tell Xiaowen that Shirtu, whom she loved, was dead. Xiaowen was also a cuckold looking at a mung bean. He found the right person. After all, even Xiao Dao would not fully immerse himself in talking about love with an NPC. Lin Ming did not use the other party's identity as a standard, but used her own feelings as a standard to get along with Xiaowen. In her opinion, a ruthless player is not as good as a righteous NPC. 5 kilometers away. Shauna, I may be sick too. Snow Egg will be in charge next. Soaking in water like this? Even an Iron Man can't stand it. Lin Wu asked, is it serious? Shauna, I feel piercing cold. Groggy. And I have to control myself to say what I want to say. She realized that she had a fever an hour ago. The channel was silent for a moment. And then Xuedan's voice came. Brothers and sisters. There are less than 5 kilometers left. Come on. This sentence or such words were spoken by Xuedan for the first time. Xuedan has never been a motivator or leader. He supports others more often than he leads them. The only time he led a personality, the experience of running away with Xiao Dao, made him look back. The 15-meter-high church was built in a low place. In fact, this area is all lowland. The lower part of the church was completely immersed in water. The glass on both sides of the long church was broken. There were still 2 painted glass on the high front of the church. It was now dark. The city had a total power outage due to the flood, and it was impossible to know the situation inside. 3 rubber boats approached slowly. Those who could move on the boats either wore headlamps or took out flashlights. Lin Wu took the intercom and said, I'll go in and take a look first. The boat is in your hands. After that, Lin Wu pulled down the night vision goggles, reached out and grabbed the 1.5-meter-high windowsill, put a little force on the rubber boat's air cushion, and climbed to the windowsill. Lin Wu carried an assault rifle on his back, held a pistol in his right hand, and gently pushed open the stained glass window with his left hand, observing through the gradually increasing gap, and then turned to the other side. After confirming that there was no problem, Lin Wu climbed over the windowsill and landed on the 2nd floor of the church. To ensure the height of the church, there was only a half-circle corridor on the 2nd floor, which was used to store some sundries and to facilitate wiping the glass. The main floor of the corridor was paved with 1.2-meter wide wooden boards, one side against the wall, and the other side without a guardrail. Lin Wu looked down and saw that the water surface was more than 1 meter away from the corridor. There were some corpses floating in it. It was impossible to tell whether they were zombies or human corpses with the night vision goggles. Lin Wu walked along the corridor, trying not to make any noise as much as possible, and soon walked through all the corridors. The bottom of the U-shaped corridor was 7 meters long, and the length of each side was about 10 meters. At the end of the corridor on one side was a concave wall, and at the end of the corridor on the other side was a 1-meter-wide iron ladder, which went deep into the water. It should be connected to the 1st floor of the church. Safe. The alarm was lifted, and Lin Wu went back to respond. Xuedan and Su Shi used the old method of drilling holes with an electric drill, and built a simple stepping platform with expansion screws and wooden blocks. To avoid the boats being suspended due to the receding water, ropes were used to connect the platform instead of fixing the boats on the platform. With the help of the boats and the platform, Shiwu, Xuedan, Su Shi and Lin Wu sent the sick people to the window first. The situation was worse than expected. Shirtu was in the most serious condition, followed by Shauna. Xiaowen and Lin Ming also felt unwell. These 4 people had a cold and fever, and Xiao Dao had acute gastroenteritis and kept vomiting. The lower core body temperature led to a decrease in immunity, and various diseases came unexpectedly. Lin Wu put the patient on the left floor first, and then helped to carry the supplies from the boat, and put the supplies on the right floor. Su Shi's finger was cut during the transportation process, and he disinfected it as soon as all the staff entered the church. The 4 healthy boys took off their soaked clothes and pants, and started working in just a pair of underwear. Lin Wu and Xiao Wu pulled a podium at the stairs with a hook gun, and the 2 of them dismantled the tabletop and placed it at the corner. The corner area is large, 7 square meters, and is also where the church stores supplies, mainly some ceremonial items used for religious festivals. From it, a roll of soft iron sheet was found and spread out, and placed on the wet table, in order to make a fire. Chapter 413 Changes in the Shelter. Su Shi and Xuedan pried 8 wooden boards from the corridor on the left. These woods were very strong. Although the bottom had been soaked in water earlier, they were still qualified for firewood. Su Shi, Lin Wu and Xiao Wu sent the sick people to the right corner. With the help of the fire axe, Xuedan brought a bundle of dry firewood. Lin Wu used a dagger to cut one of the firewood into thin strips, scraped the magnesium rod and lit it. Slowly the fire started, and the people lying and leaning on it recovered some spirits. All the things took them more than half an hour, and the four of them were very tired, but no one complained. And no one rested. Xiao Wen and Lin Ning were not in good condition. Lin Wu and Xiao Wu used the celebration cloth strips to pull out a space, so that they could change their wet clothes. The two girls, wearing only their underwear, helped Shauna and Xiao Dao put on spare dry clothes first, and then put on their own dry clothes. This time it took a long time. The four men in shorts did not change their clothes. They still had a lot of work to do. First, they took out the medical kit, which was Xiao Wu's highlight moment. After all, the people of Blue Star are not very familiar with medicines. Although Xiao Wu is not familiar with them either. The medical kit contains basic medicines, which are nothing more than a few types: antibiotics, gastrointestinal medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, etc. If there is a wound, use anti-inflammatory medicine. If there is no wound, use antibiotics. Maybe it is not right, but it can only be dealt with in this way. Xiao Dao's acute gastroenteritis is more troublesome. Seeing him groaning in pain, Xiao Wu did not know how to deal with it. Xiao Wen's friend had been treated for acute gastroenteritis. According to her, she first gave a painkiller injection, supplemented with montmorillonite powder, antibiotics and some gastrointestinal medicine. So the problem came again. No one at the scene had injection experience. Xiao Wu knew how to give injections because of his profession, but it was a drip injection. He had never given a subcutaneous injection. The problem was a minor one. After all, Lin Wu was there. Seeing that no one had done it before, Lin Wu started using the syringe. Xiao Wu hurriedly called a halt, and told them to squeeze out the air in the syringe first. Then everyone heard two screams. One was from Xiao Dao, who felt her sciatic spine was threatened as it was her first time getting an injection. The other scream came from Lin Ning, who was half holding Xiao Dao. Her arm was pinched and it hurt so much. After treating 5 patients, Xiao Wu put on dry spare clothes first, and took a pistol to be on guard. At present, the threat level of the survivors was very small, but it was not ruled out that there were floating zombies coming up the iron ladder. Su Shi was responsible for cooking, while Lin Wu and Xuedan arrived at the iron ladder. After observing the water surface for a while, Lin Wu took the rope, put on a headlamp, and went into the water. The number of dismantled wooden boards was not large. Not even enough for tonight. Judging from the conditions of several patients, it would be difficult for them to recover tomorrow. So a large amount of combustibles was needed. The floor could not be dismantled anymore. And even if it was dismantled, the gap could not be filled. The only way was to drill to the bottom of the water at a depth of 7 or 8 meters to find supplies. Lin Wu went to the bottom of the water and found a bench fixed to the ground. After observing it, Lin Wu returned to the surface. Xiao Wu was on guard, and Xuedan brought a wrench. Lin Wu returned to the bottom of the water. It was completely surrounded by darkness. Lin Wu couldn't even see the things around him. The only light was the headlight on his head. Lin Wu tied the bench with a rope, unscrewed 3 screws with a wrench, went back along the rope to breathe, and then went back to remove the 3 screws. The bench slowly floated up. Su Shi and Xuedan pulled the bench out of the water and began to demolish it with a fire axe. Because the control space was too small, Su Shi slipped and fell into the water. Lin Wu heard the sound of falling into the water and shouted, "Dive! Zombies can't dive. So save your life first." Xiao Wu ran to the corner. There was a zombie above the water where he fell into the water. Xiao Wu didn't know whether it was dead or alive, so he shot it in the head with a gun. Su Shi's swimming ability was average, but his brain was useful. He dived as soon as he fell into the water, found the iron ladder along the wall, and completed his self-rescue. After the incident, everyone became more careful. After Lin Wu pulled up another bench, Xuedan and Lin Wu exchanged jobs, and the work went smoothly with the cooperation of the two. When the 4th bench was pulled out of the water, the work came to an end. The 3 men in shorts and Xiao Wu divided the work. Some chopped wood, and some cooked. Cooking was also troublesome. Although they brought wire, the top of the church was too high. They could only put a wooden bar of the chair on the wall. Fortunately, the electric drill was powerful, and there were enough expansion screws. After a while, they made a hanging platform. They hung the pot on the fire with wire. added the rainwater collected in the past 3 hours, and officially started cooking. Considering that there were only 10 kilograms of rice, they could only cook porridge. The men in shorts discussed the next work. Someone had to keep watch. Not only to watch the zombies, but also to collect rainwater. It would be best if all 6 buckets were filled. So they were divided into night shifts. There are also many details to be done, such as using waterproof cloth to build a simple dressing room at the left corner of the corridor, and using a fire axe to cut off one of the wooden boards, which can be turned into a toilet, and can be directly drained through a small pit. Remove the wooden board on the left side of the U-shape, and widen and reinforce the lower right corner of the corridor. All of them were shoddy projects, and were crudely made. After many attempts and adjustments, the living space at the right corner was greatly expanded. After cooking the porridge, everyone encountered another problem. They only brought a few pots and a few large spoons, but no bowls, pans, or cutlery. There was no choice but to use other pots as bowls and spoons as cutlery. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Lin Wu and others began to conduct a second round of physical examinations on the patients. The worst case was Shi Tu, whose temperature was as high as 39.8 degrees, who was somewhat confused and had chills. The second was Xiao Dao, who groaned for several hours, and whose dry clothes were soaked with sweat from the pain, but he was a little better than before the injection, and at least he could bear it. Although the others were still running a fever, their temperatures were all below 38.5 degrees. Among them, Shana was listless, and the fever did not have much impact on Lin Ning and Xiaowen. Lin Wu and Xuedan took a big spoon and fed each patient a spoonful of porridge. Su Shi and Xiao Wu were responsible for guarding, and the other for the water collector. The water collector is a large funnel, which can be stuck on the mouth of the bucket, and the funnel area can be enlarged by making a soft iron sheet or waterproof cloth. The bucket is a common drinking water bucket of nearly 20 liters. Su Shi and Xiao Wu ate first, and Lin Wu and Xuedan ate last. Sitting down, leaning against the wall, roasting the fire, eating hot porridge, I felt alive. But being alive is not necessarily a good thing. The senses are more acute after the body is comfortable, and the various mixed stench from the water surface is nauseating. After Lin Wu was full, he fell into a deep sleep. During this time, he heard a noise, but he couldn't open his eyelids. It was early morning when he woke up again. Lin Ning and Xiaowen took over in the middle of the night to make up for Lin Wu and Xuedan, allowing them to have a good sleep. As for the noise, it was because Xiao Dao had diarrhea. He went to the bathroom in the dark and kicked over a pot of boiling water. Luckily, the temperature was low, so he was not scalded. But Xiao Dao had no dry shoes to wear. Breakfast was still porridge. Shi Tu and Shana were in better condition. Compared to Shi Tu, who was half dead, Shana had regained some energy. Xiao Dao slept well in the second half of the night, and the abdominal pain was greatly relieved in the early morning. However, Su Shi, who was on duty last night, had a fever and fell ill. The happiest thing for Lin Wu in the morning was the light, and he also saw the situation in the church clearly. The water level was about 1.5 meters away from the platform where they were, and there were at least 20 zombies floating in it, and several human corpses. The water was turbid, and there were many floating objects on the water, including foam, wooden boards, plastic chairs, etc. Everyone was in a bad mood, but there was no negative mentality, just few words, and it seemed that everyone had exhausted their strength. Turn on the radio and listen to the music played on the Dian channel, and eat porridge in pairs with a spoon and a pot. After finishing the meal, check the time. It has exceeded the live broadcast time of 8 o'clock in the morning, so it is impossible to know the weather forecast. And I don't know how long this damn rain will last. Xiaowen took the initiative to wash the dishes. Lin Wu and Xuedan pulled a rope on both sides of the corridor, 50 cm from the bottom of the corridor. Everyone spread out all the wet clothes and hung them on the rope. All wet shoes were stood upside down and dried by the fire. At around 8:30, the Dian channel finally went live again. But the first thing it said was bad news. Last night, there was a riot in the shelter. The reason was that there were too many people in the shelter, far beyond the control range, and the living conditions were extremely poor, with a shortage of food and drinking water. Several soldiers hid food and secretly delivered it to their relatives in the middle of the night. This scene was discovered, which led to a robbery against the soldiers' relatives in the early morning. Then someone took the lead in attacking the military base warehouse, and the soldiers were forced to open fire, killing some people. This led to a riot in the shelter, and many soldiers' friends and relatives were attacked. In fact, they did have more supplies than others. The base dispatched more than a dozen teams to suppress and control, trying to restore order in the shelter. One of the sergeants found that his fiancée had been beaten to death while leading the team on a mission. In a rage, he used the machine gun of an armored vehicle to indiscriminately shoot at the nearby crowd. Although they were quickly stopped by the soldiers of the same team, it also caused huge casualties. However, the order in the shelter was temporarily stabilized. At 3 a.m., the team that completed the suppression mission returned to the base. A major led 12 armored vehicles, 8 large trucks and more than 100 soldiers to re-enter the shelter at 5 a.m. The major explained to everyone through the loudspeaker that the soldiers at the base learned that their relatives had been killed, which caused the military morale to be unstable. So they came to confirm the safety of the soldiers' relatives. Please understand, the major guaranteed in the name of the general, the highest commander of the base, that everyone would be provided with enough water, food and medical supplies before this evening. The major shouted through the loudspeaker, asking who were the relatives and friends of the soldiers. If someone came forward, someone would check their identity and contact the base through the radio. After confirming their identity, they were asked to get on the truck and undergo a physical examination. During this period, someone raised questions, and the major replied that it was to avoid the loss of morale, and asked the refugees to understand. The trucks made several trips until 7 a.m., when the major led the team to evacuate, taking more than 300 refugees with them. What everyone didn't expect was that, after the last truck returned to the base closed its gates, set up machine guns on high ground, and laid barbed wire in the gaps outside the perimeter to drive out the dignitaries and social elites living in the base. The 4 staff members of the Dian channel, who originally lived in the base, stayed behind under the protection of an officer who was a fan of Dian. Dian communicated with the officer and learned that the base had been occupied by the rebels. The base is close to the canal on one side and the highway on the other side, and they continuously receive resources from the outside world. With the global outbreak of the zombie virus, the daily resources obtained by the base continued to decline, and discordant voices appeared in the top management of the base 2 days ago. A young officer believed that the work of the base could no longer be dominated by politicians, and the fungicide should take over all affairs. He proposed the establishment of a semi-permanent shelter, taking advantage of the geographical environment of the base and planning a 5-square-kilometer shelter. They can maintain the operation of the shelter for a long time by fishing and planting. This plan must exclude useless people and control the initial population of the shelter. In the eyes of this officer, the shelter does not need to develop high technology, does not need advanced knowledge of physics and mathematics, so the hundreds of thousands of refugees who are crying for food are of no value at all. The soldiers are not incapable of farming, nor are they incapable of fishing. There are also military doctors in the base, and they can be completely self-sufficient. The young officer supported his view, but the general who controlled the base and the mayor of Hotian City thought his remarks were dangerous, so they ordered him to be detained. The day after the incident, politicians and soldiers living in the base clashed, because the mayor's wife had 3 dogs, and the rations were not enough. Later, a lawyer lodged a formal protest to the base. They did not ask for more supplies, but when they ate, the food they received was always worse and less than that of the soldiers. Some people also protested that, when they were sick and sought medical treatment, the military doctors ignored them and refused to provide basic medicines. This wave of small conflicts ended with the victory of the elites. The general asked the base to treat everyone equally, not only politicians and soldiers, but also people in the shelter. It also stated that no extra food would be provided for any pets. The general is a fair and just person. He has always believed that no matter what the situation is, the army should be neutral and should protect the people. However, because of this conflict, undercurrents surged in the base. The general tried to control the situation until the riots in the shelter early this morning, the attack on the base, and the tragedy of the indiscriminate attack on civilians by non-commissioned officers. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the young officers controlled their superiors. Instead of using the radio, they explained the situation to all soldiers and squads through the radio. The soldiers had 2 choices. One choice was to express their position to the chief officer, join the rebels, and build a permanent shelter together. The other choice was to do nothing and stay in the dormitory until the situation stabilized. Any behavior other than this was considered hostile and would be shot on the spot. On D6, the South Dam collapsed. On D7, the East Shelter was closed. D refers to a starting point in time. Lin Wu and his team's D-Day starting point is the first. The starting point of the D-Day in the city the day after tomorrow is the second, when the zombie virus breaks out. Dian said on the radio while crying that the number of people in the shelter exceeded 30,000. And the number of people waiting in line outside the shelter to enter the shelter was expected to exceed 200,000. Because the base withdrew the soldiers who maintained order in checkpoints. The 200,000 people outside the perimeter who were unaware of the situation were likely to flood into the shelter. She said she could foresee the tragedy that was about to happen in the shelter. Dian called on everyone to leave the East Shelter as soon as possible. As for where to go, Dian didn't know. She contacted her colleagues with a satellite phone. Her colleagues in Dongjin had already learned about the collapse of the East Shelter. Dongjin, about 20 kilometers away from the shelter, was issuing urgent instructions at this time, requiring all townspeople to move towards the mine. They planned to use the environment of the mine to build Dongjin's own shelter. The decision-makers of Dongjin knew very well that the people in the East Shelter would not be able to return to the city. Most people would just continue to move eastward. And Dongjin, with only more than 2,000 households, could not support the consumption of hundreds of thousands of people. Chapter 414 Grouping. Dongjin was the base camp for supplies from all over the country to support Hotian City. There are still many volunteers in Dongjin. As a qualified politician, after learning about the rebellion in the shelter, the mayor of Dongjin immediately used Dongjin Radio to issue a notice, requiring everyone to work together and transport all the supplies to the mine. In order to delay time, he ordered the Dongjin police station to blow up the highway bridge leading to the shelter outside Dongjin. On the other hand, the mayor of Dongjin also sent people to contact the volunteers, trying to persuade the volunteers to go with them. The Dongjin mine selected by the mayor is a good place, with many bottomless mines, which can be used to store supplies and arrange accommodation. There is a platform covering an area of 0.5 square kilometers outside the mine, with cliffs on two sides of the platform, a mountain range on one side, and only one road. As long as this road is blocked, the mine can be isolated from the outside world. From the above information, we can know that the mayor of Dongjin has strong executive ability and high decisiveness. If he can get some good luck, he may be able to get this done. Lin Wu sat on the ground with his back against the wall and asked the chicken-like Shirtu beside him, Shirtu, do you think the mayor of Dongjin is a good person or a bad person? Shirtu closed his eyes and thought for a long time and said weakly, it's a question of whether most people die or everyone dies together. Different perspectives on things lead to different conclusions. When our ancestors migrated to Blue Star, they took away 500,000 strong young people and left behind hundreds of millions of people. Can we take a gamble and put all the hundreds of millions of people into the spacecraft? Or take away another 500,000? How was the 500,000 taken away selected? Shirtu added, I can only say that the mayor of Dongjin may not be a good person, but he should be a qualified mayor who has lived up to the trust of the townspeople. It is easier to judge whether he is right or wrong. It is worth discussing who is right and who is wrong between the general and the rebels. Shauna said, the general is right. His problem is that he still has a fluke mentality and believes that humans can survive the doomsday. The young officers are more practical. When the zombie virus broke out around the world, they stood up to save a group. Suppose that in a few months, human beings defeat the zombie virus, these young officers will inevitably go to trial, will be cursed by most people, and will be engraved on the shame rack of history. So after careful consideration, I think young officers are braver than generals, and they are more willing to take responsibility. Xiao Wu disagreed, and said, but have you forgotten? The weapons and equipment owned by the soldiers are provided by the people. The reason why the people provide taxes, and the reason why the city sets up this base, is that the soldiers can protect the people when danger comes. Just like us policemen, we work very hard, but we also get paid. There is no greatness in the profession. The people hire us to improve the city's security, and to protect their safety and legal rights as much as possible. Instead of fleeing when encountering powerful bandits, not to mention pointing guns at citizens. Sushir said, I agree with Xiao Wu's point of view. When you are engaged in certain professions, there are things you must do. Xiao Wu's police profession has the obligation to rescue the people. Others who don't rescue people will be morally condemned, and the police will be punished by law if they don't rescue people. Xiao Wen, who was working on the side, said, I disagree. I think we should analyze specific things. If the base is not closed, it will only be a matter of time before it is destroyed. In the absence of external assistance, they cannot withstand the refugee tide of hundreds of thousands of people. Everyone discussed this at the moment, while doing what they could. Even if they could wring out a little more water from their wet clothes, it would be a contribution to the collective. Shauna walked to the window to fly the drone and observe the last 5 kilometers to the destination. From the drone video, it can be seen that the terrain began to rise significantly after 2 kilometers, although the last 2 kilometers near the Southwest Distribution Center were constantly flooded with river water. The water depth did not exceed 40 centimeters. The most dangerous place is the 3rd kilometer, where the water flow is relatively fast, and the water depth is more than 1 meter. The factories around the distribution center are basically flooded. After the flood receded, the roof of the factory, the road, and the mud were everywhere. There were also some areas where the drainage pipes were blocked, which were estimated to become stagnant water pits, and became a hotbed for mosquitoes and germs after the rain stopped. Lin Wu, come here. Lin Wu sat next to Shauna, and Shauna asked Lin Wu to look at the display screen. This is a distribution center with dozens of railroad tracks, and the railroad tracks are full of trains of various colors. Some of the carriages of several trains were knocked off the tracks by the flood, but most of the trains are still standing on the tracks. This is the Southwest Railway Freight Distribution Center. There are several trains parked on each track, and even more than a dozen trains. Follow the railroad tracks and reach the warehouse of the Southwest Distribution Center. Going deeper is the warehouse area cut into tofu by the railroad tracks. Suppose there is a ton of stone to be shipped out. The stone is first transported to the warehouse by car, and the freight train drives the train to the warehouse according to the schedule. After the workers load the 1 ton of stone, the train drives back to the distribution track, waiting to depart. The same is true for importing. The train arrives at the warehouse door, unloads the goods, and leaves empty. Shauna raised the drone, and intuitively felt that this area was very large. Shauna said, I don't like it very much. Well, I don't like it either. The area is too large, and it is too difficult to guard. A group of people may come one day out of the blue, Lin Wu said, but it looks like there are plenty of supplies. Shauna said, frozen food will definitely not be edible with the power outage. It is mainly instant noodles, rice and other vacuum-packed foods. I believe the food problem will not be too big. So we have to solve the water problem. Which location do you think is most suitable for us to build a semi-permanent shelter? First, exclude the distribution center. There are many trains here, and they are densely packed. Not to mention the survivors' sneak attacks. You may not even be able to find the zombies in your home. The remaining areas include container loading and unloading areas, warehouse areas, dispatching stations, etc. But none of them meet the traditional sense of shelter. An excellent shelter needs to have a geographical advantage, or a mountaintop church with cliffs on 3 sides and a one-way street on one side. Or it could be the steel defense line of the container fortress, with only 2 small doors. The worst one is the commercial street. At least the front is open, and the enemy cannot easily sneak into the base. The worst one is the parking lot where Lin Wu and Xiao Wu had stopped before. They were in a relatively complex forest of cars. After setting up alarms around them, they had a relatively stable safety zone. Lin Wu tried to analyze. First of all, they needed water. Clean water was very important. Then, they could only consider the Southwest Mountains. There must be springs in the Green Mountains. Shauna tried to raise the drone. Fly as far as possible. And the two said at the same time, that's it. The southwest direction of the distribution center is the original river channel of the breached reservoir. There is a relatively old and intact arch railway bridge on the river channel. The railway bridge is 15 meters higher than the river surface and the shore land, and the total length is about 200 meters. From the topography, the railway bridge is also connected to the railway viaduct all the way into the mountain. I think it was the railroad track laid to transport or wood into the mountain in the early industrial era. The rails on the viaduct have been removed. The viaduct near the forest is covered with green trees and weeds. There is no trace of human beings in the drone footage. A green train with 12 carriages was parked on the railway bridge. The locomotive was an antique diesel locomotive that was common in the early 20th century. This train was the shelter that Lin Wu and Shauna fell in love with at first sight. This shelter has many advantages. The first advantage: it is away from the complex terrain of the distribution center. There is only one railway track, and the field of vision is wide. The entrance door can be built with items such as barbed wire, which can effectively ensure the safety of the shelter. The second advantage is that the shelter faces west, and you can enter the mountain along the viaduct. Not to mention whether there are prey in the mountains, there must be water. The third advantage is that there is a large area of land on the viaduct facing west of the shelter. By transporting earth here, planting and breeding can be carried out. The fourth advantage is that it is 1 kilometer away from the distribution center warehouse, 3 kilometers away from the distribution center railway, and close to the resource area, which is conducive to the development of the shelter. The fifth advantage is that there is a big river below, and fisheries can be developed when food is scarce. After the two discussed, Shauna convened a meeting. Shauna drew a picture to illustrate the location of the shelter and introduced the geographical situation. The bad news is that although the distribution center is close to the river, the terrain is high, so there is no waterlogging near the distribution center, and there are only some puddles. The flood washed away all the zombies outdoors into the city. There are many trains, warehouses and other buildings in the distribution center, and a considerable proportion of zombies are still in the distribution center. At present, some zombies have left the buildings and are distributed in the surrounding areas of the distribution center. The density of zombies is higher than previously expected. Shauna explained, "My plan is to form a 3-person team to set off first and break through the route. The team is also responsible for reconnaissance and bridge building. After the main force sets off, the team can communicate and command through satellite phones. This is also a plan formulated in view of the current specific injuries of the team." Shauna said, "The team will set off immediately after the rain stops. Use rubber boats to reach the vicinity of the distribution center, and then walk to the railway bridge. Carry out preliminary food and firewood collection. The specifics of how to do it are decided by the squad. The squad is equipped with pistols, and the brigade is equipped with assault rifles. We need to save some rations for the squad, and give priority to the squad's clothes and shoes." Shauna said, "Lin Wu will be the captain of the squad, and there are 2 spots left." Lin Wu said, "The team has a lot of work to do. It is necessary to explore the surrounding buildings and carriages, and face zombies head-on along the way, which will definitely be dangerous. Put your hand down." Lin Ming insisted on raising his hand. "I'm signing up." Lin Wu said, "In addition to not fearing death, the team must also have relatively outstanding comprehensive abilities." Xiao Dao was one of the best candidates, but in view of Xiao Dao's physical condition, he was temporarily excluded from the task. Lin Ming, who was euphemistically despised, could only pout in anger, but did not refute. She certainly knew that Lin Wu was telling the truth. In the last period of the game, she honed her marksmanship, but she never thought that cold weapons would be king in the last 6 months. Although she has been practicing nunchaku for a long time, she really doesn't dare to use this killing weapon in Hotian City. After all, this thing may kill 1,000 enemies and injure 2,000 of herself. Xiao Dao nodded in response to Lin Wu's statement. She didn't want to talk now. Vomiting and diarrhea made her body dehydrated and had electrolyte imbalance. Shirtu asked in a gossamer voice, "Do you need me?" Lin Ming, "Uncle. He already dislikes me. Why would he need you?" Shirtu said in a dying tone, "Get a cup of hot water for Uncle." Lin Ming took a cup and poured water for Shirtu. Shuadon asked, "Can I?" Lin Wu nodded, "Of course." Su sure, I want to go. But he was also sick. Lin Wu and Shauna didn't want to listen to Shida's last speech. Nor did they want to see Lin Ming raise his hand to seek death. They knew that all the shadow people were willing to go. But the most suitable candidate was NPC Xiaowu. As NPCs, Xiaowu and his friends' understanding of death is similar to that of ordinary people, and is very different from that of the shadow people, so Lin Wu did not mention Xiaowu by name. If Xiaowu is willing to go, then go. If Xiaowu is not willing, he can understand. Ask yourself, if it is not a game but reality. Lin Wu does not think that he has more courage than Xiaowu. Shauna needs to stay in the main group. So if Xiaowu does not take the initiative to sign up, then the third person can only be Lin Ming. Lin Ming is sick, but her condition is the mildest. She is in good spirits, lively, and can eat and defecate. Lin Ming is injured, but her injury is the mildest. Her mumbling and gossiping spirit always make her full of fighting spirit and motivation. However, her combat effectiveness, especially her close combat effectiveness, is not good enough. Xiaowu raised his hand and asked, "Can I?" Lin Wu nodded, "Of course." Xiaowu's signing up is expected. But considering yesterday's experience and workload, Lin Wu thinks Xiaowu will be more or less hesitant. The world of soaking water, a lot of work and endless dangers, is much more cruel than sitting by the fire and staring blankly. Shauna helped the team prepare travel supplies and together with Xiaowen, she placed the three people's wet clothes and shoes by the fire. Lin Wu and his team were not idle either. They went into the stinking water to salvage benches from the bottom of the water. During this time, they also got more than a dozen packages of candles. In the afternoon, the rain subsided, the water level in the church dropped, and the windows on the first floor of the church were exposed. This was not a good thing. Without the window for changing water, the water on the first floor of the church was almost dead. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the system reminded the players that the water was contaminated by the virus. This was water that would turn you into a zombie if you drank it. But even if there was no system reminder, people would not drink water soaked with zombies and rotting corpses. The moon is out, Susher said at the window, although it was still raining outside. A crescent moon appeared in the sky in the distance, which meant that the rain was about to end. Lin Wu glanced at the moon, called Xiao Wu and Xue Dan to check the supplies again. And then the three of them laid down by the fire, covered with dry cloth, and went to sleep. In the early morning, the sun was rising, and birds were singing on the roof of the church. Xiao Dao and Xiaowen were making a fire and cooking. They cooked a pot of dry rice, made rice balls with plastic wrap, and put them in a waterproof box for the team to eat. The backpacks of Lin Wu and the other three, their clothes and shoes were completely dry. After a simple meal of rice and pickles, the three of them put down a rubber boat loaded with supplies, waved goodbye to everyone on the rubber boat, and headed southwest. Chapter 415 Shelter. 3 kilometers after leaving the church, the boat also left the low-lying area and entered the perimeter of the distribution center. From the road and buildings, it can be seen that this is an upward terrain, and the water has become very shallow. Although the rubber boat can continue to move forward, it can no longer force the zombies to float. For safety, the three decided to get off the boat and search while walking. The three people got off the rubber boat, and the ice water instantly soaked their shoes, and the discomfort came again. Lin Wu led the way, and Xue Dan followed. Xiao Wu put on the reins and dragged the rubber boat forward. Although the things were heavy, there was still water after all, so it was not very strenuous. This is a 4-lane road, and there are many vehicles on the road, half of which are trucks. After Lin Wu looked around, he stepped on the footrest and opened the driver's door of a large truck. A swollen corpse fell down. Lin Wu stepped aside, and the corpse fell to the ground. Lin Wu pulled up his mask to filter out the stench, and went into the cab to search. He found a lighter soaked in water, a bag with 3 packs of instant noodles left, and a box of well-packaged wafer biscuits. Lin Wu got out of the car. Xiao Wu dragged the rubber boat over. Lin Wu threw the things on the rubber boat, and then set his sights on a trailer of a motorhome on the side. The main vehicle of this motorhome had gone somewhere, and the trailer was stuck between the truck and the green tree, so it was not washed away by the flood. Lin Wu opened the door to no avail, and took the crowbar behind him to dig open the door, and a zombie came out with the door. Lin Wu pressed the zombie's head against the door with ease, and Xue Dan, who was behind him, stepped forward and pierced the zombie's head with a dagger. Putting the zombie aside, Lin Wu entered the trailer and searched for a while, and took out some iron bowls and tableware. The food in the refrigerator inside must be unusable, and no food in good packaging was found. Captain Lin Wu has a keen sense of smell, and he can always get something out of the target when he passes by cars of no value. The three of them searched as they walked, traveling 1 kilometer, searching 9 targets, killing 15 zombies, getting a lot of food, and what made them happiest was finding a barrel of intact gasoline. During the period, Xue Dan asked a question: if the car is soaked in water, will water enter the fuel tank? It will not enter through the fuel port, but through the oil pipeline. After Xiao Wu answered, he looked at a small car with 4 wheels facing up and said, I have received car repair training. If I have time, I may be able to repair a car. Xue Dan said, when I sailed over, I saw a car factory. I think there should be a car warehouse at the distribution center. You can do whatever you want. Xiao Wu said, it's not that simple. First, you need a workbench. If there is no machinery to lift the car, then a repair pit needs to be dug at the bottom. Secondly, various tools are needed to disassemble the car parts, preferably electric tools. It is probably difficult to repair the car with manual tools. It will be up to you then. Snow Egg looked at the deep water area on the side and said, Lin Wu, there is a blue car over there. It seems to be a special police vehicle. This is a car on the roof of the factory building. The rear of the car is outside the roof. The front of the car is inside the roof. There are 2 uprooted trees below, supporting the vehicle. Lin Wu stood on tiptoe and observed for a while. The risk factor is too high, and the benefits are disproportionate. If something happens to us, or we cannot open the route, others will face greater difficulties and dangers. Lin Wu's calculation method: 4 stars of danger. Supplies, unknown. Conclusion: don't do it. After Lin Wu finished speaking, he took out a piece of green nylon rope from his backpack and tied it to the left rearview mirror of the car that was overturned on the sidewalk to mark the route. After passing through several factory areas, we officially entered the Southwest Distribution Center. Looking down from the air, the distribution center is like a gourd. The 2 bloated parts of the gourd are composed of dozens of rails, and there are countless freight trains of various types parked on the rails. This is also the most dangerous place on the route. After the zombie virus broke out, the first thing that the Xiqing Industrial Zone and local staff thought of was the railway. So the zombie density was relatively high. Thanks to the flushing of the flood, the local zombie density was greatly reduced. The problem is that entering the distribution center is like entering a maze. There may be zombies in the carriages. There may be zombies under the carriages. There may be zombies in the joints between the carriages. And there may even be zombies lying on the roof. As you move forward, your vision is severely obstructed. You cannot tell how many zombies there are around you. And you don't know if the sound will trigger a zombie tide. The straight width of the distribution center is only 1 kilometer. But it takes at least 3 kilometers to get out of this distribution center. Lin Wu knocked on the carriage with a crowbar in his hand. This is a passenger-to-freight carriage. After a sound, 2 zombies crawled out of the carriage, and a zombie also crawled out from the bottom of the left-track car. 3 against 3. Xiao Wu put down the rubber boat and stepped forward, holding a golf club and cooperating with his companions to kill 3 zombies. Lin Wu climbed onto the roof of the car and saw a large number of zombies basking in the sun on the roof. But the density was low. As the captain of the team, Lin Wu not only had to clear the way for the team, but also had to consider the clearing work of the large team. Xuedong asked below, "Can we bypass this railroad as a whole?" Lin Wu tiptoed and couldn't see the beginning and end, and replied, "The whole detour will take at least many more kilometers. I really don't know how far I have to go. The distribution center is at least outdoors. You have to go through many warehouses to get around. Currently, the density of zombies indoors is very high. However, as time goes by, the zombies in the room will slowly spread everywhere. Building a bridge on the roof is a good idea. But there is a lack of bridge materials, and some carriages are of different heights, and the intervals between trains are different. Keep going. There is a problem with this advance, and the problem lies in the rubber boat. The rubber boat dragged in the water does not make much noise, and there are a lot of small stones laid on the side of the railroad. The rubber boat will make a very harsh sound when sliding over it. Therefore, the team ushered in the first wave of zombies. The first wave of zombies consisted of more than 20 zombies. They came from a sliding door freight train. One by one, the zombies jumped out of the open carriage door and ran towards Lin Wu and his team, stepping on the small stones. Lin Wu immediately ordered to use a gun. He retreated. Xiao Wu and Xuedong stepped forward, and the 3 formed a triangle position. Xiao Wu and Xuedong turned their backs to each other. Lin Wu was responsible for close-range supplementary shooting on both sides and guarding against sneak attacks from the roof and bottom of the car. It was not a big problem, but no matter how rich you are, you can't afford such a toss. After 1 round, more than 30 bullets were fired. At present, bullets are non-renewable resources. Bullets should be left for survivors rather than zombies. The first method is to abandon the rubber boat, which not only means abandoning some survival supplies, but also abandoning the food collected along the way. In the game, carrying a backpack does not hinder the player's actions. But in the day after tomorrow, the backpack has a great impact on combat effectiveness and mobility. Even if all supplies can be transferred to the backpack, the capacity and weight must be considered. The most important point is that the brigade has an 80-kilogram generator, which is an important material that cannot be abandoned. If the team cannot transport supplies by rubber boat, what should the brigade do with so many supplies? How many times should it be transported? Lin Wu proposed the idea of breaking the whole into parts, and Xiao Wu and Xuedong both thought it was feasible. So the 3 of them worked together to pack up most of the supplies, and hid the rubber boat and the remaining supplies in the push-pull carriage. Without the burden of the rubber boat, the 3 of them did not go around in circles, but directly climbed the roof and walked in a straight line. Lin Wu's identity as Spider-Man shined again. He always went up first, and then dragged others up. It was tiring, and the physical energy consumption was not small. But the progress was fast. Climbing along the way, they also found a large amount of supplies, including many daily necessities, from paper towels and toothpicks to plates, as well as pots and pans, porcelain, tea, etc., except for those that cannot be used for soaking in water. The rest can be used. The most fortunate thing is that they found 2 compartments of instant noodles. 2 compartments full of instant noodles, all wrapped in cartons. The cartons had been soaked, but the sealed instant noodles inside were intact. The 3 people were excited and ate the instant noodles on the spot. After finishing, Linwu dragged a zombie corpse, then closed the compartment door, and stretched out the zombie's arm to intimidate possible survivors. On the other side, Xiaowu played the role of secretary, recording the material points of the distribution center. The compartment style, color, number and location were marked accordingly. Xiaowu basically understood the situation of the distribution center. There is a pattern in the trains parked on the tracks from east to west. The trains on the east side are waiting to unload goods. Their goal is to go to the logistics distribution center 10 kilometers to the north. After the materials are unloaded at the logistics distribution center, they will be transported into the city by trucks. The trains on the west side are loaded with goods, ranging from large machinery, cars to plates, belonging to the output of the city after tomorrow, and are ready to be transported to other cities or ports. They are also divided into 2 categories. One is large-scale materials transported from the distribution center warehouse, and the other is LTL freight transported from the logistics distribution center 10 kilometers to the south. Continuing to the west are passing trucks. Some trains will unload some materials, and load some materials to continue moving forward. Some trains are just passing by, and temporarily wait on the distribution center tracks, according to the dispatch. And 5 passenger trains appeared on a track here. I think it was when the zombies broke out, under the railway dispatch, that the passenger trains temporarily stopped at the distribution center. All 5 passenger trains stopped on the middle track, which was also the area with the highest density of zombies in the distribution center. The flood did not eliminate the main force of the zombies. After the flood receded, the zombies began to leave the trains and move around. The trains were full of zombies. After understanding the situation, Linwu decisively ordered a detour. Even if the detour was difficult, he could not fight with this group of zombies. It was estimated that the number of zombies around the 5 passenger trains could exceed 1,000 at least. Continuing west was the container freight train, which was a flatbed carriage. It drove to a special container freight station, loaded and unloaded containers by crane, and all the containers were locked. Considering that the passenger train was next door, the 3 did not dare to go forward to check the situation, and quickly passed through the death zone. The trains on the last 8 tracks were ordinary, either locomotives waiting for repair and maintenance, or empty trains preparing to go to the freight warehouse. Starting at 7:30 in the morning, the 3 people did not pass the distribution center until about 2:30 in the afternoon. Their destination, the railway bridge, was 2 kilometers away on the side. When they reached the single railroad leading to the railway bridge, they found a magical artifact, a human-powered railcar. It is also called a railcar, a non-powered locomotive, a hand-cranked car, etc. This is a rickshaw with 4 positions, weighing about 50 kilograms. The 3 people sat on the rickshaw, and each shook the handle in front of them. At first, they were not very effective due to coordination problems. After many attempts, the 3 found the rhythm, and the rickshaw started running on the rails, and its speed even reached 25 kilometers per hour. It is not an exaggeration to say that this thing is a magical artifact. Not to mention its transportation and travel functions. The most important thing is that in the second half of the 20th century, electric railcars have basically completely replaced human-powered railcars, and many countries can only see this thing in museums. As for why there is such a human-powered railcar that can be used normally in the distribution center, the reason is unknown, but with this thing, the 3 people quickly reached the rail bridge, and it only took 5 or 6 minutes for the 3 people to travel 2 kilometers. After inspecting the quasi-shelter, the 12-car train, everyone knew why there was an ancient diesel train parked here. The train was called Hope, a train that was a pity to lose and useless. Hope had historical significance. It had exchanged prisoners during the war, and transported supplies and wounded to the front. But Hope was not very historically significant, because there were too many outstanding objects in the war. But the train captain of Hope at that time was the president of the country to which Hotian City later belonged. But this president had a bad reputation and was arrested and imprisoned after leaving office. But, When a foreign person, who had just been promoted to king, visited Hotian City, he went to Hope first, because he had been transported back to the rear from the front as a seriously injured person by Hope. All this led to the embarrassing status of Hope, and it went into the museum, which was related to the scandalous president. After all, the president's successful election was due to his heroic performance on Hope. It is even more inappropriate to throw it into the garbage dump. So the Hope was finally thrown on a railway bridge that was not open to traffic. Every few years, the outer shell can be painted, out of sight, out of mind. All the facilities inside the train have been dismantled. Not even a screw is left. The train was not affected by the flood. The glass is still there. It is a bulky half-open window. Xiao Wu went to find firewood. Xuedong unpacked instant noodles. Lin Wu used a satellite phone to contact Shauna, explaining the situation here. Shauna was very satisfied with the result, and said that they would go there tomorrow. Lin Wu would go to the outside of the distribution center to meet them at that time. This meal of instant noodles was the best meal they had eaten in recent days, better than the shelter of the Galaxy building. The three of them also felt happy after eating, and they couldn't help but raise their hands and bump their fists. Before setting off this morning, the three of them felt that this trip was extremely difficult. In fact, it was indeed a bit dangerous and difficult, but the situation was better than everyone thought. The biggest achievement was of course the instant noodles in the 2 carriages they accidentally found. Chapter 416 Guidance. Lin Wu said, I will go back to get supplies later. Xiao Wu, you collect as much combustible wood as possible, and build a bonfire in the carriage. Xuedong, you explore the way southwest along the viaduct. Do not enter the mountains and forests. The most important thing is to find a water source. Also, Xuedong, you are an engineer. Check the locomotive when you have time, and see if it can run. Xuedong and Xiao Wu responded in unison. Understood. Lin Wu hesitated, and said, Zombies can be spared, but survivors must die. When saying this, Lin Wu looked at Xiao Wu and added, We are not yet firmly established, and we are not qualified to rescue others. Xiao Wu nodded, I know. After dinner, Lin Wu, who was full of energy, emptied his backpack and pushed his rickshaw to work. Whether in normal times, hardcore times, or really hardcore times, Lin Wu has the ability to travel thousands of miles alone. One of his greatest abilities is that even if he can't win, he can still run away. When passing by the zombie train area, although it triggered a zombie tide, the zombies could only sigh at Lin Wu's flying over the eaves and walls, jumping up and down. Of course, the return journey was not so easy. Lin Wu carefully avoided the zombie line while carrying 30 kilograms. Back to the train base. The bonfire had been lit, and Xiao Wu rolled up the waterproof cloth to make the simplest chimney. And Xuedong, who went to the southwest for reconnaissance, was on his way back. Lin Wu put his backpack aside, took off his shoes, and sat by the fire. His feet were white from blisters. Although he had a day off yesterday, Lin Wu did not take care of his feet that day, mainly because the indoor light was too poor and the space was too small. Lin Wu called out to Xiao Wu, who was still carrying miscellaneous wood, That's enough, just enough for tomorrow's burning. Xiao Wu, not enough. Lin Wu said, I saw Xuedong dragging a piece of wood back. By the way, there's no water here. Why don't you change into clean shoes? Xiao Wu sat down, took off his soaked shoes, put his feet by the fire, and said, I want to change them at night. I really don't want to wear wet clothes and shoes anymore. Lin Wu said, You don't have to come today. The situation will be better tomorrow on the road. It's the same. Xiao Wu Dao, to be honest, I know your situation best, and I feel safer when I team up with you. I hate my utilitarian thinking, but that's the truth. I like your truth. You take a rest. I'll go help Xuedong. Your left ankle is a little ulcerated. Don't save medicine. If you don't treat it now, you won't be able to afford it later. Lin Wu put on his wet shoes, took the fire axe, and got out of the car. Xuedong and Lin Wu dragged the wood to the open space together. Lin Wu assisted. Xuedong chopped the long wood into short pieces of wood, and then split the pieces of wood. This kind of chopped wood is much more flammable than miscellaneous wood and dead branches. Xiao Wu, who was standing in the car, saw this scene and asked in surprise, 1,000 years later, we humans are still burning firewood? How else can you explain such a skilled chopping technique? Lin Wu lied. We have the right to burn firewood. Xiao Wu thought, that's right. 1,000 years later they don't have to burn wood, but they retain the right to burn wood. Xuedong said, we need a saw, preferably an electric saw, and a motorcycle, so we can drag the wood. Why not a car? Because the railway bridge is not wide, After the train stops, there is only 1.5 meters of space on both sides. Okay. I'll keep an eye on it. Lin Wu asked. Where's the water? What's the situation? There's mountain spring water and a waterfall right next to the viaduct. We just need to build a 2-meter-long bridge. The terrain meets the conditions for water diversion. But we need equipment. We either need to find a large number of water pipes or cut down bamboo. However, either way is a big project, and it won't be done in a few days. Xiaodan said. I saw the locomotive before. It can be used in theory, and has reversible traction capabilities. But it needs to be disassembled and cleaned. And it also needs lubricants. Etc. We'll see when the time comes. It must be a big project. Lin Wu nodded and said. The priority is, transport the instant noodles to the shelter first. And of course, it's best to bring other food with it. Secondly, we need a motorcycle. Solve the food problem, and reduce the difficulty of obtaining water and fire. A bicycle is also okay. Snow Egg said. It's 2 or 3 kilometers to the waterfall and the warehouse. It would be best to have a car, which can be parked under the bridge, and then we can make a wheel and build a simple elevator. Lin Wu smiled. That's a good idea. What? Are you serious? As an engineer in the real world, Snow Egg resists being an engineer in the game. Snow Egg responded, although my level is not high, but it's higher than everyone else. Every time I can accomplish something, I feel a sense of accomplishment. Haha. Lin Wu looked at the door of the last carriage, and shouted to Xiao Wu inside, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's head appeared at the door of the carriage. Lin Wu asked, Do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Xiao Wu moved to sit by the door, and replied, I always think that I am not worthy of talking about a sense of accomplishment now. Over the past week, I always think of the happy times a week ago. Even when I was banished to an island. Even when it was my darkest day. I seem to be happier than I am now. Lin Wu was startled and said, This idea seems a bit negative. When you feel miserable, you may become even more miserable. Xiao Wu said, No. I have learned happiness. I can warm my feet by the fire. Someone chats with me. I am still alive. And everything makes me happy. Lin Wu said, It makes sense. After that, he handed the axe to Xiaodan, walked forward a few carriages, looked back furtively, and quietly summoned Xiao Bai to complaint. Xiao Wu is a sea king who likes to move his lower body. How can he have a philosophical understanding of life? I always feel that something is missing from the hardcore. It turns out to be a complaint. Xiao Bai to answer directly, I think it is reasonable. Lin Wu, complaint 2. The Hope Train does not leak. Xiao Bai to, in the setting. The Hope Train will be painted and maintained every few years. This shows that the Hope Train really does not leak. Lin Wu, complaint 3, violation of the basic principles of physics. The locomotive of the Hope can still be used. Little White Rabbit, as long as it is properly maintained and repaired, even the most complex machinery can be put back into use. Lin Wu, complaint 4, there are too many zombies in the building. Get the answer, there are indeed a lot of zombies in the building. Answer 5, once the flood recedes, there will be a plague in the city. The cause of the plague is human corpses and dead zombie corpses. Answer 6, there are currently about 30,000 survivors in the 5 major urban areas of Hotian City. Answer 7, the number of Hotian City survivors evacuated to the suburbs and outskirts exceeds 800,000. The total number is between 800,000 and 2.3 million. And the specific number has not been obtained. Answer 8, the East Shelter Rebellion incident was not deliberately caused by the system. The system only provides a setting. As long as there is still a player in the ecosystem, the system cannot make accurate calculations and cannot predict future developments. Answer 9. There are only 2 reasons for infection with the zombie virus. One is being bitten by a person infected with the zombie virus or a zombie. And the other is drinking water contaminated by the virus, or eating animals with zombie viruses in their bodies. The reason for excluding air transmission is to leave a way out for players. Answer 10. Continuous rainfall for several days is not considered extreme weather at all. In 180 days, the most comfortable seasons are spring, the first 45 days, and autumn, the 90th to 135th days. The reason is that in 2040, extreme weather has occurred repeatedly. Answer 11. The damn dawn divides 180 days into 4 seasons. Lin Wu finished his complaint and came back as comfortable as taking a hot bath. Xiaodan knew what he was doing and didn't care. He said, Lin Wu, I was just thinking. Isn't it that the most important thing we need to do is to find a way to bring Maya here? Lin Wu agreed. That's right. I think we don't have much time left. In a few days, the flood will recede. The temperature will rise. And the whole city will become a breeding ground for bacteria and viruses. But we don't know Maya's situation. So we can only wait for her to contact us. You know Maya's personality. If she thinks there is a great danger in the process of us picking her up, she may not be willing to tell us the location. She went on, a pure collectivist. Even her own life is not as good as the lives of two people in the collective. Lin Wu asked, don't you like her? She went on answered frankly, I like her as a person. But I don't like her ideas. Lin Wu said, this is the interesting thing about human beings. Just imagine, if everyone thinks exactly the same, what's the difference between that and assembly line products? Snow Egg said, gentlemen are harmonious but different. Cook another instant noodle? Do we have enough water? Lin Wu said, I just noticed that the water on the bridge is not polluted. Snow Egg looked at the shallow puddle next to him for a while, and said, I'll make a simple filtration system. Xiao Wu, can you help me prepare some charcoal? Okay. Lin Wu asked, charcoal? Snow Egg patted Lin Wu on the shoulder. Your ignorance makes me feel very accomplished. You go and rest first. When I finish the filtration system, I'll trouble you to collect fresh water. Snow Egg added, I feel very accomplished to be able to get a sense of accomplishment from you. Lin Wu smiled. The two of them bumped fists. Lin Wu went back to the carriage to warm himself by the fire. At night, the three of them, who did not bring any bedding, lay on the hard ground, and all thought that it was a priority to add blankets and other items. When they heard the sound of mosquitoes, they all agreed that mosquito coils or mosquito repellent should be added. I got off the train to pee, and thought I should get some candles or something. After using the toilet, I thought the toilet should also be on the agenda. After living like this, I found that everything from tools to daily necessities was missing. The next morning, Xiao Wu stayed at the camp, and picked up firewood along the viaduct, and built a pedestrian bridge to the waterfall under safe conditions. You can simply cut down some small trees, tie them together with wire. After all, they are less than 2 meters wide. Lin Wu and Xuedan bypassed the zombie train area and went to the supply train to search for supplies. At the same time, they waited and met the team members. The first thing they found was a car of paper towels. But the damn thing was that the paper towels were not sealed and were completely soaked in water. Then, they found a car of bundled wires. A bundle of wires weighed about 10 kilograms. And they took a bundle after careful consideration. The next few carriages were livestock carriages. And the stench was overwhelming as soon as the door was opened. After taking a look, they immediately closed the door. Later, we found that the coal and steel coil carriages had obviously been soaked in water. We didn't know if they could be used or what kind of coal they were. I'll write it down first, and I'll study it later when I have time. In addition, there are pianos, office supplies, toys, and other carriages of various colors. The needed materials are either not found, or there are too many. The more useful materials are olive oil and salt. The rice was also found, but it was all bulk rice. I think it had to be sent to the factory for packaging. The rice smelled extremely bad after being soaked in water. The flour was packaged, but it was not waterproof. No bedding or blankets were found, but a 5 by 5 meter carpet was found. The carpet was very heavy after being soaked in water. Lin Wu and Xuedan took out more than a dozen, and put them on the roof of the car. Whether they can dry naturally depends on God's will. Wood is a good thing, but each of the more than a dozen logs on the flatbed carriage weighs hundreds of kilograms, which is obviously not a good thing. As mentioned before, the distribution center is a gourd structure. Lin Wu and his team are now searching the 2 tracks east of Xiaohulu, and there are more than a dozen trains carrying materials on the tracks that have not been checked. The upper gourd is the same as the lower gourd, and there are also a large number of trains. According to the current work efficiency of the two, it would take at least a week to check the cargo in all carriages without moving any items. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the large force finally appeared in sight. But the situation was different from what Lin Wu and his team thought. The people pulling the 2 rubber boats turned out to be Xiaowen and Shirtu. Shirtu was the most seriously ill, and Xiaowen was powerless. And Shana, Su Shi and Lin Ming, the 3 main forces, became injured soldiers. All this stemmed from the word greed. When approaching to disembark and walk, the large force found a special police van. Lin Wu and his team had seen this car before, but because of the complex terrain around it, they gave up searching. It's not complicated to say that it's complicated. In short, this van is not on the ground, but parked on the top of the factory building, with half of it exposed outside the factory building. 2 uprooted trees crossed it. After observation, Shauna believed that it was possible to climb into the van through the trees. She and everyone else believed that there must be weapons in the car. The water was about 2 meters deep at that location. After the rubber boat approached, Shauna climbed up the tree branch and successfully reached the van. She reached in and took out a shotgun and a box of shotgun bullets. Sushir climbed up the tree to meet them. He took the gun and bullets and handed them to Lin Ning on the rubber boat. At this moment, the bottom of the tree began to move and slowly tilted. It was not known whether it was because of the loss of support or the squeeze of the tree that caused the van to slide off the top of the factory building. Because of the branches and twigs, the van did not fall quickly, giving the 3 people a certain amount of reaction time. Lin Ning on the rubber boat wanted to pick up his companions and wanted to jump off the boat to escape. While hesitating, the van finally hit the rubber boat. The 3 people and the boat were instantly swallowed by the big tree in water. Boat B immediately launched a rescue. After 10 minutes of rescue, the 3 people and the rubber boat were salvaged. But some supplies were lost, including spare clothes and shoes for 6 people, tents, expansion screws, nails, tool boxes and cloth. Lin Ning's head was injured again and was wrapped with several layers of tape. Miraculously, Shauna only sprained her left foot. Sushir did not have any serious external injuries, but he was deaf in both ears. It was unclear whether this was temporary or a permanent injury. The reason they were able to escape this disaster was because they reacted quickly on the spot. Except for Lin Ning. However, in everyone's opinion, it was a miracle that they didn't die. Shauna jumped into the factory area at the first time, fell from a height of 7 meters, and avoided the disaster of the van sliding down. Sushir was trapped in the branches and curled up with his head in his hands. The van scraped him into the water and pressed him to the bottom of the water. Fortunately, there was a gap, and the human body has a certain degree of toughness. With the help of rescue, Sushir was able to escape and did not drown. In summary, in the absence of a tactical commander like Maya and a strong executor like Lin Wu, greed was the root cause of this consequence. Shauna took all the responsibilities alone. But strictly speaking, it was not her responsibility alone. Shur too saw the police car and asked everyone to stop the boat. Everyone felt that there were weapons in the car. Shauna proposed the idea of giving it a try, and no one raised any objections. Don't discuss what has happened. At least not here. Meeting on the spot. Lin Wu explained the route in detail, during which Sushir unconsciously shouted loudly, "What?" Shauna immediately discovered Sushir's threat, and asked Sushir to keep silent by writing. Fortunately, he shouted here, but if he shouted in the zombie train area, half of the people would probably die. Chapter 417, The Old, Weak, Sick and Disabled. Sorting out supplies, abandoning the rubber boat, Xuedan led the team through the train forest. Lin Wu stayed in the squadron to protect the old, weak, sick and disabled. The most important supplies in the brigade are of course generators. In the current situation, Xiao Dao and Shur Tu, who have not yet recovered, can only be responsible for it. This is not an easy task. Some of the distances between the rail trains are relatively close, even with a gap of more than 1 meter, and the road surface is paved with small stones. Besides, the 2 of them can't keep up with the physical strength, and they have to rest for a while after carrying a few dozen meters. As the team slowly moved forward, Shauna, supported by Xiaowen, felt sincerely ashamed. Considering the objective situation, the team will not collect the carpets for the time being, only take away some soaked paper towels, instant noodles and biscuits. There was also a zombie sneak attack on the road. Luckily, the vanguard Xuedan is an old hand, and the zombies did not succeed. But overall, this road is still very safe. After all, it is a road that Lin Wu and his team have walked several times. The team arrived at the rickshaw, and everyone could finally take a break. Lin Wu bumped into Shauna's shoulder. Shauna was a little embarrassed, but she still stood up and said, "Sure too. Xiao Dao. Sushir and I will go first, and put as much stuff as possible on the rickshaw. Lin Wu will arrange the others." Lin Wu said. "Xiaowen and Lin Neng will stay here, and be on guard. Theoretically, there will be no danger, but don't take it lightly. No chatting. Keep silent. Xuedan, we will go back to transport another batch of supplies, and we need to get a few carpets. Otherwise we will not be able to rest well at night. Lin Ming said. We are not injured. Xiao Wen nodded. We can help. Then leave your backpacks where they are. Lin Wu said. Shauna, you organize the supplies and take as many things as possible. Okay. Lin Wu and the other 4 walked 3 kilometers to the destination to collect the wet carpets. It depends on the situation. The carpets need to be dry for another day. They rolled up the carpets and tied them tightly. And each person took 2 rolls. A 5 meter by 5 meter carpet is definitely not easy to carry. But it can be dragged. Although it made a lot of noise. The team had no casualties. Lin Wu and Xuedong were also familiar with the route and surrounding conditions. So there was no big problem. The 4 of them delivered the carpet to the rickshaw. Xiao Dao, who was returning, waited by the rickshaw. Xiao Dao took Lin Ming, Xiao Wen, and some supplies with him. Lin Wu and Xuedong made another trip. They transported a batch of coal back in backpacks and tried to process it to see if it could be used as fuel. The distance from the shelter to the rickshaw terminal was nearly 2 kilometers. The distance from the rickshaw terminal to the supply train was about 3 kilometers. When Lin Wu and Xuedong returned to the rickshaw terminal again, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Xiao Wu came to pick up Lin Wu and Xuedong this time. The 3 of them delivered the supplies to the rickshaw. Each of them took their positions. And when they were about to start, they all looked to the northeast. 3 helicopters were seen coming from the northeast. And the helicopters flew to the logistics center more than 10 kilometers away from them. This logistics center is the largest logistics center in Hotian City. The materials transported to Hotian City by sea and rail will be sent to this logistics center for sorting, and then delivered to various places in the city by trucks or vans. Lin Wu climbed up a 20-meter high tower crane, lowered the rope, and Xiao Wu and Xuedong went up to watch the fun. The distance was far. Even if it was not very clear, they could only see a helicopter attacking the ground back and forth. Soon, 12 soldiers rappelled down from the other 2 helicopters, formed a battle line, and fired automatic rifles. After the work was done, all 3 helicopters landed, and the 12 soldiers were divided into 3 groups. 1 group assaulting, 1 group on guard, and 1 group searching for materials. About 10 minutes later, 2 helicopters transported the goods away, and another transport helicopter flew in the distance and slowly landed on the open space of the logistics park. The rear door of the large transport helicopter opened, and 2 forklifts drove out from inside. The soldiers began to occupy the high ground and set up lights. Judging from their behavior, it is definitely not a simple raid. They should be planning to stay in the logistics park for a short period of time until all the usable materials are moved away. Xiao Wudao, after looting the logistics center, the next target is the distribution center. They probably won't like the survivors. Lin Wu comforted him. The upper distribution center is enough for them to loot. Not only can they eliminate the zombies in the upper distribution center, they can also lead away the zombies in the lower distribution center. The upper distribution center refers to the upper part of the gourd, and Lin Wu and his team's activity area is the lower part of the gourd. Xuedong has his own opinion. He said, even if we are discovered by the soldiers, they may not attack us. Even if there is a rebellion in the East Base, the rebels are still a disciplined team after all. What we should worry about more is the stragglers. I think during the outbreak of the plague, they will not enter the city, including here. But for safety, we also have to do some work. Lin Wu said. Go home. Go back to the home where there is nothing. Xiao Wu asked with a bit of ridicule. Since there is nothing, how can it be a home? Xuedong, because there are people. Where there are family members is home. That's a good answer. I'll give you a few stone toes tonight. The 3 of them laughed and returned to the ground, got on the rickshaw, and returned to the shelter accompanied by the sunset. The railway bridge base is now full of old, weak, sick and disabled people, but everyone still wants to do something after all. The base is too poor. The 3 elements of survival: water, fire and shelter. The railway bridge base has all these 3 things, or not for the time being. Lin Wu rarely chatted with Shirtu about business for a few minutes, and then held a dinner instant noodle meeting. Shirtu began to assign positions, and Shauna was appointed as the general manager. Lin Wu is the manager of the business department. Lin Ming and Xiao Wu are the deputy managers of the business department. Xuedong is the manager of the resources department, and Su Shi is the deputy manager of the resources department. Xiao Dao is the manager of the internal affairs department, and Shirtu is the deputy manager of the internal affairs department. Xiao Wen is the manager of the logistics department. Shauna is in charge of overall planning, such as temporary adjustment of personnel, assisting other parts of the work, statistics, inventorying the company's property, planning the company's future development direction. The business department is responsible for searching and transporting materials, commonly known as looting. The resources department is responsible for infrastructure construction, and is responsible for water, fire, electricity, and other work. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is responsible for the overall construction of the base, such as building a better campfire, setting up cooking equipment, providing more comfortable and warm sleeping berths for everyone, and also includes mosquito repellent at the base, washing and drying clothes, etc. The logistics department is responsible for managing the wounded. Those who are sick should take care of themselves first. Those who are injured should take care of themselves first, if there is a shortage of manpower. Tell Shauna, and Shauna will make overall arrangements. In this way, many matters that need to be done will be implemented on the department. Xiao Dao and Shi Tu discussed using waterproof cloth to build a dressing room in carriage number 11, and then build 2 toilets near carriage number 12 and the locomotive. The locomotive is facing the southwest mountain, and the bonfire is currently located at the tail of the train, which is carriage number 12. Xu Huidan and Su Shi communicated through paper and pen, and planned to solve the fuel problem of the generator first. The generator at the base is a diesel and gasoline generator. There are a large number of small cars left in the distribution center, and there are also large trucks parked near the warehouse. Although some small cars were washed away by the flood, some were stuck. The large trucks basically did not move much. Previously, we talked about whether the fuel tank of the flooded car would be flooded. Shi Tu believes that, assuming the fuel tank is full, even if the water flows back into the fuel tank through the oil pipe after being soaked in water, the amount of water entering the fuel tank is also limited, even if water and oil mix. As long as the proportion of water is not too high, the fuel can still be used. Of course, the fuel storage problem must be solved first. Xiaowen in the logistics department seems to have the easiest job, but the pressure is also the greatest. After a few days of tossing and turning, the consumption of medicines is large. Especially the stock of antibiotics is only 30% of the original. And there are still many patients in the team. A good cook cannot cook without rice. So Xiaowen applied to temporarily join the business department to search for medical supplies. The work of the business department is the most important, the most dangerous, and the easiest. It is easy because they take whatever they have. There are no business indicators, and there is no great business pressure. In addition, Lin Wu has very sophisticated experience in looting, and he and Xiao Wu are both very good at fighting, enough to cope with various situations. However, other departments have sent their department's resource requirements to the business department, which has added some pressure to Lin Ming and Xiao Wu. Pressure is ineffective for Lin Wu. The resource demand can at most change Lin Wu's looting direction, but it cannot change Lin Wu's work attitude. As long as no one died, Lin Wu still adhered to his own way. Everything is up to fate. No matter how poor or hard it is, you have to slack off. This night was difficult to endure. The floor was cold, and there was a lack of dry clothes and bedding. There was a lack of lighting, and it was extremely inconvenient to go to the toilet in the middle of the night. It was embarrassing to do it nearby. After all, the feces and urine of fairies would not be fragrant. I was afraid to run far away. Therefore, except for heartless people like Lin Wu, most people had difficulty falling asleep. The railway bridge has a superior geographical environment, with only one road, and the nearest zombies are also 1 kilometer away. So there is no need to arrange special night watchmen. Instant noodles were still eaten early in the morning. Xiaowen took the patient's temperatures. Shita's fever had completely subsided, but he was too weak and had hand tremors. Su Shi recovered some hearing. Xiao Dao's situation was similar to Shitu's. He was still relatively weak. Others did not have a fever. Shauna's left ankle is swollen like a big meat bun. She cannot do strenuous exercise recently. She can only move with the help of crutches, chairs, or companions. Of course, she can also crawl. Shauna's instruction to the business department was to find out what resources the resource trains had. At present, Lin Wu and his team had only explored 20% of the resource trains. After breakfast, the 3 people in the business department were armed with pistols, daggers, and melee weapons, and set off with Xiaowen from the logistics department, and went to the distribution center by rickshaw. The railway bridge is about 30 meters higher than the distribution center. On the way to the distribution center, Lin Wu saw soldiers still stationed at the logistics center. The work on this day went smoothly. The business department inspected 70% of the carriages, but the harvest was not great. The biggest harvest was the medical kits found in several locomotives, but they were mainly for emergency medical treatment, mostly hemostatic bandages and fracture stents for trauma, insulin, asthma sprays, and emergency drugs for heart disease, etc., and very few basic drugs such as cephalosporins. In addition to medical kits, what resources are there? The first category is open cars and flat cars. The main materials are coal, roundwood cars, steel, etc. One type is grain trucks, which are all bulk grains, including unprocessed rice and unhulled wheat, preliminarily processed rice, corn, etc. Without exception, all food was inedible and smelled rotten, which attracted wild dogs and rats. Although it was unknown how they survived the flood, they just appeared. The second category was the carriages with temperature-controlled fresh and refrigerated goods. Forget about it. They were all useless. The food smelled rotten, which was acceptable. These carriages smelled rotten and smelled foul. Even with masks to filter it, it made several people vomit. The third category was large machinery transported by concave flat cars. Forget about it. Not to mention that there was no energy to drive it. It was impossible to transport it. The fourth category was miscellaneous items. This category was the main target of Lin Wu and his team. Unfortunately, with the development of roads, resources that were beneficial to the shelter were usually transported by road. Among the materials found were books, boards, marble, cement, rubber, tires, etc. From this, we can see how lucky Lin Wu and his team were to dig up instant noodles on the first day. After reporting to Shauna asked the business department to take a few rolls of water pipes home and to focus on LTL freight tomorrow. LTL freight has all kinds of tricks, and it is certain that some useful items can be found. However, the two railway lines for LTL freight are right next to the zombie train, and the closest distance is less than 8 meters, which is extremely dangerous. Returning to the base in the evening, Lin Wu discovered some changes in the base. First, the 2 toilets and locker rooms built with waterproof cloth have been put into use. The toilets are set up at the front and parking spaces of the train, and they fall straight from the sky and drain directly into the river. It is very exciting to think about it. The progress of the resource department is average. The stone passed through several puddles and filtered enough fresh water for the base to consume for 1 day. Xuedong went around under the bridge and the nearby area, and only found a white plastic barrel with a capacity of 40 liters. The bottom was broken, and it had been repaired with fire and plastic. It seemed that there was no big problem. Tomorrow, the resource department will use the water pipes brought back by the business department to draw fresh water from the waterfall. Due to the small height difference, this project cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days. The best news is that all the carpets have dried, so everyone can sleep more comfortably tonight. Lin Ming will be transferred to the resources department tomorrow to help Shirtu get water. Lin Ming asked, "Is it because I run slowly?" Lin Wu, "Yes." Lin Ming was sad. "Are you not trying to hide it now?" Lin Wu, "Yes." Lin Ming was so angry that he raised his hand to hit Lin Wu. But Lin Wu hit him on the head, and he calmed down. The atmosphere was not cheerful because of the two Lin's playfulness. After everyone smiled, they were eating noodles while discussing and thinking about their own department's affairs. Xuedong and Shirtu discussed the filter and dam. They needed to divert water at the waterfall, install the filter, and fix the water pipe head. Due to the lack of joints and waterproof tape, how to take over the pipe was also a problem they faced. Not only did they need to use heavy objects to fix the water pipe, in order to avoid being gnawed by rodents, they had to dig pits and bury the pipes for more than 100 meters in the waterfall area. Whether this project can be completed is still unknown. Shirtu, a member of the Internal Affairs Department, will temporarily join the Resources Department with Xiaodao to solve the base's fire and water problems first. Xiaowen from the Logistics Department, under Xiaowu's instruction, practiced acupuncture with foam, which made everyone feel painful. At this moment, the satellite phone rang, and everyone immediately quieted down. Chapter 418 South. Shauna answered the phone and put it on speakerphone. "Hello? Maya, hi Shauna, how are you?" Shauna explained the current situation in detail. Maya was happy about Shadow's progress. "Can I make a suggestion on personnel arrangements?" "Of course," Maya said. "From the current situation, at least before the end of the plague, Survivors will not migrate on a large scale. You also don't have much time left. I suggest that Lin Wu be responsible for LTL freight. He can fight and run, so no one needs to worry about him. Take the useful things with you. If you can't take them with you, move them to a safer place first. Maya said, mobilize most of the personnel to the resource train. Food is very important, planks, coal, etc. are also very important. At the same time, collect fuel as soon as possible. So the current focus is not on the bathroom, not on the toilet, not on drinking water, nor on chopping wood, but on resources. Maya said, after Lin Wu is done, let him search the warehouse. His job is to locate resources. Don't let him move resources, otherwise he will definitely slack off. Lin Wu, ha! Maya pretended not to hear. Don't waste time at night. It is not convenient to go to the distribution center at night, but you can go to get water. Don't think about making a car for now. I suggest using tires and wooden boards to make a cart for transporting water and firewood on the viaduct section. The nightfall time is after 6 p.m. From 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., at least several trips of clean water and firewood can be transported. Don't let Lin Wu do this job. If you see him idle, let him equip night vision goggles and continue working. Maya, Sana, you sprained your foot. You can make a bow and arrow with bamboo at home. The skull of the zombies is not hard. You can just sharpen the arrowhead. Bamboo is an unlimited resource for us. We should use it as much as possible. I think we can use bamboo to divert water instead of water pipes. Maya explained. Just open up the inside of the round bamboo, saving the work of laying pipes, and it is also convenient for maintenance and fixation. The water is connected to the viaduct, then split the bamboo in half as a water pipe, and use wire to fix it on the viaduct, and it will flow down the river. Maya said, stones react slowly. Don't you have seeds? Stones can collect soil and grow vegetables according to local conditions. Vegetables are very important. If you only eat instant noodles, your body will definitely have problems. And they are fatal problems. Therefore, even if there are no vegetables, you should add various wild vegetables appropriately. Lin Wu asked, let's talk about something important. Where are you? Maya replied, we accepted Shauna's suggestion. We are currently on the 36th floor of Triumph Building. We have solar panels, batteries, and no problems with food and water. It's just that the internal struggle is a bit fierce. 150 female prisoners used cars to reach Triumph Building before the flood, and followed Shauna's suggestion to rob the Zyarma supermarket. During the period, they fought with zombies and survivors. In addition to the personnel lost on the way, 85 people survived in the end. Before and after the power outage in the whole city due to the collapse of the dam, they transported the necessary materials from the 9th floor to the top floor of the 36th floor through elevators and fire stairs. A base was established on the 36th floor. During the most difficult days, everyone was very united, worked hard, and helped each other. Yesterday afternoon, at the first dinner after the official completion of the move, Maya discovered something wrong. Some people began to express their opinions on the distribution of materials, and received a lot of responses. They were roughly divided into several factions. The equal distribution method. Everyone gets the same food and water. The distribution method based on demand. Resources are provided according to demand. The hierarchical method. Everyone is divided into several teams according to the work content. And several teams receive the same materials every day. How to distribute them is the business of the team. The leader method. A leader is selected, and the leader appoints several key members, who decide how to distribute resources. There are 85 people from 18 to 60 years old, and everyone has different needs and demands. Therefore, the first dinner meeting ended unhappily. The second meeting is currently being prepared. The meeting topic is to determine the nature of the team. Maya belongs to the neutral faction. She is a hero that everyone wants to win over, but she does not express any opinions. She is only responsible for practical work. For example, building a water collection system, planting vegetables, preserving food, and investigating the surrounding situation. After the unpleasant ending last night, Maya did not evade responsibility. In view of the increasingly tense atmosphere, Maya proposed at breakfast that she and the 4 female prisoners would keep all the weapons. They would remain completely neutral, maintain order, and avoid bloody conflicts. Since Maya's prestige was too high, no one objected. Maya said, I just avoided a temporary conflict. Shauna took out her mobile phone to look at the map. You are in the southernmost area of the city. and we are in the southwestern area of the city. The straight line distance between the two is more than 20 kilometers. Any ideas? Maya said. No specific ideas. Lin Wu, the biggest feature of our two areas is that there is almost no water accumulation, and the floods all go to the northeast. The weather is predicted to warm up step by step. If we don't meet now, the whole city will become a plague place, and humans will not be able to live in it. The water soaked the corpse, and the water was polluted. If there is no water, then the air is polluted. Shirtu said. Maya, you have an idea. But given our current situation, you don't have any idea. Right? Maya did not deny it again. My idea is very simple. Let Lin Wu come to pick me up. Lin Wu, it's very dangerous. Okay, Maya said. However, your base needs to do a lot of things. It is definitely not appropriate to withdraw Lin Wu at this time. Lin Wu is Maya's closest friend. The two have experienced many things through hardships and life and death, so there are not many emotional concerns. She also believes that Lin Wu will definitely be willing to come. But there is not much time left for the base. If the railway bridge base is not improved as soon as possible, after entering the plague era, there will be a shortage of resources. Maya said her previous thoughts. Lin Wu can go to the south of the city through the Hotian River under the railway bridge to meet Maya, and the two will then walk back to the railway bridge shelter. If everything goes well, 2 days will be enough. Lin Wu is dissatisfied. Don't you ask me if I agree or not? My status is very noble. Okay, besides, it's very dangerous. Okay? Maya asked. Then are you willing to come? Lin Wu, I'll go reluctantly. Maya said, but no, the base is more important. I can survive here for a few days. Shirtu asked, some days? Are there not enough resources? Maya said, there are still a lot of resources. I think he will die from assassination. Have a very high prestige. Do not accept the leadership of the upper class, and do not develop his own power. Shirtu said, I support your idea. You will definitely be killed. Lin Wu, she went on, you go to the distribution center tonight to get a rubber boat back. Lin Wu, you can leave tomorrow. Shirtu said, Maya, you don't underestimate us. We can not only deal with the current situation, but also stabilize and develop the base. Lin Wu said, last time we were not there, the base was destroyed. Shirtu was speechless, and he was so angry that he started to act directly. I'll kill you. Lin Meng hurriedly stopped him. Uncle, you can't beat him. Hee hee. Lin Wu laughed like a villain, asked, Maya, can I contact you with this number? Well, this is a satellite phone, and it has been recharged through the system. There should be no problem. Maya said, just in case, we still need to plan the time, location and other details. With Maya's remote control over the phone, the shelter became well organized. Whether it was the departmental system discussed by Lin Wu and Shirtu, or the open system discussed by everyone before, neither was as good as Maya's way of making the best use of it. Maya is a collectivist, but she can take into account the differences of individuals when executing. The most typical example is Lin Wu. Lin Wu can be sent out for adventures, but he cannot be asked to do hard labor. People with strong execution abilities such as Shuedan are suitable for completing more boring tasks. Of course, this is also related to Maya's profession. Snipers should do sniper things, and don't think about shooting a few shots for no reason. There are no rice balls, only instant noodles. Lin Wu brought a few packs of instant noodles and a box of biscuits, as well as 2 thermos cups of boiled water. In addition, he also carried a bundle of ropes, 3 pistols, and 100 rounds of ammunition. He didn't bring an assault rifle, because when he needed it, it meant that Lin Wu couldn't escape. At dawn the next day, Xiaowu and Shuedan set out first to get the rubber boat and sent it to the river below the railway bridge, although the water level dropped to within the dam line. Judging from the floating objects, its flow rate was still relatively fast. Xiaowu and Shuedan wished Lin Wu good luck, pushed the rubber boat Lin Wu was riding on out, and watched the rubber boat drift away. When they were about to turn around and leave, the rubber boat hit a horizontal piece of wood, and then it was overturned. Everyone watched from the heights and the riverside as Lin Wu grabbed the net rope of the rubber boat with one hand and floated downstream. They could only pray for Lin Wu's good luck. Shirtu comforted everyone. It's okay. The disaster will last for thousands of years. Shauna cooperated. Okay. Everyone focus on the work at hand. Don't let them come back. The base is still the current base. Will Lin Wu die while drifting in the river? Theoretically, he will, but his identity as an extreme star is different. What if he doesn't have the identity of an extreme athlete? In most cases, he won't die. The dam collapsed for several days, and the rain stopped for several days. It was said before that because of sand excavation in Hotian City, the river is deep, and the water is slow. As long as he doesn't hit a large floating object, there will be basically no problem. Lin Wu let go of the net rope and dived into the water, avoiding the impact of floating objects, following the current to the shore. Soon he touched the stone wall of the embankment on the shore, floated along the stone wall for another 100 meters, and went ashore from a step. After landing, check the equipment first, whether the satellite phone has water in it, whether the instant noodles have cracked. Then take out the pistol from the small sealed box. Most firearms are mechanical, and will not malfunction due to water ingress. However, various problems will occur after water ingress, such as diluting the gun oil, causing the pistol parts to wear faster during the firing process, and other problems. In addition, if sand enters the gun chamber, it may cause the chamber to explode. Lin Wu changed into dry clothes and dry shoes on the shore, put the clothes and shoes he changed into in a cloth bag, pulled a rope to squeeze out a lot of water, and then hung the cloth bag behind the backpack. Put away the pistol and go to the road from the steps. Observe the surrounding situation at the entrance of the steps. The South District is also called the Outer District and the White Collar District. When the city was developing in the early years, it was a place where migrant workers gathered. Nowadays, the most famous is the living area composed of 10 large white-collar communities. Most of them are composed of 32-story high-rise buildings and single-family villas. Each community has up to 10,000 permanent households. The supporting commercial facilities are mainly for eating, drinking, and entertainment. The Triumph building where Maya is located is a landmark building in the South District. It integrates food, supermarkets, hotels, singing, foot washing, sauna, amusement parks, cinemas, pet hospitals, etc. The floor area of each floor is over 3,000 square meters. The most famous one is the Zirma supermarket on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. It is no exaggeration to say that almost all legal items can be bought here, even houses. Lin Wu spotted the Triumph building 5 kilometers away at a glance. Because the South District is at a higher altitude, the flood flows back from the West City into the Hotian City. Although the South City has been flooded, it has not caused impact floods. The neatly arranged cars on the road show that the flood in the South City is not enough to make the cars float. However, the mud brought by the flood is not less, and the cars are all painted with a layer of earth color. The mud on some parts of the ground is 10 centimeters deep. The flood did not wash away the cars, but it washed away the zombies. At least the density of zombies in this area is not very high, much lower than that of Zhou County during the hardcore period. Lin Wu bent over and checked the situation of several cars with the help of cars. He found that there was still water in the cars, which ruled out the idea of using cars as transportation. Lin Wu crossed the road and leaned against the wall outside the community. The stickiness of the mud on his feet made him uncomfortable, so he retied his shoelaces. When Lin Wu stood up, he was dazzled by the sunlight. He looked up and saw someone on the 32nd floor of the community, inside the wall, shining a mirror on himself. They were 2 female and 1 male survivors. They found humans other than themselves and waved excitedly. Lin Wu also waved in response. The mirror shone on Lin Wu again, and the light moved away, walked in front of Lin Wu, and shone on a roundabout parking lot 1 kilometer away. In simple terms, there is a parking lot built in the roundabout. The parking lot has 3 floors. The survivors seemed to be telling Lin Wu that there were terrible things in the parking lot, or there were other survivors in the parking lot. Perhaps it was the same meaning, that the survivors are the most terrible now. Lin Wu blew a kiss to express his gratitude and continued to move forward. He is currently on the road outside the community. Turn left along the roundabout to enter the commercial street. Continue along the roundabout to other roads outside the community. When facing zombies, dodge first, kill if you can't dodge, and go around if you can't kill. Use the game method, and the progress is very smooth. When approaching the roundabout, Lin Wu quietly followed a zombie, backstabbed it, and then waited aside. 10 meters away, a zombie was on his way. After waiting for a while, the zombie turned his head. Lin Wu raised his dagger and stepped forward. When he was 4 meters away from the zombie, a small stone fell on the roof of the car between Lin Wu and the zombie, making a loud noise. Lin Wu ignored the muddy ground. Before the zombie turned his head, decisively laid down. Quietly observing the zombie's feet from under the car, after lying for 10 seconds, Lin Wu got up and touched the back of the zombie, and executed it with a backstab. Where did the small stone come from? Lin Wu looked up and saw the rooftop of the roundabout parking lot more than 20 meters away, which was the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor rooftop had a low guardrail. Next to the guardrail there was a tall jeep. A woman was sitting on the roof of the jeep, with a slingshot in her hand, shooting another stone at Lin Wu. Not only did he have a nasty expression on his face, he also used his finger to hook, indicating, "Come on." Lin Wu looked around. There were only a few scattered zombies nearby. There were no zombies in the more than 20 meters from his position to the upward passage of the parking lot. However, Lin Wu saw mud footprints on the passage. If he guessed correctly, there were survivors lying in ambush on the side of the passage, waiting for him to reach the parking lot, and then outflanked him from both sides. Should he take advantage of the situation, go over to kill people, and then rob the parking lot? Forget it. They are all survivors, and Lin Wu could understand them. So he pulled out his pistol, held the gun with both hands, and aimed. The rooftop girl just pulled up the slingshot, and was shot in the head by Lin Wu. Then Lin Wu put away his gun and left. Understanding is understanding, but considering his own safety, he still had to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. You show goodwill, I show goodwill. You provoke, I kill people. I don't know if it is the rule of the Doomsday, but it is definitely Lin Wu's rule. What a pity, the girl on the rooftop is pretty. Lin Wu turned left into the commercial street. Using the rearview mirror of a car on the roadside, he saw 2 men running hurriedly towards the rooftop. Chapter 419 Reunion. There are more survivors in the South District than Lin Wu thought. Perhaps because of this, at least the density of zombies in this area is very low. Lin Wu even saw 2 groups of survivors confronting each other with various melee weapons in the grain and oil store on the commercial street. Lin Wu didn't want to cause trouble, walked on the other side of the street, and moved forward with the help of trees or cars, so that no one could shoot him. Even if the other party didn't have a gun, maybe they had a crossbow or something like that. You must not be knocked down. Don't think that you are the protagonist of a film or TV show, and you can still be friends with the attacker after being attacked. Once you lose the right to self-defense and the ability to counterattack, you are basically dead. The 2 groups of people who were confronting each other seemed to know each other, and looked at Lin Wu, and even walked out of the store and whispered, as if they wanted to turn enemies into friends and make Lin Wu fight for one. But they didn't do it, maybe because Lin Wu walked too fast, and secondly, they didn't dare to provoke such a lone ranger easily. A person who dares to travel in the city must have some skills. Dodging and evading. Advancing cautiously. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Wu arrived near the Triumph Building. The Triumph Building is at the upper right corner of the intersection of the commercial street. At the lower left corner of the intersection is a construction site. The construction site is relatively clean. At present, only a foundation has been laid. The main body of the foundation is cement. Every 10 meters or so, there is a bunch of steel bars buried in the cement, which should be the pillars of the building. There are 3 cars inside the construction site wall, 2 of which are black and 1 white. If there is no accident, the cars are soaked in water and cannot drive. Another one is a dining car, which is parked in an open space. It should be for the construction workers to eat and have afternoon tea. The front of the dining car is the foundation, and the back is a 3-meter deep earth pit. Lin Wu opened the door of the dining car. It was different from what he thought. There was no smell. It should be because it was not ready to open. He went in and saw that it was indeed clean inside. Even the refrigerator was empty. If there was anything, it was a half-full bottle of olive oil and some bulk seasonings on the kitchen counter, and the dishes and chopsticks in the sterilizer. Lin Wu found the car key in the driver's seat and tried to start the car to no avail. Although the water did not soak onto the kitchen counter, half of the car body should have been soaked in water for a long time. Lin Wu found a piece of waste paper and rubbed it in his hands. Then he poured half a bowl of olive oil and soaked the homemade waste paper wick in the olive oil, leaving only a part outside. When the waste paper was full of oil, Lin Wu lit the wick with a lighter, put down the extension board of the dining car, and placed the oil lamp on the extension board. In order to prevent the oil lamp from going out, Lin Wu made a lampshade with a few acrylic boards found nearby and surrounded the oil lamp. After finishing, Lin Wu looked up at the Triumph Building 30 meters away, and took out the satellite phone to call Maya. Damn it. I owe money. Damn nightmare. Lin Wu understands that the phone bill is expensive, but it's the end of the world. Can't you top up more money? While the money is still useful. Nightmare, You tell me, how long did you spend on the phone yesterday? Maya is cautious. She didn't put her money on electronic devices, and agreed with Lin Wu to meet in a dining car. Maya would go to the window and take a look every few hours. Maya repeatedly explained, after you arrive at the dining car, change the structure of the dining car, just let me know you are there. Don't enter the Triumph building, don't come to find her. 85 female prisoners can swallow Lin Wu directly. Lin Wu opened the dining car door, put the backpack by the door, walked to the wall, walked around for more than 10 meters, and sat down in the grass between two stones. Only the dining car can be seen from this position. Similarly, only people who arrive at the dining car can see Lin Wu. Until nightfall, Maya never appeared, and no one else entered the construction site. Lin Wu quietly returned to the dining car, retrieved the backpack, take the liquefied gas tank, the gas stove, the pot and a pair of chopsticks, went down to the earth pit on the back of the dining car. Light the fire, pour the water in the thermos cup, add instant noodles. Then he put on night vision goggles and found several puddles in the earth pit. After confirming that there was no zombie virus contamination and no animal carcasses around, he filled 2 thermos cups with water. When he returned, the instant noodles were already cooked. Lin Wu took the pot aside, took out chopsticks from his shoulder pocket, and started eating. After eating a few bites, Lin Wu heard the sound of zombies. According to his experience, the zombies were located in the southeast direction, about 12 meters away. Outside the wall, there were several gaps in the wall of the construction site, and it was unlikely that zombies would enter the construction site. However, if Maya did not show up, Lin Wu would not be able to rest well tonight. Why did Maya not show up? Based on Lin Wu's understanding of Maya, the first possibility was that Maya was dead or lost her freedom. The second possibility was that Maya knew that he had arrived in the afternoon. But with her personality, she would not leave alone without a lot of things. She must have made some explanations. Considering the lack of electricity, the elevator could not operate, and there were many zombies inside the Triumph building. Lin Wu was more concerned about Maya's exit route. As for the outdoors, the density of zombies was very low, so there was no need to worry too much. At 11 o'clock in the evening, a stone hit the dining car. Lin Wu stepped on the gas tank with one foot, and with his hands on his back, he poked his head out of the pit and saw Maya next to the oil lamp. Maya wore a desert-colored camouflage uniform, carried a large desert-colored backpack, held a crowbar, and waved at the 36th floor of Triumph building. Lin Wu came up quietly, and a strong light from the 36th floor shone on Lin Wu. Maya saw the light moving, and saw Lin Wu, and said, "The sneak attack failed." The smile on her face was hard to hide. She stepped forward to shake hands with Lin Wu, hugged him gently, and then let go. Lin Wu looked up at the 36th floor, where the lights were shining, accompanied by shouts. Lin Wu handed the pistol to Maya and asked, "How did you fool them? They don't care about my past." Maya pulled out the magazine and took a look, pushed it back and said, "Follow me." She pointed her 2 fingers at her forehead, then waved goodbye to her sisters, reached out to take the oil lamp, blew out the flame, and walked into the darkness with Lin Wu. After walking about 200 meters, Maya led Lin Wu to a small truck. The back door of the truck was ajar. Maya placed the oil lamp on the hood of the truck, holding a flashlight in one hand and gently opening the back door with the other. Lin Wu held the gun with both hands. The truck was empty. Maya said, "We'll rest here tonight." After closing the back door, putting the oil lamp in the middle, Maya took out 2 compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of water from her backpack, and the 2 sat down on the spot and talked about their own things. Maya brought a black tactical suit and a thermal underwear for Lin Wu. The so-called tactical suit has more pockets, which are used to place magazines and small items such as daggers. After taking off the wet clothes, Lin Wu wrung out the underwear, used the underwear to wipe the water off his body, changed into thermal underwear, put on the tactical suit, and instantly felt extremely comfortable. Maya has many stories. After all, a group of more than 100 people has everything, not to mention the war with male prisoners, the infighting between factions, sisterhood, etc. Her story is just a story, and it has little to do with everyone's future. The important part is Lin Wu. Maya said, "I think the most terrible thing is disease. I read a lot of medical books in hardcore mode, and I also learned about the situation on Earth during this period, so I want to meet up with you. If I were a few days later, I would not be able to go out. The location of your base is very good." Maya said, "You found fully armed soldiers nearby. I think the soldiers also found survivors on the railway bridge. For safety, you should send people to explore the mountains along the viaduct and prepare a backup base to deal with emergencies. Lin Wu asked curiously, why are there so few zombies in the southern area? One very important reason should be that the drinking water sources of several communities in the southernmost part of Hotian City are not polluted. These communities do not drink reservoir water, but reservoir water from a small hydropower station under the mountains. Maya said, another reason is the wisdom of the survivors and the limitations of the zombies. When a villa is invaded by zombies, the owner has limited means of defense. An apartment building is different. If you don't use a professional door breaker, some doors are difficult to kick open. Every household has at least one barrier. Even if the zombies knock on the door, as long as there is no sound in the room, the zombies will not attack again. In addition, however high the apartment building is, zombies will not take the elevator, but can only take the stairs. Without the attraction of the sound source, they will not keep climbing up. Unless there is a family that continuously makes deafening noises. Therefore, the number of zombies faced by residents of high-rise apartment buildings is relatively limited. The flood washed away a large number of outdoor zombies, giving the survivors in the apartment building an opportunity to go out and search. In Maya's opinion, a low density of zombies is not necessarily a good thing, because it may lead to fighting among survivors for resources. In addition, no one handles the corpses rot, and various germs are rampant. Most people can't last long. There will definitely be some people who can survive, but the number should not be large. Lin Wu asked, how long can the 85 people on the 36th floor of Triumph building last? There are 84 people now. I counted the supplies. If we don't produce and everyone is united and harmonious, we can at least support it for about a month. Maya said, there is a huge rooftop on the 36th floor. We got nearly a ton of nutrient soil from the supermarket. And various crop seeds. In addition, there are more than 20 live hens. The current survival pressure is not great. But the fact is just the opposite. These days, they have not tried to collect rainwater. Nor have they planned planting and breeding. Instead, they have formed gangs and quarreled endlessly about the distribution of materials. To distribute materials, you need a leader or an organization. Everyone has different interests, and they all hope to get more. They are indifferent to the life and death of others, so they keep arguing. Lin Wu asked, isn't Xiaoyu very prestigious? Maya said, she died. Lin Wu, what if you stay? Maya said, there is a certain degree of stability in the situation. Lin Wu, then it would be very un-Maya for you to leave. Maya said, I am a guard. The first oath we swear is, we are human beings. Protecting the dawn is conducive to the development of mankind. If the dawn threatens mankind, then it is our enemy. NPCs seem to have flesh and blood and emotions. But after all, they are not real humans. And they are not from the same tribe as me. Strictly speaking, my relationship with tomatoes is closer than my relationship with them. Lin Wu asked, why tomatoes? Maya. Lin Wu, can't it be tomatoes? Maya asked, don't everyone argue with you? Lin Wu thought for a while. Not all of them. Such as Lin Ming. Maya didn't respond to Lin Wu's words, and took out a plastic bag from her jacket pocket. There were several maps in it. Maya spread one of them on the ground, and Lin Wu raised the oil lamp. Maya looked at Lin Wu for 2 seconds, and opened the flashlight in her hand. What do you think I mean? Maya ignored Lin Wu, pointed at the map and said, we are here. She took out another map and put it together, and pointed again, the base is here. The straight line distance is about 20 kilometers. One way is to cross the south bridge to the south suburbs, and then walk west along the mountains and Hotian River to reach the railway bridge. This route is farther, but not difficult to walk. Earlier, there was news that there were many survivors in the southern suburbs. Without unified management, they would have to make their own living. Some would go into the mountains, and some would stay in the southern suburbs farm. You may encounter a large number of survivors on this road. Maya said, the South District is the last area affected by zombies. The police and other departments have done some work, including evacuating people. The current situation in the southern suburbs is unclear, but it is certain that there are certain armed forces among the survivors in the southern suburbs. Therefore, it is best to take this road at night. Maya said, the second way is to go along the east bank of Hotian River. The flood came from Hotian River. I believe there should not be many survivors on this road. There are many zombies indoors, few zombies outdoors, and it is difficult to replenish food and drinking water on the way. In addition, This road is very muddy. Lin Wu, I hate mud. Maya said. The third way is the viaduct. The viaduct goes directly to the distribution center and has the shortest distance. It is speculated that there are many vehicles on the viaduct, which is not affected by the flood. And the density of zombies is extremely high. The subway line does not need to be considered at present. Forget about driving a car, it's impossible to drive. Motorcycles are okay, but they are not suitable for the current muddy terrain. Lin Wu smiled bitterly. Just say the second way. The first way is too dangerous, there is a possibility of being ambushed, and the other party may have guns. The third way is equivalent to fighting your way out. The second way cannot replenish food and water, the road is difficult to walk, but it is barely tolerable. Lin Wu asked, let's set off tomorrow morning, how long will it take to get there? Maya looked at the map. Without transportation, we can't reach the base within a day. I suggest settling at the air quality monitoring station 7 kilometers away from the distribution center. There is a large industrial park in Xiqing, and there are many unmanned air stations in the industrial park. These air stations are built on 15-meter high iron towers, and are used to monitor the surrounding air index and atmospheric air index. Unlike signal towers, the height of the air station iron tower is relatively low, and in order to protect electronic equipment, it has an indoor building with an area of about 10 square meters. There are not many internal equipment, most of the equipment is outside, such as atmospheric electric field meter, particle detector, volatile organic compound detector, etc. Is it possible that some survivors use this air station as a temporary shelter? After all, when the flood came, the air station was not affected. This is not a question that Lin Wu and Maya consider. If there are survivors, they can coexist. If they cannot coexist, they can be killed. Chapter 420 Flowers, Plants, Vegetables and Meat. In the silence, Lin Wu said slowly, I miss Xiao Wai. Normal. Maya replied. Lin Wu glanced at Maya and asked, why? Are our human emotions ridiculous? Maya said, no, but I have no way to talk about the topic you mentioned. Lin Wu, because you don't miss Xiao Wai? Maya, no, I don't want to express it. Personal emotions are private and should not be shared with others. Lin Wu sneered and asked, suppose we are lovers, I don't need to express it. Maya, of course not, that is our love, you should express it. Just like when you are with Xiao Wai, you don't need to hide your love for it. I can understand you sharing happiness with me, but I can't understand you sharing your feelings for others with me. Don't think they are arguing, in fact. They are chatting. Absolute rationality versus boring arguments. Luckily they can chat. Lin Wu, for example, Shauna loves me, and you love me too. According to your logic, you and Shauna can sit down and share your love for me with each other. Maya said, we can talk about it. I can't give you the opportunity to play both sides. Otherwise, two people will get hurt. It is still the best solution. Maya stopped Lin Wu from asking any more questions. Why don't we talk about the two NPCs? Xiao Wu and Xiaowen. What's going on? Lin Wu thought for a while. I have a hunch that Xiao Wu has been led astray by me. He was originally full of fear of death and was used to considering risks when doing things. But my heroism infected him and made him a little ignorant of life and death. Maya said, Xiao Wu is just a little crooked. You can handle it yourself. What about Xiaowen? Lin Wu said, she is a pretty good girl. Willing to do some practical work. Rarely expresses her own opinions and views. Can properly complete the work assigned to her. And is very serious. For example, she was assigned to the logistics department, responsible for the wounded. She would measure the temperature and blood pressure of everyone, and always pay attention to the physical condition of Lin Ming, who has a chronic disease. I don't know how to describe the relationship. I kissed Xiaowen not long after meeting him. However, I don't feel that there is any possibility of further development between them. Maya nodded, pressure and demand. What about Shi too? It seems that he is not doing his job well. Lin Wu said, he is unlucky. I saw him for only one day, and he fell ill. He was very sick. When I left this morning, I looked at his legs. His calves were shaking unconsciously. He was very weak. In general, everyone worked very hard. By the way, you can't deny Shi too. For example, the railway bridge base we found under Shida's leadership should be a very good base. Maya said, I have always believed in Shauna's vision. She just lacks some execution ability. And then doubts herself. Is today D9? Lin Wu said, according to our calendar. It is D10. Lin Wu explained the content of his complaint and told Maya that 180 days will experience 4 seasons. Maya nodded. Actually, I know some of the conditions on Earth. Oh! Lin Wu was not too surprised, asked, would you like to tell me? People like Hua Wu and Rizhao would definitely investigate the conditions on Earth after they learned that they were on the immigration list. The space shuttle can reach Earth in 2 weeks, and the Earth engineering project is handled by Fortress Company, so they must know the conditions on Earth. There's nothing I can't tell you, Maya said. Xiguang didn't lie. A super city that can accommodate 1 million people has been built on Earth. It's certainly not a super city in size, but its content is. Outside the super city is a wasteland. It's basically certain that there are no humans on the surface. Lin Wu was puzzled. Why do you want to tell me? Maya said. I'm worried that you're playing the game too smoothly, and you want to be an explorer after you get to Earth. You need to recognize the difference between the game and reality. Lin Wu looked at Maya. No. I like to eat and wait for death the most. You know it yourself. Maya said. The virtual world can never replace the real world. For example, simulated stock trading and real stock trading. Hee hee, maybe I have a little idea, but I believe I know my limits. Maya reached out, took out a watch from her backpack and handed it over, said, this is for you. It's almost time, take a break. If you need to go to the toilet, go to the corner, don't leave the car. Don't you mind the stench? Maya put her head on the backpack, turned sideways to the oil lamp, pulled the mask, closed her eyes, didn't answer Lin Wu's question. Smell and risk, she chose stench. It's just that she knew others' aversion to stench, so she would avoid this situation in daily life. With Lin Wu, there is no need to avoid suspicion. The next morning, after eating biscuits for breakfast, the two left the truck, Lin Wu in front, Maya in the back, moving about 2 meters apart. The road conditions were better today, and the mud on the ground would not stick to the soles of shoes in a large area. The two followed the road, not the road on the left side of the community, but along the sidewalk on the right. The land on the right side near the river is mostly non-planned buildings. For example, garbage transfer stations, pet shelters, driver training sites, etc. There are a few planned land in large areas, such as parks, zoos, bus terminals, etc. There are also some bridges leading to the southwest, and the village on the other side of the bridge can be seen from a distance. In addition, there are some houses near the river, some houses have been demolished into rubble, some houses are under construction for new projects, and many houses are still preserved. In front of Lin Wu and Maya are 3 three-story houses. The houses are about 20 meters apart, the backyard is large, and the houses are surrounded by green shrubs. No zombies were found around the houses. Seeing this, Lin Ma immediately became alert. When they approached house number 1, a girl came out with a basin of clothes and was about to dry them on the sidewalk. Seeing Lin Wu, the girl was startled and said in surprise, "Hi. Hello. Hello." Lin Ma walked in the center of the road and remained alert. The girl asked enthusiastically, "My name is Xiaohua." Lin Wu, "My name is Rizhao." Maya said, "My name is Xiguang." "Damn it, why do you want to imitate him?" The girl asked, "Do you want to come in for a cup of tea? Xiao 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 Xiao?" As the girl called, a man came out. He was a little surprised to see Lin Ma, but he didn't seem to be alert or on guard, more surprised. "Hello, I'm preparing breakfast. Would you like to come in and sit down?" "Preparing breakfast at 10 a.m.? Maya refused. "No. Thank you, we still have to hurry." Lin Wu looked at Maya. "Isn't it almost lunch? Besides, aren't you a little tired? After others have cooked, we kill, eat and rob. Isn't it nice to be a dragon?" Maya looked at Xiaohua. "Will it be too disturbing?" "Welcome to disturb." Xiaohua greeted. "Please come in." Xiaohua hung up 2 pieces of clothes, and Xiao Xiao greeted the two to enter the first floor. There are not many windows, the light on the first floor is not good, and the floor is dirty. There are 4 stools and a table in the living room. Xiaohua explained. The flood destroyed all the furniture on the first floor, making it a mess. Xiao Xiao. "Hey. Go borrow some bacon from the big sister next door. It's rare to have guests. We can cook some vermicelli." Xiaohua looked at Lin Ma and said, "Pork. Cabbage and vermicelli stew is a famous dish in my hometown, but we are short of pork." Xiao Xiao, "Okay." Then he took a pot of porridge from the campfire on the side and put it on the table, nodded to the two of them, went out from the side, and headed for house number 2. This behavior made Lin Wu and the others a little nervous. Why not strike first? Lin Wu looked at Maya. Maya agreed, but Lin Wu was rarely hesitant. Lin Wu asked, "Xiaohua, how many of you are there?" 4 stools. Xiaohua used chopsticks to dig out something rancid from a bottle and put it into a bowl. It looked like pickled vegetables. And also like tofu. Xiaohua replied. It's just Xiao Qiao and I here. Want to try it? Fermented tofu and dried radish. Pickled vegetables from my hometown. After that, she served a bowl of porridge to both of them. Lin Ma did not move. And continued to ask. He learned that Hua Qiao and the other two were a newlywed couple. And this was their rental house. Unexpectedly, something strange happened the day after their wedding night. Since the residential houses were far away from the building complex, and neighbors helped each other, zombies did not pose much threat to them. At this time, Lin Ma found a figure at the back door window. A man leaned against the window. He looked inexperienced. He had part of his body, but he could not hide the shadow of his body from the sun. Maya signaled with her eyes that there was also someone at the front window. She was exposed because the wind blew her long hair. Either someone was eavesdropping on their conversation, or Lin Ma had been surrounded. Maya looked at Lin Wu, and she found that after not seeing him for many days, Lin Wu's killing intention had become less determined. It can't be said that Lin Wu was just like herself. When communicating with other players before, Maya's principle was that she would not take the first shot before the other party attacked or showed obvious hostility. Lin Wu's principle was lower than Maya's, but the two have always had the same attitude towards NPCs. Today, Lin Wu seemed to treat NPCs as real people. At least he had some psychological burden when killing NPCs. It's not that Lin Wu has changed his ways, but Lin Wu's attitude towards NPCs is similar to his attitude towards players. Lin Wu was very hesitant. On the one hand, he felt the danger. On the other hand, he thought Xiaohua was very simple, very sincere, which made him unable to kill. I'm back, Xiao Qiao said, entered the room from the side, holding a piece of dried bacon weighing about 200 grams. Xiaohua made porridge for Xiao Qiao and asked, Did you bring some vegetables to Big Sister? Xiao Qiao replied, I took some potatoes. Xiaohua explained, We planted a lot of vegetables in the backyard before, but unfortunately the flood destroyed the vegetable fields. Xiao Qiao sat down. The most regrettable thing is that the soil was damaged. There were some strange noises outside the window. Xiaohua stood up and walked out in confusion, saying, Big Sister, I have a friend here. Would you like to sit together for a while? Then a woman in her 30s came into the living room with a bow and arrow on her back. She had a fake smile on her face. And on the one hand, she looked at Lin Ma, as if telling the two with her expression, You are not welcome. On the other hand, she is very kind to flowers and plants. Xiaohua introduced that the woman's name is Xiao Kai. She and her husband Shiro are experts in wilderness survival. They are also a couple of not-so-famous internet celebrities. They often go hunting in the southwest mountains. After hearing this, Lin Ma basically understood their relationship. Hua Qiao is a graduate student in agronomy and botany. Their hobby is growing flowers and plants. So they rented this house with a large backyard 2 years ago. Their source of income is selling vegetables. Since there are a large number of residents living nearby, everyone knows that their vegetable fields are truly organic vegetables, and their income is not bad. The Kara couple's personalities are opposite to Hua Qiao. They are hostile and wary of outsiders. At the same time, thanks to the 2 years of getting along, they have more trust in Hua Qiao. This explains why Hua Qiao can survive despite her simple personality. As they chatted and cooked food, Xiao Kai gradually let down her guard and went out to ask Shiro, who was still outside the door, to get a stool and dried prey. Since D-Day, they have not left this small piece of land, so they are full of curiosity about the outside world. Lin Wu explained the situation he had, including the disasters and changes brought by the flood, and the great changes in the East Shelter. After chatting all the way, the vermicelli was basically cooked. During this period, Xiao Kai mentioned his idea again, hoping that Hua Qiao would live in the mountains with them. The house can be built by themselves, which is not a problem for them. It can be heard that Kara planned to retreat to the mountains across the river at the first time. But considering that Hua Qiao lacked self-defense ability and awareness, they stayed here. Hearing this, Maya rudely asked Lin Wu to come to the door with her. After the two chatted for a few words, Maya used her satellite phone to contact the satellite phone of the base. When the two came back, Lin Wu apologized first, and then Maya got straight to the point and explained the basic situation of the railway bridge base. If you want, you can live on the overpass. Maya's idea, in the real hardcore mode. It is definitely not reliable to grow vegetables on stones. Hunting is the best, or even the only source of meat, but hunting is a very dangerous thing for the real hardcore. Not to mention the ferocity of the beasts. A loose stone in the mountains can be fatal. Hua Chao, Karu and Ro not only have the ability to be self-sufficient, but also have a lot of surplus value. Even if they are unwilling to trade with the base. At least they guard the southwest end of the railway bridge, effectively preventing the beasts in the mountains from wandering into the base, or the situation where the base personnel are attacked by beasts when taking water. On the other hand, the four people's entry does not pose a great threat to the base. For Hua Chao, Rotsai, this proposal has only benefits. At least they don't have to be on guard and worry about survivors. And Rotsai and his wife don't have to keep someone on guard every night. In addition, if Lin Wu and the others are telling the truth, the railway bridge base can provide a lot of supplies, which are too abundant for the base. For example, plastic water pipes, wires, paper towels, etc. In these 2 hours of contact, Lin Ma recognized the basic moral qualities of Hua Chao, Rotsai and Rotsai. Rotsai did not abandon Hua Chao, and Hua Chao treated his kind well, which are rare qualities in the Doomsday. The question now is whether Hua Chao, Rotsai, and Kai trust Lin Wu and the others. It can be seen from their walking and equipped with satellite phones that if Lin Wu and the others want to turn against each other, Hua Chao, Rotsai, and Kai will definitely not be able to bear it. Shakai is more cautious. We are not members of your base. What do you need us to do? No. If you like, you can get along with us. If you don't like us, you don't. Maya said, if you have friction with our members, we will handle it as fairly and impartially as possible. Lin Wu said, I feel that we are all reasonable people. Otherwise we can't get together. If there are difficulties, we can also help each other. Maya added, help in emergencies, not in poverty. Lin Ma said very bluntly, which made Kara deepen his trust in Lin Ma. Their dilemma is that they can't let go of Hua Chao. In the past 2 years of contact, they regard Hua Chao as their own family. They know that if they leave, Hua Chao will be finished sooner or later. Flowers and plants don't like to live in seclusion. First, it is difficult to open up land. Second, once they enter the forest, they are cut off from modern civilization. From small things like snacks to big things like tools. The main reason is that there are too few people to contact. Chapter 421 Fire Street. Cairo went outside to discuss for a while. And after coming back, they agreed to move to the vicinity of the railway bridge base. They stated that their base would be closer to the mountains and forests, rather than the railway bridge base. Hua Chao, who likes a slow life, has long been fascinated by the railway bridge base after learning that there are so many people. For them, it is a real version of Stardew Valley. After lunch, Hua Chao and Cairo began to pack their things. During this period, Lin Ma did not make any suggestions, nor did he urge them. You can take whatever you want, and take as much as you can. As a result, not only did each of the 4 people pack a big backpack, but they also brought a suitcase each. No, all 4 suitcases belonged to Hua Chao. Cairo's things were very simple, very concise, a small amount of food, and the rest were tools and weapons. The 4 suitcases would undoubtedly slow down the team's progress, but Maya took time into full consideration when setting up the rest point. Kara was arranged in the rear team to protect the flowers and plants. Lin Wu still rushed forward, and Maya followed. When they met zombies on the road, Kara provided long-range support. The archery skills of these 2 people were more accurate than each other, and every arrow within 20 meters hit the head. Facing Lin Wu's praise, Shakai was very modest. She felt that there was not much difference between zombies and dead targets. If she could not shoot 8 rings within 20 meters, she would not be embarrassed to say that she was a hunter. Shiro spoke less. Most of the time, Shakai was talking and Shiro was doing. But Shiro was very careful. After explaining the camping point tonight, Shiro began to collect combustibles. After everyone went up to the air station, Shiro also set up cameras nearby. The air station was empty. There were not many equipment inside, and the space was relatively large. When everyone was preparing dinner, Lin Wu slipped out and went to several pharmacies 200 meters away to search for a batch of medicines. Although there were many survivors, there were too many pharmacies, so the 3 pharmacies that Lin Wu visited were not looted. Lin Wu finally found a suitcase filled with medicine. The suitcase was placed at the bottom of a car under the tower. Lin Wu climbed up the tower. Maya, who was waiting outside, saw Lin Wu as if she had seen a savior. They have some problems. There were many problems, which could be summarized in one sentence. When will this damn day end? Lin Wu sat down, took the dinner, and began to popularize the science of Blue Star immigration. Dawn. And this thing can be used, and it is basically true. However, the ending of the zombie virus is not acceptable to every Earthling. Therefore, Lin Wu has another set of rhetoric. We can't stop the progress of history, because it has already happened. I am not well educated, and I only went to college, so it is difficult to explain the butterfly effect. I know the conclusion is, no matter what we do, it will not affect the future. Lin Wu said, this is called the time travel rule. For example, if I come to the modern era in the future and marry a girl and have a child, this is not a real event. Otherwise there will be a paradox, because the birth of this child may lead to my non-existence in the future if I don't exist. How can the child exist? My mentor used parallel space to explain time travel. History is like a book. The past has been written, and future generations can make changes in the book, but they cannot change what has been written. We came to Earth, just like establishing a new parallel space, in which we do not exist thousands of years in the future, and only exist in the present. Xiaohua tried to understand. If you did not travel through time, it would be one space. Because you traveled to Earth, therefore, another space appeared. In space B, what the future will be like is still uncertain, which is equivalent to a new world. When you travel back home, you return to space A, not to space B 1,000 years later. That's right, Xiaohua. You are great, Lin Wu said. So your future is unknown. Xiao Xiao was a little discouraged. Our butterfly wings cannot change the future. Medicines will expire sooner or later, and energy will run out sooner or later. Lin Wu nodded. That's right, but we can return to our own world in 180 days. At that time, we can visit you in a normal way and provide you with help. This is not bragging. I think Shiguang will leave a real hardcore copy. After arriving on Earth and logging into the game, you can find a way to transport supplies from the ordinary game to the real hardcore mode. Under the conditions of ordinary games, any guns and medicines are not a problem. If it is done well, even airplanes and cannons can be obtained. Xiaohua asked, what about humans? Lin Wu said, I think there is not enough time. We can't do anything big. Maybe there will be a space where humans travel back to eliminate zombies 1,000 years later. But that space has nothing to do with you and me. Lin Wu added, you are very happy. At this point, Hua Chao couldn't help but put his face down. Thank you. Hua Chao is loving. But Karu is a little conflicted. That night, Karu was talking outside, and was heard clearly by Maya. The general meaning was, the world is like this. Let's make peace. Lin Wu's words not only brought them hope, but also brought despair. The situation facing humans is irreversible. But despair is not necessarily a bad thing sometimes. It can make people face the present and cherish the present. The air station is 7 kilometers away from the distribution center. Maya, who has lived in the South District for a long time, underestimated the difficulty of this road. The survivors in the West District were almost wiped out. There were also a large number of factories and warehouses to protect the zombies from being washed away by the flood. In the past few days, the zombies have walked out of the buildings one after another. The density of zombies in the West District is now very high. Lin Wu assassinated 18 zombies in 10 minutes. And the team barely advanced 100 meters. This is a 700-meter street, which is also a must-pass place for the team. The 4 lanes of the street are like a messy garbage dump, with various trucks and cars jammed here. The reason is that a refrigerated truck is across the end of the street. The impact of the flood did not open this obstacle, resulting in a large number of vehicles piling up. This leads to extremely poor human vision and the inability to quickly discover potential dangers. Lin Wu leaned against the warehouse and looked inside, gesturing to the back, invincible. Don't think about it. Maya gestured, and the team moved from the right to the left. But it still didn't work. The zombies in the warehouse on the left were no less than those on the right. Lin Wu pointed to the top of his head. You could only walk from above the warehouse. The roof of the warehouse is triangular, and its original design was to protect against wind and rain, not to withstand human walking. Shiro rejected Lin Wu's proposal. He told Lin Wu that the standard load-bearing capacity of the industrial plant roof is 30 to 50 kilograms per square meter, and the feet certainly do not occupy 1 square meter, but each person in the team weighs more than 50 kilograms. What's more troublesome is that the team has 5 large suitcases. Previously, If the land was not accessible, they would take the air route, and if the air route was not accessible, they could drill the sewer, but this road was also blocked by the sewer due to the flood. Even if there is no water in the sewer, there is a lot of garbage piled up. What's more, it is an industrial sewer, and the untreated sewage left in it is likely to cause human poisoning. If you take a detour, it will be 2 kilometers farther, and the road conditions will not be much better. Lin Wu asked, how about a big one? Maya, what big one? Looking at Lin Wu's expression, she had a vague premonition of something ominous. Lin Wu said, there are a lot of cars and warehouses here. We set fire to this block. Maya looked around and said, the density of factories and warehouses here is very high. We may burn several blocks. No one knows whether there are explosives and toxic substances in the factories and warehouses. Lin Wu said, most of the factories have been flooded and buffed. Maya raised her hand and gave Lin Wu a shoulder. This industrial park has car factories, cotton processing factories, chemical factories, plastic products factories, and various gas storage tanks. If it really starts to burn, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Wu encouraged from the side, there is only this way. Maya looked at the other 4 people, they made their attitude clear, and listened to Maya. Along the way, Lin Ma's combat ability and experience have been recognized by them. Maya said, let's prepare simple gas masks first. In addition, I want to explain that if toxic gas is really produced, the suitcase should be thrown away. Our goal is the distribution center in the west, which is 5 kilometers away. Lin Wu, you go and grab a pile of clothes, we need to make some anti-bite equipment. Maya needs a lot of materials, sawdust, charcoal, cotton, masks, mineral water bottles, etc. The team retreated 30 meters and searched for garbage on the street. Shiro found some firewood to start a fire and extract charcoal. There is wood, there is a small saw, and there is naturally sawdust. Lin Wu took the corpse clothes back and tore them into strips. Flowers, vegetables and meat are more resistant to anti-bite devices. After all, they are zombies' personal belongings. Some of them are stained with zombies' thick blood and brain matter. Lin Wu asked, do you want your lover to live alone in the pain of losing you? Or do you want him, her, to watch you turn into a zombie and finally kill you in tears? Love is courage. Of course, there is also a moral kidnapping element, if you even despise the shroud. How can you still have the face to talk about love? These days, with more internet access, who doesn't know how to play this game? Although the flooded car can't drive, it burns just as well as a new car. After all, a new car only has a pitiful little fuel. With this burning, a cotton warehouse was set on fire, and the warehouse set fire to the factory next door. The dawn was making trouble, and the spring breeze was blowing hard, and the fire was getting stronger and stronger. Zombies are also miserable as brainless creatures. They dive into the fire when they hear the sound, and run around after being burned. They are dry to begin with, and the result is that they become fire starters. Go! Maya ordered when she saw the right time. Lin Wu led the way, and the team followed. A car exploded, and Maya fell to the side. Shiro helped Maya up and continued to run forward. Black smoke was produced quickly, engulfing the street. With a loud bang, chemicals in a warehouse exploded. The huge impact force splashed flames, and all kinds of messy things in all directions. There was even a car door that fell 2 meters to the side of Lin Wu, which frightened Lin Wu and instantly quickened his pace. Various small things kept falling from the air. Lin Wu reached out from the back of his neck and took out a cotton ball with fire. He cursed in his heart, damn Maya. What are you burning? Did you ask for my opinion? I suggested to light the fire, but I didn't agree to it. Lin Wu. Here. Xiaokai is gone. Maya chased after him. Lin Wu handed the suitcase to Maya. Looking at the street with billowing black smoke, you keep going. After that, he turned over and ran towards the street. Xiao Qiao and Maya grabbed Shiro and continued to run forward. Maya told Lin Wu that Lin Wu went because of his special identity. He had the ability to hold his breath for 2 minutes. And with a simple gas mask, he could give it a try. Visibility in the street was very low. Black smoke and flames came out of the warehouse, and ashes kept falling from the sky. Lin Wu followed the original path and found Xiaokai, who had fallen to the ground and was unconscious, on the side of the street. Seeing that Xiaocai's gas mask was nowhere to be found, Lin Wu took off his gas mask and put it on Xiaokai, and carried Xiaokai on his back and walked forward. The breath-holding time in the game is a white line, and the human body will not feel any discomfort during this period. But it is not the case in the real hardcore mode. The longer you hold your breath, the more uncomfortable it is, and in the end your lungs will feel like they are about to explode. Even so, Lin Wu did not dare to breathe in. It was all black smoke, and his eyes were irritated and tears kept flowing. If he took a breath, he would definitely live 100 years. In addition, the temperature around was very high. As long as he stayed a little longer, he could add some cumin to the shells soon. When he walked out of the street, Maya had returned to meet him. She took Xiao Kai, and Lin Wu knelt down and vomited and coughed. Maya picked him up. They had to run. The fire had spread to the new block. The forest fog followed Maya forward, and the spring breeze made trouble, blowing the black smoke and fire towards the team. But Maya had found a puddle, or to be more precise, a mud pit in an open space. Wakaru was lying in the mud pit. Maya handed Xiao Kai to Shiro, and Lin Wu went into the mud pit. They did not move forward because the road ahead had also been set on fire. They were completely surrounded by the fire. Before they could communicate, a fireworks factory a few hundred meters away was set on fire. Countless fireworks flew everywhere, accompanied by continuous explosions. The fireworks flew into the sky. Lin Wu complained, "It can still be lit even if it is wet. Little white rabbit, it has been dried." Xiao Qiao lay beside Lin Wu, with most of her body in the mud puddle, and said to Lin Wu, "Lin Wu, if it wasn't the end of the world, you would have been in jail for setting this fire." Lin Wu disagreed, "It wasn't me. Xiao Qiao, I saw you light the fire." Lin Wu said, "Don't you need to light a fire to cook? But if there is no gasoline, or the gasoline cannot be ignited, then there will be no fire? I am just a catalyst." Lin Wu said, "The two oil barrels are the most heinous, diesel and gasoline." "Makes sense." Just after he finished speaking, a handful of Gatling fireworks were lifted into the air and began to shoot randomly. After landing, they were shot and fired, and several people were forced to put their heads into the mud puddle. After the Gatling game was over, Maya showed her head and said, "After I met you, I kept reminding myself to evaluate the consequences of any of your ideas before Lin Wu could fight back." Shiro said anxiously, "Xiao Kai is dying." She was foaming at the mouth and breathing weakly, obviously because she had inhaled too much black smoke. Maya said, "Water. Bring out all the water." Maya took the water and cleaned Xiaocai's nose and mouth. There is no specific medicine for Xiaocai's condition, and she must rely on her own detoxification. The medication is only to protect her body functions. Maya shouted, "We need to move her to a place with fresh air." If Xiao Kai died, Shiro might be angry with Lin Wu, so Shiro would have to be killed, and no threat could be left. In this way, all the flowers and grass would die. But there is no such place. Just then, the wind direction changed and began to blow back. Maya immediately said, "Lin Wu, Xiao Rou take turns carrying people, throw away the suitcases that need to be thrown away, and keep moving forward." Lin Wu handed the backpack to Maya, carried Xiao Kai and Xiao Rou on his back and ran forward. Xiao Qiao took Xiao Rou's backpack, Maya took Lin Wu's backpack, and Xiao Hua took Lin Wu's medicine suitcase. The remaining 4 suitcases were all thrown away. Lin Wu and Xiao Rou did not walk on the street, because the vehicles on the street were already on fire. Some cars were emitting black smoke, and some cars were waiting to be ignited. They passed a hardware store, crossed another street, and passed on the one-way street between the 2 factory areas. After the 2 ran for 500 meters in a relay, after leaving the building complex, a breeze blew on their faces. Chapter 422 Plague. Lin Wu handed Xiao Kai to Xiao Rou, pulled out his pistol, killed 2 zombies with 2 shots. There are zombies wherever there is no fire. More than 20 zombies immediately surrounded him. Luckily, they were at a distance. Lin Wu shot them one by one beside him. However, when changing the magazine, the zombies knocked Xiao Rou down. Lin Wu saved Xiao Kai with 1 shot, and then killed a zombie that was biting Xiao Rou. Maya arrived and joined the battle immediately, and quickly eliminated this wave of zombies, winning a small safe zone for everyone. Now we can't move forward. We can only pray that the wind direction doesn't change randomly. Xiao Kai's condition has improved, and his breathing has become more even. Now the problem is Xiao Rou. Maya looked at Xiao Rou and said, "Take off your clothes, you know?" Xiao Rou nodded, and began to take off his clothes that were full of mud and water, and were about to be dried. After taking off his shirt, scratches and burns were clearly visible. After taking off his pants Everyone saw a tooth mark on his calf, and 2 of them were bleeding. Xiao Qiao asked, "Didn't you tie the cloth strips?" Everyone's arms and legs were wrapped with cloth strips. Maya helped Xiaorou explain, saying, "He cut the cloth strips in the mud puddle, so that he would not be restrained by the cloth strips when running." Lin Wu drew out a dagger. "Bear with it." After saying that, he cut out the meat with the tooth mark, which was located at the calf, which was all muscle. Lin Wu looked at it for 2 seconds before cutting again. Xiao Hua and Xiao Qiao helped hold down the leg. Xiao Rose screamed. Maya on the other side had already taken out a kitchen knife. If it didn't work, she could only cut off the thigh, hoping to save Xiao Rose's life. The virus spread quickly, and Lin Wu was not slow in cutting. It didn't take much time. Lin Wu looked at it for 2 seconds and nodded. "Okay." Hua Chao and Ro were a little unconvinced. "Really? Why?" Maya opened the suitcase and looked for medicine inside. She said, "We can identify contaminated water in food." Xiao Hua, "But this is not water in food." Lin Wu smiled with his sharp white teeth and scared Xiao Hua into Xiao Cao's arms. Xiao Qiao said, "How did you identify it?" Lin Wu said, "Didn't you mention Shuguang before? We have shrimp chips in our bodies." "What are shrimp chips?" "Something like a chip. I can't say more. If I say more, I will leak secrets and go to jail." Lin Wu said, "Just trust me. Xiao Wu at our base is in the same situation. I cut off a finger." Xiao Kai woke up while talking and saw Maya pouring medicine into Xiao Rose's wound. She was puzzled when she saw that her man had lost several tails of meat and a big hole was left. She was even more shocked. Xiao Kai was about to ask, but Lin Wu said first, "Don't ask. Have a good rest, and let him explain it to you slowly later." Lin Wu had a question. Is it okay for Maya to do this? Pouring medicine powder and letting Xiao Rou take medicine. I guess I can't get anything out of her. Let's see how it works. Lin Wu didn't know that Maya had carefully observed the wound. Lin Wu only damaged the muscle tissue and did not injure the vein. In the winter before entering the real hardcore mode, Maya took a lot of classes in the training room, a large part of which was surgical operations. Although Blue Star has super medical equipment, as a soldier, Maya also has the ability to deal with trauma. Facing Lin Wu's suspicious expression, Maya glanced at him. 3 kilometers away from the distribution center, there were 2 wounded soldiers, both of whom needed to rest. Maya washed her hands, took out the map again and looked at it for a while, and ordered, "Rest for 5 minutes to drink water and eat, and then continue to move forward. Don't eat too much. I'll find a stick for Shiro to use as a crutch. Shiro, take care of yourself. Lin Wu is responsible for Xiao Kai, and I'm responsible for opening the way." 5 minutes later, Maya ignored the people who were still eating and caring for each other, and ordered, "Let's go." She left first, making everyone a little flustered, but they still kept up with the pace. Xiao Kai is 20 years and 122 months old this year. These are her original words. Compared to Shiro's silence, Xiao Kai has a more unrestrained personality. Along the way, he kept swearing when facing zombies, whether before or after the fight. In comparison, Lin Wu felt ashamed. Whether he was frightened, surprised, pleasantly surprised, helpless, or tired, he could only say hack. Lin Wu carried Xiao Kai on his back for a while. Xiao Kai couldn't help asking Lin Wu, "Is Maya the same with you?" "Yes," Lin Wu said. "You can express different opinions when she gives the order to rest for 5 minutes. Or you can express opinions afterwards, such as insufficient time. But if no one has any objections, you must set off after 5 minutes, and no temporary proposals will be accepted." Xiao Kai said, "You are a good person." "Huh? Are you so jumpy?" Xiao Kai said, "Anyone who can accept her personality and become her friend can be considered a good person. TSK, I am not someone she can reach." "Haha. I hope you are not just stubborn. I can go now. Put me down." The anger came quickly, and it went away quickly. Although she still felt uncomfortable, she was still thinking about her man. After putting down the side dishes, Lin Wu replaced Maya as the vanguard, and Maya stayed behind the team. It is said that there is a picture of a wolf pack marching. The front team is the most ferocious and the strongest young wolves. The old, weak, sick and pregnant wolves are in the middle team, and the Wolf King is at the end. Some people say that the Wolf King does not let the wolves fall behind, in order to better observe the situation, and to have room for adjustment when attacked. Whether it is true or not, It sounds reasonable. According to Lin Wu's experience, the Wolf King should be on the flank of the team. In which direction the team is moving, it should be placed on the flank in that direction. The vanguard is either a fast-running wolf or a worthless wolf. The middle team is the main force, and the old and weak are in the back team. For example, in the encounter that happened soon, there were 3 zombies on the back of a bus, and 1 on each side, and they suddenly attacked the vanguard Lin Wu. Lin Wu retreated immediately. Hua Chao was a little confused when he saw this. Kara steadied himself and shot with a bow and arrow, almost accidentally hurting Hua Chao. Maya was in the rear team and couldn't move forward quickly, and had to go around the middle to avoid blocking the archer's shooting range. According to the formation that Lin Wu had envisioned, when encountering a surprise attack, Lin Wu retreated to the left rear and Maya, who was originally on the right, pressed forward. Maya and Lin Wu were parallel, trading space for time, pulling the zombies left and right to disperse. Flowers and plants, as weak ones, were in the back team, and would not interfere with the combat mission. Since Lin Wu gave up the middle road, Kai Ro could shoot at will. The formation that Lin Wu had envisioned could quickly reflect the combat effectiveness on the battlefield, giving the team a chance to fight with more people in a short period of time. How could Maya make this mistake? There was only one possibility. She was a weak one. What's wrong? After dealing with some thrilling emergencies, Lin Wu asked. Stomachache? Xiao Kai asked with concern. Are you not used to eating jerky? The wild boar meat we had this morning was originally frozen meat, but because of the power outage, it could only be made into jerky. The humidity and temperature in spring are high, which is not suitable for making jerky and bacon. I don't know. Lin Wu pointed at the bus. Go to your toilet. Maya, sorry, everyone take a break, I'm sorry for wasting your time. She didn't hesitate, and went to the bus. After Maya finished, the wind direction began to change again. Fortunately, everyone had walked far enough, and the fire could not threaten the team for the time being. However, from a high altitude, the fire seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and had spread to 6 blocks and 4 factory areas. The accomplices must be cars. The densely packed cars on the road were like a relay, one after another, and then spread to the surrounding businesses, or factories and warehouses. If there is no fire brigade, no fire extinguishers, it will cost a huge price to let a fire go out naturally. Lin Wu said. The cause was just that I lit a lighter. Maya ignored Lin Wu's meaningless dialogue, and said thoughtfully, Xiao Hai, natural fires happen from time to time. If you live near the mountains and forests, you should pay more attention to your own safety. This was said very tactfully, and it was not Maya. Maya meant, be careful with fire. Maya noticed someone who was talking nonsense was about to translate, and pointed, open the way ahead. Lin Wu smiled and left. Maya walked to the side, forming a triangle with Lin Wu and the team. Xiao Hua saw the 2 people leave. Whispered, it seems that they are very loving. Xiao Kai shook her head, you are still too young. There are 2 kinds of scumbags. One is the Sea King scumbag, and the other is the single scumbag. The former plays with the feelings of girls. The latter ignores the feelings of girls. Xiao Chao said, I don't understand. Several people set off. Xiao Kai said, sea scum kills the familiar, and single scum kills the living. Single scumbags refuse love around them, and they are more willing to use money to buy the bodies of strange women. The road ahead cannot be said to be smooth, but at least no one is injured. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the team finally arrived at the distribution center. Arriving near the rickshaw terminal, Maya called Sana, and Xuedan came down to pick her up and shook hands with Maya politely, without any greetings between them. Maya took the vegetables and meat and left first. Xiao Chao and Xiao Hua waited on the spot to check on the luggage. Xuedan and Lin Wu went to the distribution center to transport instant noodles. In the past 2 days, the base moved 1/3 of the instant noodles in the car, prepared to empty a carriage within 2 or 3 days. With these instant noodles, the staple food for 180 days is settled. Eating instant noodles for 180 days, it makes me want to die. We returned to the base together. The base has not changed much, but the work is proceeding in an orderly manner. The water has not been connected yet, but more than 40 bamboos have been cut down, and some of the bamboos have been processed. The cart is not ready yet, but 2 wheels are available, and the frame made of boards is also available, but 2 main beams are missing. These 2 main beams need to be placed on the bearings. The seemingly simple cart, but the workmanship in some parts still has relatively high requirements. The biggest achievement is electricity. A trial run was carried out in the morning, and the generator can operate normally. Today, Shuadon is basically wiring, to ensure that each carriage has a light at the minimum. The wiring work will take another day or two, because joints, sockets, switches, etc. need to be installed, and some materials are also missing. When Linwu arrived at the base, Shiro, who had arrived earlier, was bandaged again, and Shaokai expressed his opinion on the stove. As a wilderness survival expert, she suggested building a coal stove and provided a method for making honeycomb coal. Honeycomb coal stoves are movable, can cook food, and have low consumption. Coal stoves can quickly boil a large amount of water and can be used for bathing. In Xiaocai's opinion, coal is better than any wood, but coal stoves have high requirements for ventilation systems and are best built outdoors. As a shadow farmer, Shirtu is communicating with flowers and plants on the locomotive. Xiaochao made an irrigation design for Shirtu to effectively utilize water sources. At the same time, she told Shirtu how deep the soil for each crop was, how to cultivate good soil, and gave Shirtu some seeds. Shadow also gave the four people a lot of things in return, such as instant noodles. Xiaowu and Xiaowen sent the four people into the mountains, which were 3.5 kilometers away from the railway bridge base. This is the end of the viaduct, which is directly connected to the mountain. There is an almost invisible road deep into the mountain. Wakokeru was very satisfied with this place, and began to plan how to build a house, and how to divert water. When they learned that Wenwu was from Earth, they felt very friendly. After all, those aliens were somewhat indifferent and polite. At 6:30 in the evening, the six returned to the railway bridge base. The base prepared instant noodles. Before the four built their own shelter, they could stay at the railway bridge base, and food and drink were provided free of charge. After dinner, Maya convened the first formal meeting of the railway bridge. The participants included Xiaowen and Xiaowu. Even if there was nothing to do, Maya should make a formal self-introduction. The next day, the railway bridge base began to carry out infrastructure construction. Linwu was responsible for exploring materials. Xiaowu, Sushir, Xiaodao and Lin Meng were responsible for carrying materials. This group of people could basically fight, and there was not much danger. Xiaowen and Shauna sorted out the housework, the placement of materials, and the interior design. At the same time, they assisted Shuadon in building an outdoor coal stove. After the coal stove was built, iron arrowheads could be made by melting iron. Shirtu and Maya built a canal. They used bamboo pipes to lead water from the waterfall to the viaduct. They then used half a piece of bamboo to collect the water. The half piece of bamboo was fixed to the guardrail of the viaduct with wire. The water flowed along the guardrail to the railway bridge base. The flowers, plants, vegetables, and meat began to build their own shelters. Shaokai set a pheasant. Maya put the pheasant in an iron cage according to Xiaocai's arrangement, and put the iron cage in an empty carriage at the distribution center, and put food and water every day. After 4 days of hard work, the railway bridge base completed water and electricity, and built an outdoor coal stove. A shower room was built next to the outdoor coal stove so that everyone could take a hot shower. They even got 2 washing machines. A large amount of supplies were placed in the 12 carriages, which were equivalent to building materials in the normal game mode. However, the storage of consumables did not keep up, and the biggest problem was the insufficient reserves of fuel and coal. On the 5th day, when the supply team fed the pheasant while transporting coal, they found that the pheasant had died, and its feces were white and sticky. Maya knew that there was no time, so she asked the base people to put down all their work and push the cart to the distribution center to transport coal and fuel. The problem of coal was not big. As long as there were coolies, there would be as much as needed. The fuel problem is the container problem. At present, the several buckets that were originally used as water collectors are all filled with fuel, and the total amount is only more than 100 liters. Based on the calculation of 1 kilowatt per hour, that is, 1 kilowatt of electricity, about 0.6 liters of fuel are consumed per hour, and more than 100 liters can only support the railway base for 170 hours of continuous electricity use. The main electricity used in the base is lighting, and the total power consumption of the light bulbs is less than 100 watts per hour, and the excess power will enter the battery pack connected to the solar panels. Because of greed again, after the 5th day of work, many people felt unwell, and started to have a fever at night. This time, all the people who fell ill were the main force, Su Shi, Shuadon, Xiaowu, including Lin Wu and Lin Ming, who was not the main force. Judging from the same symptoms of the 5 people, it is obviously an infectious disease, and they can only be isolated in the number 2 carriage, and food is delivered to them through the window. The 5 people had large red rashes all over their bodies, sore throats, did not want to eat, and had a continuous fever. On the other hand, Xiaohua and Shiro found that they had drunk all the boiled water they brought when they were cutting trees in the forest. Shiro told Xiaohua that the rock water was filtered by rocks and sand, and basically had no germs. He and Xiaokai lived in the wild, and often drank such water. The final result was that he and Xiaohua both got dysentery. Xiaokai was furious, saying that 99% of the water was fine. But it did not mean 100% of the water was fine. Chapter 423 Nightmare Ghost. At Lin Wu's reminder, Maya contacted Nightmare, who was accompanied by Xiao Jing, a half-baked medical student. Xiao Jing knew it was a typical symptom of scarlet fever. The solution is to let them take antibiotics, and to isolate them separately, not to isolate them together. If the rash is more serious, surgery must be performed to cut and drain. The wounded soldiers Shana, Xiaowen, Shirtu, Maya and Xiao Dao cannot continue to build their homes, and instead devote their energy to taking care of the patients. A few days later, Lin Wu recovered first due to his good health, but he was still isolated. Afterwards, Xiaowu and others also recovered one after another. Lin Ning had a rash and suppuration due to his poor physical condition, and the antipyretic medicine had limited effect. So Lin Wu, who dared to cut, and Maya, who knew how to bandage, came on stage. Xiao Jing was talking about drainage. Lin Wu was not sure how to drain, so he used the familiar flesh-cutting surgery method. As long as you dig out the abscess directly, it should be fine. That's the truth, and the effect is better than drainage. But there is no anesthetic. Lin Ming, who was tied to death, screamed for an hour before it was over. Lin Wu dug 2 small holes and 4 ditches on her back. The ditches were dug because the pustules and rashes were lined up. Lin Ming continued to lie down for a week before she was officially recovered. It was already D21 when she recovered. With a bloody lesson, Maya forbade anyone to go to the distribution center. On the other side, the East Base had transported a large amount of bulk supplies and left 6 soldiers in the logistics park. The soldiers sorted out the scattered supplies during the day, and a helicopter came every few days to transport the supplies, leaving them with a batch of food and ammunition. From a high place, it can be seen that the activity area of the thousands of zombies on the zombie train line has covered the entire distribution center. The zombies originally in the warehouse have also gradually integrated into this area. Now the density of zombies in the distribution center has reached 1 per 3 square meters, which is a relatively dangerous area. The distribution center in Shanghulu district is not much better. There is also a zombie train there. Early in the morning of D24, 2 helicopters flew from the northeast, one of which was an armed helicopter. Maya saw that this was not good, and said, Lin Wu Shui Dan Xiao Dao. Prepare for battle. Before the other party shoots, we should not shoot first. After the battle, the other personnel immediately retreated to the waterfall and entered the forest. Shirtu stood beside Maya and said, not that bad. Right? Will they be interested in our resources? It's not enough for their fuel cost for 1 flight. Everything is possible. Maya turned around and said, others retreat to the carriage first. It is impossible to win. Even if they are lucky enough to shoot down these 2 helicopters, there are still many helicopters at the East Base, and even missiles. The armed helicopter hovered in the air, and another helicopter landed on the open ground. An officer and 3 fully armed soldiers got off the helicopter, and then the helicopter took off. Maya, this is for a conversation. After that, she stepped forward to greet him, shake hands with the officer, and introduce herself, saying that she is the person in charge of the base. Officer, can we go in and talk? 3 soldiers stayed, and the others entered the restaurant in carriage number 11. The officer praised the base highly. Shirtu asked the officer to sit down, and put the kettle on the coal stove to boil water, and prepare to make tea. The officer did not say anything polite, and took out the laptop from his briefcase, and got down to business. This is the scene captured by the night camera. The scene is the logistics park. The camera captured a man wearing a gas mask sneaking into the logistics park, and left the tent shortly after entering it, with a dagger in his hand, and blood was dripping down from the dagger. Then the man leaned against the wall, and followed the shadows around a soldier on duty, and cut his throat, and then fought with another soldier. It can be seen that the soldier was no match for the man at all. Not only did he not have the chance to shoot, Even if the man threw away the dagger and fought him barehanded, the soldier had no power to fight back, and his neck was finally broken. Soon, a man and a woman entered the logistics park. They drove 2 modified motorcycles and searched the logistics park with the man. They took away the soldier's bulletproof vests, helmets, guns and bullets, 2 boxes of canned food, a box of compressed biscuits, 10 barrels of gasoline, a box of gas masks, etc. Of course, they took him away in several batches. After that, the leading men dragged the body of a soldier to a surveillance camera, cut off the soldier's head in front of the surveillance camera and threw it on the ground, and took off his gas mask, gave a provocative middle finger and left. Sure immediately denied, "It wasn't us." The officer replied, "I believe it. Because after the incident, we immediately sent out drones to monitor you. And we can confirm that it wasn't you. We believe that the murderer's provocation is to hope that we will avenge the soldiers. And he turned into a hunter to hunt us to obtain sufficient supplies. The embarrassing thing is that we can't send a large number of people to the logistics park to search for the murderer. And it is even more impossible to continue to send a team to risk stationing." The officer said, "We hope to get your help. You don't need to do it. You just need to determine the murderer's location." Sure was puzzled. "We don't know the murderer's location." Maya said, "It's not difficult to analyze. From the direction of the motorcycle entering the surveillance, and the motorcycle transportation time, the murderer should be hiding in the surrounding area. But we can only see a small part of the upper distribution center from our location, and we can't send people out to look for them." The officer said, "We can provide you with drones. Of course, the civilian version. The professional version of drones is not only expensive, but we don't have many in stock. In addition, although you are a certain distance away from the murderer, I think you probably don't like to be neighbors with such people. Not to mention that he will attack your base. It is almost inevitable to meet him outside." The officer said, "We are very happy that the survivors can set up their own survival base. Maybe there is room for cooperation in the future. This is a list." Maya took a list, which read 2 telescopes, 4 walkie-talkies, 1 satellite phone, 2 gas masks, and 1 drone. The officer said, "There are more on the back. If you can help us locate the murderer, the supplies on the back are yours. Gun 5, bullets 300, bulletproof vests 5, canned food 50. Officer, the front is the advance payment. If you can't find the murderer, it will be a gift." Maya said, "Add 2 sets of tools on the back. Logging tools, sawing tools, wrenches, screwdrivers and other small tools." Officer, "Less than I expected. Don't you consider guns and bullets?" Maya said, "We have no intention of expanding our armed forces. Just enough for self-defense." The 2 sides chatted for a while, and left the car. The helicopter came down, and 2 soldiers took a green box from the helicopter and put it on the ground. The officers and soldiers took the helicopter and left. Then the 2 helicopters flew to the northeast. Everyone returned to the coal stove at the rear of the car. Sure explained the situation and Xiaodao's question. The East Base does not want the civilians to have 2 strong armed forces. After all, they are rebels. So Maya did not ask for arms. "But Maya, do you really plan to send someone to the upper distribution center to take a look?" "Of course not. But drones can be used for reconnaissance." The officer is right about one thing. "I really don't like having such neighbors," Maya said, "and I know the man in the surveillance video." "Who is it?" everyone asked. Maya said, "Nightmare." Sure has never seen Nightmare. Everyone was in an uproar. Lin Wu said, "That makes sense why he took off his gas mask, why he wanted to provoke the East Base. This guy has never been afraid of anything, and he gets more and more treacherous. If he didn't know himself, he might attack the East Base." Shauna said, "If Nightmare knew we were at the railway bridge base, he would definitely choose to attack us instead of the soldiers in the logistics park. Especially you." Lin Wu, "He would never miss this opportunity for revenge." Lin Wu snorted, "Are you afraid of him?" Maya said, "Shauna, I'll play with the drone when I have nothing to do, to see if I can find anything. The East Base will ask us for help, which means that Nightmare and his men are hiding deeper than we thought. It is possible that the motorcycle transportation time is just a cover. Their base is not at the upper distribution center at all." Shauna said, "I agree with this. The distribution center is definitely not a good base. The visibility is too poor. You may be bitten by zombies when you walk out of the door, and it is also a plague area. This incident of many people falling ill is a catastrophic event for the railway bridge base. People were in a panic during those days. wondering if the disease could be cured. If Xiaojing hadn't explained, Lin Wu and the others might have been saved by taking random medicines. But Lin Ning would have died. Lin Ning was dressed very emotionally. She wore a shirt inside out, only buttoning the first and last 2 buttons, exposing the stitches and bandaged wounds. In order to attend this meeting, she climbed onto a simple stretcher and lay down, and Xiao Dao and Xiao Wen carried her out. For Lin Ming, the pain was not the humiliation, but the real pain brought by the wound. As a Bastion agent, even if she is a rookie, she still knows some information. Nightmare is a person who acts arbitrarily and likes to be alone. He will only find help temporarily when he can't do something. How could he form a gang? Lin Wu asked. Could it be nightmares and blood dreams? You know, after nightmares cover their ugly faces, they are no different from men. Maya, don't always make personal attacks on others. We can't completely trust the East base either. There is too much difference in strength. If the base is attacked, we have to make a plan. Don't think too much. An armed helicopter can basically destroy us, Lin Wu said, unless we have an air defense system. Maya said, I mean retreat. Those with rifles will resist, and the others will immediately retreat to the mountains and forests. If you don't have any ideas, you will be very passive on the spot. If there is nothing else, adjourn the meeting. Do what you should do. And do what you should do. Everyone looked at Lin Wu together. Lin Wu didn't blush or feel nervous. He propped up Lin Ming's head beside him and stood up. The meeting is over. You little girl, if you dare to pinch me secretly with your nails, I will dare to bully you openly. Lin Wu's job today is to deliver a box of instant noodles to Hua Chao Keru. 2 days after arriving at the railway bridge base, Hua Chao Keru rarely came to the base. Because the distance is 3.5 kilometers, and there is a lack of suitable transportation, the railway bridge base did not specifically visit people. Shirtu asked Xiaowu to take a box of instant noodles, and Lin Wu grabbed the job. I am about to vomit after eating instant noodles for so many days. Xiaowu can only do Lin Wu's job, laying telephone lines. Some warehouses still have landlines, and Lin Wu took the phones back according to Xuedan's request. Xuedan plans to use copper wires to lay telephone lines, and realize telephone calls at the beginning, middle, and end of the railway bridge base. After all, a train of 12 carriages is nearly 300 meters long, and it is not enough to rely on your voice alone. There are 2 toilets at the front and rear of the train. There are male and female bathrooms at the rear, a coal stove, and 10 large storage boxes, all filled with clean water. Susher melted a round hole near the lid on both sides of the storage box and connected them with a water pipe, so that water can flow into each box continuously. Carriage number 12 at the rear of the train is the kitchen and coal storage area. Carriage number 11 is a restaurant made up of 2 long tables, and it is also a meeting room. Carriage number 10 is the girls' dormitory. The front and rear doors are closed all year round unless it rains, and the curtains are drawn. Carriage number 9 is the boys' dormitory, which is fully open and has a built-in projector. Carriage number 8 is the instant noodle storage area. The generator was placed in carriage number 7, and various materials were piled up in carriages number 7 to number 4, including plates, tires, a small amount of steel plates, cloth, various tools, cables, wires, etc. Fishing gear was placed in carriage number 3, and a lot of earthworms were raised. Underneath carriage number 3 was the middle of Hotian River. You can cast a fishing rod here if you have nothing to do, but you can only catch small fish. You can't pull up any big fish. After all, it is 15 meters high. Carriage number 2 is a simple tea room, and carriage number 1 is the boss's car, which is equipped with engineer shovels, homemade hose, and other farm tools. At present, the boss Shirtu has only cultivated 100 square meters of land and planted various vegetables. It seems that the situation is not bad. Shirtu spends most of his time here. Now the prototype of the base has been completed, and there is not much work. After carrying a box of instant noodles for 3.5 kilometers, Lin Wu arrived at the end of the viaduct for the first time. He could see several wooden houses from a distance. Flowers and plants cleared the originally overgrown road surface, revealing the concrete ground. The house is on the side of the road near the viaduct. It can be seen that the amount of work is still relatively large. They used wood of the same size to drive into the ground to make the outer wall. The beams are relatively simple. They built a triangular roof, covered it with waterproof cloth, and then covered it with a layer of woven leaves. It is expected to be further improved. When Lin Wu arrived, Shiro was playing with mud. The materials he used were loess and hay, which were mixed with water, and then smashed on the ground continuously to make the loess more resilient. Shiro was very happy to see Lin Wu, and took Lin Wu to visit their two-bedroom, one living room apartment for 4 people. Except for the poor lighting and the uneven floor, there were no other shortcomings. Hua Chao reclaimed a piece of land by the road, and from the situation, they planned to drive all the way up along the road. Hua Chao was not at home today. They were working 1 kilometer away, preparing to dig a canal to divert water to the vicinity of the vegetable field, for easy irrigation. Shaokai went into the mountains to check and set traps, and would not be back until sunset. Lunch was pheasant noodle soup. Lin Wu asked a few sensitive questions. Shiro, are you and Shaokai planning to have children? There are no minors in this world, so players think that this is a taboo topic for NPCs. Since Xiaowu and Xiaowen are more familiar with each other, Lin Wu thought it would be better to let Shiro give it a try. Shiro replied without any hesitation, "We love each other very much." Shameless Shu. Chapter 424 Summer. Lin Wu asked again, "Do you know NPC? Is there a possibility that I am a player and you are an NPC?" Xiaoro replied, "In this world, everyone is an NPC. This is even more shameless, but I have to admit that it makes some sense." Lin Wu now completely understands that Xu Guang is playing the shielding trick. Since Xu Guang is a little smarter than himself, Lin Wu thinks that asking this question will not get the answer he wants. Lin Wu asked, "Xiaoro, do you know what fear is?" Xiaoro replied, "It's fear. When people are afraid, they will have different reactions due to different personalities. Fuck, this is the numerical setting method. For example, Xiaoro is set to be bold. The bold Xiaoro will subconsciously take an offensive posture when he is suddenly afraid of danger. Some people will take a defensive stance, and some people will run away. The biggest bug in ghost movies is that when people meet ghosts, they will scream in unison. In fact, some people will lose their voices, and some people will have stress reactions. Because Xu Guang cannot understand human emotions, because the calculation method it uses is very complicated. After giving up, Lin Wu first talked about his injuries, and then talked about the East Base. Speaking of this, Shiro said, "I saw a stranger on a motorcycle the day before yesterday or the day before yesterday." Lin Wu instantly became nervous. Where? At that time, Shiro was searching in the mountains. His task was to find animal trails, confirm the distribution of wild animals, and draw hunting maps at the same time. The place where he met people was the highway bridge under the cliff. The highway bridge is opposite the logistics park. The distance between the two is about 3 kilometers. After transporting materials in the logistics park, some trucks will enter the city from the west city, and some trucks will take the highway bridge to enter the ring road. Which road to choose depends on the transportation destination. After listening to Lin Wu, Shauna and Maya took out the paper map and thought that the base of Nightmare was in the area near the ring road near the highway bridge. But this area is large. When the 3 were looking at the map, someone was fiddling with the radio, and a voice came from the radio. This radio was placed on the top of the number 7 train car, and placed together with a solar panel, which is equivalent to a loudspeaker. The Dongcheng Daddy Repair Shop Shelter sincerely recruits female members, requires strong and team-minded, and those with experience in weaving, cooking and planting are preferred. There are currently 6 people in this shelter, 5 boys, 1 girl. Please remember our satellite phone number, and then please listen to the music. After the music, Daddy Shelter began to explain the situation of their shelter. Among them are doctors, engineers, repairmen and policemen. They have a safe and arable land, basic medicines and daily necessities, and a certain amount of armed forces. They also made a large number of water collectors. As long as there is no continuous drought for a whole month, they can get enough water. Currently lacking fuel, if there is excess fuel in the shelter, trading is welcome. There are 2 types of equipment in radio communication. One is the transmitter, which is the radio station of the Daddy Shelter. The other equipment is called a receiver, which is similar to a radio receiver. Assuming that both parties have transmitting and receiving equipment, then a radio call can be made. Currently, the railway bridge base only has the transmitting station that Shirtu bought on D1, but no receiver. Whether two-way communication can be established depends on Xuedon's ability. Xuedon said that he has the ability, but he needs to figure it out and work hard, after all. He studied mechanical engineering on Blue Star, not electronic communications on Earth. But he knows the basic physics theory, which takes time, and may also require accessories. The daddy shelter repeated the recruitment notice and continued to play music. Susher tuned in, and everyone laughed, and the mommy shelter came out. The mommy shelter first condemned the daddy shelter's discrimination against women. The daddy shelter does not recruit women, which is discrimination. Only recruiting women is also discrimination, because she believes that the daddy shelter believes that women can only do work such as weaving, planting, and cooking. Mom shelter is located in a rare independent house in Midtown, commonly known as a nail house. Xiaowu also knows this place. This 3-story house is not small in size. They did not reach an agreement on the price during the demolition, so they did not demolish it. The shelter is located in the center of a commercial pedestrian street. It is surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall, an inner wall, and a heavy iron door. It covers an area of more than 600 square meters. Some people say that the owner has lost a lot of money. He originally wanted to ask for a high price, but now he can't sell it. Some people say that the owner has made a lot of money. There is a commercial street outside. In any case, this location is still good for the shelter. There are many resources around it. And of course, there are many zombies. However, there are not many people that can be accommodated. Everyone agrees that a qualified shelter must have a piece of land and a piece of sky. Land for planting, and sky for water. Compared with Dad's 3,000 square meters of repair shop, Mom's 600 square meters seems very ordinary. Mom's shelter has not posted any recruitment information. Next is a strange shelter, a well shelter, with unlimited clean water, and hopes to reach a trade exchange agreement with nearby shelters. There is a surgical shelter, which can help the injured with treatment, provided that they send someone here. The medical expenses are staple foods such as rice, instant noodles, and flour. It is obvious that the doctor in this shelter is starving. The most noteworthy one is the West City shelter, which mainly consists of police, firefighters, and nurses. The shelter explained that on the afternoon of D2, police officers blocked the second staircase of the 4-story police station with debris. They own the second, third, fourth, and rooftop floors. In the evening, they took away 8 survivors from the nearby hospital and fire department through the hanging ladder. Then they made wooden ladders, connected to several surrounding building units, and then blocked the stairs in the same way, eliminated high-rise zombies, and then built a rope bridge between the 2 buildings. Through this method, they controlled 8 surrounding buildings, and the number of survivors reached 12. They have firearms, special equipment, medical equipment, generators, fuel, etc. In the long run, the only thing missing is food. They are trying to transport soil and prepare to plant on the rooftop. The nearest soil is 200 meters away from them. Every day they have to lower people with ropes, pass the streets blocked by zombies, go to the park to dig soil and bring it back. The nicknamed sheriff asks everyone to pay attention to his channel. If the planting is successful, the police station shelter will receive survivors from time to time. There is also a base closest to the railway bridge base. The base is located in the LTL Freight Logistics Park about 10 kilometers away from the distribution center. The soldiers previously occupied the Bulk Commodity Logistics Park, and the lower logistics park is the Express Logistics Park. Through the broadcast, Lin Wu and others knew that after the flood, the veterans shelter, when the number of zombies in the West City dropped sharply, used a large wheeled vehicle to reach the logistics park from the northwest, and occupied the lower logistics park. There were 20 members before departure, all of whom were members of the Veterans Club. After completely occupying the logistics park, only 5 members were left in the team. The Veterans Base is open to recruit members, with only one requirement, being a retired veteran. At the same time, it is stated that the lower logistics park has already belonged to the Veterans Base, and any intruders will be shot dead. The broadcast did not specify the armed forces they possess. Xiaowudao, the Veterans Club, is a 5-story building that mainly treats psychological trauma and provides rehabilitation training. There is a basement shooting range in the building, which stores a large amount of ammunition and firearms. It is not ruled out that they have strong armed forces. Shauna said, if I were a veteran member, I would also think of weapons at the first time. The best place for them to get weapons is the Veterans Club. Take the weapons, drive the big wheel truck, and occupy the logistics park while the flood washes away the zombies. It is completely feasible. The so-called big head truck is also called a big wheel truck or a monster truck. It is not common, mostly used for performances and competitions, and has a strong ability to pass obstacles. It can even drive underwater. Xiaodong asked, Should we arrange sentries? Lin Wu said, if the enemy intends to attack, the first to die will be the sentries. Sniper from a distance, one shot one, see how many sentries you can send. Shauna said, Shiro gave us 2 cameras and a laptop, we can install them in a must-pass place 1 kilometer away. Maya said, it's feasible, it's better to put up a sign, indicating that the area within the sign belongs to the railway bridge base territory. Lin Wu said regretfully, really hardcore zombies are not very powerful. There is too much space for human survival. Everyone glared at Lin Wu. Is this what a human would say? Lin Wu laughed. Of course. It's not that zombies are not powerful, but mainly that zombies have no brains. Compared with animals, zombie groups have no organization or strategy. They attack when they hear a sound or see a target. They are fierce. But after their simple behavior is understood by humans, humans have room to survive. On D25, because of the plague, the number of survivors in the city dropped to a very low level. Now the surviving humans are basically the survivors, who are in groups. The law of doomsday is that the fittest survive, and the strong are king. It is currently known that there are 25 shelters in Hotian City. And these are only shelters with radio stations, not including shelters without radio stations or shelters with radio stations. Based on this data, Shauna guessed that the number of survivors may be less than 1,000. There are only 1,000 people left from a population of tens of millions. And they are all heroes picked from thousands of miles away. Among them, the number of survivors in the South City is the largest, followed by the East City that was not affected by the flood, and then the North City. The situation in the West City and the Central City is similar. There are few people in West City because there are few tall buildings. The flood came quickly, and many survivors were taken away in one wave, and became corpses after being taken away. Corpses and zombies were rushed to the Middle City together, which is why there are few people in the Middle City. Speaking of supplies, the railway bridge base is not very good. Although there are supplies in the distribution center, it takes a lot of time to go back and forth, and there is a lack of transportation tools. The opposite example is the police station base. They broke through 8 buildings and took the supplies of the 8 buildings. These bases are definitely capable of preventing zombies, but it is hard to say which bases can prevent robbers and thieves. Ironically, plague and zombies seem to be the best barriers for the bases. The broadcast of ... has returned to normal. She told everyone a bad news that the big cities of the human race in the northern continent have basically fallen. There is a setting here. Only humans around Hotian City will not be infected with the virus due to air transmission. The threat of zombies in other places is not that big. The biggest threat is the invisible and intangible virus. At present, humans have built large-scale quarantine areas in more than a dozen countries in the southern continent. At the same time, there are reports that Fortress Company's Noah's Ark project has been launched. Scientists have locked on to a planet suitable for human habitation and named it Blue Star. At this point, Xiao Wu and the others completely believed in the identities of Lin Wu and others. There is also an important news. The United Nations is shocked by the rebellion of the East Base. If every country and region does this, it will undoubtedly be a greater disaster for mankind. According to the timeline, from 2040 to 2044, the United Nations always controls a large number of navies. At least in these 4 years, the behavior of the East Base will not be forgiven. In response to the disaster in Hotian City, the United Nations launched the Island Plan. There is a highway bridge near the distribution center. One end of the highway connects to the ring road, and the other end passes through a tunnel to reach the peninsula in the northwest. Hotian City has a terrain similar to that of France. There is a sea in the east and a sea in the west, but it is not the same ocean. The East Sea is an ocean, and the West Sea is an inland sea. Cities such as Dahotian and Dahotian have inland seaports. The United Nations plans to build temporary isolation areas on several islands in the inland sea. It is expected that refugees will be evacuated from the West Peninsula by warships in half a month. This is equivalent to giving hope to the desperate refugees in the suburbs and rural areas of the city. After the East Base was closed, people didn't know where to go. They either scattered into the mountains or lived by the sea and rivers. Life was very difficult. This news is also good news for players, as long as they can retreat to the quarantine zone. It is not difficult to survive 180 days. According to historical records, at least in the 2 years before 2042, humans were still very closely united. The last 2 years adopted the Dark Jungle Law system. There is also a message that a battle broke out at the East Base 3 nights ago. The situation is unknown. It is estimated that the number of casualties is about 100. It is reported that there is an organization called the Guardians of the Future in the East Base, which attempts to seize the command of the East Base. In addition, Dian said that the military discipline of the East Base was lax. Morale was low. Many people could not see the future. Many people committed suicide. And many people committed crimes. Some criminals were protected by the officers of the headquarters and were not punished. And the victims included soldiers and their families. The situation at the Dian East Base is likely to get out of control. And they also said that their broadcasting team may leave the East Base in the near future. From the history of foreign countries, when an army loses its faith and goals, this situation will occur. Soldiers are either loyal to the nobles, or loyal to the king, or loyal to the pope, or loyal to the country, or loyal to the people, or loyal to the emperor. Their faith absolutely does not include the item of survival. Under normal circumstances, an army without faith will surrender to the enemy, but zombies do not accept surrender. The East Base has a good plan, and also sent special forces to go out to plunder supplies. But what is the purpose? Without land, without people, the army is completely meaningless. One way is to let more than 70% of the soldiers retire and establish a small kingdom. But which part of the soldiers should be retired? Maya believes that the best way is to contact the United Nations. Under the current circumstances, the United Nations should be lenient considering the pressure that the East Base has been under before. The East Base bargained with the United Nations, reopened the shelter, and the United Nations airlifted supplies to the base every day. However, if they did so, the leaders of the rebellion would definitely be punished. And the current leaders of the rebellion are the ones in power. Lin Wu felt a little sympathetic towards them. If they had not rebelled at that time, the East Base might have ceased to exist. However, after all this trouble, the East Base could not take care of Ming Yi and the others, living in the mountains for a long time. The 45 days of spring passed just like that because they could not go out. Xiao Wu and his group of NPCs all thought that 45 days in a season was normal. Lin Wu knew that he could not outsmart Xu Guang, the scheming watch, and just lamented why he had to make up a bunch of lies at the beginning. Wouldn't it be better to just tell people that he was a player? Xu Guang also has many advantages, such as credit. On D46, the first day of summer, the big move was used, and the temperature soared to 39 degrees. It was at this time that everyone realized what a rotten place the railway bridge base was. If they stayed in the carriage, they would be baked to half done. If they left the carriage, there would be no shade. The sun was burning the bare bridge surface recklessly, forcing Lin Wu and others to crawl under the carriage to cool off. A positive example is the base of Karu. After considering the direction of the sun, they used trees and terrain to build houses. The sun exposure does not exceed 3 hours in summer, and no less than 8 hours in winter. Not only is the mountain breeze refreshing, the overall temperature is also 4 to 5 degrees lower than the temperature of the railway bridge base. The only good news is that after the summer sun exposure, the plague is basically over. Of course, this does not include places like sewers. The surface temperature in the afternoon is as high as more than 60 degrees, and all bacteria will die. Under the scorching sun, the corpse will be dried into a mummy. The large-scale reduction of scavenging birds in the sky can also confirm this conclusion. Chapter 425 Bandit Group. Shauna became the first mother in Shadow. A few days ago, she got a nest of 6 newly born pheasants. Currently, the 6 pheasants are covered with fluff and are very cute. Pheasants are not friendly, but they can't resist Shauna's company and manual feeding, which makes these pheasants particularly like to follow Shauna, and are not afraid of Lin Wu and others. In order to fight the high temperature, 2 waterproof cloths were pulled up at the rear of the car to make a canopy, and the coal stove kitchen and restaurant in the room were moved out. But they can only eat breakfast and dinner. They can hide at noon, with commercial fans or homemade fans, and fan while sweating. D48. A 7-meter suspension ladder made of several ropes was made. The suspension ladder was lowered along the bridge body. Lin Wu grabbed the rope and went down, and got into the arch hole formed by the arch steel frame under the railway bridge. Compared to the bridge deck, the arch hole can be called a paradise. The archway is nearly 5 meters wide, which is close to the width of the railway bridge deck, 1.5 meters wide, and 1.5 meters high. You can't stand. You can only sit or lie down. But this is not Lin Wu's exclusive place to cool off, because the area of the bridge hole is limited. The 10 people at the railway bridge base are divided into 3 groups, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. They take turns to cool off. Cooling off is not for fun, but an order. Because 3 people suffered from heat stroke on D46, and 5 people suffered from heat stroke on D47. Among them, the stupid Lin Ming suffered from severe heat stroke. He was pulled to the waterfall by a cart and thrown into the water downstream for an hour before he recovered. Why not go to the waterfall to escape the heat? 2.5 kilometers. 5 kilometers back and forth. Walking under the scorching sun is not a good choice. Maya sat in the pergola and Shauna sweating profusely, calculating the material reserves. At present, the food is enough to support the 180-day challenge. And there should be no problem with water. Considering the severe cold in winter, there is a gap in coal, but it is not large. The gap in fuel for electricity is large. Considering the shelf life of diesel and gasoline, it is not too late to collect it in autumn. The basic medicine reserves are good. The guns are in good condition. But there is a shortage of bullets, both rifles and pistols. Theoretically, if nothing unexpected happens, the team can easily complete the 180-day challenge. Theoretically, players who can survive until now basically do not have too much survival pressure. Dawn will certainly not let players have no pressure. So it starts to release daily tasks. Daily tasks are refreshed every day, and there is no time limit for tasks. After completing a task, you can take the second task, and tasks will be released according to the player's current area. You will get points when completing tasks. One function of points is to generate tasks, which has been explained before. Suppose you need serum, but you really don't have serum. You can use points to generate tasks. The more points you invest, the lower the difficulty of the task. There is also a simple and crude function. Each task will get 1% of the total game points, which is related to the total points of wealth distribution. At 8 o'clock in the morning on D50, the first batch of tasks came out. There are 5 tasks in the railway bridge area. The first task, deliver 100 kilograms of coal to the abandoned logging site in the mountains. The total distance is 10 kilometers, and the altitude difference is 400 meters. Don't say that you don't have enough to burn. But the difficulty of this transportation is not something that ordinary people can complete. Difficulty S level. The second task, go to the LTL freight car to find a designated item. Difficulty S level. The third task, kill 50 zombies. In the case of a team, the last killer will prevail. Difficulty A level. The fourth task, donate 50 boxes of instant noodles, which is about 10% of the total instant noodles in the base. And the difficulty is E level. The fifth task, reduce 5 kilograms of weight. And the difficulty is level. Each task has detailed descriptions and causes and consequences, such as ensuring production, caring for children, taking the lead, being generous and selfless, and saving money. After watching the task, the railway bridge was wailing. Dawn seemed to give 5 options. But in fact there was only one option, which was to lose weight. People who went to the toilet before 8 o'clock were the most miserable, and those who drank 3 glasses of water before 8 o'clock were the happiest. Xiao Wu and Xiao Wen were obviously bewitched by Xu Guang. They were not curious about the so-called mission, nor did they ask questions. They were only curious about the player's behavior. Why don't you eat? Lose weight. Why lose weight? Task requirements. Oh, very perfunctory. Perhaps this is also Xu Guang's way of protecting its CPU, to prevent players from messing with NPCs, causing a crash. Lin Wu is undoubtedly another lucky guy. At 4 o'clock this morning, he rolled up his bedding and went to sleep in the shed, feeling hungry and enduring it in his sleep. At 7 o'clock in the morning, he who was in charge of breakfast boiled water again, made 2 pots of tea, throwing a little tea leaves into a big pot. He thought it was a waste to pour out the remaining tea, and he was hungry, and didn't want to eat instant noodles, so he drank half a pot of water in one go. At 8 o'clock, his weight was 70 kilograms. At 9 o'clock, after going to the toilet, his weight dropped to 68 kilograms. Lin Ning sighed that bad people always get good rewards. Her situation was the opposite. Before 8 o'clock, she went to the toilet, ate 2 packs of instant noodles, a bunch of wild vegetables, and her weight reached 75 kilograms. At 9 o'clock in the morning, her weight was still 75 kilograms. Some are happy, some are sad. Everyone has a different starting point, and everyone has different talents. This only determines the upper limit of their achievements. Efforts and methods are the basic elements to achieve the goal. Maya began to train like a devil. She said that Kara had mentioned 2 tires before, so she dragged 2 tires, under the scorching sun, brought enough drinking water, and walked step by step towards Wutsao's house. She did a set of push-ups and a set of boxing when she was free, which made everyone look ashamed. But no matter how much she thought, Maya never expected that Huaqiao and Kara would have a big meal at noon, plump porcupine meat. It is said that it is better to eat less than to train hard for 2 hours. Dieting is the choice of most people, after all. Everyone has developed a resistance to instant noodles. Linwu gave Lin Ming an idea. She could complete the task as long as she cut off one of her legs. The ridicule aroused Lin Ming's desire to win, and she decided to run. It was smooth at the beginning. After running 1 kilometer, she felt that her blood sugar was unstable, and she hurried back to the base. Since the person who was getting the injection was under the bridge, she ate 4 energy bars to stabilize her blood sugar when she was flustered. Hypoglycemia is one of the more common acute complications of diabetes. Severe cases may be fatal, but it is not caused by diabetes, but by the treatment of diabetes. Excessive insulin and excessive exercise are the 2 main reasons. Snow egg. Xiao Dao and Su Shi's weight loss method is to drink water. Only drink water without eating. So much so that in the afternoon, the 3 of them actually developed a certain liking for instant noodles. Shauna chose the ghost howling weight loss method, standing by the bridge and singing. It is said that when singing bel canto, many muscles in the body move with it. I don't know if the effect is good, but the noise volume is still recognized by everyone. Lin Wu's weight loss method is the Lin Wu weight loss method. First, Xiao Wu cut her hair, cut all the fingernails and toenails, and then grind off the dead skin on the heels. This set of methods reduced her weight by 0.1 kilograms. Xiaowen provided Lin Wu with her own weight loss experience. After all, the topic of weight loss can be regarded as a topic exclusive to women. The quick way to lose weight is to give up carbohydrates, such as instant noodles. Never believe that being a vegetarian can help you lose weight. The killer way to lose weight is to sleep on an empty stomach. Lin Wu really liked Xiaowen's valuable experience, so he went to the pavilion to rest. At the end of the day, most people had good results, and some people expected to complete the task tomorrow. But plans can't keep up with changes. Maya used a large piece of porcupine leg meat brought back from the vegetable and meat department to boil a pot of soup. She cooked the instant noodles and put them in a bowl. Then she poured the soup full of purine into the bowl, added some chili and garlic paste, and took a sip, which made people unable to stop. Lin Wu sat on a chair at one side and said to Lin Ming, "I didn't expect that she was the most sinister one." Lin Ming said, "She cooked tonight." Lin Wu, "Why?" Lin Ming, "Tonight's food is more than the food of the previous 7 days." Lin Wu, "So what?" Lin Ming, "Then will you eat it or not?" Lin Wu is entangled. "It seems to be a waste of food if I don't eat it. In the Doomsday era, wasting food will be punished by God." While talking, Xiao Dao and Shirtu had already scooped 2 bowls of noodles, poured broth on them, sprinkled some chopped green onions, and they looked very good, causing people on a diet to swallow their saliva continuously. Maya explained, "Without a refrigerator, the food cannot be preserved. They can't finish it, so they can't throw it away. Right?" In the end, everyone couldn't resist the temptation and ate at least a bowl of noodles. Eating noodles, chatting, and a voice came from the radio that had been playing music. "Good evening, everyone. This is the veteran shelter. The veteran shelter only releases recruitment notices every few hours. And the music is nice. The 2 bases are close to each other, and the sound quality is better. So the daily base opens the channel of the veteran base. Veteran base, 2 hours ago. The veteran club was attacked by thugs at the North City shelter in the southwest of North City. 6 of the 7 people in the shelter died on the spot. The last person called us on the satellite phone while seriously injured, warning us to be careful. Given his injuries, there was no chance of him surviving. Veteran base, according to him. There were 7 attackers in total, riding 4 motorcycles, and one of them claimed to be the leader of the bandit group, named Nightmare. Nightmare forced the injured to confess, and Little White Rabbit immediately intervened in the matter, determining that the injured must answer Nightmare's questions. Veteran base did not know this part. The veteran base only knows that Nightmare obtained the password of the veteran club through torture. Xiao Wu explained before that the veteran club is a building, which is used for the physical and psychological rehabilitation of veterans. The 2 basement floors of the club are entertainment venues, and the 2nd floor is a shooting range. Hotian City is a gun-free city, and the weapons and ammunition in the shooting range are strictly managed. There is a safe on the second underground floor of the veteran club, in which various firearms and a large amount of ammunition are located. The personnel of the veteran base took some weapons and ammunition from the safe and captured the lower logistics park. There are still a large number of arms left in the safe. The safe is guarded by active soldiers, because there have been many incidents of veterans stealing from the gun storage. The soldiers on duty work in the safe, and the staff must go through certain procedures to enter the safe. If there is no soldier on duty, the safe needs to be opened with a key and password. The password is the most important. If the password is entered incorrectly 3 times, the safe will be locked. And the safe manufacturer needs to send an engineer to open the lock. The key does not have this restriction. Nightmare attacked the North City base. Obviously, he had his eyes on this batch of arms. In terms of armed forces, the East Base has the strongest armed forces, with airplanes and cannons. The next best is the Special Police Training and Dispatch Base, which was visited by the East Base the first time, because they just didn't want the weapons to flow into society. Then, there is the police station, which mostly has pistols and a small number of other guns. On D2, most of the weapons had been distributed, or had been taken away by the survivors. The only remaining arms treasure in the entire Ho Ti An City is the Veteran Club. The Veteran Club has announced its satellite phone number, and they will thank anyone who eliminates the bandit group and are willing to provide material rewards. Lin Wu, at least Nightmare still has credibility. After getting the password, he didn't execute the wounded. Maya said, "My opinion is exactly the opposite of yours. He just wants the wounded to contact the veteran base with radio, and let the veteran base spread terror. Just think about it. From the attack on the logistics park of the East Base, to this North City operation, Nightmare wishes everyone knew him. This kind of behavior is definitely stupid in normal times. But in the Doomsday, its horror is no less than the plague. Maya, let me give you an example. When the bandit group arrives nearby, they send people to our base, and tell us that they want half of the instant noodles. Do you think we should give it to them?" Lin Wu, "Of course not. Who is afraid of who?" Maya said, "That's right. We don't give it to them, because we are not afraid of them. We have weapons, and we have combat experience. In fact, nightmares will only attack us by surprise, and will not threaten us openly. But, what about other bases? What about bases without weapons or lack of weapons?" Lin Ming said on the side, "Fortunately, they can't do certain bad things." Lin Wu was shocked. "Little girl, why are you so stupid?" Lin Ming was stunned. "I said they can't enslave us." "What stupid?" Lin Wu, "It's okay." "Haha. Dead girl." After 2 songs, the veteran base broadcast again. "Sorry to bother you again. We just received a call from the survivor base in West City. They are not broadcasting. The other party told us that the bandit group looted their base yesterday, took away most of the water and a little food, and asked the base to move out of the northwest area of West City within 24 hours. 2 people were killed during the period. At present, the survivors' base has been moved to the university station of the subway station. If there is a base near the university station, I hope you can help them through the difficulties." Sana and Maya immediately studied the map. From this information, it can be seen that the area where Nightmare is active is between North City and West City, using the ring road to attack and plunder. The survivor base they drove away is located in the northwest of West City. The North City base they attacked is in the southwest of North City. It can be basically determined that the range of Nightmare's activities is the northwest section of the ring road. This area is very large. In addition to the ring road, there are large areas of urban buildings, dense suburban houses, and sparse manors in the suburbs. The veteran base is located in the southwest of West City, slightly close to the center of West City, and 10 kilometers away from the railway bridge base. The railway bridge base is located at the westernmost end of West City, slightly to the north. Neither base is within Nightmare's range of activity. The satellite phone rang. Maya turned on the speakerphone. "Hi." "Hi," Nightmare said. "Have you listened to the radio?" Maya, "Nightmare? Nightmare, we have to kill him. Otherwise he may become the strongest agent of the fortress." Maya, "Your score is very high." Nightmare said, "He has gathered a group of desperados around him, and has a large number of guns, bullets, bulletproof vests, drones, and other supplies. Look at today's tasks again. With such resources, he can complete multiple tasks a day." Lin Wu said, "Don't worry. Right? Completing 100 tasks will only double the score. Each task adds 1% of the total score." Nightmare sighed. Please move that idiot away. Lin Wu angrily. You? Lin Ming interrupted Lin Wu. You calculated wrong. Huh? Lin Ming said. It will double after 70 times. And it will get more and more terrible. Chapter 426 Goodbye. Shuang Ming. Maya patted Lin Wu on the shoulder to shut him up. Lin Wu pointed at Lin Ming innocently. She said that. Maya's smile flashed away, and continued the call. Nightmare, what do you want? Nightmare, we have to kill him. Lin Wu was about to speak again. Shirtu raised his hand to stop him, and nodded to signal Lin Wu to go with him. The two took the basin and left the dinner spot. Lin Wu glanced around, and said, Old man, what's the matter? Is it unnecessary? The scoring method of the fortress is different from ours. Nightmare, no matter how high Nightmare's points are, they are their internal points. At most, Lin Ning will suffer some losses. Shirtu, Fortress Company is definitely a giant on Earth. Fortress Agent is a department that is directly responsible to the headquarters. Do you want the person in charge of the Fortress Agent department to be Nightmare, or Nightmare? Of course Nightmare, but it has little to do with me. I have nothing to do with it. Shirtu, it's not that it's not small. But it's not that big either. The higher up the hierarchy, the richer, the politicians, the greater the impact. At least nightmares won't trip you up for no reason. Right, but nightmares are hard to say. Lin Wu said, Brother is a rich man, with a lot of powerful brothers, and it's hard to say who will mess with whom. That's the truth. Shirtu said, Answer me a few questions first. How many people are there on Blue Star? About 2 billion. Shirtu asked. 2 billion people. Even if each person is 200 years old, the average number of people per year is 10 million, the immigration age is 18 to 39 years old, that's 220 million people. Not counting divorces, the number of people who meet the immigration conditions is about 100 million. The age of first marriage on Blue Star is mostly between 30 and 40 years old. Lin Wu still didn't understand. What do you mean? Shirtu ignored him and continued to ask, How many guards are there on Blue Star? Lin Wu answered, 2,500 people. Shirtu asked, 2,500 guards. No more than 200 people meet the immigration conditions. How many guards do you think will be drawn? Lin Wu answered, 500,000 people per draw? Shirtu said, Yes. According to the ratio of 1 million immigrants. There are only 2 people. Right? What positions do you think these 2 people should hold if Dong wants to build a guard on Earth? Lin Wu, General, First Commander? Wow. Maya does nothing. But she is also a super god after arriving on Earth. If the fortress is a giant, the guards with Dawn and official backgrounds are 100 giants. Shirtu, let me ask you again. Who is the guard's first imaginary enemy? Lin Wu, Dawn. Shirtu, what about the second imaginary enemy? Lin Wu, Fortress. Shirtu, in fact. Over the past 1,000 years, the guard has fought many battles with Fortress. In addition to the open armed conflicts, there are many secret wars in private, such as curbing the malicious expansion of Fortress, arresting regional government officials bribed by Fortress, and prohibiting Fortress from manipulating elections, etc. In addition to a director of Fortress hiring outlaws to form a new country on an overseas island. The war between the Guard and Fortress also includes the Clone War to prohibit the son of the Fortress ruler from conducting human experiments. The counterinsurgency war with the military government established by the Fortress to encourage the Guard of District 5, etc. All wars ended with the Guard's crushing victory. Over the past 1,000 years, the number of Fortress agents, relatives of Fortress senior officials, and even directors of Fortress who were killed and captured by the Guard is countless. At this point, Lin Wu understood Maya, as the leader of the Earth Guard, will never allow someone like Nightmare to become the head of the Fortress agents. Fortress agents do not draw lots to enter the immigration list, but sign up directly. Shirtu said, So Maya is in a dilemma. From the perspective of the collective interests of the railway bridge base, she should not provoke Nightmare. But as a guard, she must kill Nightmare, especially when Nightmare actively cooperates. She does not want to lose this opportunity. Lin Wu said, But she can't do it alone. Shirtu said, So this decision is made by her. Lin Wu smiled. This is enough to torment her. When a collectivist encounters a disagreement between 2 collective interests, it seems that the Guard is more important, but in fact, it is not. Even if Nightmare controls the Fortress agents, it will not pose a real threat to her. Shirtu asked in surprise, Are you gloating? Lin Wu is also surprised. Did I show it so obviously? Shirtu, You bastard. Flying kick, turtle punch, wrestling knee to knee. Lin Wu thought that he had to use 50% of his strength to crush Shirtu, but it seemed that it was not the case when he started fighting, especially after he fell to the ground and wrestled. Fatty Shirtu was weak. But he was very heavy. Could it be that absolute weight equals absolute strength? Xiaowen heard the noise and took a look. Then hurried back to the meeting area. Shirtu and Lin Wu were fighting. Everyone looked at Xiaowen. Except Xiaowu. And said in unison, "Oh." Xiaowu, "Huh?" Lin Ming said, "Go and pull it. Just pull it casually." The meeting continued here. Rather than calling it a meeting, it would be better to say that everyone was waiting for Maya's decision. Shadow has 3 major decision makers. The first is naturally Maya, who weighs interests. The second is Shirtu, who has veto power. The third is Lin Wu, who dares to make decisions. Shirtu is responsible for principled issues. Maya is responsible for considering collective interests. And Lin Wu is a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Now Shirtu and Lin Wu are not here. And it is obvious that they don't want to be here. Maya looked at Shauna. Shauna did not express her opinion, but only talked about the feasibility, saying, with the current supply capacity of Shadow, the team can provide food and water for 3 days, and 2 nights when they go out. Susher added, lack of transportation. Lin Wu's apprentice Lin Ming said, if there is no transportation, just rob it. Isn't it a coincidence? We don't have transportation. But Nightmare has transportation. From a tactical point of view, Nightmare will not often send drones to search the area under their control. After the team infiltrates into the Nightmare area, using drones to search, there is a good chance to catch Nightmare off guard. Maya is not afraid of Nightmare's revenge. With Nightmare's personality, if he knew Shadow was on the railway bridge, even if you didn't hit him, he would come and hit you. However, it cannot be ruled out that Nightmare will move directly. After all, he has never won against Shadow, especially Lin Wu. Therefore, in a sense, Nightmare regards Shadow and Lin Wu as enemies. But Shadow and Lin Wu have never regarded Nightmare as enemies. This leads to a false pretext. Besides, although Nightmare's behavior is bad, it is not a big deal in the eyes of players. If it is really a big deal, it is a skill. Who has not bullied NPCs when playing games? Who doesn't want to swallow the world and make Kyushu surrender? Until the meeting was over, Maya did not mention this matter again. If she didn't mention it, Nightmare would be anxious. I am obviously the best in the world. But now I might be killed by someone. Who wouldn't be anxious? But she knew that she only had 3 people. And one of them was Xiao Jing, who had no fighting power. It would be difficult to eliminate Nightmare, who was gorilla everywhere. The next morning, a medium-sized fishing boat sailed from the sea into the Hotian River, went upstream, and sailed along the river all the way to the railway bridge. Lin Wu, who was lying in the bridge hole to cool off, stretched his head and saw the boat, and then saw Xue Ming on the bow deck. This fishing boat is 37 meters long, 6 meters wide, with tires hanging on the hull, a displacement of 100 tons, and a draft of 1 to 1.5 meters. This is a good thing. Lin Wu said, Doomsday Fortress can enter the Danshui River and can operate in the near sea. Lin Ming lay beside Lin Wu, stretched his head and said, isn't the fuel consumption very high? Lin Wu said, Nightmare must have found endless fuel. Endless fuel? Lin Wu said, stranded or an oil tanker in the port. Fishing boats should have their own seawater purification equipment, and can also set up trawl nets. Because the draft was more than 1 meter, the boat did not dock, but anchored 3 meters away from the shore. In fact, the depth of Hotian River is generally more than 2 meters. But after all, it is their own boat, and they don't want to take risks. Xue Ming and Nightmare jumped into the water, swam to the shore, and Xiao Jing stayed on the boat. It can be seen that Xiao Jing has integrated into Shuang Ming's world. After Shuang Ming left, she took off her coat, lay on the beach chair on the deck, took a sip of a bottle of wine, and then put it aside. Her graceful movements were completely different from her a month ago. I'm going to pee all over her. Lin Wu got out. Lin Ming said anxiously, behave yourself. Lin Wu looked back at Lin Ming with disdain. She really believed everything he said. She climbed up along the hanging rope ladder. Shuang Ming walked 500 meters to the bridgehead, and then walked another 500 meters to the railway bridge base. They were greeted by Maya and Lin Wu. Shirtu was too lazy to come over. He would rather drink tea under the tarpaulin pavilion than walk 100 or 200 meters under the scorching sun. Besides, Maya has always been in charge of the fortress agents. Susher, who was drinking tea with him, criticized him. Sure too. You are becoming less and less like a boss. Sure too leaned back in the rocking chair, covered his face with a wet towel and said, "This is a good boss. A boss should not interfere in too many things. Besides, in shadow, a boss is a position, not an identity." During the conversation, the phone rang, and Susher answered the phone. "Hello," she went on. Test. Test. How is the sound quality?" After many days of hard work, the wiring work was finally completed, and the telephone line was pulled to the flour, vegetable and meat base. However, only 20% of the line was covered with water pipes, which would not last for several months under the wind and sun. But a few months is enough. The next step is to pull the wires, which is a bigger problem. One problem is that the voltage is not enough, and one problem is that there are only 500 meters of wires in stock, which is a big gap. The best way is to get another generator. Not bad. Susher asked, "What are you eating there today?" She went on, "Snake meat hot pot." Sure too, and Susher stood up immediately. Susher said, "Let's send some salt over." They were not polite. Without a refrigerator, the prey could not be preserved in summer. If it broke, they had to dig a pit to bury it. In addition, Hua Chao and his family planted more than 500 square meters of vegetable fields, and the vegetables were completely inedible. The railway bridge base had nothing but instant noodles, of course. With the harvest of Shida's vegetable field, there were more vegetables in the instant noodles. Sure too, and Susher went to the Hua Chao vegetable and meat base not just to eat. They showed their neutral position with their actions, and Maya would make the decision. Inside the pavilion, Maya, Lin Wu and Lin Ming received Shuang Ming. After such a short journey, Shuang Ming's whole body was already soaked with sweat. After arriving at the place, Shuang Ming put down her backpack, asked for water, and poured it on herself. When her core body temperature dropped, she sat down and drank a cup of hot tea, and it didn't seem so hot anymore. Seeing this, Lin Wu asked curiously, "Sister, how do you live on the boat? It's going to be a life or death struggle in a short while." Shuang Ming replied, "Stupid brother. There is air conditioning in the cabin." Shuang Ming didn't hide it. They really found a small tanker that transported heavy diesel. They towed the small tanker and stranded it on a small deserted island 20 nautical miles away from the port, turning it into their own gas station. After the pseudo-sister and brother chatted about the past, Nightmare got to the point and asked Maya, "What do you think?" Maya didn't answer, but asked back, "Do you have any ideas?" This question stumped Nightmare. The most correct way is to infiltrate, search and sneak attack. Since it is a cooperation, what can Nightmare give? Nightmare can only transform into a team member and participate in the team's battle. Relatively speaking, the effort is not much. If you don't have the effort, you can pay money, but the money is not much. Nightmare doesn't have many resources. Lin Wu said, "I do have an idea." "Go ahead." Lin Wu said, "I'll tell you the phone number of the East Base. You drive the boat along the river and use drones to search. After locating Nightmare's position, call the East Base to deal with it with 2 artillery rounds." Nightmare smiled bitterly. This is a way, but the average width of Hotian River is 150 meters. If the bandit group led by Nightmare finds it, the fishing boat will definitely become their target. Now the bandit group has good weapons, especially after assassinating the soldiers in the logistics park. Almost everyone has an assault rifle. In the awkward silence, Lin Wu suddenly said, "I have completed the first task. After losing weight successfully, you can take on the next task." Daily tasks are refreshed every day. Lin Wu's system interface refreshes 5 new tasks. After looking at it for a while, "I have a headache. None of them are good tasks. Either they are hard work, or they are hard work, or they are long, or they are inhumane. Isn't there a task that requires eating well, and drinking well, and being happy?" Lin Ming heard this, looked at her task, and put her chin on the table, expressionless. After more than a day of weight loss, she successfully gained 1 kilogram. Lin Wu chose the task that he thought was the most reliable. There was a couple. When the zombie virus broke out, the husband was abroad. 1,000 words of love story were omitted. In order to comfort the husband, the task required the player to find the wedding ring of his dead wife. This task gave an electronic map. After the player approached the task mark, a circle with a diameter of 500 meters would appear, and the ring was within this circle. When the player approached the ring within 10 meters, the electronic map would issue a prompt. before accepting the task. Lin Wu knew that this was a pit task. But other tasks were even more pitfalls. After accepting the task, he saw that it was indeed a pit task. The circle with a diameter of 500 meters is the circle centered on the zombie train. It makes sense. There are no houses near the distribution center, so it is reasonable for the deceased wife to be on the zombie train. This task must be done. The density of one zombie per 3 square meters is still very challenging for Lin Wu. But it is not an impossible task. But we can only go at night. It's too hot during the day. Maya asked, Nightmare? She didn't ask Nightmare in return, but asked Nightmare. She had to evaluate the gains and losses of Nightmare's plan. Nightmare had an idea after a while, said, I will go with Xueming. How many people can you send? Maya didn't answer, and continued to ask, what about tactics? Nightmare took out a tablet, opened the map, enlarged the map, pointed on the map and said, Fertilizer Factory. The fertilizer factory is 7 kilometers away from the Upper Logistics Park, located in the north of Xiqing, which is the core area of Nightmare's activity area. Nightmare said, infiltrate at night, lurk, fix point, and finally attack. Lin Wu said, why not let the drone drop a Molotov cocktail and burn this area directly? The fertilizer factory is good, it's full of excellent fuel. If it can't burn you to death, it can also poison you to death. If it can't poison you to death, it will also compress your range of activities. Nightmare thought it made sense. Setting fire is a good idea. Now no one can put out the fire except God. Let's burn the whole area. Maya clicked on the computer. Look carefully, only the factory buildings in the 3 blocks near the fertilizer plant will be burned. Lin Wu and Nightmare looked at it for a while, and cursed at the same time. Which idiot designed it? Lin Ning couldn't help but said, you are idiots. Only you can design a layout for burning down the company. Chapter 427 Cooperation. Maya made her own decision, and said, the railway bridge base has been developed almost, there is basically no worry, I can go with you. It means I will provide 1 person, and you will provide 2 people. Lin Wu disagreed. No, our guns are still out of bullets. Looking at Nightmare. Nightmare knew what Lin Wu meant, and laughed. We still have more than 60 rifle bullets and 50 pistol bullets. Lin Wu was stunned. How can we fight with such a small number of weapons? It's not enough for me to blackmail. Nightmare explained. We are going to launch a surprise attack. At this time, Xuemeng said, why not cooperate with the veteran base? Let them provide both men and bullets. Maya thought it was feasible. The veteran base wants revenge, and also wants to stop the bandit group from occupying the veteran club. After all, in the eyes of the veteran base, the weapons in the basement vault of the veteran club belong to them. We will each send 2 people. Xuemeng looked at Lin Wu. You must want to go. I don't want to go. I don't even want to move now. Xuemeng grinned. I owe you a favor. When we get to Earth, I can fulfill a very excessive wish of yours. Lin Wu said with determination, my wish is not to go with you. Nightmare said, we will temporarily put the base here. After the matter is done, we will help you complete a task. You know my credit? Lin Wu thought for a while, and stretched out his hand. 5. 1. Lin Wu said, 1 is not impossible, but I have already made an offer, and I will not be able to save face if you do this. Nightmare was speechless. 2. Okay. These tasks are very difficult, I need help. But in addition to the difficulty, the tasks are also very dangerous. Lin Wu does not want to drag his accomplices into the risk. In addition, the reason for agreeing is as Nightmare said, although she has a bad temper, although she is ugly, although she is scheming, she is indeed quite trustworthy. Of course there are other reasons, such as Lin Wu does not like Nightmare, such as he can help Maya, such as being bored. Inventory of equipment. Lin Wu took the M4, Maya took the AK rifle. There were not many rifle bullets. Each person only took 1 magazine. 1 pistol each. Each person also only took 1 magazine. The weapons resources on Nightmare's side were not much better than those of Lin Wu and his team. Fortunately, Nightmare had night vision goggles, 1 for each person. In addition, each person had a walkie-talkie with a headset left at the ease base. Since it was summer, we didn't bring warm clothes. Each person had 10 cans, 3 liters of water, and basic medicines. Maya brought a recurve bow made by Shiro and 20 arrows. Finally, each person had a crowbar, 2 daggers, a camera, and a laptop. The welcome gift to the veteran base was 4 bottles of liquor, 2 of which were whiskey, and 2 bottles of tequila. The railway bridge base had a prohibition order, and everyone was not very interested in alcohol. and would only drink 1 or 2 bottles of beer on summer nights. Tonight's dinner was instant noodles with vegetables, and during the conversation, Xiaodan, Xiao Dao, Lin Ming and Xiaowu all wanted to go out together, but Maya refused, and told them to live well. After dinner, the 4 of them set out from the railway bridge base, and according to the route found by Nightmare's computer, the team headed to the veteran base. After getting off the rickshaw, the 4 put down their night vision goggles, and found zombies less than 100 meters away. As the team continued to move forward, the density of zombies began to increase. The team did not enter the train forest, but walked south along the railroad tracks. The lower logistics park is right next to the railroad tracks. It is a place similar to a distribution center, but there are only 3 railroad tracks, 2 of which are main railroad tracks, and 1 is a railroad track that turns to the logistics park. After the transport train arrives at the logistics park, the workers empty the carriages that have been transported, and put the goods to be transported on the designated carriages. The goods are scanned automatically and delivered by tracks. All small goods are classified according to the delivery location, and finally taken away by trucks, small trucks, and even 3-wheeled vehicles, and sent to every express delivery point in the city, and then delivered by couriers. There is a row of open factories facing the railroad tracks in the lower logistics park. The factories have electric fences, and now all the fences are closed. A banner was hung on the platform from the fence to the railroad tracks, which read, Veteran Base. No entry without permission. You can't enter from the front. You can only enter from the side road. Maya asked everyone to hide under the platform, climbed onto the platform, walked to the road and stood there. She could see several cars and vans parked on the road. Maya looked up at the flashing monitor on the pole, raised her left hand and shone the flashlight at the monitor, pressed a few times, turned off the flashlight and waited quietly in the dark. About a minute later, a bearded man in camouflage appeared on the road, and there seemed to be someone following him. The bearded man walked 3 meters away from Maya, and after a brief exchange of words, Maya put the weapon on the ground, and she and the bearded man left. About 10 minutes later, Maya came back and said, "Come in." She took the weapon on the ground back. Lin Wu and the other 2 went on the road, walked 50 meters, and turned left to enter the parking lot of the logistics park. Every day, all kinds of trucks for transporting express and small goods are parked here. There are also many trucks now, and a monster truck is parked on one side. The structure of the logistics park is U-shaped, surrounded by buildings, and the parking lot in the middle. There are many facilities inside, including inspection departments, shipping departments, etc. Goods to be transported by rail must first be inspected, then labeled, and delivered to the loading and unloading area via tracks. The loaders and unloaders deliver the goods, with different destinations to different carriages. Most of the U-shaped building is a factory building, and part of it is a long 3-story building, which is mainly an administrative work area and a rest area for drivers, workers, changing rooms, etc. There is light on the 3rd floor of the administrative building, and there is only this little light in the huge logistics park. Maya led people to the stairs of the administrative building, where a girl was waiting, who was also wearing camouflage uniforms, and led everyone to the 3rd floor, but did not go to the light room, but knocked on the door outside a dark room. The door opened, and the black cloth curtain was pulled aside, and there was light inside. In addition to the beard that Maya had met before, there were 2 other people in the room. There was a curtain at the end of the room, and behind the curtain was an iron bed, which was obviously not only their main base, but also their place to rest and eat. From the details, it can be inferred that there are about 7 people in the veteran base, which is inconsistent with the 5 people he introduced in the broadcast before. Maybe he wanted to play dumb and eat the tiger, or maybe he was a member recruited later. Lin Wu was very curious why the veteran base was willing to let everyone enter its core command center and living area with guns. Maya told Lin Wu that she explained that she was a survivor of the railway bridge base, and after the other party asked a few questions related to the railway bridge, they let down their guard. After sitting down and talking, they learned that the veteran base had already conducted reconnaissance on the railway bridge base closest to them, not only dispatched scouts, but also used drones to monitor them for 2 days. Judging from the feedback, they marked the railway bridge base as a friendly and powerful base. Trust also came from the conversation between Huzi and Maya, and also represented the goodwill of the veteran base. After Huzi heard Maya explain the purpose of this trip, he immediately notified the meeting through the intercom, and then asked everyone to wait here, and all 4 of them left the room and went to their exclusive meeting room. Obviously, trust also has a certain limit. Later, Linwood learned that there were 11 members in the veteran base at that time. After they entered the logistics park, at least 4 secret guards were responsible for watching them. About 20 minutes later, Hu Zi and the girl returned to the room, apologized for leaving, and then sat down and said, "We can provide a batch of ammunition, provided that the 2 of us join the team. And I will be the captain of the team." Maya said, "You don't know them." Hu Zi said, "You don't know us either." Linwood said, "You are Xiao Hu." And she as Xiao Nu. Hu Zi smiled and said seriously, "I have 12 years of military career, and I served as the captain of the special forces for 7 years. She has a beast-like sense of smell and can smell danger in the air." Maya looked at Lin Wu. Lin Wu didn't care, and at worst, he would quit. Nightmare, on behalf of Blood Dream, nodded, indicating that it was okay. Maya said, "Okay. We agree." Hu Zi said, "If you are willing, you can give me the gun. We have professional gunsmiths who can help you modify the gun and install accessories." Nightmare asked, "When do we set off?" Hu Zi replied, "Can we set off tomorrow evening?" Maya said, "I want to hear your plan first." The little girl brought the map. Hu Zi said, "We already know that the bandit group is active in this area, and we also know that they have 2 bases. One base is a community library, and the other base is a truck. When they go out for reconnaissance and robbery, they drive a truck, which contains motorcycles, bedding, and some food and water." Maya said, "Truck?" Hu Zi said, "I know what you mean. Theoretically, due to traffic restrictions, the range of truck activities is very limited. But I don't know if it is man-made or for other reasons. Look at this road. This road is called Black Mountain Road, which is 10 kilometers long and runs through many streets and alleys. The exit and entrance of Black Mountain Road are connected to the Northwest Ring Road. Their trucks can move freely on Black Mountain Road and this section of the Northwest Ring Road." Hu Zi said, "There are basically no survivors in this area. They have been using sound and fire to eliminate zombies in the area. It can be said that they have established a base of 7 square kilometers through the library base and the truck base. Their number exceeds 25. Nightmare, sorry, I interrupt you. I think I have reason to question. Why do you know so much?" Hu Zi hesitated for a moment, said, "Do you know about the East Base? You may not know, there have been some deserters in the East Base in the past 10 days. One of the deserters was once my subordinate. He and 2 other deserters joined the bandit group. 4 days ago, he heard our broadcast and contacted me via satellite phone to introduce and explain the situation." Maya asked, "What is his purpose?" Hu Zi replied, "The North City base is a base formed by some young veterans from the Veteran Club, which are new recruits who have been discharged after 2 years of military service. All personnel in the North City base died in the bandit group's attack, one of whom was his sister. He had no intention of taking revenge, and he knew he didn't have the power. But he didn't expect to meet the bandit group and recruit them." Hu Zi said, "His current job is to plunder fuel near the library base. He doesn't know much about the bandit group's truck base, and he has only met the leader once. The leader's name is Nightmare, and he is mainly responsible for robbing and cleaning up zombies. The deputy leader is called Starlight, a woman, and she is responsible for all the work and personnel deployment of the library base." "Starlight?" Several people asked in surprise. "If the sawmill-based personnel are the core of the bandit group, this is interesting. Strictly speaking, whether it is Xingwang, Peanut, or Tsuyu, Linwood still treats them as ordinary friends. He has a good relationship with Peanut. As for Xingwang, Linwood does not comment on her. But Linwood knows that Xingwang is a very powerful woman in reality. In this way, it also explains why the Lone Ranger Nightmare would form a bandit group." "Do you know Xingwang?" Hu Zi asked. "Yes. She is a very remarkable woman." Maya asked, "Are there people named Peanut and Tsuyu?" "That's not clear." Hu Zi observed the expressions of several people and asked, "Should the leader of the bandit group be this woman named Xingwang, rather than the man named Nightmare?" Maya nodded. Linwood said, "I am interested in killing Nightmare, not Starlight." "Nightmare, I am fine with either." Maya said, "Our position is to get rid of Nightmare first. As for Starlight, to be honest, we were friends before, but later we parted ways due to different ideologies, but we never became enemies. Hu Zi is a soldier, and he clearly distinguishes between black and white in his actions, but Maya and the others say that there are friends among the black, which involves personal emotions." Hu Zi asked, "Maya, Lin Wu. You mean you won't take the initiative to shoot at Xing Guang? Maya nodded, but I won't stop you from shooting. Huzi nodded, very good. I like to be a villain first and a gentleman later. Let's make things clear first. It will be beneficial for our cooperation. After knowing that Huzi had a lot of intelligence, Maya said, it's not even 12 o'clock in the evening. If it's convenient, we can set off now. There's no need to wait until tomorrow night. Huzi looked at the little girl. The little girl nodded, indicating that she had no problem. Huzi said, okay. After that, he took out the walkie-talkie and asked someone to send bullets up. Maya speculated that the ammunition reserves at the veteran base were quite sufficient. After all, Huzi said a word, and someone sent 500 rifle bullets and 500 pistol bullets. Huzi and the little girl began to prepare, and Huzi explained some things about the base to the person who came. At 12:30, the team set off. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the team arrived near the upper distribution center and camped under a canal bridge. During the march last night, my daughter was the vanguard, killing zombies along the way, with skilled movements and light steps. The most amazing thing is that she can even break the zombies' necks with her hands without using a dagger. After setting up camp, 2 people were on duty. One on duty flew a drone, and the other was on guard against zombies. Lin Wu chose to be on the same shift with my daughter, and he asked her for the technique of twisting the neck. Lin Wu didn't think that twisting the neck was more practical than executing with a dagger. The key was that it was cool. The other 4 people cleared the protruding stones on both sides of the canal, spread the sleeping bags on them, and then laid down to rest. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after everyone ate canned biscuits and drank water, the team continued to set off. Tonight's target is the community where the library base of the robber group is located. It is currently impossible to determine the landing point, and we can only talk about it when the time comes. The team remained silent during the march, and there was almost no chatting during the day to avoid disturbing others' rest. Although there was not much language communication, it can be seen that Huzi was quite satisfied with the performance of everyone in the team. Chapter 428 Waiting. After leaving the railway and entering the city, the terrain immediately became complicated. As a scout, the little girl did not walk along the main road, but chose the route she thought was the simplest and safest. The team followed the little girl and sneaked through the factory area, killing only a few zombies during the period. When they arrived at the factory gate, Huzi asked everyone to gather together, took out the raincoat to cover their heads, turned on the flashlight to look at the map. Huzi whispered, in front of the factory is the Black Mountain Branch Road, 3 kilometers north to the library base. We have entered the sphere of influence of the robber group. Maya asked, can we contact the insider? No, he doesn't have a phone. At this point, the little girl said alertly, something is going on. Turning off the lights and taking off the raincoat, the sound of a motorcycle could be heard. Several people immediately retreated back to the factory area, left the gate, and hid behind an overturned pickup truck. Soon, 4 motorcycles arrived at the factory gate. There were a few zombies around following the sound. At this time, Lin Wu and his friends heard Nightmare's voice through the wall. Everyone will pass if they kill 5 zombies. Lin Wu looked at Maya. There was only a wall between them. Should we do it? Maya shook her head. The motorcycle was not turned off, which meant Nightmare was probably sitting on the motorcycle. He was very familiar with the nearby terrain. He stepped on the accelerator and ran away. And the partition is a partition, but its exact location is unclear. According to Maya's speculation, there are 8 people on the other side, 4 of whom are old men. They used the factory as an examination room to test the 4 newcomers. There are many details in the process of killing zombies, which test people's reaction, strength, courage, etc. In addition, it can be observed whether these newcomers will cooperate as a team and whether they will grab the credit. Why not come during the day? It is clearer during the day. But Nightmare is also a person. As long as he is a person, he can't stand the continuous exposure to the scorching sun. In the next summer, going out will be preferred at night. The 4 newcomers have eliminated several zombies attracted by the sound and entered the factory. 4 motorcycles drove to the gate of the factory, and the lights of the motorcycles provided lighting for the newcomers. The next wave of 5 zombies were deliberately attracted by them. One of them pulled his zombie aside to avoid taking care of 2 zombies, and kept poking it with a blunt object. The motorcycle light followed him, and the light was only a few meters away from the team's hiding place. However, this person bent down and kicked the zombie down with a sweeping kick. He used a blunt weapon to continuously poke the zombie's head from top to bottom. Soon, he broke the zombie's skull. He then walked towards the main venue. And the motorcycle lights followed him. 15 meters away from the motorcycle rider, Lin Wu looked at Hu Zi on the left and Maya on the right. Let's fight. What are you hesitating about? It is indeed impossible to guarantee the killing of 4 motorcycle riders. But at least you can try your luck. Then Lin Wu figured it out. After the team was officially established, Maya regarded the interests of the team as the main interests. When she knew that Xingguang was in the bandit group, Maya's team interest target changed from Nightmare to Starlight. The reason why Maya joined the team was because of Nightmare. Therefore, Maya was very hesitant, and she agreed to let Hu Zi be the captain. Before Hu Zi expressed his opinion, she did not act rashly. Hu Zi confirmed from Lin Wu and the others that the core of the bandit group was not Nightmare, but Starlight. He began to lose interest in Nightmare, who killed people, and focused his attention on Starlight. As a former Special Forces operations captain, he knew that the primary and secondary targets must be clearly distinguished. Nightmare also wanted to take action, but Xu Eming touched her shoulder, signaling her not to move, because she could clearly distinguish the 5th motorcycle. First, look at the lights from under the car. 5 beams of light, indicating that there is a motorcycle outside the factory. Second, listen to the sound. She can hear the engine sound of 5 motorcycles. The rookie trial continued, and they were also very cautious. After sending a wave of zombies, they used the sound to attract the zombies in the factory area. At this time, someone had already killed 4 zombies, and someone had only killed 2. At this time, an accident occurred. The hook of the crowbar held by Rookie A did not hit the zombie's head, but hit the zombie's shoulder. The hook pierced the shoulder, and it could not be pulled out by pulling directly, so the crowbar could only be pushed forward. But he was obviously a little confused, and he pulled hard in his direction, and ended up pulling the zombie in front of him. And the zombie hugged and bit him. Seeing this, 2 companions came to rescue him immediately. And after clearing this wave, the world fell into silence. The motorcyclists didn't move, didn't speak, but they had already picked up the guns that were lying horizontally. Newcomer B glanced at the motorcyclists, and said to Newcomer A, "Take off your clothes." He held the weapon tightly in his hand, and the other 2 newcomers did the same. Newcomer A hesitated for a moment, and began to take off his clothes. As soon as he took off his shoulder, everyone saw that his left shoulder was bloody, which was consistent with the wound caused by the zombie biting the flesh and tearing it. Newcomer A saw that his companion's eyes had changed, and said while backing away, "Maybe he is not infected." Newcomer C knocked him out with a stick from behind without hesitation, took out a flashlight, and pulled open his clothes to check the wound. This time he could see more clearly, and there were teeth marks around the wound. Newcomer C took a step back, raised his stick, and beat Newcomer A to death. At this time, Nightmare's voice came from outside the factory door. "What's your name?" "Xiao Bing." "Good, you passed." Nightmare said, "Remember, when your companion is bitten by a zombie, he is no longer your comrade in arms, but your enemy. If you can't kill him because of his appearance, it may be you who will die, or it may be your other friends." Nightmare, Xiao Bing. "Come here." Xiao Bing walked to the factory gate. An assault rifle was thrown out vertically from the darkness. Xiao Bing took it, and checked the magazine skillfully. "Thank you, Captain." Nightmare, others continue. Sure enough, outside the factory, a treacherous villain. Lin Wu cursed in his heart. Nightmare, is it because the gate is not wide enough? After a while, the other 2 completed their share. Nightmare was not dissatisfied or praised, and the 2 followers each took a pistol to them, indicating that they passed. Then everyone got on the car, and the motorcycle team left. Maya said, "1 is promoted and 2 are demoted. Nightmare still has a lot of ideas." Lin Wu was puzzled. Xu Eming explained, "If all 3 are qualified as newcomers, they will form an invisible bond between them, and it is possible to form a new faction or join a faction." Nightmare did this. Xiao Bing had a certain sense of gratitude and superiority over the other 2 newcomers. After the 2 newcomers joined the bandit group, if they are dissatisfied with the treatment, the first reference target is not Nightmare, not the old man, but Xiao Bing. Beard said, "It seems that there is a class system in the bandit group." Maya said, "The class system is the most stable. From the military rank to the company's P level, it is a class system. Class is not the same as class. Class means that you can cross it, and your contribution can make you upgrade. If there is no reward system for upgrading, the middle and lower classes are prone to lack of motivation and slacking. Similarly, in order to highlight the difference in class, the difference in class treatment must be clearly distinguished. Nightmare said, they seem to use guns to distinguish. High-level people use rifles, and low-level people only have pistols. Maya, this is very good. Direct and simple. Beard, keep going. Little girl. The little girl nodded and went into the darkness. Everyone put down the night vision goggles and followed the little girl in formation. The library base of the robber group is located in a community. This community is a high-end residential area with a total of 12 buildings. Each building has 27 floors, and each floor has 5 households. The community is surrounded by a wall, with 2 exits, the front and back doors. The library is located in the middle of the community, and there are also supporting facilities such as a community activity center, a park, and an outdoor swimming pool. The community is large, with a lot of land, and the front and back doors are easy to block. The most important thing is that with such a large number of residents, there must be a large amount of supplies. The floors can also be cleaned on a daily basis to train newcomers. Each member can be assigned a house, and the accommodation conditions are very good, which is definitely not comparable to the railway bridge base. Lin Wu's team's base tonight is a model house 200 meters away from the front door of the community. There is a 2-story building here, and there are various types of apartments in the community. Each house is carefully decorated for buyers to visit and choose. There are many zombies in the model house. The girl climbed to the 2nd floor through the water pipe, entered a house, closed the door, and dealt with the 3 zombies in the house. After finishing, she put down the rope, and Lin Wu and others entered the house one after another. This is a duplex house, which is the top floor of a residential building. There is a staircase leading to the balcony, which is a sunroom. The sunroom faces the community, and the library can be clearly seen. The reason why the library can be seen in the dark is that the library is well lit. Not only are there lights in the reading room, but there are lights in the corridors, and there are even street lights in the small square outside the library. The library has 2 floors, and there are several bicycles and motorcycles parked outside the entrance of the 1st floor hall. The team also saw something interesting here. A large pit was dug at the entrance of the community, and a peeled log was placed on it. If zombies want to enter the community, they must walk on the log in the middle. There is a movable wood in the middle of the log, and the zombies will roll when they step on it, and the zombies will fall directly into the pit. How do humans and cars get in and out? There are 2 steel hanging plates on the other side of the hole, and the hanging plates can be retracted and lowered by shaking the winch. One of the hanging plates is 1 meter wide, suitable for human walking. Another hanging plate is 5 meters wide, used for car traffic. 6 columns were erected in the cave. After the hanging board was lowered, it just happened to be placed on the columns. It was estimated that it could withstand at least 5 tons of vehicles entering and exiting. Seeing this, Huzi couldn't help but say, the designer is a talent. The entrance and exit cannot be broken through, so the only way is to climb over the wall. The wall is 2 meters and 5 meters high, and there are 4 wires on it. Although there is a high voltage danger sign, everyone knows that there is no electricity. The 4 wires are facing outward at a 45-degree angle. To climb over, not only do you have to climb the wall, but you also have to bypass the 45-degree wires, which undoubtedly adds a lot of difficulty to the intruders. Huzi said, if they deploy 2 sentinels on the rooftops of the first and last high-rise buildings, holding night vision infrared telescopes, almost no one can approach the community without being discovered. My little girl, let's fly a drone for high-altitude reconnaissance and go back. Back in the room, Huzi took out a delicate small kerosene lamp from his backpack and lit it on the table. Everyone sat down on the sofa and chairs. Huzi said, my idea is to kill Xingguang, but I don't know what Xingguang looks like. From the information we know, the reason why the bandit group is so aggressive and has strong organizational ability is mainly because of the existence of Starlight. Nightmare said, we are not interested in Starlight, nor in the bandit group. We are only interested in Nightmare. Huzi said, we have an 8-fold scope sniper rifle, and an M4 with a 4-fold scope can also serve as a sniper rifle. But I don't think they will appear outdoors at the same time and give us enough time. Therefore, we only discuss one goal. Killing Starlight can stop the bandit group from continuing to do evil. I am willing to provide you with another batch of bullets. Maya said, kill Nightmare. 10 boxes of instant noodles. 10 boxes? Huzi was stunned and asked, "How many packs?" Maya said, 25 packs per box. 5 small packs per pack. 12 50 packs of instant noodles. 3 meals a day. 1 pack per meal. Can last for 416 days. Even if there are 10 of you, you can still eat for 41 days. With these 41 days, you should have some success in planting and breeding. Huzi thought for a while, shaked his head. I can add a few more rifles. Lin Wu was impatient to bargain, and threw out the trump card, 50 boxes of instant noodles, provided that you come and get them yourself. Huzi asked in surprise, "Do you have so many?" Lin Wu sighed. "Yes, I ate so much that I vomited." Lin Wu didn't tell Huzi that there was still a car of instant noodles that hadn't been touched. Huzi thought for a while, and said, "Let's do this. From now on. Within 24 hours, if Nightmare appears, kill Nightmare, you provide 50 boxes of instant noodles. After 24 hours, kill Nightmare if Nightmare appears, and kill Starlight if Starlight appears. If Starlight is killed, we will provide bullets as a reward." Maya looked at Nightmare, and Nightmare knew that Maya had agreed to ask for her opinion, so she said, "Okay. It's 2 o'clock in the morning now, let's start the countdown." Huzi said, "My daughter and I can act as snipers, but we need observers." Maya said, "Nightmare and I can act as observers." Xueming said, "My brother and I will take turns to be on guard." 3 people in a shift. Lin Wu went to work first. He slipped out, set up a surveillance camera outside, and then came back to lie on the sofa and watch the silent movie while watching the surveillance camera. The surveillance camera was naturally given by Cairo, originally their hunting tool, because it was also needed at home, so they only brought one out. Compared to Lin Wu, Xueming was much more dedicated. She controlled the drone to fly around the model house, identified 2 exits, and then found several retreat routes along the exits. After finishing the work, she went back to sleep. Maya and the little girl were in the same class. They were in the sunroom on the rooftop, using the broken sofa and bookcase to build a shelter. Maya pulled out a board from the bookcase, sat on the broken sofa, and monitored the library through the pulled board. After the little girl adjusted the pre-aiming, she lay quietly on the table, waiting for the observer's news. Her shooting hole was also the shooting range exposed by the pulled board of the bookcase. Maya found some moss and green plants from the surrounding area to further cover the bookcase. No target was found that night, but Maya just watched all night. Chapter 429 Library Base. The next morning, worried about the strong smell of cooking, the team continued to eat canned food. The little girl gave Lin Wu a luncheon meat. Lin Wu took a look at the expiration date. Awesome. 20 years of expiration date. The little girl explained that this was a batch of strategic storage materials. The little girl didn't talk much, but she liked to sit next to Lin Wu and listen to Lin Wu bragging. This made Lin Wu sigh inwardly. Why is it so difficult to find a girl in reality? Either there are evil scientists who are committed to inventing a perfect girlfriend, or it is probably because it is really hard to find a girlfriend in reality. Nightmare's voice came from the intercom. "Peanut, I saw Peanut." Lin Wu asked, "What does he look like?" Nightmare said, "I don't know. It seems that he just got up." He was sitting on a bench by the entrance on the first floor in a daze, looking at the front quietly. Maya, who was eating with him, asked, "Have you seen Chuiyu?" "I don't have a deep impression of Chuiyu. I probably wouldn't recognize her if I saw her." Nightmare said, "There is no reason. With Peanut's strength, he should join the robber group's field work, which is Nightmare's truck base. Besides, Xingguang can't trust Nightmare, and should put Peanut next to Nightmare." Xueming picked up the intercom and said, "If Peanut is placed next to Nightmare, Nightmare will find a way to kill Peanut. We don't know what kind of person he is. He is a combination of arrogance and insidiousness, and he won't tolerate others to put him in front of him." Lin Wu said, translated, "It means brave and smart, and have a clear distinction between love and hate. Laziness versus comfort, irritability versus true nature, stinginess versus thrift, selfishness versus true self, cowardice versus caution." Nightmare said, "They had breakfast. Several people took gasoline barrels out to check the number of zombies in the pits at the front and back doors. Some people were farming. Only 2 assault rifles were seen. Some people used air rifles. Didn't they get the code of the veteran club's underground munitions? Why is there no movement at all?" Maya replied, "The risk is too high. The veteran club is in the city center. It seems that in addition to the equipment I got before, the biggest income was a batch of guns and ammunition I got during the night raid on the logistics park." Nightmare said, "Don't tell me. I think Starlight is playing very well. The people below are doing things in an orderly manner, although they can't be said to be very active. They are not lifeless. Look at the 4 people who are working on the land and building too. They are very serious about their work. Maya, how many people do you think there are? Nightmare looked for a while. So far, I have seen about 15 people. Some people live directly in the residential building, but they all go to the outdoor kitchen built next to the library to have breakfast. They also have 2 dogs. At least 2 dogs. I suggest raising pigs. Pigs eat everything. They can eat people. And they should also eat zombies. Maya said, the question is whether we eat man-eating pigs. Nightmare replied, this question should depend on the conditions. In ancient famines, it was normal to eat children. If people could not help eating people, how could they not eat pigs? The little girl had finished her breakfast. She took Lin Wu's gun and disassembled it for maintenance. She told Lin Wu how to do daily maintenance and techniques for cleaning dust and water stains. To be honest, Xue Ming and Maya didn't know this knowledge either. They watched with great interest. After assembling the gun, the little girl handed it to Lin Wu and gave him a smile. Xue Ming sighed, girl, humans and ghosts have different paths. So take care of yourself. The scout Nightmare in the sunroom reported, a truck is coming from the south. This is a shabby truck. If you look closely, you will find that the truck has been given layers of protection with rough methods. The road to the south has been cleared, and it just happens to accommodate a medium-sized box truck. For this reason, the truck is not fast, and it carefully avoids obstacles on the road. All zombies that block the truck's progress are ruthlessly cut off by the truck. The flat truck head is welded with half a car shell. The shell is polished and very sharp. There are 2 layers of iron mesh between the shell and the front of the car. There is a shock-absorbing device similar to a spring in the iron mesh. 5 motorcycles followed the truck, except for 1 motorcycle. Each motorcycle has 2 passengers. The truck arrived at the main entrance of the community. The rear compartment opened. 2 masked men got out, assisted the people in the truck, and lowered an iron plate with the power of the gallows, forming a slope. And then a jeep drove down the slope. The people on the motorcycle stroked and patted the jeep, and seemed to be full of praise for the jeep. Everyone covered their faces with masks, and it was impossible to tell who was who. Lin Wu and his friends also had masks, but the purpose was not to cover their faces, but to prevent odor. Nowadays, the whole city is like a garbage dump. No matter how long you smell it, you will not get used to it. Many people will only take off their masks when eating and talking. Of course, there is no need to cover your face in places like the railway bridge base or the library where there are no zombies or corpses around. After putting away the iron plate and closing the rear door, the truck was about to pull to the side, but it stopped halfway. The robbers reopened the rear door, and 2 people worked together to pull out a 1-meter wide wooden board from inside to make a slope, and all the motorcycles drove up the slope. Then the people jumped off the rear compartment, closed the rear door, and turned the front of the truck. The others walked towards the front door of the community. There was a winch near the big pit at the front door. A man and a woman turned the winch to lower the iron plate, and the jeep entered the community through the iron plate. Others followed and walked in, greeting each other along the way. Obviously everyone was familiar with each other. After a while, the truck driver and the truck co-driver also walked into the community, and then the winch turned and pulled up the iron plate. Maya asked, has the target appeared? I saw Xingguang. Don't kill Xingguang within 24 hours. Nightmare said, but I didn't see Nightmare. The field agents of the robber group are used to wearing masks. Maybe they will take off their masks when they go to the library to rest. Drink tea and eat. It depends on the situation. They will rest at the library base during the day today. Sniper, please pay attention. Nightmare said, Xingguang is talking to the jeep driver next to the jeep. I guess they are talking about the jeep. I can't tell if the driver is Nightmare. The driver pulled down his mask, but his back is to us. The driver went in, MD. Sniper Huzi said, basically everyone is here, count them. How many people are there in the robber group? The sniper rifle observation interface is very small. Nightmare observed with a telescope for a long time, and replied, there are nearly 30 people who have appeared so far, including 12 field workers. They are moving the supplies brought by the jeep. Wow! It's rice. About 20 bags of vacuum-packed rice. Nightmare was never found, and he continued to wait. An hour later, 3 people from the south walked to the main gate, and they also tried to pry open the trunk of a roadside car to look for supplies. When they arrived near the main gate, they poked their heads inside. At this time, a man lying on the green shrubs on the side, wearing a ghillie suit, stood up and talked to them. After a while, Peanut rode a motorcycle to the main gate, and several gunmen appeared on the 10th and 8th floors of Building 1 nearby. Peanut asked someone to build a small bridge through the big hole, walked to the dilapidated sentry box, and talked to the 3 people for a while, and used the walkie-talkie to communicate with the people inside. Then, the 3 of them took turns entering the booth to take off their clothes. Peanut checked the backpack, clothes and body. If there was no problem, he let the person in. The 3 of them arrived at the library one after another. They were received by a girl whom Nightmare did not know. Peanut rode back, put the motorcycle aside, walked to the side of the library, sat on an outdoor bench, picked up a book beside the bench, and continued to read. It seemed that the next job had nothing to do with him. Maya listened to Nightmare's introduction and said, "Peanut does not seem to have a very important job. In the sawmill, Peanut is the deputy commander, and his identity is like half Maya and half Lin Wu. He is mainly responsible for field operations. Here, not only does he have nothing to do with field operations, but he does not even hold any leadership position. His job is to check the physical condition of new applicants and the materials they carry." Maya had a bold idea. "Lin Wu, can we call through the phone number left by Hu Zi and talk to Peanut to see if he can help us kill Nightmare? He doesn't need to do it, as long as he can ask Nightmare to chat for a few words outdoors." Lin Wu objected. Xingguang and Peanut are in a relationship, and the bandit group was jointly established by Xingguang and Nightmare. This will lead to a breakup of the relationship between Starlight and Peanut. Compared to Nightmare, Peanut and I are closer. They talked downstairs, without using the intercom. Maya, this is related to the interests of the team. Lin Wu, since it is related to the interests of the team, personal feelings cannot be used. This made Maya speechless. When Lin Wu and Shirtu are against something in principle, don't think about convincing them. The current situation is that in more than an hour, the team has 2 opportunities to snipe Starlight, but they didn't find Nightmare. If Nightmare can't be killed before 2 o'clock in the morning, the dead can only be Starlight. Hu Zi's voice came from the intercom. It cannot be denied that the library base is a well-run community, and everything is in order. It is more successful than our veteran base. Maya took the intercom and asked, "Are you shaken?" Hu Zi, "No. It is my duty to fight against the bandit group, and it is my duty to avenge my comrades. From a selfish perspective, I have to protect the Veterans Club's munitions. God knows how long it will take for this damn zombie virus to subside. We need to consider long-term survival. The important thing for long-term survival is arms." Nightmare said. The newcomers who came out of the interview were taken away separately. One of them joined the land reclamation team. One went to Building 3, and another was escorted out. 2 members of the robber group forced a newcomer to leave with a pistol. Peanut stood up and walked over to ask a few questions, and then the newcomer got on Peanut's motorcycle. Peanut sent her to the outside of the community, gave her a package of compressed biscuits and a bottle of mineral water, and the newcomer seemed to cry. And Peanut did not comfort her anymore, and drove back to the library by himself. The newcomer sat in the shade of the tree near the gate for a while. I don't know what I was thinking. After a while, she took out a nylon rope from her backpack and threw it over the tree trunk, and then hanged herself under the tree. After receiving the report from the sentry, Peanut was still the one who handled the matter. He came out to climb the tree to cut the rope, put the newcomer's body on the back seat of the motorcycle, drove about 300 meters west, carried the body, threw the body to the entrance steps of the subway station, and then came back. After returning to the base, Peanut stopped reading and just laid down on the bench, covering his face with the book, and fell asleep. It seemed that what happened just now had a great psychological impact on him. Starlight entered the sniper's scope for the 3rd time. She sat next to Peanut and talked to him. The communication seemed to be going well. In the end, the 2 of them shared a piece of chocolate. Starlight left with a smile. Peanut felt much better and continued to read. "It sounds like true love," Lin Wu said. "If Xingguang really loves Peanut, she wouldn't send him on dangerous missions. As a smart person, she knows that emotions affect decision-making, so she doesn't let Peanut enter the decision-making and leadership levels. Giving Peanut an idle position is her best choice." "Xueming, brother, I support you this time, you're right. My sister's family is still in need of a lazy guy who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. Are you interested?" Lin Wu smiled. "Sister, I have always had a good stomach. When my stomach fails one day, I'll find you to eat my gigolo. Translation: I have money now, you go away. When my brother is worthless, I will definitely go to your house and beg for support. Xiumeng smiled. I'm afraid it won't be your turn then. Nightmare reported. There are 2 field staff members chatting by the window on the 2nd floor of the library. Maya asked, Nightmare? Nightmare. No, strange. Where did this grandson go? As long as Nightmare is solved, the bandit group should have lost the idea of external expansion. Lin Wu, I still can't understand this point. External expansion, plundering everywhere, murder and arson, are not of much benefit to Nightmare. Nightmare said, that's why you don't understand Nightmare. Take a certain task as an example. Send a letter to City B, Xiumeng, and I will send the letter in the safest, most reliable and secretive way. It's different for Nightmare. Sending the letter is not his purpose is to kill people. Kill all those who are eyeing the letter. He kills and robs, but he likes killing and robbing, and it has nothing to do with his own interests. Nightmare, but at the same time, he also knows that he has to complete the delivery of the letter. He killed people and robbed to fatten up the library base. And the base would provide him with more resources. And he would become more and more bold. Let's put it this way. He started by stepping on ants. And he would step on God all the way. Until he was killed or defeated by one of the creatures. But Huzi did not accept Nightmare's view. From the conversation between Lin Wu and the others, he basically figured out the situation of Nightmare and Starlight. He believed that the threat of Starlight was incomparable to Nightmare. And the value of a person who made strategies was far greater than that of a person who could fight. Even with such an idea, Huzi still abided by the agreement and did not pull the trigger on Starlight. The library base was not active during the day. After the sun went down, everyone came out. Several office staff began to cook in the shed they built on the side of the library, while others played in the small swimming pool nearby, and some drank tea and chatted nearby. It seemed that this was a period of rest for all staff. However, this was not the case for the field staff. 12 of the field staff were divided into 2 groups, and were receiving training in the small square of the library. One group trained their physical strength, running in circles, doing push-ups, pull-ups, and climbing ropes. Another group trained their fighting skills, imagining zombies as their enemies. Even if they were bandits, they were unwilling to waste too many bullets on zombies. At 7:30 p.m., the street lights around the library were turned on, and dinner officially began. Everyone took their plates and cutlery and lined up in front of the shed to receive food. Each of them took their food and found a place to eat. Some people went to the first floor of the library to sit and eat, and some sat on the ground and chatted with friends while eating. At this time, in addition to Maya and the little girl on duty, Beard and Nightmare also went to the sunroom. They had only one purpose, to find Nightmare. Does this guy know we're coming? Nightmare said. He doesn't show up during the day, he doesn't attend drills, and he's not even seen at meals. Maya said. He definitely didn't notice us, but something is wrong. Is Nightmare a person who likes to hide indoors? I haven't heard of it. Maya. Then, there's a big possibility. He's sick or injured. Look for someone to deliver food. Nightmare. We saw him selecting new recruits last night, and no one was injured in the field today. Maya. They have motorcycles. If someone is injured or unwell, they can drive the motorcycle back to the library base first. Chapter 430 Sniper Killing. Huzi said, Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question. Is it that we should contact the East Base for artillery attack? Maya asked back, Why do you ask this question? Calling the East Base for artillery attack was part of their original plan. After sniping the target, they would evacuate by creating chaos through artillery attack. Of course, it was a backup plan, because even if they contacted the East Base, they might not be willing to fire artillery shells. After all, in all these days, the East Base has never taken the initiative to contact the railway bridge base. Huzi said, They live well. Our goal is either to eliminate Nightmare, or to eliminate Starlight, but I don't want to eliminate a mature community with order. Maya, do you regret this trip? Huzi said, No, I will definitely come. Even if we live a pastoral life here, we will come. This is a mission, if not me. Then someone else will come. But after comprehensive situation and information, I don't think it is necessary to call for artillery attack. I agree. Maya agreed to Huzi's proposal. Nightmare said, Don't you find it strange? Not only can I not see Nightmare, I can't see Starlight either. Even Peanuts are gone. Are they having a meeting? The dinner at the library base is coming to an end. Only a few people went to have food. Some people are already washing the dishes they used, and returning the dishes to their original places. Maya said, if I were the person in charge of the East base, I would use drones to conduct reconnaissance on the library base first. If artillery strikes are to be carried out, dinner is undoubtedly the best time. Huzi said, the East base does not have the energy to deal with the bandit group now. Could it be that the target is having a special meal? Maya said, I don't know about Nightmare, but based on my understanding of Starlight, she may allow her confidants to have a special meal, but she will not have a special meal. At this point, Maya said, there is a discovery. At 10 o'clock, Building 3. Building 3 is near the library. About 50 meters away, an unarmed clerk pushed a cart out of Building 3. There were plates of food on the cart, estimated to be 2 or 3. This clerk wore a white coat, and it was obvious that he was a medical staff. Afterwards, Xinguang and Peanut walked out of the main entrance of Building 3. They did not walk on the road, but walked on the side stairs of Building 3. Because of this, when they returned to the library, they were exposed to the team's shooting range for only a few seconds. Xinguang and Peanut then went to the cafeteria. They each took a plate, filled their food, and sat on the chairs beside the cafeteria to eat. People passing by would greet them, and the two who were chatting nodded in response. The cafeteria was closing up while preparing food for tomorrow morning. Xinguang and Peanut washed the plates themselves and returned the tableware to their original places. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the robbers drove out 5 motorcycles, 2 of whom got on the driver's seat and the co-driver's seat of the truck, and the others and the motorcycles entered the truck compartment. The truck drove along the road heading west and soon left the team's sight. The night work of the library clerks began. 3 girls hung several large basins of clothes on ropes on the lawn beside the library. Several staff members in the cafeteria were peeling potatoes, and the team of land reclamation continued to reclaim land. They seemed to be planning to turn all the lawns in the community into farmland. In addition, the office staff also took on the work of opening and closing the iron bridge at the front gate, night observation posts, and bicycle patrols. Maya looked at the time. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening, and there were only 2 hours left until the agreed time of 2 o'clock. She did not have a fluke mentality and basically accepted the current situation. After a day of observation, Chuiyi was not found. It seemed that there were no other players except Xinguang, Peanut and Nightmare. Nightmare still wanted to take a chance. Should we consider infiltration attacks on Building 3? Maya rejected it outright. The risk is too high. We should further improve the retreat work. There were too many opportunities to assassinate Xinguang. Maya was very grateful to Huzi and others for fulfilling their promise and giving up so many opportunities. Therefore, she rejected the suggestions outside the Nightmare contract. 20 minutes to 2 o'clock. Before the shift was about to change, Huzi said, have you considered contacting your friend Xinguang? Seeing that the community construction was well organized and had very good development prospects, and Xinguang was willing to share hardships with everyone, Huzi did not want Xinguang to die in his heart. Lin Wu understood Huzi's intention. Huzi wanted Xinguang to betray Mengyan. So he said, a person who betrays his accomplice cannot be our friend. The little girl praised. Well said, Huzi said. Then we will not be polite. Xueming, it's my turn. Xueming, I'm an agent. As an agent, there is no word friend in their dictionary. Only a balance of interests. In order to communicate smoothly, Xueming dialed the number left by Huzi's spy. After waiting for a while, a man answered the phone. Who is it? Peanut? Peanut asked in surprise. Who are you? I'm Xueming. Oh, hello. I know this person, but I'm not familiar with him. Xueming said, can you tell me Nightmare's number? Or let him pick up the phone? Wait a minute. Xinguang's voice came. Xueming? Xinguang? Xinguang asked with a smile. I didn't expect to hear other Blue Star people's voices. What do you want to see Nightmare about? Xueming replied, about the fortress building. I know there are a lot of supplies inside, and even satellite terminal network servers, but I need help. Xinguang pondered for a moment. Are you nearby? Yes. Xinguang asked. How do you know where we are stationed? How do you know Nightmare is with us? Xueming replied, my satellite phone is not bought by Xiarma. Xinguang, have you entered the fortress building? Xueming replied, yes. Xinguang asked, what supplies are there? Xueming replied, pistols and a lot of pistol bullets. Nightmare had really been to the fortress building and knew the situation inside very well, so Xueming went along and told some details. I'll call you later. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Xueming's phone rang. Hi. Nightmare. Xueming? Is Nightmare with you? Xueming replied, No, otherwise I wouldn't be able to find you. Nightmare asked, What's the plan? Xueming said, You need to invest in a batch of bullets first. Nightmare, how to divide it? Xueming said, You should know that, in addition to pistols and bullets, there are various special equipment inside the fortress building, drones, night vision goggles, eavesdropping devices, cameras, powered paragliders, explosives. Powered paraglider? Xueming said yes. It is carrying a big electric fan, which is very noisy and can fly in the sky. Nightmare, are you nearby? Blood Dream replied, Yes. Nightmare, come in. Blood Dream, no. You come out. A motorcycle, weapons and ammunition are fully prepared. After we meet, if you agree, we will leave immediately. If you don't agree, forget it. Nightmare, so careful. Blood Dream, or if you say you agree to cooperate, then I will go there. I believe you still have some dignity, after all. This is just a game. The NPC girl automatically filters keywords. Nightmare laughed. We haven't discussed the cooperation clearly yet. How can I agree? Are you at the front door or the back door? Near the front door. Nightmare said, See you near the sentry box at the front door in 5 minutes. Blood Dream, I need 10 minutes. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Blood Dream was not in a hurry. It would only take 5 minutes. Blood Dream left his rifle behind. Only took a pistol and a magazine. And asked Huzi for a grenade. Nightmare saw this. And said, There is no need to fight so hard. Right? Blood Dream replied, I owe you. 3 members of the robber group walked out of Building 3 and walked to the sentry box. The 3 of them were arranged in a column. There was no conversation between them. They all wore masks, which made Nightmare curse. Maya said, He is not being mysterious. He brought people with him just in case. After all, the person he wants to see is Xueming. Is anyone injured? One has gauze wrapped around his head. One has gauze wrapped around his left hand. And another walks with a limp. After a while, Xueming arrived at the guard post. And the hanging board was lowered. 3 people crossed the bridge one by one. 2 stopped. And 1 stepped forward. This person was naturally Nightmare. He pulled down his mask and talked to Xueming 1 meter away. Xueming touched his hair, indicating that he had confirmed the target. Huzi and Xiaonu fired at the same time. One aimed at Nightmare's head, and the other aimed at Nightmare's chest. The 2 bullets came in sequence and hit Nightmare at the same time. Xueming took out a grenade with his left hand. The safety pin of the grenade had been pulled out, and the handle was tied with a line. Xueming hooked his thumb on the line. When Nightmare fell, he threw the grenade in front of the 2 members of the bandit group, and then turned and ran. Bandit A reacted very quickly, with a sweep of his leg, sweeping the grenade into the big hole. With the sound of the explosion, Bandit B was shot dead by Huzi, and Bandit A hit himself with the cover of the sentry box. Hearing the explosion and gunshots, the library base was in chaos. Xingguang came out of the library in pajamas, and Xiaonu had been eyeing this position for a long time. As she pulled the trigger, a man ran past Xingguang, and the bullet penetrated the man and hit Xingguang. Xingguang fell backwards, and was supported by Peanut behind him and dragged into the library. At the sentry post, Bandit A suppressed Xueming with firepower, forcing her to crouch and hide in the depression. Lin Wu then opened fire, but did not hit Bandit A, but forced Bandit A to dodge, giving Xueming a chance to escape. However, Lin Wu exposed his position, and the sentry in Building 1 then opened fire in the direction of Lin Wu. Huzi, retreat. Maya, Lin Wu, my daughter will cover the rear, and the others will cover in layers. Be careful of zombies. Huzi, Nightmare and Maya reached the 2nd floor, opened the window, threw down the rope, and slid down from the back of the model house to meet Xueming, who ran back. The 4 of them quickly retreated about 50 meters. After reaching a transport vehicle, Maya ordered through the radio, Lin Wu, Xiaonu, retreat. Huzi climbed onto the roof of the transport vehicle. Nightmare stayed on the left. Maya stayed on the right to block the road. Lin Wu and Xiaonu slid down the rope. Xiaonu looked up at the sky and said, There is a drone. Maya said, The combat power of the library base is insufficient. They may not chase us. Be careful of the group of people at the truck base. They may not chase us. 3 people still chased out of the base. They hit as soon as they arrived at the South Road. The two sides exchanged fire with a queue of cars 50 meters apart. The three were well trained. After a round of exchange of fire, Nightmare's ear was injured by the fragments of the rearview mirror. The sniper in Building 1 fired, and the bullet hit the hood. Because of the small angle, it formed a sliding bullet, and the deformed bullet head hit the girl's chest. Linwu was closest to the girl, and he tore off her clothes and bulletproof vest. The bullet that hit her was too deformed and stuck in the girl's flesh, and did not penetrate the ribs. Although it was not deep, it was not something that could be removed by hand. Huzi took out a few mines from his backpack, disassembled them, and threw a few at random, saying, "Retreat." Nightmare carried the girl on his back. Maya and Lin Wu led the way. Huzi and Xueming covered the rear. Because the zombies attracted by the gunshots swarmed in, Maya and Lin Wu held pistols and shot the zombies while moving forward. Huzi and Xueming retreated alternately. After a while, there was an explosion behind them. Someone stepped on a landmine. The zombies around them ran away upon hearing the sound, forcing the pursuers to retreat. The team took the opportunity to escape, but the damn drone was following them, obviously providing the location for the robbers at the truck base. Maya led the team into a street, pulled over to the side, and used the tarpaulin of the street shop to avoid the drone, and then entered the pharmacy. There were 7 zombies in the pharmacy. Maya had installed a silencer on her pistol. With the sound of low shooting, 7 zombies fell to the ground. Lin Wu and Maya were on guard with guns, and the others retreated into the pharmacy, bringing several zombies, which were dealt with one by the two. Maya did not stop and went around to the back door. Huzi took out a mine, pulled a fuse between the medicine cabinets, and then followed the team. At this time, everyone heard the sound of the truck. Maya and Lin Wu went through the back door, walked past a real estate agency, past a restaurant, and entered another pharmacy. The two used pistols to clear the 5 zombies in the store. Lin Wu searched for zombies that might be hidden in the store with a gun, and Maya helped everyone squat against the wall. The truck arrived, and the gunmen jumped out one after another, according to the guidance of the drone. They entered the first pharmacy. Lin Wu heard the conversation between their captain and the drone operator. "It's gone. Only a few zombie bodies are left." The drone operator said, "They should not have time to leave this block. Don't move. There are booby traps." Someone cursed, "Very insidious." The two sides were separated by 2 stores. The robbers had 12 experienced men, and Lin Wu had only 4.5 men, although he was not afraid of them. Once there was a direct exchange of fire, there would inevitably be casualties. Maya looked back and whispered, "Where's Huzi?" "I don't know," Xueming answered. A woman shouted from the first pharmacy, "Grenade! Hide!" The explosion was mixed with gunshots, but it stopped soon. With such a big commotion, the zombies on both sides of the street finally came out. Although this is the sphere of influence of the bandit group, they did not completely clear out the zombies. In particular, the zombies in the high-rise buildings heard the sound and began to jump off the building one after another, hitting the ground like raindrops. The sound of pistols and rifles firing instantly rang out, and the leader of the bandit group ordered, "Retreat." As the truck drove away, the street fell into silence. Everyone climbed out of the back window and saw Huzi lying at the back door of the first pharmacy. He was hit by more than a dozen bullets and died on the spot. After the mine trick failed, he immediately sacrificed himself, used grenades to attract zombies, and forced the bandit group to retreat. Maya killed several zombies that were biting Huzi's body, and said, "Lin Wu, lead the way. I will take Huzi away." After that, she carried Huzi's body on her back. Nightmare took Huzi's backpack and gun, and Blood Dream took Maya's backpack. After 2 hours of marching, the team returned to the factory where the bandit group trained new members. Nightmare and Maya performed a minor operation on the little girl and took out the bullet. At the same time, Lin Wu and Blood Dream dug a big pit in the green belt. Then the 5 people held a very simple funeral for Huzi. The little girl tore off the dog tag that Huzi was wearing, put one of them away, and put the other one into Huzi's mouth, and sprinkled the first handful of soil. Lin Wu and Blood Dream then filled the pit and leveled it. Chapter 431 Mission. Although the factory area is not a safe area, and is still within the power range of the robber group, the team needs a place to stay. After looking at the map, Maya decided to rest in the factory area during the day, and then retreat after the sun sets. If everything goes well, they can return to the railway bridge base tomorrow morning. At 6 o'clock in the morning, everyone had breakfast and was ready to rest. The library base called. Xu Yiming answered the phone on hands-free. Hi. Xing Wang's voice came. That's cruel. The voice was calm. Rather than blaming, it was better to say it was a compliment. Xu Yiming did not intend to offend Xing Wang, after all. Xing Wang was a high-level fortress. It would be fine if Xing Wang was willing to return to Blue Star after arriving on Earth. If Xing Wang did not go back and stayed on Earth, he would be the immediate superior of his immediate superior in the future. Xu Yiming also knew that Xing Wang would not be jealous of his behavior. And smiled. It's competition. I'm sorry. Xing Wang asked. You are competing with each other. Why do you want to shoot me? Xu Yiming said. Xing Wang. To be honest, we have been lying down for 2 days. And we have 100 chances to kill you. I shot you just to create chaos. There is no personal grudge. Xing Wang, these are trivial matters. It is good to have Nightmare, but it does not matter if Nightmare is not there. The value of a person who can be replaced is not that high. I called to ask a question. How many of you are Blue Star people? Xu Yiming was stunned, looking at Maya. Maya was also stunned, and did not know how to answer. Although she did not want to kill Xing Wang, she did not want to have too much interaction with Xing Wang. After such a pause, Xing Wang seemed to understand, asked, Nightmare is here? Nightmare greeted, Hi Xing Wang. Xing Wang said, there should be few Blue Star people who can enter the real hardcore Lin Wu. If it was just Nightmare, Xu Yiming would not be unable to answer. Xu Yiming saw Lin Wu waving his hand. It's not Lin Wu, it's someone from the veteran base. Lin Wu didn't want to communicate with Xing Wang. Xing Wang didn't understand. Why? Xu Yiming was confused. Don't you know what Nightmare did? Or did you not listen to the broadcast of the veteran base? Xing Wang, I know, he led the team to attack Beishan base and killed several people. Revenge? Pure revenge? This seemed to be an opportunity to sow discord. Nightmare said, it's the armory of the Veterans Club. Nightmare forced out the password of the armory. Xing Wang obviously didn't know about this, and was quite surprised. Is this true? Nightmare said, it seems that Nightmare has his own confidants. There should be some. Having said that, Xing Wang already had some ideas in his heart. Nightmare said, Xing Wang, don't blame us, we have given you a lot of face. Before Nightmare offended the East base, we could directly call for artillery fire to bomb your base, but we didn't do it. Xing Wang was puzzled. What? Why should the East base listen to you? Nightmare said, Nightmare attacked the upper logistics park of the distribution center, killed 6 soldiers, and stole weapons and supplies. Xing Wang was shocked. Is this true? It's a bit lawless. From this point of view, Nightmare's death may not be a bad thing for himself. What really shocked Xing Wang was not that Nightmare did not report it, but that no one told him that the field staff had done it. Xing Wang explained, I have always adopted a conciliatory policy. Anyone who is willing to join my base can join as long as they meet certain conditions. I don't know what the field staff are doing, although I can guess a little. You know, I don't want to know so much. But I didn't expect Nightmare to provoke the East base. Xing Wang said, please convey my apologies to the veteran base. Our library base has no ill will towards them, and has no interest in the so-called arsenal. Within the territory we control. Anyone who is willing to join us can join us. If you don't want to join us, as long as you don't take the initiative to provoke us, there will be no conflict. Nightmare replied, okay. Xing Wang asked, do you have any news about Shirt 2 and the others? Nightmare replied, no. They shouldn't join the real hardcore. Right. Xing Wang said, Shirt 2 may not. But Lin Wu will definitely go to the real hardcore. He has never hit a wall before. And he will not turn back until he finds it. Shauna should also try. There should be a few people on Lin Wu's side. Nightmare, excuse me. With Lin Wu's points, I'm afraid you can't surpass him. Even if you keep doing tasks. Starlight laughed, haha. I don't mean that. With my points, I definitely can't be the top of the list. But I'm much better than many people. So I'm not very interested in points. I just need helpers. If they can join my base, we can work together and leave a perfect shelter for the people on Earth. Nightmare said, I think forget it. If everyone is here, Shirt 2 wants to be the boss. And it will be awkward for you to let him go or not. Starlight, that's great. I'm happy to play as a support. Nightmare looked at Lin Wu's gestures and asked, how many Blue Star people do you have? Peanut? Chuiyu? Starlight said, Chuiyu didn't enter the real hardcore. There are only Peanut and 3 other brothers. Well, if you see Shadow and the others, Give them my phone number. Do you have a pen and paper? Write it down. Xinguang said another phone number. Then the two said goodbye to each other and hung up the phone. Nightmare returned the satellite phone to Maya and said, I don't like Xinguang, but I like her work style. How should I put it? It's a bit like Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang? Everyone was puzzled. Nightmare nodded. When Qin Shi Huang was the emperor, whether it was the tyranny he promulgated, or the construction of the Great Wall, the people suffered so much that they would rather die than live. But looking back at what he left behind, we are proud of his conquest of other countries and the Great Wall. Working under Xinguang is definitely not pleasant. There is not much freedom to speak of, but the base created by Xinguang is a habitable base. Maya said, one general success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people. Admiration for the strong is a primitive gene in human nature. The humbler a person is in social status, the more willing he is to be proud of the strength of others, and the less proud he is of his own self-discipline. Xueming said, Maya, the kind of people you are talking about are called conceited in the secular world, with high aspirations but low skills. I always feel that I am great. But I can't do anything great. I don't have any outstanding abilities compared to others. But I feel that I am unique, and I was born with talent. Maya shook her head. I think a person must feel that he is great. And then, he can truly respect others on this basis. People who look down on themselves despise the rich and love the poor, and are jealous of those who are stronger than themselves, and think that they must have done bad things to live better than themselves. They also like to talk about people who are weaker than themselves, and thereby improve their sense of happiness. Xueming was surprised. Maya, do you have a split personality? Do you advocate egoism? Or do you support collectivism? Lin Wu, don't talk about this trivial matter. Sleep when you should, and be on duty when you should be on duty. We continued to set off at night, and the team arrived at the railway bridge base at 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Xuangming went back to the fishing boat base first, and Xiao Nu and Lin Ma went to the railway bridge base. Hearing that the team had returned, Shauna and Xiaowing cooked instant noodles, and everyone heard about the death of Hu Zi, and couldn't help sighing. During Lin Ma's absence, there was only one change in the railway bridge. Lin Meng actually completed the weight loss task. She was the second person in the base to complete the weight loss task. She couldn't explain the reason clearly. In a word, her weight was very unstable due to her chronic disease, and she got away with it. Maya, Shauna and Shirtu discussed and decided to let Lin Ma send 15 boxes of instant noodles to the veterans base with a flatbed cart, and let the veterans base pick up the remaining 35 boxes when they were free. The little girl visited the railway bridge base. She told Lin Wu that the veterans base knew more about the railway bridge base. They chatted and thought that the railway bridge base could do better. Since there was a rickshaw, why not find a carriage to hang on? They were not talking about ordinary carriages, but rail flatbed carts. In addition, they also thought that the railway bridge base was not focused enough. Not focused enough? Asked Shauna, who was accompanying them. The little girl asked, do you know about a dual-purpose tractor for road and rail? Lin Wu and Shauna shook their heads together. The little girl said, it looks similar to a jeep, can be driven on the road, can also be towed on the railway, and the towing weight can reach 1,000 tons. You can use this car to clear a track, and you can use the tractor as a locomotive and add train carriages. Sana stopped and asked, Jeep? The yellow one? Lin Wu, there are two strange cars parked in the warehouse near the rickshaw terminal, and there is a bearing in front of the wheel. Oh, just plug the two ends of the bearing into the track? And this thing. Lin Wu said, but that car has also been soaked in water. The little girl said, we have a person who is proficient in car repair in our base. He can even repair tanks. That's great. Although Xuedan is an engineer, there are no fuel cars, electric cars, and trains on Blue Star, so he must study and learn. Although Xiaowu has some experience in car repair, his knowledge is limited to understanding the structure of cars and basic maintenance knowledge. Although the tracks of the distribution center are full of trains, there are no trains on the main track. If the tractor can be driven to the main track, it can travel around the city along the railway. We can even learn from the library base, set up a railway department, attach two carriages, and look for resources everywhere. However, what resources does the railway bridge base lack now? Lin Wu, when we deliver instant noodles tonight, you arrange for people to clear the zombies in the warehouse. Shauna nodded, okay. Little girl, any other suggestions? The little girl said, we think that since you have coal, you can make your own thermal power generator. But you don't need it. You can make gill nets. Make 2 hanging ladders to the river surface, and lower the nets every evening and raise them in the morning. I believe you can harvest a very rich fish resource. Or you can connect wires from the railway and go directly to the river to fish. Guarding this river, you should have endless river food. Shauna said, you can try it later. Lin Wu objected, what's the point of fishing then? Shauna smiled and said to the little girl, excuse me, is Huzi the person in charge of your base? The little girl replied, yes. But it doesn't matter. After he dies, someone will replace him. The camp is permanent, but the soldiers are transient. Shauna nodded, said seriously, our 2 bases should increase exchanges. You have valuable experience that we don't have. The little girl said modestly, you are too polite. Then my daughter was surprised that there was no means of transportation for 3.5 kilometers from the railway bridge base to the mountain base. Since they can make a flatbed cart, why can't they make a traction-type flatbed cart, that is, a bicycle pulling a flatbed cart? If there is really no such thing, you can also make a skateboard to get around. My daughter strongly recommends some companies, single-person stand-up electric vehicles commonly seen in factory areas. Wandering, eating, resting, drilling under the bridge. In the evening, Shuangmeng, Lin Wu, Maya and my daughter pushed the flatbed cart, took a cart of instant noodles, and headed for the veterans' base. The railway bridge base also had some reservations. They could deliver instant noodles to the veterans' base, but they would not tell the veterans' base that there was a car of instant noodles in the distribution center. My daughter had contacted the veterans' base by phone, and the group arrived at the veterans' base late at night and was entertained. The new base supervisor, Baldhead, received everyone. While arranging food and lodging, he gathered people to hold a funeral for Huzi. Huzi's cenotaph is at the bottom of the U-shaped shape. There are already 10 graves here. There is a cross in front of each grave with a dog tag on it. 9 veterans base personnel and 4 guests attended the funeral together. The process was brief, solemn and dignified. The little girl later told Lin Wu that only 2 of the 10 graves had bodies. But this is where the spirit lies. Lin Wu did not understand this. Maya explained that this is a belief. Just as believers worship the Holy Land, this grave is the Holy Land in the hearts of all the veterans base. And it is also the driving force that inspires them to move forward bravely and fearlessly. The next day, the veterans base sent 5 people to follow Lin Ma to the railway bridge base. Some of them came to assist the railway bridge base in checking the condition of the tractor. And some came to move the remaining 35 boxes of instant noodles. The chief officer, Baldhead, visited the railway bridge base on behalf of the veterans base. After Shuangming returned to the railway bridge base, they planned to play dumb and run away. But Lin Wu would never let them go. The agreement between them for the 2 tasks had not been fulfilled. In response, Shuangming wrote a blank check after arriving on Earth. But Lin Wu was not someone who could be tempted by beauty. After all, as a wealthy man on Earth, his aesthetic vision was still relatively young. The difficulty of the system task was really high. When Lin Wu arrived at the task point, a large circle with a diameter of 500 meters appeared on the task electronic map, which was equivalent to 200,000 square meters. To find a ring within 200,000 square meters, the difficulty can be imagined. After listening to the content of Lin Wu's task, Shuangming wanted to die. This man really dared to take any task. He would not refuse to take the task. He would brush it every day. Maybe he could find a simpler task? This was Shuangming's ignorance. After all, 200,000 square meters was a 2-dimensional world. If a 3-dimensional space of 200,000 square meters was created in the city, it would be impossible to find it. Dawn still has humanity and provides mission assistance. As long as you are within 10 meters of the ring, the electronic map will light up. In short, it is to follow the map. The obstacle to following the map is zombies. Bullshot can be avoided if it is not necessary. So the 3 of them wore night vision goggles and fought from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day, killing countless zombies, but there was still no information about the ring. When the sun rose, Shuangming almost cried. Lin Wu is a person who advocates equality between men and women and respects the spirit of contract. He can't let Shuangming go just because of her crying, because it is a manifestation of discrimination against women and breaking the contract. Sure, Tu and others naturally gloated over the misfortune and exerted pressure, and the crazy nightmare and collapsed Shuangming could only come out to work every night. But it was not without gain. They also found some good things in the LTL freight car, such as crystal balls, books, printers, routers, computers, dolls, white wine and other daily common items. Therefore, Not only the railway bridge base, but also Shaojing at the fishing boat base supported them to continue treasure hunting. Chapter 432 Summer. On D65, Xueming finally found the problem. The targets of their search were LTL freight trains and zombie trains. They were all old players, and they all knew Shuang's nature. So under her strong request, the three of them left the distribution center and began to search in a relatively safe area. On D68, when Lin Wu said that he had received a prompt from the mission map, Xueming couldn't help but kneel down and howl, praising God. Then everyone knew how bad Shuang was. The mission target was a dead wife, and the terrible thing was that the wife turned into a zombie, wandering around the entire distribution center, and it was seriously suspected that this guy was deliberately avoiding Lin Wu. The mission was completed. Lin Wu's system interface showed 5 tasks released on D68, including hunting, fishing, planting, breeding and picking. The hunting target was black bears. Lin Wu directly crossed over. Protecting wild animals is everyone's responsibility. The target of fishing is 21 kinds of fish. You can catch one of each kind, no matter the size, no matter if it's dead or alive, as long as you touch it. You're done. The target of planting is cabbage. Originally, the maturity period of cabbage is about 45 days. Since there are only 180 days in a year, it has been adjusted to 22 days. The maturity period of the task cabbage is 11 days. Xueming, I can't wait. It takes at least 10 days to cultivate. Xueming can't wait either. Don't be lucky enough to think that Lin Wu will easily give up the contract. This guy may be a person who is unreasonable. The last task is to pick 100 kilograms of mature bayberry. Everyone thinks this task is okay. Contact Shaokai by phone. Shaokai tells Lin Wu not to think about it. There are indeed many bayberry trees in the mountains, but most of the ripe ones are eaten by birds. The bayberry season is about to pass. If you don't go deep into the mountains, you will definitely not be able to pick 100 kilograms. Finally, give up the task temporarily. D69 at 8 AM, the task is refreshed. There are 3 tasks, one of which is to eliminate the Zombie King. This is the first time everyone has heard of the existence of the Zombie King. The little white rabbit's answer is that, after a certain period of time, a king will emerge from any group of animals. Lin Wu is not impressed by this answer. Zombies are dead things, without any consciousness, only basic instincts. Little White Rabbit played a movie clip. In many movies, humans who have become zombies still have a trace of tenderness and even rationality towards their children, parents and lovers. At the end of the debate, Little White Rabbit asked a question: are zombies dead or alive? From a medical point of view, brain death is the real death. The brain of a zombie is not dead. When the brain is attacked, the zombie will die. If the zombie brain is dead, then attacking the zombie brain is meaningless. Even with the support of his family and friends, Lin Wu still lost again. If he denied that zombies have brains, then he could not explain why zombies would die if their brains were attacked. Don't let it end. The zombies must be tortured to death to be eliminated. The Little White Rabbit explained, the so-called Zombie King eats more, after all. It is the king. It eats when it is full before others can eat. It can eat zombies when it is hungry. It is relatively taller and stronger. Under deception, Lin Wu accepted the mission and opened Pandora's box. The so-called taller and stronger Zombie King is the Big Mac. Looking at the familiar burly figure 100 meters away, Lin Wu burst into tears. He actually felt that the Big Mac was so kind and had a family feeling. The real hardcore Big Mac is not as good as the hardcore Big Mac. A headshot will kill it. But the Big Mac's head is smaller, only as big as a grapefruit. The Big Mac will not stagger and fall to the ground when attacked by strong firepower, but will be directly hit with countless holes. If the legs are broken, it will fall and crawl. If the abdomen is broken, well, then it will drop a lot of things that everyone doesn't want to see. In addition, the destructive power of the Big Mac has also been weakened. At least it can no longer push down an empty train carriage. Nor can it lift an ordinary car. But it can still smash a car to pieces. And one punch can penetrate a poor quality wall. On D70, multiple broadcasts announced the discovery of a mutant zombie, the Zombie King. Some people have observed that when the density of zombies in an area reaches a certain level, a Zombie King will appear. After the death of the Zombie King, if the density of zombies in the area does not decrease, a new Zombie King will be born in 24 hours. Compared with the dried-up ordinary zombies, the Zombie King is extremely tender and juicy. The veteran base specifically warned that after discovering the Zombie King, Please do not alarm the other party. Unless you have a weapon that can destroy him. After all, the destructive power of the Zombie King is real. No matter what impact the appearance of the Zombie King will have on the world. Shuang Ming finally completed the contract. Xue Ming and Lin Wu hugged and said goodbye. And bit Lin Wu hard, indicating that he would never forget Lin Wu in this life. All members of the railway bridge base completed the first task. At present, only Lin Ming is about to complete the second task. And the others are still struggling in the second task. Lin Ming's second task is to plant flowers. The system provides 12 flower seeds, and she must plant at least one flower. If she fails, she must get the seeds again and plant again. The flowering cycle is 3 days. Compared to growing cabbage, the flowers are very delicate. They will die if it is too hot, if it is too cold, if there is no water, if there is too much water. They also have requirements for humidity, light, and even oxygen content. Seeing off Shuang Ming at the fishing boat base by the river, Lin Wu asked Maya beside him, "What is your mission?" "Get 10 business cards from real estate agents." "How many are missing?" 9. "Come on. You can do it slowly." "What about you? What is the third mission?" "I haven't chosen it yet." After completing the second mission, Shuang Ming ran away immediately. Lin Wu said, "All the missions that were refreshed today are to find people or find things." Maya said, "Do you think Nightmare is too optimistic?" Lin Wu was puzzled. What part is optimistic? Nightmare's face was not optimistic at all. At most it was festive. Maya said as she walked, she thought that killing Nightmare would allow her to sit firmly on the throne of the first place in the fortress agent points. Lin Wu said, in the real hardcore mode, agents cannot be resurrected. And Nightmare is dead. Maya, that's not what I mean. I mean Lin Ming. Lin Ming? Lin Wu never thought about this salted fish. Maya said, during the dungeon mission, Lin Ming took away a lot of our weapons to exchange for points. And also completed the collection of all weapons except the crossbow. In addition, in winter, we helped her pass many offensive and defensive missions, and the missions were so difficult that we had to complete them with great difficulty. Nightmare's mission completion rate was definitely not that high. I don't know how agents score, but I think Lin Ming's score is higher than Nightmare's. After listening, Lin Wu thought about it and realized that it was true. He asked, "Then why did you want to eliminate Nightmare? Wouldn't it be more difficult for Nightmare to surpass Lin Ming's score?" "No," Maya said. "Everyone at the railway bridge base does their own tasks, because everyone has a task. At the bandit group base, Nightmare can gather strength to do big things and let many people help him do tasks. On the day Nightmare was sniped, he hid in building 3. When he showed up, he was not injured or sick. The most likely possibility was that he was doing a mission. He had food and drinks, and someone brought him food. He just needed to concentrate on his mission. If Nightmare didn't die, his score would definitely be very high." Maya, but Starlight is different. Starlight spends a lot of energy on daily management, and does not have too high a pursuit of points tasks. And I think her basic score is not high. Even if she does the tasks like crazy, she can't get the first place. Lin Wu remembered. Speaking of you 5% competing for the fortress ring. If you, the guard, get the fortress ring, where will you go? The owner of the fortress ring can own 51% of the shares of the Earth Fortress Company, and become the person who truly controls the Earth Fortress Company. Maya said, "I will sell the shares to Shauna." Lin Wu said, "Shauna is the boss of the Earth Fortress Company, you are the boss of the guard. Lin Ming is the boss of the fortress agent, which means I can walk sideways on the earth." Maya suppressed a smile. "No one cares if you walk sideways now. I'm going to do the task, you go back first." Lin Wu said, "So active?" Maya replied, "Doing tasks is also a way of entertainment. A life that even Maya finds boring is obviously a very boring life." With the help of the veteran base, the first rail tractor of the railway bridge base was officially put into use on D72, and another tractor to be repaired was given to the veteran base. Shauna first used drones to scout the distribution center, drew a precise train layout map, and then carried out traction and steps to clear a path from the railway bridge to the main track. Maya led people to implement this plan, and the thugs took the protection tractor and completed the plan step by step according to Shauna's layout. On D74, the tractor hooked 3 carriages, 2 of which were closed ordinary carriages, and 1 was a flatbed carriage. Since Shirtu won the rock-paper-scissors game, the train was named Shirtu. The people at the base agreed with this, because Shirtu defeated Lin Wu in the final decisive round. And the name Xiaoqian was too childish after all. On D-75, Sure-2 transported 20 boxes of instant noodles to the veteran base. After returning, Sure-2 spent half a day to pull the remaining carriage of instant noodles from the distribution center back to the base. This was only the first trip of Sure-2, and Sure-2 needed to be renovated next. The first carriage will be transformed into a kitchen with a coal stove, a restaurant, and a dormitory. The second carriage was a warehouse. During the renovation, the tractor went to the distribution center to pull coal, and pulled enough coal for the winter at a time. And a railway bridge base carriage was specially vacated as a coal storage warehouse. Due to the hot summer, the basic work was carried out at night, and the progress of the work was not fast. During this period, the mechanics of the veterans base upgraded the tractor. After all, thanks to the railway bridge base, they could eat instant noodles every meal. Based on the experience of the renovation of the second tractor, the mechanic used the battery of the battery car to install the power system for the stone. On D-89, when the summer was about to end, the stone was finally refitted and became a mobile base. In addition to being able to move freely on the rails, the tractor can also drive on the road off the track. On the first day, they used the stone to pull back 500 liters of gasoline and diesel, all of which came from vehicles parked around the main rail of the railway. Not only has the railway bridge base developed, but other bases have highlights too. Not only can you see paraglider-equipped aircraft in the sky, but also, occasionally, ships pass by the railway bridge base from Hotian River. The biggest thing that happened during this period was that 200 soldiers from the East Base left the East Base. With a tank leading the way, they took a transport truck into the city and occupied the Special Police Training Base on the Ring Road. Most of the materials in the training base had been looted by the East Base, but because it was a special training institution, it was surrounded by high walls and was an excellent large base. They named this base the Guard Base, which means to protect the city the day after tomorrow. The Guard Base received multiple batches of airdrop materials from the United Nations within 3 days of its establishment. They promised to start receiving survivors in the fall, to tell all survivors that they were not abandoned. The Indian Broadcasting also moved to the Guard Base. It's just that the Guard Base is in the city after all, and it is difficult and dangerous for people in the suburbs to reach the base. The East Base was silent about the establishment of the Guard Base, and they didn't seem to object to people with other ideas leaving the East Base. This behavior triggered a chain reaction. Several armed teams left the East Base one after another. They did not go to the Guard Base, but built their own homes with their relatives and friends. In addition, a large number of refugees in Hotian City have evacuated to temporary shelters on offshore deserted islands by sea, temporarily escaping the survival crisis. However, due to the lack of legal constraints, the law of the jungle prevails, and even slaves appear. A big news appeared in Nanchung. Nanchung has the largest number of survivors, and its total number exceeds the total number of survivors in the other 4 districts. On D-80, the Survivor Alliance of Nanchung was established, and the number of people on that day exceeded 100. Their slogan is to take back the community. They organized training, fought street battles with zombies, and took back blocks from the control of zombies. The recaptured community blocks also became their controlled territory. In less than a week, the number of survivors in the Survivor Alliance exceeded 300, and more survivors in Nanchung joined the Survivor Alliance. However, the radio station said 2 different messages. One message said that the big boss of the Survivor Alliance had an extremely friendly charm, and he was also a tough guy, and was admired by everyone. The Survivor Alliance ruled by him is thriving, and has become the only savior of Hotian City. In the Survivor Alliance, everyone can eat well, have clean water, and have high-quality entertainment equipment. Another information says that Xiaoba is a devil. The survivors in the block he likes have only 3 choices: join them, leave the block, and die. Xiaoba uses newcomers as ashes to compete with zombies for the block, and uses old people to compete with survivors for the block, according to their contributions, and resumes. People in the survivor block are divided into different levels. The lower class can only get inferior food that barely survives every day, and do the most work. They are always on the front line against zombies, and have almost no access to medical resources. But no matter what, Xiaoba has controlled 1/5 of the South District. In his control area, zombies are almost extinct. Of course, this is also due to the fact that there are few zombies in the South District. Xiaoba has established farms, ranches and prisons in the territory he controls, and is currently planning to introduce community laws. It is said that Xiaoba's Survivor Alliance and the East Base have established a shipping trade line. Xiaoba provides cement, steel, coal, and other materials to the East Base in exchange for weapons from the East Base. All this is due to Xiaoba's occupation of an industrial area near the West City in the South City. Xiaoba originally planned to expand westward, but the density of zombies here is extremely high, so he temporarily gave up the idea of going westward. In addition, the number of personnel in the veteran base has increased to about 20, all retired officers and soldiers. They are closer to the South City, about 10 kilometers away from the Xiaoba control area, and are wary of Xiaoba's Survivor Alliance. The library base officially began broadcasting. Their base is called the Starlight Base, and the slogan is to create a livable shelter. Insiders said that the predecessor of the Starlight Base was a robber group. They robbed more than a dozen police stations in the 2 northeastern urban areas in the early stage of the zombie virus outbreak. They have a large number of light weapons, and more than 60 people. The railway bridge base is like a paradise, except Shauna and Maya. Everyone is not interested in information from the outside world. Due to the close relationship with the veteran base, and due to the veteran base's vigilance, I have some knowledge of the Survivor Alliance. Chapter 433 Autumn. D91 Day. The city will enter autumn the day after tomorrow, and half of the 180 days have passed. D90 and D91 are completely 2 different worlds. The former is like a furnace, even breathing is hot. The latter is cool in the morning and evening, slightly hot during the day, very comfortable. In addition, the autumn wind and falling leaves, compared with summer, it is simply heaven. On such a good morning, some disputes occurred inside the railway bridge base. People represented by Shauna believe that the railway bridge base currently has sufficient supplies. It can survive the last 90 days. The stone can just go around the distribution center. There is no need to leave the distribution center. People represented by Maya believe that the purpose of playing is to have fun. This type of people includes Maya, Lin Wu and Lin Ming. In fact, Maya is a neutral party, but after being voted by Lin Wu, she did not deny it. Shirtu said, "What supplies are not available near our distribution center? Tell me." Lin Wu, motorcycles. Cars. There are no motorcycles near the distribution center. Perhaps because of the ban on motorcycles. There are cars, but they have been soaked in water for a long time and have not been treated. So the interior is severely damaged. Recently, Lin Wu always thinks of the Jeep at the Starlight Base. It is so cool. There are also motorcycles that can travel between cities. Although they are not cool, they are convenient for going anywhere. In the absence of transportation, it takes 3.5 kilometers to go to the vegetable and meat base. And it takes a detour of 1 kilometer to go to the river. Not to mention the daily trips to pick up supplies and search. Half of the time is wasted on the road. Shirtu said angrily, "What car do you want? I will give it to you when the time comes." "It's rare," Shiwadon said. Lin Wu. "The tractor has been modified, and the speed can reach 25 kilometers per hour. And 35 kilometers is also possible. But the railroad is not like the road. It takes a lot of time to turn around. And the operation is also very troublesome. First, you have to detach from the carriage, drive onto the road, turn to the rear of the car, then get on the rails, and finally reconnect." Shiwadon said. Currently, the West City is relatively quiet, but there are many bases with bad intentions in the South City and the North City. Xiao Dao has lost his former toughness. And echoed, "The original purpose of the stone was to transport materials to and from the distribution center. It is better to concentrate on the mission. We only have 90 days left." Lin Ming, "Why do you support Lin Wu? You don't like cars." Lin Ming said, "But I like traveling." Shirtu was speechless. "Traveling in the doomsday? Let me ask you, you meet survivors, they beg you for supplies. Will you give them? If you don't give them, what if they just rob them? Will you shoot?" Lin Wu said helplessly, "Okay. This kind of trip, only the 2 Lins will definitely not work." But everyone disagrees. Lin Wu can't do such a thing as forcing people to come. But no one thought that. 10 minutes later at 8 o'clock, the daily task appeared a base task. Today's base task is to escort the VIP to the West Peninsula, and hand the VIP over to the United Nations Navy stationed in the West Peninsula. When this task came out, everyone cursed Shuguang's mother, Lin Wu. Lin Ming and Shirtu even directly complained, "This is simply cheating without clothes." Faced with everyone's complaints, the little white rabbit replied, "You can choose not to accept it." Faced with Lin Wu's complaint, Little White Rabbit cares for mentally retarded children, patiently explained to him in detail. "This is a task given by the system after a comprehensive assessment of your base's strength. surrounding conditions and facilities. Little White Rabbit also explained that, unlike individual tasks, base tasks are rewarded with points based on difficulty. For example, the difficulty of escorting VIP is B level, and there are 9 people in the base, each of whom can get 0.5% of the total points. Maya analyzes the feasibility of the task. From the map, the team has 2 routes. The first route is through the highway bridge of the Upper Distribution Center, and it takes 20 hours to walk to the West Peninsula. The second route is to take the railway line, which is built on the mountain and is separated from the highway by the Hotian River. However, because of the towering mountains in the west of Hotian, there is only one railway track in most sections. Once a train blocks the road, it will cause the stone to be in a dilemma. And in most sections, there are no conditions for the tractor to turn around. Shauna took out the photos stored in her phone and said, "Look, there is a mountain wall on one side and a river on the other. Even if the tractor can turn around on the rails, there is no way to pass through the left and right sides. Once there is a traffic jam, the stone will be thrown there." Shauna rejected the railway line, and Mai rejected the highway line. The refugee paradise is the West Peninsula at present. Although it has been 90 days since the outbreak of the zombie virus, the survival rate of people in the suburbs is still relatively high. I believe that a large number of people will go to the West Peninsula, Maya continued, even if there are few refugees on the road. The West Peninsula is currently a refugee camp with a very high population density. With our equipment, it is very easy to be attacked if we appear in the West Peninsula, Lin Ming said. "We have guns," Maya said. "Let's not talk about the possibility that they also have guns. In the face of hunger, death is not terrible," Lin Wu said. "Have you forgotten that we have another magic weapon?" "What?" Lin Wu replied, "Hand crank bike." Everyone was stunned. Shirtu asked, "You want to use a hand crank bike to go along the railway line? Crank all the way there?" Lin Wu said, "What else? It's more comfortable than walking, and the speed is not slow. This is a feasible solution." But Shirtu doesn't use it, and uses a hand crank bike instead. "It always feels like having a luxury car, but taking the subway," Maya said. "Hand crank bikes are not impossible, but the number of people cannot exceed 4. In addition, the space of the hand crank bike is limited, and it can barely hold 8 backpacks. Because we need to escort VIPs, we have to leave a seat, so we can only go with 3 people. So not calculated, the hand crank bike has a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. We are 120 kilometers away from the West Peninsula and can arrive in 6 hours. If everything goes well, we can come back within a day." "Sure too. Does the danger count? I don't believe that Lin Wu will focus on pushing the bike. Lin Ming doesn't have enough stamina, so it will take at least 10 hours to get there," Maya said. "Then estimate 2 days. If we encounter a train blocking the road, we will hide the handcar and walk through it. In addition, I have discussed with Shirtu these days about recruiting a professional doctor. The West Peninsula should be a good choice." Xiao Dao said, "To be honest, it's too boring. It's not bad to go out for a walk. If the handcar can open up the West Peninsula, we can drive the stone for a ride in the future." Everyone agreed. Lin Wu said, "Is there anyone who volunteers to replace Lin Ming?" Lin Ming clasped his fists on his chest and looked at everyone pitifully. Shauna said, "I will prepare insulin injections for Lin Ming and store them in a foam box with ice cubes. There will be no problem within 2 days." "Where did the ice cubes come from?" "Of course, it came from the refrigerator. After the stone was put into use, the railway bridge base quickly got the refrigerator." Maya said, "Okay, let's do it." She went on, "You drive the stone to the branch line so that our handcar can pass." Lin Wu, "Lin Ming is ready. Don't carry a rifle. It's too conspicuous. Carry a pistol. You can bring more pistol bullets. Food, water, lighter, drone, flashlight, rope and other common supplies for going out." Xiao Dao said, "Lin Wu, find a way to bring back some rice or flour." "Yes." Lin Wu walked to the front of the coal stove, put his hand on the railing of the railway bridge, looked back at everyone and said, "If I die, this will be my tombstone. Engrave it. Add all the words that should be blown and those that should not be blown." Shirtu said speechlessly, "Okay, I will give you 3 more incense sticks every day." Lin Ming said, "Uncle, I want the one opposite Lin Wu." Shirtu looked at Maya. "What about you? Do you want to choose one too?" Maya glanced at Shirtu, childish. Shirtu went crazy. "When they were talking, why didn't you say anything?" Maya sighed. Ah! After preparations were completed, the first thing to do was to find the VIP in a nearby warehouse. Due to the mission, the zombies in the surrounding factories were basically cleared out. Compared to the danger, finding the VIP was more difficult. Finally, the trembling VIP was found in the trunk of a flooded car. I really don't know what he was afraid of. VIP is a middle-aged man, fat head and big ears, round belly and fat body. On asking, we found out that he is a banker. He has a lot of background stories, but Maya and the other two ignored him and directly arranged him to ride on the handcar. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the handcar started to move. After driving 15 kilometers on the familiar rails, Lin Wu got off the car, changed the direction of the turntable, and the handcar left the city and headed for the West Peninsula. This was also the first time that Lin Wu and his friends left the city. Everyone was in a good mood at first. After leaving the city, the rails went along the mountainside, with towering mountains on one side and turbulent water on the other. It was not others who made everyone feel bad, but that VIP. Less than 10 minutes after leaving the city, he asked to go to the toilet, and was unwilling to urinate and defecate anywhere. After the communication, Lin Wu took his weapon, the engineer's shovel, and dug a hole beside the railway. He then covered it with a waterproof sheet. He and Lin Meng held the waterproof sheet and endured the 15 minutes of persuasion. VIP finally solved the problem. Less than 10 minutes later, VIP started to complain about hunger. He refused to eat instant noodles or canned food, and insisted on eating sirloin steak, medium rare. So Lin Wu picked up the engineer's shovel and gave him a good beating before he calmed down. However, it can be seen that he really didn't like the food that Lin Wu and his friends brought. Even if he was very hungry, he only ate a few bites. Lin Wu didn't care about it. As long as you don't complain and waste your time, it's fine. Not to mention being hungry for 2 days. You won't die even if you don't drink water for 2 days. Besides, the mission didn't say that the VIP had to be sent to the ship alive. After a while, VIP rubbed Lin Meng's thigh intentionally or unintentionally with his hand. At first, Lin Meng thought it was unintentional. VIP became more bold. So Lin Meng raised his knife and cut off one of his ears, causing everyone to waste 5 minutes bandaging him. It took another 5 minutes to tie the VIP up like a dumpling. VIP protested strongly. Do you know who I am? I am a banker. How many bankers have you seen who only make profits by lending at low interest rates and making high profits? Lin Wu took off a sock and handed it over. Lin Meng stuffed the sock into his mouth and tied it with 2 circles of tape. Instantly, the world became beautiful. Across the river is the highway. Tents or awnings made of plastic sheets can be seen on the roadside. There is a lot of garbage on the ground. There are also special scavengers who pick up the tents that others don't want. There are many bodies thrown down on the river bank below. Some bodies have been soaked to the point of being horrible. The river is about 100 meters wide. Most people didn't notice the hand-cranked cart on the other side. Those who noticed just looked at it numbly. The atmosphere of despair filled the road. When it was almost lunchtime, a team of hundreds of people appeared on the road. These were the refugee teams that spontaneously formed to go to the West Peninsula. After all, it was a game, and there were bottom lines. There was no cannibalism, selling oneself for food, and the elderly and children were also removed. Even so, it was shocking for Lin Wu and the others. The difficulties they faced were not only the 100-kilometer road, not only from hunger, but also from internal quarrels and fights. The hand-cranked cart came in front of them, and Lin Wu and the other two took a break for lunch. The road team caught up again. They had no lunch, and Lin Wu and others also put away the food and waited for them to pass. At this moment, someone shouted in the center of the team. Someone ran out, and people outside tiptoed to look inside. For a while, it was in chaos. Maya took a telescope and observed for a while. It's zombies. They should have drunk contaminated water. There is a small group of collective mutations. Unable to help, the team continued to move forward. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was 20 kilometers away from the West Peninsula, zombies appeared on the railway. The handcar stopped, and several people looked at the zombies 30 meters away, and had a vague premonition. After eliminating the zombies and advancing about 100 meters, a zombie train stopped on the railroad. This is a small station. There is a river on the left side of the railroad, and a small station on the right. Behind the small station is an open area. There is a road built in the open area, connecting the small station and a small village 200 meters away. This is a modern passenger train with 7 carriages. The passenger capacity is not high. The zombies completely occupied the station. They took the station as the center and did not spread out. It seems that there is something in the station that attracts them. Maya looked at the station name, took out the map to search, and said, COC Station? 18 kilometers from the entrance of the West Peninsula. About 25 kilometers from the naval base. Maya, one way is to walk. Abandon the handcart. Walk around the zombies. The disadvantage is that the weight is high. It takes a long time. And you have to control a disobedient VIP. The second way is to take a detour. The handcart weighs 180 kilograms and can be moved away from the railroad tracks. The 3 people must first transport the supplies and then transport the handcart. The disadvantage is that it is more dangerous and there is limited space for detours. The distance is long and it takes more than 500 meters to walk. Lin Wu asked, send the luggage to the side of the road first and then come back to lift the handcart? Maya was a little worried and said, it is theoretically feasible. But is there anyone in this village? The open space is very shallow. And the 4 households that can be seen seem to be all the families. Due to geographical reasons, it is not easy for people on the road to find this small village. But there is a steel cable wooden bridge just in front of the village. And it is possible that there are survivors living in the village. First deliver the supplies. Leave the VIP behind. And then the 3 of them return to lift the cart. They may be robbed by the survivors in the village. Or even kill the VIP. Leaving 1 person to guard the supplies. It is difficult for 2 people to lift a hand-cranked cart weighing nearly 200 kilograms without making a lot of noise. Lin Wu, Lin Ming, and I will deal with it. Maya, indiscriminate killing is always bad. Let Lin Ming guard the supplies. No zombies were found near the building. And there is a high possibility that there are survivors. Okay. The 3 of them packed up their things, put on a few backpacks, and entered the open area along the foot of the mountain, and then bypassed the small station. Lin Wu observed that he did not find any survivors on the way. But the land in front of the farmer had obviously just been renovated. If someone showed up to say hello, the few of them would be more relieved. The current situation makes Lin Ma a little uneasy. Maya whispered, looking at the structure of the village buildings. Before the virus broke out, they should have been hunters' houses. And they might have stored bows and arrows or even hunting rifles. Lin Wu said, we didn't expose any pistols. Only a few melee weapons. If they were very strong, they would have shown up directly. Maya explained, Lin Ming, if there is an emergency, you can judge and deal with it yourself. Lin Ming nodded, yes. Chapter 434 Doctor. The 3 of them bypassed the station and arrived at the other side of the open area, which was relatively safe. They put down their backpacks and ordered VIP to sit down. VIP also learned his lesson and did whatever he was told to do. Lin Ming took out a folding engineer shovel and stood guard. Lin Wu and Maya returned to the handcart along the original route with light equipment. They opened the buckle of the handcart and worked together to lift the handcart off the rails. The handcart was not very heavy, but they were walking on a bumpy and weedy road, which was somewhat difficult. What surprised Lin Ma was that the station's broadcast would occasionally emit some noise, which attracted the zombies to the station tightly. Lin Ming was on the other side, leaning on a few bags, pressing the intercom on his shoulder, transmitting the sound through the headset. Reporting, someone is watching us in the second house. Maya, be careful of arrows. Unexpectedly, the door of the second house opened, and a woman in red walked out of the door, waved to Lin Ming, and walked straight towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming immediately became nervous. Should I take the initiative? Maya was out of reach. Judge for yourself. Lin Wu, put it down and take a breath. The 2 gently put down the handcart. Maya looked at her palm, which was already bruised red. Lin Wu said in the intercom, logically speaking, she chose to appear when you and I were at the farthest distance, so she can't be considered a friendly person. I think she will talk to you. I suggest killing her before she opens her mouth. As long as you don't know whether she is good or evil, you won't feel pressure after killing. There is such a video. A man wearing sunglasses in the subway keeps staring at the low-cut part of a beautiful woman, making the beautiful woman very uncomfortable, and finally she slapped the man. The man was stunned, reached out to pick up the guide stick beside him, and stood up carefully, seemingly leaving because of fear. This made the beautiful woman feel extremely guilty. Lin Wu's theory. The beautiful woman left immediately after slapping him, don't care whether he was wronged or not. The situation is the same now. Don't worry whether the beauty wants to kiss you or kill you. Just kill her first. It's not that Lin Wu has changed his mind, but that human hearts are scarier than zombies in the doomsday. When good meets evil, good will inevitably be hurt first. In this case, it's better to become an evil person, at least you can survive. Maya did not refute Lin Wu's statement. She and Nightmare can achieve the tacit understanding that if you don't shoot, I won't fight back. But she can't ask her companions to have such constraints when communicating with strangers. After all, a face-to-face encounter is a matter of life and death. Seeing the woman in red approaching Lin Ming, Lin Ma became nervous, and Lin Ming hesitated to shoot, until the woman in red walked 5 meters away. While walking and greeting, Lin Ming still didn't do it. Fortunately, there was no accident. Lin Ming and the woman in red had a normal communication. The woman in red is called Xiaohong, 35 years old this year. She buried her sick husband the day before yesterday, and followed the refugee group to the West Peninsula. We camped nearby last night. A team of hundreds of people was attacked by zombies. We worked together to eliminate a dozen zombies. Xiaohong is a surgeon, and she bandaged the injured. During the bandaging process, she found that many people concealed their injuries. They said they were not injured even though their trouser legs were bleeding. And it was not an isolated case. One of the suspected infected people was the wife of the leader of the refugees. The leader asked Xiaohong to cut off the flesh near his wife's wound and bandage it. Finally, the leader gave Xiaohong a pack of biscuits and warned her not to talk nonsense. Otherwise she would be killed. So in the early morning, Xiaohong quietly left the refugee group. According to her memory, she walked back 2 kilometers and entered a village after crossing the bridge. Why didn't the zombies spread to the village? And Xiaohong could reach the village safely? The reason is that the radio of the small station would occasionally sound crackling electronic music. This radio is similar to some rural streetlights, and it is equipped with small solar panels, so it can work intermittently. Xiaohong originally planned to stay here temporarily, and she turned the soil in front of the house this morning. But she later found that there were wild beasts at night. Xiaohong followed the footprints to the mountainside, and found 4 remains near a small ditch on the mountainside. From this, she knew that there were wild beasts that had eaten humans roaming nearby. Once a wild beast has eaten a human, it will treat humans as prey in the future. Therefore, she planned to stay for another night, and dig some wild vegetables, or grass roots, as food for the road during the day. The reason she looked for Lin Ming was naturally to hope to get help. At least some food, and preferably to send her to the West Peninsula. After listening, Maya said, Xiaohong, you may not be able to get a place on the ship when you go to the West Peninsula. Xiaohong nodded, try your luck. After all, doctors are needed everywhere. Yes, we also need a professional doctor. Maya introduced her base briefly and said, we can send you to the West Peninsula. Before this trip, I have planned to recruit a doctor among the refugees. Farmers can be trained, and the inferior farm products grown by inferior farmers can also be eaten. Plumbers, electricians, and the like can all be used to make do. The only thing that doesn't work is doctors. It takes a long time to train a doctor, and it's impossible to train doctors with patients. There are currently 10 people at the railway bridge, and 4 people at the mountain forest base, but there is still no professional doctor. When you get sick, you can only take random medicine. Who dares to imagine that? The only person who has performed surgery is Lin Wu, so the base has a rigid demand for doctors. Even if they are born after 180, Xiao Wu and his friends still need doctors. And the veteran base only has emergency soldiers, but no doctors. Maya's words are ambiguous, seemingly contradictory, but in fact, it shows that she is a little hesitant in her heart. She doesn't want to recruit Xiaohong directly, because Xiaohong still has hope for the future, and still has a way out, and wants to live on the inland islands. Maya wants to recruit a doctor who has lost hope for the future, and preferably for tomorrow, so that this doctor can stay in the railway bridge base for a longer time. This is the marginal effect of happiness. Sure enough, Xiaohong was not very interested in the railway bridge base, the gathering point of survivors in the city. But she agreed to find a skilled doctor among the refugees for Maya and the others after arriving in the Western Peninsula. This statement was a bit too much. After all, a doctor with excellent medical skills should be a VIP, and he can board the ship without queuing. However, after the conversation, Maya still had some trust in him. Lin Malin held a small meeting, leaving Lin Wu behind, and the 3 of them went to the West Peninsula with the VIP. The reason for leaving Lin Wu behind was not because Lin Wu was useless. but because Lin Wu was the most likely person to survive in this environment. Why not throw away Xiao Hong? Because Maya knew that there were not many opportunities to recruit doctors. And Xiao Hong, as a good doctor, had the ability to select a professional doctor for the railway bridge base. A doctor who could still treat and save people without medical equipment. Putting the handcar back on the track, Lin Wu and several others waved goodbye, wishing them good luck, and took 2 backpacks to Xiao Hong's residence last night. A house in the middle of the village. Lin Wu thought that the house Xiao Hong chose was not good, because everyone could see that this house was good. Lin Wu was more worried about the survivors, rather than the beasts, so he first built an alarm with empty cans at the good house, and looted the house at the same time. Lin Wu was very professional. He quickly found 2 poisonous snakes and a hunting knife by the kitchen stove. He continued to dig deeper. Lin Wu admired Xiao Hong for staying there for a night without dying. The basement of the house had become a snake nest, and there were a lot of snake eggs in it. Snake skins were found on the eaves and under the bed. It can be seen from this situation that no one has lived in this house for a long time. Lin Wu walked around several rooms and chose the cellar for storing grain in the house near the mountain. The cellar was about 20 square meters, and the entrance was on the side of the house. It was very clean inside, and there was nothing except broken spider webs. He cut some firewood, used a piece of iron wire as a hook, found a pot, and used an engineer shovel to catch a few snakes. After sunset, Lin Wu took the snake meat into the cellar and locked it. He would not go out tonight unless there was something going on. As for physiological needs, he dug a hole in the cellar to solve them. The only thing that worries Lin Wu is that poor ventilation can lead to poisoning, so he cannot light a fire for a long time. Snakes are both dangerous hunters and delicious food. This is the law of the jungle. Whoever is stronger will be superior to other species, and even to his own kind. Whenever he goes out, Lin Wu wraps the key parts of his hands and feet with cloth strips, which he only takes off when he takes a bath or rests. This is also a hard rule of the railway bridge. In addition, he carries anti-bite gloves. When he encounters zombies, he will wear anti-bite gloves on his left hand, and his forearm and hand will become his shield. He does not wear gloves on his right hand because it will seriously affect the flexibility of his hands. Needless to say, his boots and calves are all well protected. The folding engineer shovel in Lin Wu's hand is a gift from his daughter. It is durable and has a wide range of uses. In this case, the snake house becomes Lin Wu's food source. According to the plan, after Maya arrives at the West Peninsula, she will complete the mission by sending the VIP to the naval base. With the help of Xiao Hong, Maya will select a doctor from the refugees and return to the railway bridge base. The situation seems to be going smoothly. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the system prompts that the mission of the railway bridge base has been completed. At present, the railway bridge base has refreshed new collective tasks. But members who are not within the scope of the railway bridge cannot enjoy the base task bonus. In order to welcome the team back from the West Peninsula, Lin Wu prepared a snake meat hot pot made with instant noodle seasoning. Kill the snake at 5 p.m. Cut the meat into slices, and boil the pot. Unexpectedly, it was already 9 p.m. and the meat was almost spoiled. Lin Wu had no choice but to put the meat into the pot. The team was only equipped with a satellite phone, and he could not contact Maya and the others. But Lin Wu believed that Maya's team must have encountered trouble. There are basically 2 types of troubles in the Doomsday. One is trouble that can be solved, and the other is trouble that cannot be solved. The latter is likely to mean death. As mentioned earlier, there is no talk of cannibalism and body trading in the game. And even Nightmare forcing others to confess will induce the little white rabbit to intervene. Therefore, people only have labor value, and no other value. Even if both parties agree to trade, the little white rabbit will intervene directly. Just like the Nightmare interrogation, the little white rabbit determines that the interrogation is over, and the other party must confess. Previously, a beautiful woman in a subway station wanted to exchange her body for a gun. Once the transaction started, a little white rabbit would appear, determine that the transaction was successful, and give the gun. There is no process, but it does not necessarily mean there is no result. For example, the body gets a weak buff. In the Doomsday without law and order, Maya and her friends will have to use their fists to speak when they encounter trouble. The winner takes all, and the weak should survive with their tails between their legs. In other words, Maya is likely to die. Of course, she may also encounter trouble on the way, which takes time to solve. When she woke up, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning of the third day. Lin Wu walked out of the door and saw a tiger at first sight. The tiger was about 30 meters away from him and was drinking water by the stream near the place where the remains were found. Lin Wu had experience in fighting tigers, and he was not panicked at all. He pulled out 2 pistols and waited for the tiger to come over. To him, the tiger was just a big fierce one. As long as he was fierce or the tiger got close to him, he was basically dead. You could only bet that you can't get close. The tiger looked at Lin Wu, not knowing what it was thinking, and didn't make many moves. Lin Wu saw that the tiger was not coming, so he went over by himself. He brought 2 pistols, one of which was a revolver. The revolver used .45 APC pistol bullets, which were powerful, but had a slow rate of fire. Every time he fired a shot, the pistol could not help but rise up. The other pistol was a 9mm standard bullet. After being modified by my daughter, it could fire nearly 60 rounds per minute. When Lin Wu approached to 20 meters, the tiger turned and ran away, disappearing into the forest. I don't know if it was afraid of Lin Wu, or if it disdained to eat Lin Wu. Lin Wu laughed and went back to get a pot to fetch water, preparing to boil some water. Just as he returned to the stream, a bear roar came from the woods, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Real hardcore is not like other modes. A black bear can break half of his ribs with a slap. Lin Wu held the pot in one hand and the gun in the other, looking at the nearby woods warily, and retreated step by step. I wanted to wait another day. Not only snake meat is available here, but maybe tiger meat can be eaten. Considering the possibility of black bears, Lin Wu hurriedly ate breakfast, packed non-essential items in a bag and put it in the cellar, carried another bag, and walked along the railway track toward the West Peninsula. After walking a few hundred meters, Lin Wu arrived at the rope bridge. This is a bridge pulled up by steel cables, with wooden boards laid on the bridge deck, and a load capacity of 1 ton. Lin Wu thought for a long time with a hacksaw in his hand, and finally gave up and continued to move forward. Most of these railways along the mountains and rivers are old railways, and their advantage is that there are almost no tunnels. Modern railways are fast, and more than 70% of the railways built in mountainous areas have tunnels, and there is no scenery at all. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Lin Wu walked to a railway maintenance point, which is a place for railway maintenance workers to stay on duty. In front of it is the West Peninsula Cross Sea Railway Bridge, and a freight train can be seen parked on the railway bridge. Lin Wu entered the maintenance point, and soon found the handcart used by Maya and the others. It seems that Maya and Lin Ming knew that the road ahead was impassable, so they put the handcart into the house first. Lin Wu also found traces of them making a fire and staying overnight. I stayed here the night before. I walked into the West Peninsula yesterday morning. I completed the mission at 10 a.m. yesterday, but I haven't come back yet. Lin Wu searched the rest area at the maintenance point again, and found no other clues, so he pulled up the mask and walked along the railway track to the West Peninsula. Chapter 435 Scouting. At high tide, the West Peninsula is connected to the mainland by only a 100-meter wide land. There are 2 roads that pass in opposite directions. Now there are no vehicles on the road because the road to the West Peninsula has been blocked by cars. On the land side is the beautiful scenery of the Haiha River. The turbid river water flows into the sea, and a beautiful line appears at the junction. On the other side of the river is a 3-kilometer-long cross-sea railway bridge. This bridge has a history of 100 years. Cars pass on the upper level, and trains pass on the lower level. An earthquake occurred decades ago, and cars were prohibited from going up the bridge. Later, people changed the river course, repaired the land, and built the current road on the new land. The cross-sea railway bridge is not high, because the sea water is not deep. Whenever the tide recedes, the land will be exposed under the railway bridge, which is a good place for weekend vacations and sea catching in Hotian City. Standing on the railway bridge, you can see people everywhere in the West Peninsula, which is only 5 square kilometers in size. The crowd was most concentrated in the north, which was the only dock in the West Peninsula and the temporary station of the United Nations Navy. After entering the West Peninsula, there were more people. Lin Wu's dress was not noticeable, but he acted alone. Lin Wu was very polite, looking for people with good faces to ask, and told them that he was looking for his sister, and thus collected a lot of information. The Navy has a daily carrying capacity of 500 people. It is not that there is no higher carrying capacity, but the temporary shelter on the deserted island can only accommodate a certain number of people every day. and 500 people is actually exceeded. After all, the zombie virus has broken out all over the world, and no one has too much energy to care about refugees in one place in Hotian City. After arriving at the West Peninsula, you have to go to the dock to get a printed number plate, and queue up to board the ship according to the number plate. There is only one ship every day, with 500 people on each ship, so it is easy to calculate which day you will board the ship. The hard currency in the West Peninsula is this number plate, and the closer the number plate is to boarding, the more valuable it is. At present, there are more than 100,000 people stranded in the West Peninsula. The food sent by the Navy every day is barely enough to survive. Even so, many people still use force to rob resources, causing many people to die of malnutrition. Someone saw Maya and 3 others and a fat man go to the naval base. Lin Wu arrived at the naval base according to the route indicated by the other party. There is a large crane inside the naval base, and the walls are piled with containers outside. There is only a 5-meter wide door, and armed soldiers are stationed there. From a distance, it can be seen on the container that non-resident personnel are not allowed to enter and exit at will. However, there are hundreds of people gathered at the gate of the naval base. After asking, they learn that they are here to apply for corpse transporters. They have to put the bodies of people or zombies who died on the peninsula on trucks, drive the trucks into the small dock inside the naval base, and then put the bodies on ships. The ships will go out to sea for collective sea burials for the victims. Once the application is successful, you can receive 3 people's rations and water every day. During the endless waiting period, it can be said to be a good job. As soon as Lin Wu approached the gate, a guard stepped forward and reminded him, "Please don't cross the yellow line." Lin Wu said, "I'm here to see a friend. My friend said VIP here yesterday morning." The guard replied, "I don't know." Lin Wu said, "Can you please ask?" VIP is a banker, missing an ear, and has a strong background. The guard replied, "I don't know." Lin Wu looked inside for a while, and there were not many soldiers. I had heard before that the naval base basically had no control over the affairs of the West Peninsula. They were only responsible for the order of boarding the ship and maintaining the security of the 3 food distribution points. Unless someone did something bad in front of them, they would consider whether to intervene depending on the situation. Therefore, although the naval base has a high status in the West Peninsula, it is badly reviewed by refugees. There is a group of mountains in the middle of the West Peninsula, and there is a ring road along the coast. Some refugees survive along the road, although this road has fewer resources. Naval vehicles pass by from time to time, and the security level is slightly higher. However, food and water basically have to be distributed by the naval base. Some refugees got boat tickets and went into the mountains to look for food and water while queuing, and gradually formed groups. Since there was no judicial intervention, the area was very chaotic, and even robbery gangs appeared. Lin Wu learned this information from a refugee when he was queuing for food in a roadside parking lot. After collecting basic information, Lin Wu took out his mobile phone, which had a photo of Maya. Lin Wu asked in the queue, "Hello, have you seen this person?" All the people who asked along the way said no, until a woman looked at the photo and subconsciously looked to the side. There were 5 strong men sitting on a mat on the ground, playing poker, and then shook their heads at Lin Wu. "No." Lin Wu took a few energy bars from his pocket and secretly put them in the woman's hand. The woman took a look, asked Lin Wu to line up in front of her, and whispered in Lin Wu's ear, "Your sister and 2 other girls went into the mountains with them yesterday. This group of people are all bad people. If they find that you have supplies, or even just like your clothes and shoes, they will use cheating and robbery to achieve their goals." Lin Wu whispered, "Where did they go?" The woman glanced to the side. "This is the parking lot. There is a small path leading to the mountain." The woman said, "I only saw them walk in with 2 people. I don't know where they went. I took the food and went to the next food distribution point to line up." "Thank you." Lin Wu wanted to leave, but the woman stopped him and said, "If you don't have a place to stay, go 1 kilometer along the road. There is a tent with a red plastic sheet on the side of the road. That's my home." "Thank you." Lin Wu left the team and walked 20 meters away. He asked the young people, "Hello, do you know where there is a doctor? I am from the survivor base. I came here to find a doctor." "Doctor?" A man looked at Lin Wu for a while and asked, "Are you looking for a doctor?" "Yes, preferably a surgeon who knows herbal medicine." The man glanced at the soldiers stationed at the food distribution point and said, My cousin is a doctor. Which base are you from? Lin Wu replied, Starlight Base. I've heard of it. Man B on the side replied, and said, take him to see your cousin. Man A threw the poker and stood up. Man C said, I'm going to see if I can get a free meal. This way. Man A explained as he walked. My cousin charges for medical treatment, which means he charges for meals. Going a little further down the road, there is a temporary tribe, where my cousin lives. Lin Wu asked curiously, tribe? What do they eat? Man A answered, at first they were prey. Then they caught fish and shrimp in the ditch. Then they ate wild vegetables. And now they have started to eat leaves. But they just have to survive. And if they can survive until they get on the boat, they will be saved. Lin Wu continued to ask, how long does it take to queue up now? Man C answered, at least 4 months. But it depends on the situation. Agriculture, animal husbandry, architects and other professions can get yellow cards, can jump the queue, and may leave in a few days. Lin Wu asked, what about doctors? Man A answered, doctors are not very good. There is no shortage of doctors on the quarantine island. But there is a shortage of medicines. Without medicines, doctors can do nothing. Don't you plan to leave? How is city life? Questions and answers, answers and questions. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Soon, several people walked into the depths of the woods. Lin Wu saw the smoke rising from the burning fire. Looking up, you can see the roof of a rest pavilion. Lin Wu took out his cell phone and stopped. By the way, have you seen my sister? A and C stretched their heads to look at the screen of their cell phones. Then their faces changed drastically. The cell phone fell to the ground. Lin Wu used his toes to pat it, pulled out a dagger with his left hand, and pierced through the throat of Man C, and pointed the pistol at Man A's head with his right hand. Yes or no? Lin Wu immediately took action when he found their base camp. He was already prepared to die in battle. Since he had lost Maya and Lin Ming, he didn't want to go back alive. Man C's hand grabbing Lin Wu's shoulder became weaker and weaker, and blood dyed his whole body red. Then he fell to the ground. Mana hurriedly said, brother, don't worry, your sister is fine. Where are they? Lin Wu glanced at the pavilion, which was 100 meters away, and he didn't know how many people there were, and it didn't matter how many people there were. Man A said, they killed 2 of us. Lin Wu, I don't care how many of you died, where are they? Man A said, they were taken away by the Navy. Yesterday Lin Ming, Maya interviewed several doctors accompanied by a red-clothed man, but was not satisfied with any of them. During the visit, she was deceived into the pavilion tribe. Before she could even drink the tea with added ingredients, Maya felt something was wrong. She immediately drew her gun and forced several people with bad intentions. However, Lin Ming saw Maya taking action, so she pulled out her gun and knocked down 2 of them, scaring the others to beg for mercy immediately. There was no doctor in their tribe. In addition to queuing up for food, they also looked for refugees who had just entered the peninsula, tricked them in, plundered them, and then killed them. Some people wandered outside during the day, looking for targets. For example, some refugees felt insecure and liked to hoard food. At night, they would visit the refugee. The ring road near the parking lot belonged to their territory. The pavilion robbers also took the belts, watches, diamonds, etc. they had looted to the naval base for trading. It was said before that 2 years before the outbreak of the zombie virus, the world order was relatively stable, so these items still had a certain value. Lin Ming and Maya left the pavilion tribe. But unexpectedly, the pavilion bandits reported to the naval base, saying that refugees were killing people with guns, which the naval base could not allow. Because owning a gun not only means that you can rob refugees, but also threatens the safety of naval soldiers. So the Navy sent 2 Hummers to find Lin Ma. Maya and Lin Ming had to surrender. They were handcuffed and sent to the naval base. Man A told Lin Wu that there was a prison in the naval base, which was not big, covering an area of only more than 200 square meters, with a total of 2 floors. The prison was originally an annex of the West Peninsula Tourism Administration. After the prison was put into use, it was full in less than 3 days. The naval base was extremely troubled by this. Killing her would definitely not work, as they represented the official, and the trial was meaningless, because there was no other prison to send her to, and they had to provide food for these prisoners. So they were released if possible, and the naval base no longer paid attention to the security issues on the island. The prison could be said to be a name only. Man A assured Lin Wu that his sister would be released after being locked up for a week. Lin Wu expressed his disbelief. Man A saw Lin Wu's fierce look and hurriedly said that in this kind of murder case, the prisoner could live for at least a few days. And then, he would be sentenced to death through a simple trial. Just as humans cannot tolerate man-eating beasts, prisons cannot tolerate murderers. Lin Wu asked about the situation at the naval base again. Man A said he didn't know much and wanted to ask the people in the pavilion. Seeing that he was no longer useful, Lin Wu treated the man as a zombie and stabbed the man's head with a dagger. However, the skull of a living person was much harder than Lin Wu thought, and he didn't get it in. So Lin Wu had no choice but to shoot him to death. When the pavilion accomplice heard the sound and came out, Lin Wu had already left 2 bodies behind. Lin Wu sat in the refugee group not far from the naval base, observing the naval base through the gate. As a 5 good citizen, he had only sneaked into a military base in the game. Although this is also a game, it is really scary. The entire naval base is surrounded by 3 layers of containers, with only 2 exits. One is the gate, and the other is the small dock. The small pier extends down from the steps, which is a 20-meter-long cement road, connecting to the sea with a depth of 3 meters, with almost no possibility of breakthrough. There is a soldier on each side of the gate. There is a straight roadblock in front of the gate. When a car enters or exits, the guard will move one end of the roadblock away. There are sandbags on the top of the container near the 2 guards, and a heavy machine gun is installed. The overall feeling of the naval base is similar to the hardcore Doomsday Fortress, that is, the container fortress. Lin Wu turned to the side. The 3-layer container fits tightly together. There are lights and searchlights on the top, and a patrol soldier walks back and forth on the top. There is a 3-meter wide trench at the bottom of the container, and a circle of razor wire is arranged outside the trench. Lin Wu turned to the side near the sea. There is no barbed wire here, but it is a 10-meter high cliff. The only way is to climb from the bottom of the cliff to the top of the container. There is a patrol soldier at this position, and there is also a light. However, the light is located at the small dock, and the patrol soldiers also focus on walking around the small dock. Therefore, the top of the cliff is a blind spot. Consider the base as a rectangle, with the gate in the middle on the left. There are trenches and barbed wire on the top. The small dock is in the lower right corner, and the breakthrough point that Lin Wu found is in the lower left corner. After figuring out the terrain, Lin Wu returned to the entrance of the naval base. At about 5 o'clock in the evening, 5 refugees came out of the base. They were people working in the base. Lin Wu stared at one of them, followed him and walked about 500 meters, and arrived at the tent he set up on the side of the Ring Island Road. People were coming and going outside the tent, and Lin Wu followed the man into the tent. Under the temptation of 5 cans, the man took the pen and paper from Lin Wu and drew a topographic map of the interior of the naval base. The location of the prison is on the right side of the rectangle, on the 4th floor of the base office building, in the upper right corner of the rectangle, where the main personnel gather, command, deployment, and living areas. On the left side of the base office building is the munitions warehouse. On the left side of the small dock is the warehouse for daily necessities. The man thought Lin Wu was going to steal something, and emphasized the location and situation of the warehouse. On the left side of the rectangle is a parking lot, where dozens of vehicles such as Hummers and trucks are parked, and below the parking lot is a fuel warehouse. On the right side of the rectangle are 2 helicopter parking areas, where 1 helicopter is parked all year round, mostly flying between the base and the offshore mothership. Lin Wu counted his own food, leaving enough for dinner and midnight snacks, and gave the rest of the food to the man. When Lin Wu was about to leave, the man seemed touched by Lin Wu's actions and said, "Brother, tonight's password is ocean versus cake." "There is still a password? Isn't this method an antique from World War II? Because the conditions of the temporary base are limited. We will use passwords to verify identities at night. Of course, before the password, you need a set of base soldier uniforms. Where can I get the uniforms?" "Inside the base." "Thank you." Chapter 436 Breakout. The difficulty of climbing the cliff was no problem for Lin Wu, nicknamed Spider-Man. Under the cover of night, Lin Wu successfully reached the top, but he did not show his head immediately and waited quietly. There was a light in the middle of the top, and the patrolman walked back and forth 30 meters near the light. After a while, he raised his hand to the guard of the small dock, quietly slipped out of the light, found a dark place to sit down, took off his helmet, took out a wine flask from the lining, and drank a big sip. Before he could sigh, Lin Wu knocked him down from behind. He was not good at assassinating living people, so he followed suit, covered the soldier's mouth with his bite-proof left hand, and stabbed the dagger into the soldier's head with his right hand. This time it went in, killing the soldier on the spot. Lin Wu was yanked out of the dagger, and dragged the body to the darker lower left corner to change clothes. Lin Wu did not carry a backpack, and in fact, there was nothing in the backpack. The sound of the crashing waves masked the sin. 2 minutes later, Lin Wu changed into a soldier's uniform, put on a helmet, and started patrolling with an assault rifle. Seeing Lin Wu patrolling again, the sentry at the dock raised his hand, and Lin Wu responded by raising his hand, and the sentry at the dock took over. According to the man, the patrol shifts every 3 hours. About 20 minutes later, someone reached the top of the ladder from the bottom, and saluted each other casually. Lin Wu lowered the brim of his hat very low, and stood at the edge of the light. The other party did not find that Lin Wu was a fake, because the distance was more than 10 meters. The sound of the waves was disturbing, and there was no conversation between them. Lin Wu went down the ladder closest to him. There are many street lamps in the middle of the base, but there are still many blind spots. There are also lighting in the corners because of different departments, such as the fuel warehouse, which has lights at the entrance, surveillance, and several soldiers responsible for fuel replenishment. Lin Wu followed the other soldiers who changed shifts, and walked to the middle road, and walked towards the base building under the illumination of the street lamps. When the people in front turned left to the base building on the upper right side of the rectangle, Lin Wu walked towards the prison on the right side of the rectangle. The prison has 2 floors. The first floor is the canteen. Several refugees work here. They are full-time and provide food and accommodation. They live next to the canteen and are responsible for the 3 meals, security and hygiene of the prison building. It is already 11 o'clock in the evening. They have gone to the dormitory next door to rest. Lin Wu knocked on the dormitory door. The dormitory door opened. The light was still on inside. Lin Wu said, "I need to find a doctor. Preferably an ENT doctor." A refugee stood up reluctantly. "Isn't there a military doctor?" Lin Wu said, "The military doctor can't find the cause." The refugee took the key and asked as he walked, "What are the symptoms?" Lin Wu said, "When I stand up, I suddenly feel dizzy." The military doctor said that there is something in the cochlea that balances the body. "Is there a doctor in the prison?" The refugee walked in front. "Yes. There is a woman who is a doctor in the best private hospital in the city of Dahudian. She used to be a person with an annual salary of several million, but now she is a prisoner." Lin Wu said, "Tell me about her situation." Refugee, "Her name is Xiaoyi. She is one of the first medical staff to support Hotian City, working as a volunteer at the West Peninsula Medical Station, and later refused to evacuate with the volunteer team and moved into the base." The refugee turned the key, unlocked the stairs, and went upstairs with Lin Wu, and continued, "Because of the increase in violent incidents, her surgeries have also increased dramatically, and her body has been seriously overdrawn due to continuous work. There was a mistake when she was operating on a VIP's son. The VIP thought that she had completed all the operations on the refugee, but failed to operate on his own son, so he wanted to kill her. In the end, your boss took into account the actual situation and her medical skills, and put her in prison for manslaughter." As they talked, they reached the second floor. There were several 50-square-meter iron-barred rooms on the second floor, each of which held more than a dozen prisoners, and you could smell the stench coming from them without getting close. The refugee turned on the lights in the corridor. Lin Wu walked in the middle, looked around for a while, and said, "Maya?" "Lin Ming." A prisoner asked for no reason, "Sir, what are you doing?" Lin Wu replied, "Trial." Lin Ming's voice came, "Here." Someone on the side dissuaded him, "Don't talk. You will die." Lin Wu walked to the front of the cell, looked at Lin Ming and Maya, and said to the refugee beside him, "Please open the door." The refugee was startled, "Sir, we don't have the key." "Don't you have the key?" The refugee seemed to think of something. "Are you the only one here to pick someone up?" Lin Wu leaned close to the refugee's ear and said, "She is my sister." The refugee hurriedly said, "No, no." Lin Wu drew his gun and pointed it at the refugee. The refugee said, "No, I will be kicked out." Lin Wu asked, "Didn't you say you didn't have the key? Why did you say no again?" The refugee glanced at the wall 5 meters away. There was a red alarm button on it. He slowly stepped back. Lin Wu said helplessly, "I'm sorry." He shot the refugee dead. Instantly, the people in the cell started to clamor. Lin Wu walked to the prison and asked, "How do I open it?" The lock seemed very advanced. His experience in hardcore could not help. He was just an extreme athlete in real hardcore, not a lock-picking expert. and had no bonus. Maya said, "Give me the dagger." Maya took the dagger, stretched her hands outside the fence, and poked with the dagger for a while. "No. It's too big." Lin Wu searched the refugee's body and took out an ear pick. "Is it okay?" Maya returned the dagger, took the ear pick, and tried for a while. And the door lock opened with a snap. Lin Ming and Maya came out. Maya looked at the people inside. "Are you going to leave?" Someone said, "Don't trust them, they want to use us to attract the attention of the garrison." The people who wanted to leave hesitated for a moment after hearing this. "Xiaohong?" Maya looked at Xiaohong and waited for a moment, then locked the door. "Goodbye, good luck." Lin Ming took the pistol, Maya took the rifle. "All our things have been searched, now we have nothing." "Lin Wu, should you thank me first?" Lin Ming smiled, "Thank you." Maya just shook her head speechlessly. Lin Wu stopped and said, "Wait, is there a female doctor named Xiaoyi here?" "Here," a prisoner in another cell said, and everyone dispersed. Lin Wu saw a woman in her 30s sitting on a cement bunk bed. It can be seen that she is very weak. She stood up with the help of everyone. It could also be seen that everyone has some respect for her. Lin Wu asked, "I don't have time to introduce myself now. Will you go with us?" Someone next to him immediately persuaded him. "You will die if you stay here. You may survive if you go with them." Shui saw Lin Wu nodded and said, "Okay." Maya picked the lock, and someone hissed and pointed to the stairs. There were 2 patrolling soldiers. When they passed the prison, they heard shouting from the 2nd floor. So they got off the car and went upstairs to see what was going on. They turned to the corridor and saw a soldier standing 5 meters away. He said, "Ocean. Cake." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 soldiers, who had let down their guard, were shot dead by Lin Wu. Lin Wu, who was used to shooting people in the head, did not change his bad habit. Maya had told Lin Wu earlier that, in a fight with survivors, in most cases, you should hit the chest rather than the head. Maya and Lin Ming stepped forward to take off the soldier's clothes, and Lin Wu returned to help Shui. Someone asked, "Brother, do you need anyone else?" Rushing out to attract the attention of the garrison is completely different from hanging out with Lin Wu and the others. The former is cannon fodder, and it is better to have food and drink here, and maybe they will be released one day. The latter can take a chance and control their fate. Since Lin Wu can get in, he can naturally get out. "I don't have time today. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow." Write a blank check casually. The 4 people came down the stairs, and there was a running Hummer patrol car parked outside, and the driver leaned aside to smoke. Seeing Lin Wu and the others, I didn't react for a moment. Where are they? Then I saw the doctor supported by Lin Wu. I knew it was not good, but it was too late. He was shot twice by Maya and fell to the ground. Maya quickly stepped forward to shoot again. This time the shooting took place outdoors. Even with the silencer, the noise was not small. The sentry above the small dock shone the searchlight over. Maya calmly used her body to block the body as much as possible, and waved at the searchlight. However, the searchlight did not move away. But no alarm was sounded. Because of the blind spot, he did not see the body on the ground. He always felt something was wrong, but he did not find what was wrong. Lin Wu naturally opened the back seat of the car. Lin Ming got in the car first, and Lin Wu helped Xiaoyi into the car. Seeing this, the sentry moved the searchlight away. After all, it was very impolite to do so, and it was easy to get beaten afterwards. Maya got in the car and started it. Xiaoyi reminded her from the back seat, "You need to show the signature of the duty commander when you leave the base at night." "Oh!" Maya was startled, and started the car. "Get ready to get off." Lin Wu checked the assault rifle and said, "What?" Rushing out. Maya said, "Too dangerous." "Then what is your plan?" "Helicopter." "Helicopter?" Lin Wu asked, "Can you fly a helicopter?" Maya, "I simulated driving several times at Levin Airport in winter." Lin Wu asked, "Don't you think it's less dangerous to drive through the checkpoint than to ride in the helicopter you drive?" Maya did not answer, but just snapped her fingers and pointed in the direction of the helicopter. After a while, Maya had already driven to the vicinity of the helicopter. The doors of the cars opened one after another. Lin Wu opened the rear door of the helicopter, but did not open it. Maya got on the driver's seat, looked back at the 3 people waiting outside, and used the lights in the cab to find the button. The searchlight of the nearby sentry swept over again, and stayed on the helicopter. Maya ignored the searchlight. She knew that the sentry would not attack if the situation was uncertain. She calmly unlocked the door, then started the power system, and started the propeller. Linwu asked in surprise, "Where did the key come from?" Maya replied, "Military aircraft do not have keys." At this time, she could not regret following a group of desperate people, and got on the helicopter under the coercion of the two Lins. Maya carefully turned on each switch, which looked very similar. Weapon system? Maya didn't seem to have this thing in her memory, so it must be right to turn it on. Radar system. Turn it on. What is this? Maya pressed the button behind the joystick, but saw a red triangle appear on the small screen in front of her. The triangle automatically moved near the center of the screen, and locked onto a moving car about 200 meters away from them. Then it beeped, and the red triangle turned green. Maya still couldn't understand. At this time, the instrument reminded her that she could take off. Maya released the button, and a rocket flew out from the left belly of the aircraft, hitting the locked car. The car immediately turned into a ball of fire and turned sideways twice. As the helicopter took off, the sentry finally pressed the alarm. The shrill alarm and gunshots resounded throughout the base. Maya, who already knew the weapon system, aimed at the fuel depot before the helicopter took off and began to accelerate. However, the fuel depot had no heat source and could not be locked, so Maya used her thumb to flick open the cover on the joystick, pressed the button to fire, and the front cannon fired dozens of bullets in an instant. The helicopter then flew up at a 30-degree angle. Maya looked down with some regret, and then saw the fuel warehouse on fire. And then the fire was out of control, which made Maya very happy. And she couldn't help but say, "Haha, are you a devil? What's so funny?" Bullets kept hitting the helicopter, and Linwu wanted to kick Maya. "Go quickly. It's gone very far," Maya replied, and the helicopter had already flown out of the base. The sentries at the gate fired at the helicopter, and the flames from the muzzles were like fireworks to see them off. Maya said, "Linwu, sit in the front." "What?" As the speed increased, the noise increased. Maya turned around and shouted, "Put on your headphones, Linwu. Go to the co-pilot seat." Linwu went to the co-pilot seat in front, put on his headphones. Maya said, "Help me see what these instruments are, and see how the lights are turned on." "I'll go." Linwu asked, "Do helicopters need to turn on lights when flying at night? What are they looking at? The stars." "Don't worry about what you are looking at. You can't just fly around. It's completely impossible to see the situation outside, and a crash could happen at any time." Maya had simulated helicopter takeoffs and landings during the day, but she knew nothing about night flight technology. The little doctor said weakly, That, I see that pilots all wear helmets." "Helmet? No." Maya looked around, but didn't find a helmet, but found a headlight. A beam of strong light broke through the darkness, but she couldn't see anything at all. Maya then lowered the altitude, pressed the nose of the plane, and soon saw the ground. She stretched her neck to look ahead, and said happily, "We found the railroad tracks." "What good luck." Linwu praised indifferently. Maya was dissatisfied. "Have you figured out these instruments? This woman is very calm on land, but why does she have all kinds of emotions when flying a plane?" Linwu said, "Altimeter, vertical speed indicator, airspeed indicator, attitude indicator. I don't know about this. I don't know. Heading indicator. I don't know. I can't understand. Turn and slip indicator. Radio position. I don't know. Compass? Voltmeter. Where is the oil gauge?" Linwu put his head on Maya's arm, and looked carefully for a long time. "I don't know." Maya asked, "Maybe it's on your side. There are a bunch of instruments in front of the co-pilot." "Strange. When I simulated flying, there were not so many instruments and buttons." Linwu looked at the logo on it and read, "Engine timing? What? Lubricating temperature? Lubricating oil? Voltmeter. Exhaust temperature. Cylinder temperature. Oil pressure. Got it. Oil gauge. And there is 85% fuel." Just after he finished speaking, a low alarm sounded. Maya was a little panicked. "What's the situation?" "Ground proximity alarm." Linwu saw a light on and reached out to turn it off. Lin Ming listened to the conversation between the two and felt guilty. Seeing Linwu's amazing operation, he asked, "Turning off the alarm means there is no danger?" Linwu replied, "How about you come?" I was also panicked. "Okay. I was very careful when driving a car every day, and I accidentally became the co-pilot of an armed helicopter." Chapter 437, Return. Maya has the basic ability to take off and land a helicopter. She played a small civilian helicopter in the winter simulation. Now she is driving an armed helicopter equipped with ground attack guided rockets and air attack missiles. The large number of additional instruments made her a little overwhelmed. The reason why Lin Wu could recognize some instruments was entirely because there were small words under the instruments, but he basically didn't know what these meters were used for. Lin Meng was speechless after being rebuked by Lin Wu, and could only be angry. While thinking about how to rebuke Lin Wu, the alarm in the cab sounded again. This time the alarm was very shrill, and the radar screen kept emitting red light. Maya asked, "What's going on?" The radar sent out an alarm. Lin Wu looked for a while. It seems that something is approaching quickly from the north. A red line appeared on the radar screen. Missile warning. Fuck, what is a missile? Shouldn't it be called a guided missile? Maya was mad. Can you focus on the point? Use your satellite phone to call the veterans base. No signal. Lin Wu exclaimed, and said, 3 moving objects appeared on the edge of the screen again. The radar marked it as F-14. What kind of missile is this? Xiaoyi couldn't listen anymore. With a broken heart, she covered her face and said, F-14 is a fighter, not a missile. It should be that the offshore mothership immediately launched fighter jets after receiving the base information, and was going to shoot us down. I should be a good person, and I shouldn't get on the pirate ship. Maya asked, how to solve it? You drive the helicopter. I hold the scalpel. And you ask me? Xiaoyi thought for a while, and said, from the movies and TV shows, they all fly low, travel through the canyon, suddenly flip the fuselage, and use jamming bombs and other means to deal with incoming missiles. I admire them. These 3 people are very calm. They are not afraid of the so-called missiles at all, and they have no fear of facing death. Lin Wu said, the missile will arrive in 50 seconds. Xiaoyi, can you surrender? This question stumped Xiaoyi. After thinking for a while, he said, surrender? I don't know. Look for the button in front of you. The helicopter kept flying along the river. Lin Wu, who was looking for the surrender button, saw the cable bridge in front of him, and said hurriedly, the village where I met Xiaohong is in front. When Maya heard this, she immediately slowed down and turned left to the open area. During this time, she pressed the fire button. The machine guns bombarded the railway station for several seconds. In a flash, the helicopter turned into the open area. The helicopter began to land, and the missiles that were chasing it followed. However, because it was too fast, it did not have the ability to turn quickly, and it hit the mountain and caused an explosion. Lin Wu jumped off the helicopter first, put down the night vision goggles, and shot to kill the zombies that were following the sound. Lin Ming dragged the little doctor, who was still making the sign of the cross, and clasping his fists to thank God for not killing him, off the plane and leaned against the mountain. As for Maya, she was still struggling with the helicopter. Turning it off seemed to be more complicated than turning it on. A minute later, Maya joined the battle. With absolutely overwhelming firepower, all the zombies that rushed towards the helicopter were eliminated. Soon, 3 fighters flew over the village. They lost the trace of the helicopter and returned to the mothership after searching the surrounding area without success. At this time, the 3 had gone to the cellar where Lin Wu spent the night. The firewood and the pot were still there. Lin Wu used the light on his night vision goggles to catch a few snakes near the snake house, skinned them with a dagger and brought them back to the cellar. Then several people began to slice and cook them. No, you must not drive the helicopter back to the base. Faced with Maya's proposal, Lin Wu refused sternly. Otherwise the railway bridge base will be razed to the ground. Maya argued, just remove the positioning system on the helicopter. Lin Wu asked back, where is the positioning system? Maya thought for a while. It should be found as long as you spend some time. Lin Ming said, it's rare that Sister Maya thinks of something like this, you should agree to it. No. Are you kidding? Lin Wu looked at Maya, and found that Maya's eyes were full of iron will. There was actually a begging tone in his voice. He softened his heart and said, you can only fly to the vicinity of the base at most, and you can't harm the base. Maya immediately said, okay. There is a warehouse near the handcar terminal. I can drive the helicopter in. Lin Wu asked, drive? Maya explained, this is a wheeled helicopter, which can travel on flat ground. Lin Wu no longer objected. Lin Ming and I will go get the handcar tomorrow, and you can fly the plane back by yourself. Okay. Maya smiled again, like a child who got candy. Xiaoyi said, can I take a hand crank bike? She had no idea what kind of people this group was, but she knew that a hand crank bike would be safer than a helicopter. Of course. Lin Wu asked with concern, Xiaoyi, how are you? All the investments were wasted. Xiaoyi replied, I know my body, it's purely because of malnutrition that I'm weak and easily tired. Lin Wu said, Lin Ming, tell Xiaoyi about our base. What the hell, when Maya was here, how did she become the captain? Look at Maya again, she didn't care about Xiaoyi at all, she was staring at the fire and daydreaming, her heart was completely on the helicopter. The reason why the devil's deal was rejected by mortals was just because he offered the wrong deal. The next day, Xiaoyi got up the latest among the 4 people. Lin Ming had already cooked snake meat breakfast, and the two took the pot outside together. Xiaoyi said to Lin Ming, last night was the best night I slept in the past few months. Lin Ming understood and said, when you arrive at our base, you can sleep well every day. We don't need to arrange night shifts. Unexpectedly, the opposite effect occurred. Xiaoyi asked worriedly, no night shifts? Lin Ming comforted, don't worry. You will know when the time comes. When the two came out, Maya was contacting the base through the satellite phone. Shauna said Xiaowu. She went on and Su sure to clean up the warehouse to make room for Maya's helicopter. Maya contacted the veterans base again and learned how to fly an armed helicopter on site. The other party told Maya to turn off the active radar and positioning system and to keep flying at a low altitude of about 100 meters. Unless the aircraft carrier sent an early warning aircraft, the helicopter would not be discovered. The experts at the veterans base explained the meaning of each instrument and the use of fire control radar. The more troublesome thing is that the armed helicopter uses kerosene, which is difficult to obtain in the civilian world. According to the veterans base, there is an oil refinery in the southeast suburbs of Hotian City, about 20 kilometers away from the city. It is not clear whether there is aviation fuel. You can go and see if you have a chance. Maya focused on learning how to fly a helicopter on the ground. And don't crash the helicopter after learning everything. After dinner, Lin Ming and Lin Wu walked along the railroad tracks to the maintenance station to get a handcar. And Xiaoyi and Maya, who was scratching her head, stayed temporarily. While waiting, Maya spent most of her time studying the helicopter on the helicopter, until the satellite phone with 90% battery ran out of power. On the other side, Xuanling worked slowly, and the two of them were like on a picnic, chatting, walking and playing. During the period, they evaluated Xiaoyi comprehensively. After all, Xiaoyi was brought back by them, and they had a certain responsibility for the quality. The interview was originally Maya's job, but Maya was not interested now, so they had to do the evaluation. If it was not suitable, then there would have to be some accidents on the way back, so as not to fight again at the base, which would make Xiaowen and Xiaowu uncomfortable. Lin Ming said, she is quiet, strong-willed, polite, well-mannered, mature, and stable. Lin Wu said, well, she has many advantages, and she is good in all aspects. From what I know about her experience, I am worried that she has a fatal flaw. She is a white lotus. Lin Ming disagreed. As long as the person in power is not a white lotus, there will not be too many problems. On the contrary, I think this is the advantage of Xiaoyi. Doctors should have a white lotus heart. And I think you have the wrong concept. What people hate is people who ask others to do good things, not people who do good things themselves. For example, a refugee shelter appeared near our base, and the veterans base was willing to devote everything to help them. Even if we think the behavior is inappropriate, we should respect them. If the veterans base advocates mutual assistance and encourages others to support refugee shelters, such people are the real bad guys. Lin Wu snapped his fingers. You want to reason with me? Humph. Take a small notebook and write it down. We will settle the accounts together when we get to Earth. Basically, both of them agree with Xi. At present, they have little contact, and the specific situation can only be concluded later. Anxious, Maya finally saw Xuanling at lunch when she was exhausted. Seeing Maya was about to get on the helicopter, Lin Wu grabbed her and said, we haven't had lunch yet. I don't want to eat. You didn't prepare anything? Maya, no. Lin Wu dragged Maya away. Go wash the pot. I'll catch the snake. Xiaoyi will fetch water, and Lin Ming will make firewood. Maya said speechlessly, I don't want to eat. She had a lot of things in her mind that she was going to put into practice during the flight. But Lin Wu didn't let her go, and Maya could only go to the ditch to wash the pot. After eating and drinking well, washing the pot, packing the luggage, watching the 3 people get on the handcar, Maya was able to board the plane. The flight was smooth, no alarms, no fighters. The Veterans Base sent an expert to the warehouse at the handcar terminal, and used a baton to guide Maya to land the fighter in the most suitable position. Maya drove the helicopter into the warehouse, according to her instructions. The two sat in the cabin of the aircraft, and talked about Lin Wu and his return, which was not over yet. Sana, Shirtu and everyone greeted Xiaoyi at the railway bridge base. Lin Wu introduced him, Sana took over, and accompanied Xiaoyi to visit the base with Xiaowen. Xiaoyi was very satisfied with the facilities at the base, and was very grateful for the shelter at the railway bridge base. After checking the inventory of medicines, Xiaoyi made a list, hoping to replenish the medicines on the list, in case of emergency. It was night. Xiaoyi went to the mountain base to meet with Wakokeru, and asked about the situation of the herbs in the mountain, and did not return until very late. Maya also returned to the base together. But the story had been told by Lin Ming at the campfire party. The railway bridge base has temporarily returned to its former tranquility. And the only work is to prepare the list of medicines prescribed by the doctor. The list includes muscle, bone, antibiotics, hormones, and other drugs. The base also lacks plasterboards and other equipment for treating trauma. Xiaoyi posted hygiene requirements, requiring the daily duty personnel to spray and disinfect the accommodation compartments with disinfectant she prepared, requiring the garbage to be cleaned up on the same day, etc. Since Lin Wu and his friends went out for a trip, the task of searching for medicines was handed over to Xiu and his friends, and even Shirtu signed up to participate. The search area has been surveyed by drones by the Veterans Base, and the safety level is relatively high. So on a sunny morning, the tractor pulled up the compartment, took Shirtu, Shana, Sushir, Xuedan, Xiu and Xiaodao out. The distance is 17 kilometers, and if they are fast, they can return home in 2 hours. Lin Wu and Lin Ming watched them leave. Lin Wu said, "We have to find a way to get a motorcycle." Lin Ming said, "We have searched everywhere around. Even the Veterans Base has no motorcycles." According to Xiao Wu, motorcycles are prohibited in Xiqing, and motorcycles are not allowed on the road. Lin Wu asked, "What if they are on the road?" Lin Ming was asked, and called Xiaowen. Xiaowen, "What will happen if a motorcycle is found in the motorcycle prohibited area?" Xiaowen came over and answered, "It will be confiscated. There will be vehicles to send the motorcycle to the designated parking lot. After the owner pays the fine, he can go to the parking lot to pick up the motorcycle." Lin Wu asked, "Where is the parking lot in Xiqing?" Xiaowen answered, "Motorcycles are prohibited in Xiqing, so all motorcycles will be sent to the parking lot in Zhongqing." Zhongqing? That place is hell, and you can't go there. There are millions of zombies in the city, and there are countless zombie kings. Although there are helicopters in the base, Maya is reluctant to consume precious fuel. Therefore, to use helicopters, the fuel problem must be solved first. To solve the fuel problem, you need to go to the refinery in the southeast suburbs. Going to the West Peninsula can see the scenery, explore the game, and that is fun. Going to the refinery is different. The environment is bad, and the air is full of stench. As one of the world's top 10 refineries, the number of zombies in the southeast refinery will not be small. The project is too large. Forget it. Stay at home. Anyway, there are only more than 80 days left. But today's field team encountered some troubles. They first walked south along the railroad tracks. When they arrived near the block, Shirtu turned around. Sushir stayed behind to be on guard, and the others went to the block. What surprised them was that there were no zombies in this block. After ransacking a pharmacy, people from the Survivor Alliance showed up, claiming that this was their territory, and rudely demanded that Shana and the others get out. Shana and the others immediately drew their guns, and they left immediately. But 10 minutes later, 2 pickup trucks carrying more than a dozen gunmen drove over, and the two sides confronted each other at a distance of 30 meters. Shana and the leader of the other side communicated at the center line, and learned that the Survivors Alliance had cleared all the zombies in this block 3 days ago. According to their logic, they liberated this block, so all the supplies should belong to them. Shana knew how to adapt. After negotiations, Shana and others could take away all the medicines that had been looted from the 2 stores, but they were not allowed to step into the sphere of influence of the Survivors base in the future. Shana asked about the sphere of influence of the other side, and the leader of the other side was also an honest man. He drew it on the map according to the territory currently controlled. Although this was not within the scope of the field plan, Shana still fought for enough benefits. Just when the negotiations ended, the boss of the Survivors Alliance, Shiba arrived at the scene. Chapter 438 Strategic Meeting. Shiba was very polite and generous. He then explained to Shauna his intention to meet with her. He hoped that the railway bridge base could cooperate with the Survivor Alliance in a limited way. He believed that in this doomsday era, humans needed to unite and could not fight alone. The biggest obstacle in his development was the veteran base. These people stubbornly drew their own sphere of influence and did not allow the Survivor Alliance to enter. Shiba told Shauna that he had more than 100 armed gunmen, but he was tolerant of the aggressive attitude of the veteran base because he wanted to unite all mankind. If the railway bridge base could join the Survivor Alliance in name, it would be equivalent to surrounding the veteran base from the north and south. And it could force the veteran base to join the alliance as an independent base. In this way, humans would gain control of the marginal areas of the south and west districts, have a large amount of land for refugees, and have many factories that can resume production. Therefore, he sincerely hoped to reach an agreement with the railway bridge base to establish the largest human survivor community in Hotian City. I don't know if Shiba was bragging. He claimed that the number of survivors in the alliance had exceeded 1,000, with 150 armed gunmen, and had established trade relations with the East Base. Shauna was very moved, and said that she would reply to Shiba after she went back to discuss with the commander. Shauna's performance level was too high, causing Shiba to secretly tell Shauna that if their commander disagreed, he could provide personnel and ships, sneak from downstream to the railway bridge, cooperate at night, and help Shauna seize power. Shauna and Shiba discussed some details of the power seizure, took Shiba's phone number, and the two shook hands and said goodbye. To show his sincerity, Shiba gave Shauna all the supplies from 3 pharmacies, a clinic and a dental clinic on this street. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the field team returned with a full load, and a drone in the sky followed them until they were near the distribution center. After the field team came back, Shauna explained the situation to Maya and Shirtu, and an emergency meeting was held at the railway bridge base during lunchtime. The first topic: does the Survivor Alliance have any idea of attacking the railway bridge? The answer is no, at least not for the time being. Shauna analyzed on the map. You see, 30% of the area in the South City is controlled by the Survivor Alliance, but they can no longer develop to the north and east, because the density of zombies is in the tens of thousands, and the further north and east, the higher the density. It is not feasible to completely occupy the South City. The South City is close to the Central City area, and the scale of zombies is in the hundreds of thousands. Shauna said, the Survivor Alliance has consolidated the city occupation area, and the suburbs with vast land naturally become their target. His best way to develop is to expand to the southwest, swallow up the veteran base, and then eat up the railway bridge base, control the entire distribution center, and reach the southwest mountains. Shauna said, the southwest city area, the southwest suburbs, and the southwest suburbs of Hotian City are all strategic targets of the Survivor Alliance. But the veteran base brings the biggest trouble to the Survivor Alliance. The veteran base is like a nail blocking their route to the west. Although there are many survivors, the veterans in the veteran base are all veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles. A direct battle will inevitably result in both sides suffering losses. However, the veteran base also has a disadvantage. The weapons and ammunition they have are not enough to support them in a long-term battle. Maya said, let me interject. If what Shauna said about Shiba's strategy is correct, the Survivor Alliance should strengthen its armed forces and prepare to go to war with the veteran base. Use the weapons and ammunition they obtained from the East Base to fight a war of attrition with the veteran base. Maya said, your appearance has shown the Survivor base a different way. If you can win us over, you can surround the veteran base and reduce the living space of the veteran base. In the end, whether it is fighting or persuading surrender, there is a high success rate. Maya said, occasionally, you can see paragliders flying in the sky, and small boats passing under the railway bridge. Most of them should be members of the Survivor Alliance. Shauna, you continue. Shauna nodded. I suggest that our strategy is to fully support the veteran base. Considering the situation of both sides, it is necessary to go to the veteran club once or more to assist them in taking away all the weapons stored in the vault on the second floor of the club. I believe there are veterans in the Survivor Alliance, so the veteran base has a certain mass base, but it lacks ammunition. Shauna said, with the current density of zombies in Central City, we can only use helicopters, or another flood to enter Central City. Helicopter fuel is a huge problem. We need kerosene. The known place where kerosene may be found is the Southeast Refinery. Lin Wu raised his hand. The Southern Railway track has been controlled by the Survivor Alliance. Although they are not many, they can sneak in at night. But we don't know the situation of the Southern Railway track. And they may deliberately block and destroy the railway track. Shauna said, so we can only use helicopters to transport oil. Lin Wu asked, how long can it burn for one trip? Shauna thought about it and said, one trip. It's enough to burn twice. Lin Wu, that means we have to bet that we can find kerosene in the Southeast Refinery. Shauna nodded, that's right. Another option is not to look for kerosene and to infiltrate into Central City directly. But the carrying capacity is relatively limited, and a lot of people are needed for a surprise attack. After 2 or 3 round trips, the fuel gauge will run out. Maya said, last time, the veteran expert mentioned the rope net transportation method. I will contact her later. Shirtu asked, can the helicopter be refueled with gasoline or diesel? Maya said, experts say that in theory it can fly. But no one knows whether it can fly or when it will fall. Even if it can't fly, the damage to the engine is very large. Experts say that rockets and missiles can be unloaded to reduce the weight of the fuselage. But mechanical assistance is needed. Otherwise, even if it can be disassembled, it may not be installed. The helicopter that was taken back carried 35 2.75-inch rockets for air-to-ground anti-armor missiles with a range of 8 kilometers. For air-to-air missiles, a 30mm cannon, and 1,100 rounds of ammunition. The firepower of this helicopter is extremely fierce. But the weight of weapons and ammunition also causes the helicopter to consume an astonishing amount of fuel. Why are the helicopters at the naval base fully loaded with weapons? The biggest reason is the rebellious East Base. The East Base controls the Northeast Canal and the sea. The West Peninsula Naval Base is stationed in the Inland Sea. To get from the Inland Sea to the ocean, unless you take a detour, you must pass through a section of the canal controlled by the East Base. Rockets can be pulled out one by one, but missiles weigh hundreds of kilograms. Without the help of equipment, even if you can take them down, you may not be able to install them. Maya said, at all costs. 30% of the helicopter's fuel must be retained to make full use of its weapons. Shirtu asked, have you contacted Nightmare? Do they have aviation kerosene? Yes. They only have heavy diesel. Shauna said, which plan to implement? You need to make the decision. Maya? Shauna said, the second thing. We have collected the medicines. Facing Shiba's proposal, Lin Wu said, just say you are dead. Shirtu called the number. Questioned Shiba for instigating Shauna to rebel. Told Shiba that Shauna had been killed for wine. And also expressed hostility. Shauna smiled with blurred eyes. And asked, you have wanted to eat me for a long time. Right? There was a booing. And the second topic was entered, sentinels. Regarding tactics, Maya provided advice. There are 3 defense points. The first defense point is the forest. The other side has aircraft, and may infiltrate from the forest. My opinion is to communicate with Hua Chao and others first. The scenario is that Hua Chao, Keru and Ro have hatred towards us. For revenge, they are willing to become Shiba's lackeys. The second defense point is the handcar terminal. This is the gateway to the railway bridge. Using the carriages and tracks, we can build a checkpoint that integrates living and accommodation. This checkpoint can monitor the entire open space. Once an early warning is issued, the railway bridge can reach the checkpoint within a few minutes by tractor or handcar. The third defense point is the water. I don't believe they can blow up the railway bridge. But for safety, no ships should be allowed to stay near the railway bridge. Shiwu, who did not participate in the discussion, raised his hand. After being approved, Xiaowu said, I have a question that I don't understand. We don't know whether the Survivor Alliance is an enemy or a friend. Is their development plan beneficial to individuals? Or to humanity? Or to a small group of people? In the absence of basic contact, why do we list him as an enemy? Xiaowu, it is true that Xiaoba instigated Shauna to seize power. But it is only a means, not a purpose. And there are currently 2 different voices against the Survivor Alliance. Maya asked, which 2? Xiaowu said, one is conveyed by the veteran base. The survivor base has a minority of people enslaving the majority. And this model will not change in the short term. One is conveyed by the radio. Xiao Ba is a great, very charming person. And only he can lead humanity to counterattack, take back their homes, etc. Maya said, Xing Wan never said that she was a great person. And she also refused to broadcast how great she was. The broadcast of the Xinguang base talks about the atmosphere, situation, work distribution, and food of the base. There are also the rights and obligations of the base members. The second type of broadcast you mentioned, Shiwu, conveys information. It is the information conveyed by the broadcast controlled by Xiaoba. I can say responsibly, Xiaoba is the enemy. At least she is my enemy. Lin Wu explained to Xiao Wu, she is a guard. And her thoughts are quite extreme. The guard is responsible for executing Xiguang's orders, and is also responsible for monitoring Xiguang. Xiguang is an unquestionable authority on Blue Star. To join the guard, the first requirement is to have a mindset of questioning authority. Xiao Wu, I don't quite understand. Lin Wu said, on Blue Star, the more power a person holds, the more strictly he will be supervised and restricted. The district head is equivalent to the president of the earth. They are supervised and restricted by Xiguang. Xiguang is supervised and restricted by the guard. The guard must strictly abide by the guard rules, and their behavior is supervised and restricted by the district government. Maya took over, giving an example. I beat a man in District 1, the district government will immediately investigate. If the district government does not investigate, Xiguang will investigate the district government. If Xiguang does not investigate the district government, the guard will investigate Xiguang. And Xiba, who has complete power and is not subject to any constraints, will become a bad guy sooner or later even if he is a good guy now. Xiao Wudao, I disagree. I think in the Doomsday era, a strong leader is needed to lead humanity to lay the foundation. As for whether power will be handed over in the future, that is a matter for the future. If the behavior of leaders is restricted, it can certainly prevent them from doing some bad things, but it also ties their hands and feet. Now is the time to concentrate on doing big things. Su Sure, I agree with Xiao Wu's views in part. I found that there is a common point in the two different evaluations of the Survivor Alliance. The Survivor Alliance implements a class system, and the class can go up or down. Maybe the people at the bottom have to take risks and fight zombies, and get the worst food, but they have room for advancement. It is precisely because the people at the bottom get fewer resources that they have the motivation to climb up. Susher said, solidified classes are terrible, flexible classes can increase internal competition, which may not be a bad thing for humans. Assuming Xiaoba is fair and just, everyone gets the same food and resources, then what motivation do we have to develop the community? Sure too looked at Xiaowen. Xiaowen, what do you think? Xiaowen replied, it's like a company, the boss eats meat, the top management drinks soup, the bottom management drinks water. The key is whether the bottom can have a fair competition channel for upward mobility. If so, it would be great. Shui participated in the discussion. I disagree. What you said is very beautiful, but the actual implementation is not the case. Assuming that Xiaoba has 5 senior executives, the senior executives can advance or retreat. Right, if they cannot retreat, as everyone's class rises, there will be more and more senior executives. If they can retreat, are the 5 senior executives willing to retreat from drinking soup to drinking water? The result is self-evident, and unrest will inevitably occur. Shui, I think we can join the Survivor Alliance, but it should be similar to the relationship between kings and nobles in medieval Europe. The railway bridge belongs to our territory. How we implement policies is our business. We have our own armed forces. At the same time, when the king expands the territory, we can also send personnel to participate and obtain fiefdoms. Zaya Wudeo, history has proved that the feudal system has failed. Lin Wu, ladies and gentlemen, don't go off topic. Let's first determine our position. This is our first topic. The first question, are you willing to join the Survivor Alliance? Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu thought for a while. For the future of mankind, you can consider joining the Survivor Alliance. But for my future, I think after joining the Alliance, I will definitely not live as well as I do now. Lin Wu looked at Xiaowen and Xiao Yi. They agreed with Xiao Wu. They all liked the railway bridge model, and did not like the model of being ruled and managed by others. Although the railway bridge base also has regulations, the degree of freedom is very high. The Survivor Alliance is different. How much food to eat, what food to eat, how much work to do has strict regulations. To say that the per capita resources of the railway bridge base far exceed those of the Survivor Alliance is not entirely true. It's just that most of the resources of the Survivor Alliance are controlled by the top leaders of the Alliance, either for their own enjoyment or for the future development of the Alliance. Lin Wu said, so no matter whether Xiao Ba is a good person or a bad person, because he wants to interfere in our lives, then he is a bad person. Well said. Everyone applauded. I like to eat poop. That's my business. But you force me to eat. That's your fault. Maybe you think eating poop is bad. But I just don't like it. Who doesn't have a few reverse scales? Especially for the shadow members. There is a golden saying, if you don't accept it, fight. And fight to death. I can join the veteran base. I can join the Survivor Alliance. But if you want me to join you, you are the enemy. The key is whether I am willing or you are willing. If Xiaoba said, if you are interested in joining the Survivor Alliance, you can contact me at any time. It is equivalent to giving the railway bridge base an option. And the result will probably be different. Xiaoba's approach is not wrong. It can put a certain amount of pressure on the railway bridge. But it's a pity that he doesn't know that the core personnel of the railway bridge are gamers. And they are not afraid at all. Chapter 439 Division. After several discussions, it was decided to send someone to the veteran base tomorrow to negotiate with the veteran base on the matter of the Survivor Alliance. Thanks to the assistance of the tractor, the railway bridge to the veteran base has been opened, and the distance of 10 kilometers can be reached in half an hour. Who should be sent? Maya is not a suitable contact person. She thinks that communication is a waste of time, and that it is better to do more than to say more. As the boss, Shirtu does not have the status of a boss in the base. So the best candidate is naturally Shauna. She cannot go alone, and must find someone to accompany her. If Shauna needs 2 people to accompany her, then there are many choices. If Shauna only needs 1 person to accompany her, then the candidate can only be Lin Wu. After all, it is a 10-kilometer journey, and who knows what will happen on the way. Before going, Shauna, Shirtu and Maya held a high-level meeting with only one topic: Southeast Refinery or Midtown Veteran Club. The reason why it was a high-level meeting was that everyone couldn't stand the long meeting that lasted half an hour. And they all left the meeting with reasons such as urinating or going to urinate. Maya was particularly entangled in this issue. The key was whether the Southeast Refinery had aviation kerosene. For the armed helicopter, which is a big oil consumer, a wasted trip would consume at least 30% of the fuel. But if aviation kerosene can be found, given the experts at the veteran base's familiarity with helicopters, helicopters will become a practical means of transportation for the base. Should we gamble or not? Shirtu and Shauna handed this question to Maya, asking Maya to give an answer tomorrow morning. With a new toy, Maya had no time to worry about the work of the base in recent days. And Shirtu made a tactful criticism of this. The reason for the tactfulness was that Shirtu was not sure whether the helicopter could be maintained. If it was really maintained, his criticism would hinder the progress of the base. And wouldn't he be caught by Lin Shaoran? The next day, which was D98, it rained in the sky, making people feel a little cool. As a bachelor, Lin Wu would not feel the temperature difference of 10 degrees at all. He wore yesterday's clothes and prepared to go out. He only added a piece of underwear at the suggestion of Xiaoyi. Shauna realized that it was a mistake to go out with Lin Wu for the first time. This guy is not good at slacking off. But his slacking performance is quite good. Shake it. Lin Wu twisted his body in a raincoat and looked around vigilantly. I'm on guard. Forget it. Shauna also began to shake the handcart slowly. Hey! I said there's not much time left. Lin Wu, you're not going to die when you get to Earth. She took out the umbrella and knocked it a few times. Shauna said, after we leave, Xiao Wu and his friends can't hold on to the base, and will sooner or later be swallowed up by the Survivors Alliance or other bases. I have an idea. I want to recruit a group of people before the end of winter. 5 to 6 people. Lin Wu asked, why are you so concerned about NPCs? You don't even play games anymore. Why do you care about their lives? Besides, we can still log into the game after we get to Earth. Shauna smiled and said, believe me, when you have money, you will find that many things are more fun than games. Don't change the subject. What do you think? Lin Wu thought for a while. Let Xiao Wu and the others handle it themselves. There are a lot of survivors in the southern area. If it doesn't work, there are also many survivors in the suburbs. But I am not optimistic about the future of the railway bridge. We players are very tolerant of each other, and they are living. If you really want to do this, you have to issue a legal document to regulate the operation of the base. Lin Wu said, first, you have to confirm the system. Is it the Xiao Wu base leader system, or the election system? How to allocate work, how to allocate resources. We are now allocating according to needs. Everyone has to have face, and will not deliberately waste. But human nature is dark. For collective property, many people will have the mentality of not taking it if it's not worth it. Lin Wu believes that the railway bridge is stable because the Shadow Man is stable. And the shadow is stable because it is a game. Therefore, Linwoo thinks that Shauna is too sentimental, thinking too much, and it is unnecessary. Shauna asked a philosophical question. How do you know that we are not NPCs in the game world? Perhaps the social elites, successful people are players. And we are just NPCs. Free players are NPCs of paying players. Linwoo said, if you ask me for advice, I have two suggestions. The first suggestion is to merge with the veteran base. But the veteran base has been threatened by the Survivor Alliance. The second suggestion is to send people to Starlight before the end of winter. Starlight base is more mature, with systematic management, public rules and regulations, and unsolidified classes. Why does Starlight have to worry so much? She can just build a small base. Shauna smiled and said, the support wants to output. Linwoo was puzzled. Shauna said, Xinguang has always appeared as Rija's assistant, and she has also been assisting and helping Rija. But I think she and Peanut may be true love. And I decided to take the lead. Sawmill base or Starlight base? It is just her experimental field. Linwoo asked, if they are not well matched, will they be happy? Shauna thought for a while. It is difficult. I hope she can manage it well, and have a successful career and family. Linwoo nodded, and asked, who do you think will get the fortress ring? Maya? Shauna said, Maya has no right to compete for the fortress ring. No, that's not what I mean. Assuming Maya's points are the first among 5%. Once she obtains 51% of the shares of Earth Fortress Company, she will also lose her status as a guard. The guards are not allowed to participate in any commercial operations. With Maya's personality, she will definitely choose to become the commander of the guards. Linwoo said, I heard from Sure too that Maya can compete for the fortress ring, and it will not affect her status. Shauna was stunned, and said, I don't know about this. As for the fortress ring, although Xinguang performed very well, she definitely has no chance. Assuming Maya does not participate in the competition, I think I have a chance. Linwoo, how many times have you died? Shauna said, you already know the death penalty. The 2 times I died were treated very poorly, and did not deduct many points. Tired of shaking, let's take a break. Both of them leaned back and half-lying. Shauna said, there is a drone above our heads. Linwoo said, I also found it. It is not from the veteran base. It is very rude to secretly follow people. Shauna said, it is most likely a drone from the Survivor Alliance. This not only means that they have begun to take action, but also means that some of their people have infiltrated the control area of the veteran base. Otherwise, we can't fly so far. Linwoo smiled and said, it's interesting, isn't it? If there is no Survivor base, our last few dozen days will be very boring. This is the difference between games and life. Shauna asked. Before leaving, Maya said that she supports the 2 options of the refinery in Midtown. As for which action to choose, let me discuss with the veteran base, and I will make the final decision. If it were you, would you bet on the refinery, or go to Midtown? Linwoo said, the mortality rate of surgery is 50%, and you can live for 5 years without surgery. Which one would you choose? 5 years? Shauna thought for a long time. How about 2 years? 5 years. Shauna sighed. I don't know how to choose 5 years. If there are 10 years, I will choose 10 years. If there are only 2 years, I will choose surgery. Sure enough, the choice about yourself will become more difficult. The chief officer of the veteran base, bald head, received Shauna and Linwoo, and invited them to the reception room for tea. The military system is very suitable for the end of the world, but the veteran base has not yet engaged in production. Facing Linwoo's curiosity, the bald man told Linwoo that they will stockpile all kinds of supplies this year. In the spring of next year, the whole people will be fully enlisted. When they are producing, they are civilians. And when they pick up guns, they are soldiers. Now the number of people is insufficient, and they expect to need about 40 people. In recent days, 2 teams of 5 veterans came from Nanchung and joined their base. The newcomers brought a message that the Survivor Alliance has completed the Nanchung strategy, and the next plan is to expand westward. 3.5 kilometers west of the railway bridge is the mountain base. There was originally a road deep into the mountains and forests, and the end of the road was a long abandoned coal mine. This resource is the strategic goal of the Survivor base's 5-year plan in the future. Once the coal mine is controlled, the thermal power plant can be reactivated, and the factory buildings in the industrial zone can be integrated for production. The day before yesterday, Shiba and the bald man had a meeting, and Xiaoba offered quite generous conditions. Xiaoba suggested that the veteran base be exchanged for a commercial street in Nancheng. 30% of the area around the veteran base is railway and riverside area. 70% is industrial area. Resources are relatively scarce, and there is not much arable land. This South City commercial street is built near the river, serving the riverside park. Although the materials are not as good as those in the real city, there are still a lot. The biggest highlight is that this riverside park can be easily transformed into arable land. The two sides can also sign a non-aggression treaty. If the veteran base is willing, it can join the alliance as an independent base. An independent base means having completely independent rights and is not subject to dispatch. The only constraint is the right to defend. When someone attacks the alliance, the independent base is obliged to provide the alliance with certain materials or combat personnel. Shauna said, "It sounds like a divisive strategy." The bald man asked, "What do you mean?" Shauna said, "Even if we give up the base, it will be a big project to mine the coal again. The railroad tracks only reach the railway bridge, and the next 7 kilometers can only be transported by trucks. Let's not even count the machinery that needs to be used and the roads that need to be paved. How much manpower is needed to ensure the output of coal mines, thermal power plants, mines, factories, etc. all need people. And armed personnel are also needed. These people need to eat, and they need people to grow food accordingly. 5 years? This is impossible." Sana said, "We have communicated before, and we know that Xiaoba's target is this industrial zone. The industrial zone stores a large amount of rubber, cotton, plastic products, electronic parts, furniture, stone, metal, and other materials. These materials are of limited use to individuals or small teams, but they are treasures for large teams. And the open area along the river west of the industrial zone is considered a high-quality planting area." Sana said, "Now that they say this, it becomes that the veteran base may go to war with the Survivor Alliance for the railway bridge base. This will have some impact on your morale. Besides, Xiaoba's offer is really good. It is possible that some of you will be tempted. Why go to war with the Survivor Alliance for the railway bridge base?" Shauna said, "Yesterday I met Xiaoba. Xiaoba told me that their only target is the veteran base, and they can also help me seize control of the railway bridge base." Bald asked, "Are you affected?" Shauna replied, "There are indeed some different opinions, but they all accepted our point of view and confirmed that the Survivor Alliance is the enemy. Our structure is relatively simple, and it is not consistent with yours, so you don't need to worry about us." The bald man was silent for a moment, and changed the subject. "This time you are here for the refinery and veterans club mentioned in the phone call yesterday, right?" Shauna was vaguely worried. The bald man's attitude showed that there were people inside the veterans base, and a considerable number of them advocated accepting Xiaoba's proposal to move the base to the more suitable Nanjia commercial street for development. It's just that because the hostility has lasted too long, most people are unwilling to accept it. If Xiaoba continues to adopt a conciliatory policy, the possibility of appeasement by the veterans base cannot be ruled out. Shauna said, "We decided to go to the Southeast Refinery first, and we need your professional advice and help. Going to the Veterans Club will strengthen the strength of both sides, and going to the Southeast Refinery may enhance our own strength." After discovering that the veterans base was shaken, Shauna made a decisive strategic decision. The bald man nodded, "Of course. As far as we know, all the finished oil of the Southeast Refinery is loaded into deep buried oil tanks. Each oil tank is about 50 cubic meters, which is 50,000 liters. The exact number of oil tanks and the distribution of various oil tanks are not clear." The bald man took a pen and paper to draw a picture. "This is a standard oil tank, which is usually more than 4 meters underground. It is very difficult to extract oil by digging. This pipe is the oil inlet pipe, which is also buried deep underground. The oil outlet is at the top of the oil tank." Sana said, "To pump the oil out of the ground, corresponding equipment or vehicles are needed." Bald, "There must be a tanker truck on site. One of my ideas is to use a small pump to cut off the special oil pipe of the tanker truck, connect it to the underground oil tank, and then connect the oil pipe to the pump. However, we don't have this thing now. Give us another half a month, and we may be able to make a pump by ourselves through the tractor engine." Bald, "The second method is to pump oil through a simple pressure device, which is similar to a water pump. Considering the depth and the precision of our production, the oil pumping process is more laborious and the efficiency will not be very high. We have ready-made handicrafts. We just need to cut some rubber rings for sealing, and we can put them into use. Do you have suitable oil storage equipment? Shauna took out her mobile phone and showed the photo to Baldy. We found a 5 cubic meter agricultural oil storage tank. Because of tax issues, gasoline and diesel specially used for agricultural use will be colored. And the price is lower than ordinary gasoline and diesel. Usually medium and large farms will have a 1 cubic meter to 5 cubic meter oil storage tank. Baldy nodded and said, it is of suitable size. It can be transported in a helicopter net bag. As long as you are careful in loading and unloading, there will be no big problem. Baldy said, we held a meeting on this matter last night. We think there are 4 difficulties for the Southeast refinery. The first difficulty is to find aviation kerosene. We know that the inventory of aviation kerosene should be relatively small. The second difficulty is the terrain. The refinery is large in area. The related workshops can be divided into 5 or 6 categories, with more than 20 workshops, including the factory area, staff dormitories, administrative area, etc. The area is about 3 square kilometers, and it also has its own exclusive dock. The third difficulty is that there are 14,000 workers in the factory. The factory was completely destroyed on the second day of the virus outbreak. About 1/3 of the employees fled the factory, but they did not escape far. The fourth difficulty is precautions. Due to lack of maintenance, various chemical products may leak. The specific situation is unknown, but if you go to the refinery, you should be equipped with gas masks. The bald man said, we can send 2 people to accompany you to the refinery, in order to thank you for the supplies provided by your base. We are willing to provide an additional batch of ammunition, although the quantity is not large. It is also a kind of thought. Please don't refuse. 2 people. One is responsible for operating the oil pump and measuring air quality, and the other is the little girl who has cooperated with you. The bald man said, we hope that you can successfully obtain kerosene and lay a good foundation for the next step of transferring the arms of the veteran club. With the current density of zombies in Midtown, without air power, it is impossible to take away the arms on the second underground floor. It can be regarded as mutually beneficial. Chapter 440 Searching for Oil. The bald man was very generous, and said 200 rounds of pistol bullets and 100 rounds of 5.56 caliber bullets to support the search for oil. After staying at the base for half a day and finishing the hand-operated oil pump, the little girl and Xiaoji took a hand-cranked car and returned to the railway bridge base with Shauna and Lin Wu. Xiaoji, male, 36 years old this year. He used to be a helicopter pilot, but because of a right foot injury 4 years ago, he was transferred to become a ground crew, so he is very familiar with helicopters. When flying a helicopter, the rudder is controlled by both feet. And even today, Xiaoji still limps, and when the weather changes, the old injury will be unbearable, so he cannot control the helicopter. Shauna was thoughtful. On the way back, she asked a question, Xiaoji. Xiaonu, you are all the first batch of members of the veteran base, right? The little girl nodded, yes. Xiaoji was older, and had enough experience. He knew what Shauna meant as soon as he heard it. He answered honestly, we have been infiltrated. It is difficult for us to distinguish who is a self-motivated patriot and who is a traitor. Self-motivated patriots refer to people who carry wrong information. They have good intentions, but they are influenced by wrong information, which leads to many different voices in the base. Traitors refer to people with ulterior motives. Xiao Ji said, the original intention of the veterans base was to accept retired soldiers and build their own community. But whether it is Xiao Hu or Guanto, or others, they lack strategic vision. We have not yet come up with our own program. The core question, why did we establish the veterans base? Although the first batch of veterans still hold major management positions, they lack decisiveness when faced with choices because of the lack of a program. Lin Weiyun was confused by what he heard. What program? The little girl explained, we are friendly with your base, and we often communicate with each other. At this time, someone instigates to attack you or sever ties with you. This is definitely not okay because we have basic moral values. Once we step out of the moral values, for example, Xiaoba's proposal to change the base and cooperate with each other makes us very uncomfortable. Little girl, from the perspective of interests, we should do this. From the perspective of spirit, we have many comrades who died here. We should stay here. From some justice perspectives, Xiaoba's decision to gather survivors and develop the community is correct. Xiaoji added, suppose we have a program, The program is to use the logistics park as a base, accommodate more veterans, build a home. No compromise, no concession, no first shot, etc. Then when we face major choices, we will have no choice. Does the railway bridge base have a program? No. Sanaa shook her head, thought for a while, said, it seems that there is another program, which is the basic moral values. Suppose there are 200 gunmen besieging your base. It would be useless for us to go, but we will still go. It's not about how much benefit we get if we go, but whether we should go or not. Xiaoji laughed. I lived in the railway bridge base for 2 days. I personally think the atmosphere in your base is very weird. You are very optimistic, not afraid of taking risks, brave and fearless, and you still maintain the courtesy of civilized society in dealing with people, and you are not affected by the law of the jungle and the law of the doomsday. Sanaa said a few polite words, and asked, Bald sent you here, does it mean that some things are irreversible? Xiuji asked, what do you mean? Sanaa said, basically, it is impossible to change the fate of the migration of the veteran base, but of course, it is also a good thing for most people in the veteran base. And from your attitude, you should be a hardliner, but not the majority. Xiaoji nodded. A considerable number of people think that changing the base is conducive to development. To expand the veteran base. One is the land, and the other is the people. The Survivor Alliance has more than 1,000 survivors, which can supplement the veteran base. As former soldiers, it is difficult for us to refute Xiaoba's argument that humans must unite. Although I am a hardliner, I am actually not persuasive, because I can't find any arguments to convince them. The only argument is because of you. Xiaoji said, we all agree that the railway bridge base has a good relationship with us. Many people are worried that after we change the base, you will face the threat of Xiaoba directly. Therefore, in the meeting, several people expressed their opinions on this. If the Survivor Alliance threatens the railway bridge base, they are willing to join the railway bridge base to fight against Xiaoba. It sounds very touching, but Shauna wants to cry, but has no tears. The people who expressed their opinions obviously want to change the base. Due to physical reasons, Xiaoji is not suitable for the long journey, but Xiaoji was still sent, which also shows that the bald man is not a hardliner. He knows that the situation of the veteran base after the change of base is not favorable to the railway bridge base, and he feels deeply sorry for this. There is a hidden meaning in it. If the railway bridge is willing, it can accept Xiao Nu and Xiaoji to join the railway bridge base. Of course, it will not be just the two of them. The first batch of people in the veteran base have very clear banners. From this point of view, Shauna thinks more highly of Xiaoba. This guy is not a fool, but a man with great strategies and ideas. If I were not a player, I would be somewhat touched by Xiaoba's sending medicine. Non-players can naturally feel Xiaoba's strength, and will actually consider the right to survive. Even if they surrender, there are a lot of excuses for the unity of mankind and so on. Under Shauna's tactful questioning, Xiaoji frankly stated that he firmly opposed changing the base to 4 people, excluding the current commander Baldhead. What worries Xiaoji even more is that in recent days, survivors from the Survivor Base Alliance have frequently contacted the veteran base, hoping to join the veteran base. Shauna remembered what Baldhead said when she said goodbye to him, do things as soon as possible. Don't hesitate or wait. At present, the veteran base has a moral obligation to fully support the railway bridge base. But after the base is changed, it is out of reach. A more interesting thing is that only a few people in the veteran base know that the railway bridge base has a helicopter. To avoid possible drone surveillance, at 4:30 a.m. the next day, Lin Wu Maya, Xiao Ji, Xiao Nu, Xiao Wu and Xiao Dao left the base. In addition to commanding work, Xuedong is also researching electromagnetic interference equipment to counter drones. The so-called command is to command the helicopter to use a net rope to lift a small oil tank. This set of net ropes is originally a supporting equipment for helicopters. There are multiple hook slots at the bottom of the helicopter, which are used to lift cargo. This device should not appear on armed helicopters, but it is installed because of the special needs of the naval base. Xiaoji calculated the weight, and pulled out all 35 rockets last night, and unloaded the 30mm machine gun bullet box. As for the missiles, they were still not moved because of the lack of equipment. Since it was an empty oil tank, the takeoff was not affected much. Maya balanced the fuselage slightly, and the helicopter took off smoothly. Xiuji sat in the co-pilot seat, looking at the sky with nostalgia and said, "Little girl, do you remember the jungle raid? We flew low for 3 hours in the middle of the night, and threw your team and a motorboat onto the lake." "Yeah. The little girl responded. This action was very ordinary for her. Arrived at the place where the hostages were held, raided, rescued the hostages, left. Used the Gatling heavy machine gun on the motorboat to sweep away the pursuers. At the retreat point, the hook lowered by the helicopter was hung on the motorboat, and the helicopter dragged the motorboat away. Everyone had their own thoughts, looking at the night sky and thinking about their own things. Around 5:30 in the morning, the helicopter arrived above the southeast refinery. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the factory building, the chimney and the oil storage tanks could be seen from a high place. Xiao Wu asked, "Will the kerosene we want be in the oil tank?" Xiao Ji replied, "It is possible. But the possibility is not high. Usually, outdoor oil tanks store non-finished oil, such as crude oil, etc." Maya asked, "Where to start?" Xiao Ji said, "First circle. The southeast refinery has a deep water wharf." Xiao Ji introduced, "On the one hand, crude oil is imported by sea, and on the other hand, refined oil is exported by sea. If my guess that outdoor oil tanks are used to store crude oil is correct, then the refined oil should be on the other side." Lin Wu asked, "Xiao Ji, what is the middle factory building used for?" Xiao Ji replied, "In addition to refining refined oil, it also processes petroleum ancillary products, such as asphalt, sulfur, etc. There are many specific workshops: heating workshop, separation workshop, gas workshop, CFB furnace, etc. In addition to workshop workers and administrative positions, there are also decoking workers, mechanical workers, patrol workers, etc. Maya, over there. In the southeast of the refinery, there is a large open space 4 kilometers away from the dock, with a 2-story building in the middle. Sedans and tankers can be seen everywhere on the open space." The little plane said, "Good news, there must be oil tanks underground in this area. Bad news, the amount of aviation kerosene is small. Theoretically, it will not be put together with public oil." The little plane said, "The density of zombies in the open space is lower than that in the factory area. The 2-story building nearby should be the transportation department. If you are lucky, you can find information about kerosene. Maya, find a suitable place to land." "Okay," Maya said. "Everything is there. Prepare to land." The helicopter descended, and the oil tank touched the ground first. Lin Wu jumped off the helicopter that was hovering at a height of 2 meters, climbed up the net rope, and removed the hook on one side. Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu were responsible for killing the zombies. The little girl was in charge in front of the fuselage, directing the helicopter to move a few meters to the right and land, so that the net rope on the left side of the bottom of the helicopter was still hanging on the helicopter. When necessary, the helicopter took off and moved a few meters to the right, and then hung the hook on the fuselage to lift the small oil tank again. The noise of the helicopter was still too loud, attracting a large number of zombies. The battle lasted for 2 minutes before it ended, and a lot of ammunition was used up. Maya said, "Xiao Dao, Xiao Wu and Xiaoji are in the first team, responsible for checking the ground valves. The others will go to the small building with me." Xiaoji and others first came to a valve, pried open the outer protective net, and used tools to turn the valve open. Xiaoji lay on the ground, sniffed the pipe, and said, "It's diesel." Xiao Wu asked, "Should I check the tanker?" Xiaoji asked, "Can you tell which type of oil it is?" Xiao Wu replied, "I can smell gasoline." Xiaoji said, "Then please check the vehicles. It would be best if you can find a tanker that can drive." Xiao Wu nodded, "Okay." Xiaoji said, "Be careful." Xiaoji and Xiao Dao pried open another valve. Xiaoji sniffed it, and said regretfully, "It's still diesel. It seems that the underground oil tanks in this area are all filled with diesel." On the other side, Lin Wu and the other 2 have already entered the small building. These 3 have outstanding combat capabilities. Compared with close-range pistol combat, Xiao Nu is inferior to Lin Ma. The 3 of them were not in a hurry to clean up the room. They went up the stairs to the rooftop. The little girl occupied the rooftop, replaced her pistol with a sniper rifle, and took a telescope to serve as the team's observer. Lin Wu and Maya started cleaning from the 2nd floor. They checked each room after cleaning it. When they entered the first room, they felt something was wrong, because there were not many files in this room that looked like an administrative office. Xiao Wu answered through the intercom, "In 2030, paperless office will be implemented. All files that can be processed by computer will be processed by computer. Turn on the computer and have a look." Lin Wu, "Brother, there is no electricity." Xiao Wu was stunned for a while. "Then I don't know." After staying in the railway bridge base for a long time, I forgot that there is a world without electricity outside. Xiaoji said, there should be a paper delivery order. Tank trucks need to hold a delivery order to transport finished oil. There should be more detailed data on the order. For example, gasoline and diesel, quantity, corresponding vehicles, etc. The driver can only transport the finished oil with this delivery order. Maya, the delivery order may be on the driver? Xiaoji, I don't know what the procedure is here. Generally speaking, there are 2 copies of the delivery order. The first one is the order that the driver gets, and it is handed over to the relevant department. The relevant department has a copy of the order, which should be stored in the computer. After the staff checks it, they will take away the driver's order and give another order, assuming that this order is called a delivery order. The driver will hand over the delivery order to the staff, and then extract the finished oil. The whole process is similar to refueling an ordinary car. In some places, when the tanker leaves the factory, it is also necessary to show the delivery order. The rules vary from place to place, but this thing should be there. Lin Wu took a piece of cardboard from the pocket of a zombie corpse, which was half the size of an A4 paper. Lin Wu read, -10 diesel, 12,000 liters, license plate number, 12345. Zile Wadeo, found tanker 12345. Zaya Jadeo. It corresponds to the parking area and the diesel stored in the underground tanks. That's right. Now we need to find kerosene. Find the kerosene card. Find the corresponding vehicle. And then find the corresponding underground oil tank. Maya asked, is the area near the helicopter a diesel area? Xiaoji replied, it should be. Our team will turn to the west to investigate. Sentinel girl, it is not recommended to do so. Except for the helicopter landing point, the other areas are close to the factory. And the density of zombies is relatively large. Even if we win, it will waste a lot of bullets. Xiaoji, okay then, we will start with the vehicle first. And then search for items in the zombie bodies to see if there is any key information. Xiao Wu said in surprise, I found a tanker truck full of diesel. Lin Wu asked, then what? Xiao Wu sighed, alas. I hope I can get it back. If we can send these 10 tons of diesel to the base, we can do a lot of things. Lin Wu said, I just want to take off the gas mask. Xiaoji looked at the detector and said, there is no problem in the area we are in at the moment. And we can take off the gas mask. If you want to enter the factory, you need to be retested.